Chapter 49. Galeão International Airport. Sitting on one of the stools that ran along the outer edge of the bar, security operative Greg Wheeler took a sip of his coffee, his third cup so far tonight, and glanced out along the main concourse without much interest. In the past 4 hours he'd witnessed thousands, maybe tens of thousands of civilians coming and going down that wide departures hallway. Families, old people, young couples, students, tourists, businessmen, kids, even a group of nuns in full black and white habits. He'd gotten a chuckle out of that. They looked like something from a bad cop show, the kind of over-the-top innocent civilians who wander onto the scene just as a gun battle is about to erupt. But his mirth hadn't lasted long. He'd heard it said that there was nothing quite so interesting as watching people, but whatever asshole had said that had clearly never been posted on watch duty in the busiest airport in Brazil, looking for one needle in a haystack. Wheeler had studied Ryan Drake's bio, or at least the limited information that his superiors were willing to share, and committed every possible detail of his appearance to memory. Late 30s, medium build, tall but not unusually so, dark hair, a tanned complexion that could almost pass for Southern European. He couldn't have asked for a more difficult target to identify. He looked like just about every other man around these parts. Still, at least things had quietened down. Like most big international airports, Galeão never really closed, no matter the hour. But this late at night, the flow of human traffic had at least slowed, so that only scattered handfuls of weary-looking travelers passed by now. The airport cleaning staff had even rolled out their floor buffers, their rhythmic hum a sure sign that the place had slipped into a state of nocturnal torpor. Wheeler lifted the cup and took another drink. He didn't really want any more caffeine in his body, but he'd been loitering here for some time, his laptop open to make him look busy, and he knew the bar staff would ask him to move on if he didn't keep ordering. That was when he spotted something that made him sit up straighter. A man heading down the main concourse towards him, Caucasian, late 30s, dark hair and thick but neatly trimmed beard, average build, lean and fit without being showy about it. Dressed in casual clothes, jeans, loose cotton shirt, rucksack slung casually over one shoulder, he appeared on first glance to be little different from so many men Wheeler had seen tonight, another tourist reluctantly trudging towards his flight home after a week or two in the sun. First glances, however, rarely told the full story. He was walking with the deliberate, unhurried pace of a man with time on his hands, but Wheeler detected something about his demeanor that marked him out, a heightened awareness of his surroundings that most passengers in the sleepy terminal didn't possess. To Wheeler, it looked an awful lot like the trained situational alertness of a professional operator. He was wearing a pair of thick-framed glasses, but the way the light refracted off the lenses told Wheeler they were just for show, and his beard looked to be a slightly different shade from his hair, a bad dye job by a vain man of early middle age, or a fake hairpiece. Wheeler couldn't rightly say whether this was his target or just a random civilian who bore a passing resemblance to him. After watching people for the past 4 hours, he was even beginning to doubt himself. Reaching for his cell phone, he quickly dialed a number for one of the other operatives stationed in the airport terminal. He would have preferred tactical radios, but they'd been forced to ditch any incriminating gear and weapons before passing through security. Fortunately, those same restrictions applied to their target as well. Unit 2, I'm in the bar on the western concourse. Go to. Possible target sighted. Heading north towards the departure gates. Male, Caucasian, white shirt and jeans. I'm going to tail him. Move in and cover my position. Copy that? Moving now. Waiting until the target passed by, Wheeler closed down the laptop and replaced it in his carry bag and slipped out of his seat, following the man at a discreet distance. The main concourse was long and fairly quiet, with most of the food and retail outlets closed until morning. Wheeler made sure to give the man plenty of space as he ambled along. Lacking a crowd to blend into, he kept to the side where he could, at least pretend to be browsing shop windows. Out of the corner of his eye he spotted Spears, his backup, approaching from the opposite direction. They were too far away to communicate, but he could tell Spears had seen the target by the way his posture shifted slightly and his pace slowed. He was hanging back, letting Wheeler take the lead, waiting to see what both he and their target did next. As it turned out, not much of anything. Checking his watch, the man wandered over to a row of vacant seats and sat down. He was facing out onto the concourse, giving him a perfect view of traffic heading in both directions. Reaching into his pack, he fished out a paperback novel with a garish front cover, flicked it open, and was soon engrossed. Fuck, Wheeler thought to himself, by now very much aware that he was in the man's line of sight. There's only so long a man can linger in front of a shop window before he starts to look suspicious. Resuming his walk, he carried on through the departures terminal, angling over to another gate further up where about 30 passengers were waiting for their flight to be called. Spears approached and sat down on the row of seats directly behind him, so that the two men were effectively back to back. "What do you think?" he asked under his breath.
"Hard to tell," Wheeler acknowledged. "Son of a bitch looks pretty shifty. If he sees us, he's playing it cool."
"You want to do a walk-by?" He thought about it for a short time.
"No. Let's see what he does next."
So they waited. For 15 minutes. Wheeler sat there watching their target as he leafed through his book, his eyes occasionally glancing up at people as they passed by. Was he worried, Wheeler wondered? He looked a little nervous, his movements jerky and agitated as if he were filled with energy that could find no outlet. Then, glancing at his watch again, he marked his place in the book, stood up, and made his way towards the nearest restrooms.
"Heads up, he's going for the John,"
Wheeler said, watching him vanish down the short corridor. He watched, waiting for the man to reappear, but he didn't. The minutes ticked by, and Wheeler could feel his unease growing with each movement of the hand on his watch. 5 minutes, 6, 7.
"You got eyes on?"
Spears asked.
"Nothing yet."
"The fuck's he doing in there?" Spears paused. "You think we've been made?" Wheeler said nothing. He had a bad feeling about this. From what he remembered during his brief walk by, the short corridor leading off towards the restrooms had only 4 doors, the men's, ladies', and disabled bathrooms, and a storage room for cleaning equipment. But what if he'd been wrong? What if there was another way out he hadn't spotted?
"I'm going in,"
he decided. "Cover me." He strode over towards the corridor leading to the restrooms, with Spears following a short distance behind. With the airport at a low ebb, there was nobody else entering or exiting the bathrooms. To his relief, his memory hadn't failed him. The tiled hallway was marked by 3 doors on his left and a small storage room on his right. A quick check of the handle confirmed that this room was firmly locked, and it was unlikely their target would have been able to pick it without being seen. Next, he advanced to the disabled restroom and tried the handle. The door swung open, revealing an empty bathroom beyond. That only left the men's and ladies' rooms. Reaching into his inner jacket pocket, Wheeler produced a small gold fountain pen. A pen that contained something a little more potent than ink, however. Unscrewing the cap, he removed the tip, which actually did contain a small amount of real ink, in case security wanted to test it, revealing a hypodermic needle protruding from the end of the device. The pen contained a healthy cocktail of compressed sodium pentothal and scopolamine, enough to incapacitate within seconds. All things being equal, Wheeler would rather have had a Glock 17 to back him up, but the syringe would have to do. He glanced around at Spears, who was lingering near the entrance to the restroom corridor, ready to come running at the first sounds of trouble. Slipping his hands into his pockets with the syringe at the ready, he sauntered into the men's room. The place looked pretty much like any airport restroom anywhere in the world. A retaining wall blocked the view from outside. Beyond this, a row of sinks and mirrors lined one wall, while a bank of urinals jutted out from the other. There was no sign of the target at either of the sinks or the urinals, which left only the stalls at the far end. Wheeler felt his heart rate increase as he advanced down the room, closing in on the stalls. There were 4 of them, and 2 at least were empty. their doors hanging partially open. The third had swung closed but wasn't locked. Gripping the syringe, Wheeler reached out and eased the door open. It swung back without a sound, revealing the empty cubicle within. That left only one possibility. Taking a breath, Wheeler positioned himself off to the side, reached out, and knocked on the stall door. "Sir, I'm afraid we have to close this restroom for maintenance," he said loudly, trying to sound suitably apologetic. "I'll have to ask you to vacate the stall now." There was no reply. Wheeler knocked again, harder this time. "Sir, you must vacate the stall now." Finally, something happened. The sound of clothes rustling, a toilet flushing, the click of a lock disengaging. Wheeler waited for the door to swing inwards before making his move, stepping quickly into the doorway and whipping the syringe out of his pocket. Go in hard and fast. Don't hold back. "Whoa!" the stall's occupant cried out, throwing up his hands in fear at his sudden appearance and trying to back away, nearly tripping over the toilet. He spoke with a distinctly East Coast American accent, probably Boston or New York. "What the fuck? Take it easy, man." It's remarkable how different people look when you get up close and personal. Suddenly, this enigmatic man he'd been following around the airport for the past 15 minutes didn't look like the dangerous professional operative he'd been tasked with finding. Now the tall and athletic build had become spare and skinny, the face young and frightened. And even the beard looked different, more convincing somehow. Wheeler quickly hid the syringe behind his back, masking his look of surprise, and replacing it with one of severe authority. "Let me see your ID, sir," he said, thrusting out a hand. "My ID?" the young man stammered. "Yes, now," he snapped. "I'm a cop. We're tracking suspected drug traffickers." "Drugs? No, man, that's not me." With trembling hands, he fumbled in his back pocket. "I just came to Rio to party for a couple weeks. One of my college buddies lives here now, that's all." "Why were you in here for so long?" His already frightened face colored noticeably. "The food around here doesn't agree with me," he said as he handed his boarding card and passport over. It's been a rough couple of days. Know what I mean?" Wheeler scanned the documents quickly. James Del Vecchio, from Queens, New York. 27 years old. Fuck. He'd just wasted his time. "Here," Wheeler said, shoving the documents against the young traveler's chest and turning away in disgust. "Wash your goddamn hands." Spears was waiting for him when he emerged from the restroom. "False alarm," he said in response to the unspoken question, already heading back towards the coffee shop to resume his frustrating and so far fruitless vigil. "Dumb college kid with the shits. Let's get the fuck out of here." Preoccupied as they had been with their wasteful pursuit of the wrong man, both operatives were ignorant of events playing out at the Air Portugal check-in desk a few hundred yards away. It was, after all, on the wrong side of the security screen, so they had little reason to patrol that section of the airport. It would prove to be a costly mistake. Juliana Almeida held a hand against her mouth, stifling a yawn. Working nights at check-in was never a thrilling experience, and she was still a couple of hours shy of the end of her shift. Still, at least she was spared the frantic chaos of the morning rush, where passengers would be queued up beyond the lanes, waiting to collect their boarding passes. For obvious reasons, international flights between Brazil and Portugal were popular throughout the year. She glanced up from her computer screen as a passenger approached her desk, dressed in cargo pants, trainers, and a loose-fitting t-shirt, his hair looking as if it had never seen a brush. He was carrying a small backpack over his shoulders, but otherwise seemed to have brought no luggage. Almeida thought there was something a little odd about the way he walked, a certain jerkiness in his movements. His back was hunched, his shoulders slumped forward. She wondered for a moment if this might spell trouble, but she'd encountered enough drunk and belligerent passengers in her time to know this man wasn't intoxicated. Perhaps he was ill, or impaired in some way. "Good morning," she said, putting on the best smile one could summon at 3 a.m. May I see your passport and booking confirmation?
I have a flight reservation.
There was an odd tone in his voice which seemed to shift up and down at random. She also noticed that he avoided making eye contact. She nodded. May I see your passport? He handed it over, still evading her gaze. Scanning it through the reader below her desk, Almeida waited while the booking system retrieved his details. Lewis Bailey, booked on the next flight to Lisbon, departing in about an hour. He was cutting it pretty close for an international flight, she thought. The gate might already be closing. He'd have to run if he hoped to make it. Her train of thought halted when she noticed something in the notes section of his reservation. Special assistance required. Passenger to be escorted to departure gate and given priority boarding. Almeida glanced up at him again. Mr. Bailey, yes?
My name is Lewis,
he replied in that strange, lilting tone of his. Lewis. She corrected herself as the printer beside the desk whirred into action and churned out his boarding pass. I have a note here that you're to be escorted to your flight.
Yes, someone usually comes with me.
She noticed he seemed to answer questions by echoing them.
I have autism. I don't like crowds or waiting in lines. I can get upset, and that makes other people nervous.
Almeida blinked, taken back by the blunt, matter-of-fact way he said it. She'd dealt with passengers suffering from all manner of conditions in her time, but this was the first time one of them had informed her of it in such a direct manner. Of course, she said, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the man. I'll have someone come right out to help you.
Thank you.
He looked purposely at the name tag on her jacket.
Juliana?
It took a matter of minutes to put a call through to airport security and have one of their staff report to her desk to act as an escort, while she busied herself with the usual check-in procedures. As a precaution, she also contacted his departure gate to advise them he was on his way, and to give him priority boarding. Here's your passport and boarding card, she said, handing the documents over. She pointed to the burly security guard beside the desk. Pablo here will make sure you get to your gate. Have a good flight, Mr. Lewis, she corrected herself. He collected his documents, hoisted the bag a little higher on his shoulder and turned away. She watched as he followed the security guard, walking with the same jerky, uncomfortable movements, the stooped posture, and furtive glances at his surroundings. She hoped for his sake that someone was waiting for him when he disembarked in Portugal. Her fears were quite unfounded, however. As Drake had hoped, the guard escorted him through security and baggage check, making sure he bypassed the small queues of fellow passengers. He ignored the irritable looks that were cast his way as he walked by, throwing himself into the role of a man who was largely oblivious to the people around him. Naturally, his bag contained few possessions and no weapons of any kind, so if he was unlucky enough to run into trouble beyond this point, he'd have a tough time fighting his way out of it. He could only hope that the young man he bribed to wander around the international departures terminal for a while had sufficiently occupied whatever operatives might have been stationed to look out for him. He'd specified at least half an hour of distraction, impressing on the man the importance of fulfilling his mission, unless he wanted another visit from Drake under far less favorable circumstances. $500 had been enough to silence the man's questions. Of course, he hadn't mentioned to his new friend that this decoy role entailed a measure of danger. It was unlikely that Powell's men would harm him in a heavily monitored airport, but there was a chance that things could get out of hand. There was always a chance. Once through security, Pablo hustled him over to a door marked Authorized Personnel Only and showed Drake through to a service corridor that bypassed the shops and bars of the main concourse. He said nothing, merely gestured with his hands for Drake to follow. Likely he wasn't as fluent in English as the check-in girl had been. Drake followed him, quite happy to let the man take the lead. This whole ruse had been surprisingly easy to pull off. Most big international airports have a special assistance service to accommodate disabled passengers. Most of the time they didn't even require proof of the passenger's condition, perhaps wary of potential discrimination lawsuits. When he'd called the airline about an hour ago to book the first available transatlantic flight, he'd made sure to explain that Lewis Bailey was autistic, suffered from a terrible fear of crowds, and particularly couldn't stand being held up in queues. Hence, he preferred to travel late at night, when the airports were quieter. The woman on the booking line couldn't have been more helpful, assuring him she'd flag his reservation as a priority passenger. And that was all it had taken. He had bypassed the most likely entrance routes to the departure terminal, and hopefully any operatives that might still be lurking there. The service corridor carried on for a good 50 yards before meeting a set of stairs. As he walked, the guard spoke into his radio in Portuguese. At the bottom of the stairwell was another set of locked doors which faced out onto the jetway itself. A small shuttle bus was parked outside, apparently laid on just for him. Unlocking the doors, the guard ushered him forward. He wasn't about to argue. It took less than 5 minutes to reach the gate, where a big Airbus A340 was parked up, the jet bridge connecting its forward hatch to the departure terminal. A member of the ground staff was waiting for Drake outside, escorting him upstairs and along the jet bridge to the aircraft. Running his hands through his hair to smooth it out, he let out a relieved breath as he stepped aboard. So far, so good. "Welcome aboard, sir," the flight attendant said after briefly checking his boarding pass, flashing a charming but professional smile. She was short and petite, and wearing a little too much makeup as cabin crew often did to hide the fatigue of long-haul flights. "Thanks," he said, dropping the special assistance required act now that he was through the airport. "Hope I haven't kept you guys waiting." The smile was more relaxed, more genuine this time. "I wouldn't worry, sir. It's not exactly a busy flight." Drake saw only a handful of passengers scattered about, many asleep with masks already covering their eyes. "This is just a return flight, so we can change crews for the morning run back to Rio. Most of the passengers work for the airline," she explained. There was a hint of playfulness in her eyes. "You may be outnumbered." Drake smiled back. "Well, I'll try not to be too demanding." Her laugh was light and pleasant. She glanced about hesitantly. "You know, you could probably take one of the business class seats if you like. They're more comfortable, especially for taller passengers." Drake feigned concern. "I wouldn't want to get you in trouble." The young woman leaned a little closer and lowered her voice, her expression conspiratorial. "Well, I won't tell anyone if you don't." Before long, the Airbus was rocketing along the main runway. The landing gear parted company with the ground, and the big aircraft lumbered into the night sky. Rio de Janeiro was soon receding to a cluster of lights in the darkness behind as they headed east towards the rising sun. Drake ordered a double whiskey as soon as the seatbelt light went off. No water, no ice, no fucking around. There would be much to do once he touched down, but for now, he needed to sleep. He was raising the glass to take his first sip when he spotted the pronounced tremble in his hand, ripples shivering across the surface of his drink. Time was slipping away from him. Don't think about it now. Just focus on the mission. The mission is everything. With that, he downed his drink in a single gulp, then chased this liquid breakfast with a couple of painkillers from the tab in his pack. With his self-medication administered, Drake stretched out on his reclining seat, closed his eyes, and eventually fell asleep somewhere over the South Atlantic. Chapter 50. "Tell me you'll have something," Anya said, looking down at Frost, who had been hunched over her laptop for the past hour, trying to interrogate the cell phone that Anya had recovered from Quattro's safe house. Frost's eyes were tired and bloodshot. "Right now I've got somewhere between nothing and fuck all," she admitted, looking at the cheap burner as if it was some implacable enemy. "Your buddy Corellius used an encrypted satellite phone to contact you. A real bitch to break through even if you're using a cutting-edge workstation, which this isn't." She gestured to her laptop, which had multiple windows open, many streaming raw computer code that Anya couldn't begin to understand. "In short, He didn't want to be found, Frost concluded.
So we have no leads on our mysterious friend,
Raha said, glowering at them from the corner of the room where he'd been stripping and cleaning his sidearm to pass the time. Or Drake, Mitchell added, downing a mouthful of coffee. She looked as strung out as Frost. He could be anywhere by now. A loud, unexpected outburst suddenly issued from Alex. "Fuck yeah! Get in there, son!" he cried, slamming a fist down on the table hard enough to knock over an empty can of Red Bull. Aware that all eyes in the room were now very much on him, he removed his earphones, allowing tinny, high-tempo music to blast out. He looked jittery and wired, but nonetheless, it was clear something significant had happened. Mitchell frowned. "Care to enlighten us, Alex?" Alex stretched out his arms as if relaxing after some hard-fought victory. "No big deal. I've just figured out where Drake's going." Whatever his faults, he rarely made unfounded claims. Anya was moving right away, quickly followed by the others. "What exactly have you found?" Grinning, he spun the computer around to face the others. The screen showed a scanned image of a man's passport, made out in the name of Lewis Bailey. However, the photograph was clearly Drake. "Ryan checked into Galeão International Airport about 2 hours ago, boarded an Air Portugal flight direct to Lisbon. Our boy is heading back to Europe. I can even tell you what seat he was allocated." Frost glanced up from the screen, looking both suspicious and annoyed at his apparent breakthrough. "How the fuck did you get all this?" "Because I'm really good at this stuff." "Alex," Anya said, her manner making it plain that this was no time for showboating. "Oh, all right." Frost might have held little sway over him, but Anya was another matter. "I hacked the booking systems of the major airlines operating out of all 3 airports in Rio. Most of them weren't that hard. Their firewalls were about 3 years out of date, backdoors all over the place." "I'm sure this is fascinating, but how did you find Ryan?" Mitchell asked. Alex looked disappointed at being cut off. "Once I was inside their systems, I could review every booking made in the last 24 hours. I set automatic search macros to filter out anyone of the wrong gender, age range, ethnicity, whatever else. Then all I had to do was run image recognition on what was left. Ryan might have changed his name, but he can't change his face. And Bob's your mother's brother? We've got our man banged to rights." Anya was stunned by what he'd accomplished. Their trail, which seemed to have run cold just a couple of hours ago, had suddenly picked up again. "Good work, Alex," she said. "But what the hell would Ryan be looking for in Lisbon?" Frost wondered. "He's not," Rojas said. "Rio to Lisbon is one of the most frequent routes out of the city. It's more likely he would take a connecting flight." Anya chewed her lip. "Alex, can you hack the airlines based at Lisbon International? Find out if Ryan has booked another flight? I can get into their systems, but I won't be able to search on facial recognition unless he checks in to collect his boarding pass," Alex explained. "Then run a search on the Lewis Bailey ID," Anya instructed him. "He has no reason to suspect it's been compromised." "Way ahead of you," he replied, already switching tasks on his laptop. "Not that far ahead, or you would have done it already," Frost said, returning to her own computer and setting to work. "We should combine our efforts on this." Alex shook his head. "This is an amateur hour, Frost. I don't have time to walk you through the process. No offense, of course." She flashed a dangerously polite smile, the kind of smile she offered before knocking someone out. Only Dietrich, who knew her best, might have recognized it for what it was. But he was fast asleep on a combination of vodka and sedatives. "None taken, Alex. But there are 61 airlines operating routes out of Lisbon International," Frost pointed out helpfully. "You really want to try cracking them all yourself?" "Let her help," Anya advised him. "This is no time to compete." "Fine," he conceded. "I'll send you the diagnostic suite I've been using. Try not to bollocks it up." "No need, I've already got it." That was enough to stop Alex in his tracks. "You what?" She smirked. "I cloned your system and downloaded everything on your drives. Just as a precaution, of course." For the first time, his cocky smile faltered. "Bull fucking shit. There's no way you could have gotten past my firewall." "Didn't have to," You left the system unlocked when you were in the John, she reminded him. I mean, I hate to mention amateur hour again so soon, but piss off. That's a dirty trick to play on anyone. She shrugged. That's life, pal. You don't get bonus points for playing fair. Now why don't you start at the top of the list, I'll start at the bottom, and we'll meet in the middle. Alex gave her a hostile glare. Fine. Sounds great, he replied brusquely, turning his eyes back towards the screen. His unhappy expression, however, suggested he wouldn't forget that little deception. Anya, Rojas, and Mitchell could do little more than watch and wait as these two experts went about their task, fingers dancing across their keyboards, occasionally exchanging information about their progress. Frost's injured hand impeded her typing, but each seemed to be making steady progress. Watching the way each occasionally cast surreptitious glances at the other, Anya had the distinct impression that this had become a competition, a matter of honor and prestige to crack the problem first. But in the end, only one of them would make the discovery they needed. Got him! Frost cried out, pushing herself away from the laptop. You were right, Rojas. He's booked on a connecting flight from Lisbon to Tunisia with Tunis Air. Anya scanned the booking reservation she'd managed to call up. After a layover of about 5 hours, Drake's flight was due to depart for Tunisia at around 9 a.m. local time, arriving in Tunis just before midday. Tunisia? What could he want there? That was something they'd have to figure out en route. For now, they had what they needed to continue their pursuit. We know where he's going, she said, clenching her fists in relief. Now we need to get there ahead of him. That's not going to be that easy, Alex said, having switched to searching local airports again, this time as a customer rather than a hacker. There are no direct flights from Rio to Tunis, and if we tried it Drake's way, we'd arrive about 8 hours behind him. Mitchell shook her head. The trail could have gone cold by then. That won't be a problem, Rojas said. What do you mean? Replied Anya. I know a man in Rio with access to a private jet. He uses it to import valuable cargo into the United States from time to time. Anya could guess the kind of valuable cargo a man might want to transport clandestinely from South America to the United States, but that wasn't her concern now. Can we trust him? She asked. Drug smugglers were hardly the kind of people one entrusted their life to. He and I have worked together many times, Rojas assured her. He owes me a debt, and we had an agreement that if I ever needed it, he would get me out of the country. Use of his plane is his way of settling the score. It sounded promising, not that there were any other options on the table. And he will take us to Tunisia? Rojas nodded. He will. For a price. She had a feeling she wasn't going to like what he had to say. What is his price? The assassin folded his arms. Not his. Mine. Once we find Drake, I want out. I want the men who tried to kill me tonight to be dealt with permanently, and I want your assurance that you'll never come looking for me again. Ever. Would you like a mansion and a yacht to go with that? Frost asked sarcastically. No. I can get those things for myself, he fired back. But they're not worth much to a man who must spend his life looking over his shoulder. Anya knew exactly what he was looking for. Peace of mind. If you help us find Ryan, then I will do what I can to put an end to Hawkins and the others and help you start a new life. That's the best I can offer. Not much of a deal, he remarked. But it's an honest one, and better than you're likely to get elsewhere. Rojas was quiet for a time, obviously weighing up whether helping her was better than cutting them all loose and taking his chances. In the end, however, it was clear which choice offered the better prospects for him. I'll make the call, he said at last, reaching for his cell phone. Anya nodded, more relieved than she was prepared to admit. They had a chance now, It was a slim chance to be sure, and one that could very well still lead to failure. But it was something. Drake might have given them the slip here in Rio, but he wasn't yet beyond their reach. If they acted fast, if even a glimmer of luck was on their side, then perhaps they could still get to him in time. Perhaps they could still pull him back from the brink. She told herself this because she needed to believe it. But whether luck was with them or not, whatever obstacles or challenges got in their way, Anya knew one thing was absolute certainty. As long as there was life in her, she would never give up on Drake. Chapter 51. Washington, D.C. It was a cold, blustery sort of afternoon in Virginia. The fitful breeze stirring up the desiccated leaves of last fall into little tornadoes that whirled and twisted across open spaces. The sky overhead was iron grey, threatening rain later. Dan Franklin was on his way out to his car, which he deliberately left in a remote section of Langley's vast employee parking lot. As a divisional leader, Franklin had a private spot assigned to him near the main campus building, but he rarely used it, instead choosing spaces increasingly far away from his office. He wanted to walk, wanted to make the most of the opportunity to exercise, to push himself a little further every time. That was how he painstakingly regained much of his former strength and fitness, how he'd recovered from the spinal surgery that had left him virtually paralyzed for weeks afterwards. Single-minded determination and a refusal to accept the pessimistic advice of his doctors had seen him through. That hard work was paying off now, his stride confident and energetic, with only a slight limp betraying the old injury. He should have felt elation at this new lease of life he'd been granted, but he could dig up no such emotions today. All things considered, it had been a ship week, beginning with the bombing that had killed George Breckenridge just after their meeting about resurrecting the Shepherd program. Matters had worsened exponentially with the release of a video in which the bomber had revealed himself to be Ryan Drake. Ryan fucking Drake, his friend, his former comrade in arms, the man who had saved his life during the ambush in Afghanistan that had left him with life-changing injuries, the man he'd placed a great deal of trust and faith in. Even now he could scarcely believe it, and he certainly couldn't understand it. What was the man thinking? Why would he do such a thing? Things had gotten progressively worse since then. Word had reached him of another attack, this time in Brazil, a factory destroyed, men dead, and one man responsible for it all. Franklin knew all too well who that man was. Somehow Drake had gone well and truly rogue. He had no idea where this was all leading or what the man's final goal was, but he could make one confident prediction. More people were going to die before this was over. Spots of rain began to patter off the ground, and the long-threatened downpour looked like it was about to start. Franklin's strides were quickening, his posture tense and agitated, as he walked, his limp more pronounced. He needed to get the hell out of here for the day, needed time to think. Maybe he'd crack open that bottle of scotch back home and put a dent in it tonight. He was just reaching into his heavy overcoat for his car keys when he felt something vibrating in his pocket. His cell phone. Not his work phone, but the private burner he always kept on his person. He stopped, oblivious to the cold wind and worsening weather, his car keys forgotten. Only a very few people knew his number, one of whom was Drake himself. Fishing the phone out, he took a moment to collect himself and question whether this really was a call he ought to take, then pressed the green button. "Yeah?" "Franklin?" The voice that spoke wasn't Drake's. This voice was female, tense and anxious, and carrying a faint trace of a foreign accent. "Who is this?" he demanded, ready to hang up and destroy the phone. "It's Anya." He heard a sigh on the line. He sensed this was a call she hadn't wanted to make, but she'd made it anyway, because she had no choice. "I need your help." Part 3. Consciousness. Frank Olson, a scientist employed by the CIA on MK Ultra, fell to his death from the window of a New York City hotel room on 28th of November 1953 in an alleged suicide. Subsequent autopsy findings suggested he may have been assassinated. The candidate was waiting for her, as always. But he was different now, no longer restrained to the chair. His eyes stared off blankly into space, seeing nothing at all. A man finally broken by the wars that had raged inside his mind. It had been a hard battle indeed, and even she had begun to doubt whether their conditioning would take hold, whether it was simple pride and hubris that prevented her from conceding defeat. But she had persevered, hitting him again and again with mental and chemical conditioning, breaking down his resistance, until at last she had won. They had both won. She took no pleasure in seeing him like this, but she knew it was a necessary evil. Like so much of what they did here, the rewards would ultimately justify the sacrifices. "Good morning, candidate," she said once again as she sat down, as she always did, never varying the routine. "We're going to begin our next session. Do you know how many times we've met?" He shook his head slowly. "This is our 13th session together," she informed him. "I'd like to ask you a few questions before we begin. Would that be okay?" "Yes." "What's today's date?" "I don't know." "Who is President of the United States?" "I don't know." She made a note of his responses. "Where are we right now?" "I don't know." She smiled faintly. "We're home, candidate. This is your home. This has always been your home, and you'll always be safe here. With me." "Home," he repeated, a flicker of recognition showing in his eyes now. "It took a lot of work to bring you to this point, Ryan," she said, using his real name for the first time. It was the first step in re-establishing his identity, putting the pieces of his fragmented mind back together. "It wasn't easy. In fact, it caused a lot of pain for both of us. Do you know why we did it?" "No." "Because that's how we help people. We build them into something perfect, something beautiful. But before we can do that, we have to tear down what they were before, like demolishing an old building to make way for a better one. You understand?" "Yes." "That's what we had to do with you, candidate. It wasn't easy, but we did it, together. And I'm very proud of you." She smiled gently. "Now we're ready to rebuild you into something better. How do you feel about that?" She saw something in him then. A smile. "I feel ready." Chapter 52. Drake jolted awake with a gasp, instinctively reaching for a weapon at his hip and finding nothing. Blinking, he looked up to the concerned face of the cabin attendant who had welcomed him aboard the flight. "Are you all right, sir?" she asked, looking worried. "You were talking in your sleep." "Yeah, I'm fine," he lied, his heart rate slowing to something approaching normality. "Bad dreams." "Of course." She looked doubtful, but knew better than to press him. "I'm sorry to disturb you, but we're starting our descent into Lisbon." Drake glanced around. His own window blind was closed, but he could see blue sky and clouds through one on the opposite side. He must have slept through most of the flight. "I'll need you to return your seat to its upright position." "I know the drill," Drake said. The young woman made a face. "Sorry," she whispered. "The galley's still open for a few more minutes. Can I get you anything before we land?" "The blackest, strongest coffee you've got." A more relaxed smile this time. "Coming up." Already Drake could feel the change of cabin pressure as the aircraft's nose tilted downwards and they began to lose altitude. In less than an hour he would be on the ground, preparing to start the final leg of his journey to Tunisia. And there, finally, he would find his answers. Chapter 53. Anya awoke to the slight lurch and shudder as their aircraft passed through a pocket of high-altitude turbulence. Rubbing her eyes, she looked at her watch. She'd been out for nearly 6 hours. She had no idea what time zone they were in, but it was obvious that most of her companions had seized the opportunity to grab some rest while they could. They lay scattered around the rather cramped passenger cabin, stretched out on reclining seats, or even lying on the floor. Rojas had indeed made good on his promise to arrange a flight out of Rio. Within 2 hours of making the call, the small group were assembled at a remote hangar in the Hacarapagua airport, a smaller regional airfield about 20 miles outside the city, mostly reserved for private aircraft operating locally. A sleek Gulfstream executive jet had been waiting for them, fueled and ready to go, along with its pilot, a small, skinny man with long graying hair, an open red shirt and tinted glasses that made him look like he'd just walked off the set of a 1970s cop drama. He greeted Rojas with the enthusiastic embrace of a long-lost brother, which he may very well have been for all Anya knew. In short order, they'd stowed their limited gear aboard, closed the hatch, and been on their way. Drake by this point had a 6-hour head start, but since he had to switch flights in Lisbon, they'd been able to make up some of that time. According to Alex's calculations, they should reach Tunisia less than an hour after Drake touched down. Of course, there was still the problem of figuring out what or who Drake was looking for in Tunisia, but Anya had someone working on that. She could only hope he came up with something before they touched down. Sitting up in her seat, she rubbed her neck and stretched uncomfortably. Her body had taken quite a beating through various misadventures over the previous day, and was now fully intent on reminding her of every one of them. Bruised muscles had seized up, joints and tendons ached and strained. There had been a time when she'd been able to absorb stuff like this. Anya was pretty used to taking hits, but she'd usually been able to bounce back from them pretty quickly. She caught herself wondering when all that had begun to change, when the aches and pains had started lingering that bit longer. She rose from her chair and crept through the cabin, steadying herself as they hit another pocket of turbulence, then eased the cockpit door open. The pilot was reclining in his seat, a cup of coffee in one hand and a car magazine in the other, though it seemed to feature as many scantily clad young women as it did sports cars. As with most long-haul flights, the jet's autopilot handled the mundane tasks of maintaining their speed, altitude and heading, only requiring his input during takeoff and landing. Beyond the cockpit windows stretched a sea of scattered clouds, the sun high in the sky and dazzlingly bright at this altitude. They'd been traveling east for several hours, heading straight into the dawn, chasing the new day. He glanced up from his magazine, eyeing her over his tinted glasses. "Good morning, young lady," he said, his grin exposing teeth that were too white and straight to be real. "You want some coffee?" Anya shook her head, faintly amused. She certainly wasn't feeling very young at that moment, and after sleeping awkwardly on a chair for the past few hours was almost positive she didn't look it. Then again, a man who flew private jets for a living probably didn't have to work too hard on his repartee. "Where are we?" she asked. "The ocean." She hoped his piloting abilities were better than his navigation. "Be more specific." The pilot checked his GPS system, making no great rush of it. "Approaching the Strait of Gibraltar. We shall be on the ground in 2, maybe 3 hours. 3 hours. She'd been asleep longer than she thought. "So you're the girl Caesar cashed in his escape plan for," he went on, taking a sip of his coffee. It was strong. She could tell from the scent. "I am," she acknowledged. He tutted and shook his head. "You sure you want to be mixing up with a man like him?"
He's a crazy guy. Dangerous. A nice girl like you could get hurt.
She honestly couldn't tell if he was joking. Then again, if he knew the circumstances behind Rojas's flight from Brazil and the part she'd played in it, Anya was quite sure he'd be less sympathetic towards her.
I'll take my chances.
She pointed out the port cockpit window.
And as for danger, I'm more worried about that F-16 closing on our port side.
His reaction, born of years of running illicit cargo, was as instinctive as it was abrupt. Twisting around to get a look at the jet she'd just spotted, he accidentally knocked his coffee cup up against the edge of the magazine, spilling a good portion of its contents over his lap.
Filho de puta!
He growled, tossing the magazine aside and wiping at his crotch. Anya shrugged apologetically, masking her smirk.
My mistake. Must have been a trick of the light.
Leaving him to deal with the mess, she returned to the main cabin, seeking out the coffee machine in the compact gallery. Gulfstreams were designed to cater to millionaires, corporate CEOs, and celebrities, and many were kitted out with the very best luxury fixtures and fittings. This plane was quite different, however. Its interior was dusty and dated, with much of the furniture stripped out to save weight, though fortunately she found the galley had remained largely intact. As the machine burred away and black liquid began to dribble into Anya's cup, she heard footsteps approaching. Dietrich eased himself into a seat opposite, moving gingerly, clearly in some discomfort from the now heavily bandaged gunshot wound. Anya empathized with him on that, at least. He was watching her, his expression difficult to read. The man seemed unusually adept at hiding his emotions, leaving Anya feeling uneasy and defensive in his presence.
You wanted something, Dietrich?
Anya asked pointedly.
You risked your life to protect me back in those favelas.
It sounded almost like an accusation.
Why?
Anya shrugged.
You knew too much. You could compromise us all.
No,
he decided.
If that was your only worry, you could have just killed me and saved yourself.
I was out of ammunition.
He smiled thinly.
Somehow, I doubt that would have stopped you.
Dietrich was right about that, though Anya decided not to pursue that line of thought.
I could ask you the same question. You had a chance to escape, but instead you came back for me. Why?
Well, it's not because I like you.
That much is obvious.
We were fighting for our lives. At times like that, personal relationships are irrelevant. All that matters is getting out alive. And that means having the other person's back because sooner or later, you might need them to have yours.
Anya folded her arms.
Your point being?
My point being, whether we like each other or not, whether we agree with each other or not, we are in this fight together. Maybe we should start acting like it.
Of all the things she'd expected from a man like Dietrich, this wasn't one of them. He hadn't said it in as many words, but she sensed the intent.
Is this your idea of an apology?
Don't flatter yourself, Dietrich scoffed. This is my idea of pragmatism. We have a better chance of survival by working together instead of against each other. But the question is one of trust. I can't trust someone who keeps things from me. And
he looked at her hard.
I suppose you feel the same way.
Anya was quiet, considering his words. Dietrich was hardly prone to empty compliments or pandering to vanity, but neither was he inclined towards outright deception. He spoke his mind because he generally didn't care what others thought about him, but he remained, by his own admission, a pragmatist. And perhaps now he'd realized that his own interests were entwined with Anya's. The ping of the coffee machine jolted her out of these contemplations, and she felt oddly relieved. That simple noise seemed to mark a definitive end to their conflict, as if it were an announcer's bell signaling the end of a boxing round.
All right,
she finally agreed.
No more secrets. No more deception. No more striking out alone.
Agreed? Dietrich nodded.
I can live with that.
Chapter 54. Tunis, Tunisia. Even with the rental car's air conditioning running full blast, Drake was visibly perspiring as he eased the vehicle along the winding streets, dodging other cars heading the opposite way and ignoring their blaring horns. A hot breeze whipped through the dusty street up ahead, forming little dust devils that whirled and twisted across the road. The ground shimmered in the late afternoon heat, buildings bleached white beneath the relentless onslaught of the sun, yet the locals scarcely seemed to notice. Drake had operated in neighboring Libya a couple of years ago, and knew full well how lethally hot the Saharan sun could be. Like most cities in North Africa, Tunis had been conquered and occupied many times in its long history, from the Spanish to the Ottomans, then the French, and even the Germans had held it for a while during the Second World War. With each successive empire leaving its own distinct architectural mark on the city, the result was often a bewildering array of homes, shops, mosques, cathedrals, temples, palaces, monuments to long-dead leaders, and towering government offices, all crammed together in sweltering heat and thronging humanity. Glancing left, Drake spotted an arched entrance and caught a glimpse of hanging rugs and fabrics, bags and shoes of every kind, clothing and decorations of all shapes and sizes. It was a souk, one of the many covered street markets that crisscrossed the ancient city. They were popular tourist traps, with prices to match. The traffic eased off at last, and Drake was able to pick up the pace. He checked his sat-nav unit and was relieved to see he was less than a mile from his destination. He was just passing a big, bland-looking office building that looked to be government-owned, when he spotted a big group of men out front, easily 40 or 50 strong, chanting and shouting. They carried no banners or slogans that he could see, but they were clearly fired up about something, and were determined to make their discontent known. Many had scarves and masks covering their faces. Drake had seen enough civil unrest to know that people rarely went to the trouble of disguising their identity if they intended only a peaceful protest. These guys clearly had other plans. Sure enough, he watched as one drew back his arm and hurled a fist-sized rock through one of the lower-floor windows, quickly followed by several more missiles from his fellow protesters. Within seconds, broken glass was raining down onto the sidewalk, and people inside began to flee and take cover. No one seemed to take much notice. Most locals simply walked on by, their heads down and eyes averted, not wanting to get involved. Unrest was a fact of life around here. Drake had no desire to get caught up in a riot, and drove on by just as the protesters started to break up and disperse, making a quick escape before local police arrived. Hit and run. They'd probably reform later in a different part of the city to target other buildings. Another 5 minutes brought Drake to his destination, a small, old-fashioned sandstone building that seemed to specialize in spices and exotic seasonings. Bags and jars of brightly colored powders, herbs and plants and dried fruits lined the grimy window, crammed into every possible space so that the shop's interior was almost obscured from view. Parking up, Drake got out and stood there for a few seconds, tuning into his surroundings. This was a quieter part of town, off the main drags and away from the tourist hotspots, so there was little traffic. He did catch a couple of old guys looking his way as they shuffled along the opposite side of the street, both sporting threadbare suits and respectable beer guts, but their interest appeared fleeting at best. Off in the distance, he heard the faint wail of police sirens, probably responding to the attack on the government building. Crossing the street, he made for the shop and slipped cautiously inside. The first thing to hit him was the smell. What seemed like hundreds of different herbs and spices assailed his senses, from the fragrant and aromatic to the rich and earthy, to the fiery and hot, and every possible variation in between. It was a combination of sense that he could only describe as absolute. The place was long in proportion to its width, extending back some distance from the entrance and so filled with stock that he couldn't quite tell where the shop ended. His difficulty was compounded by the fact that the place was poorly lit with sparse electric lights. A couple of ceiling fans turned sluggishly overhead, the tired hum of their motors virtually the only sound to be heard in the warm, oppressively odorous interior. The proprietor was seated behind a small counter to the right of the doorway. There was no cash register that Drake could see, just a set of old-fashioned brass measuring scales and various weights stacked up beside it. A somber-looking man in his late 60s with a pockmarked and deeply lined face. He was watching Drake, wisps of smoke from his cigarette curling lazily around his face. He sported a poorly trimmed beard, a dark suit jacket that had seen better days, and a red chechia, the Tunisian equivalent of the popular fez hat, but without the tassel.
"Looking for something, friend?"
he asked in Arabic. Drake nodded.
Jamal sent me here. He said you had a package waiting for me.
The man didn't react to this right away. Instead, he lifted the hand-rolled cigarette to his lips and took a slow, thoughtful drag. Drake could hear the faint hot rustle as the tobacco inside ignited.
"Jamal sent you, did he?"
"That's right. He said I should trust no other merchant in Tunis." Another thoughtful silence.
"All right,"
he grunted at last, rising from behind the counter. Closing and bolting the front door, he turned to Drake.
"Come with me."
Drake followed as the man led him through the shop with slow but sure strides, the smell of spice growing more intense with each step. Drake tensed as a police car hurtled by outside, perhaps just one street away, its siren wailing stridently. The shop owner, too, had paused, only resuming his walk when the siren had faded into the distance.
"Trouble?" Drake asked.
The old man shrugged.
"People are always angry about something these days. The taxes, the police, the price of bread. I keep to myself and don't go out looking for trouble."
Drake pressed onwards, finding himself facing a small doorway at the rear of the shop. He couldn't imagine this place needed much storage space, since there was plainly enough stock to last for years. The shop owner swung the door open, revealing a small room beyond. A bed stood in one corner, a simple metal-framed construction complete with thin, threadbare mattress. A chipped sink and basic shower unit were positioned near this, while on the opposite side of the room was a small gas cooking stove, along with various plates, dishes, and pieces of cutlery. Apparently, this man's shop was also his home. The shop owner bent over and dragged a large, heavy canvas holdall out from beneath the bed. The clink of metal inside gave Drake some idea of its contents.
"Everything is inside. It has not been touched. Take as long as you need,"
the man said, backing away and giving Drake some space.
"No one will disturb you."
"The man who gave you this," Drake began. "What did he look like?" The old man offered a dry smile, exposing a mouth that was several teeth shy of a full set.
"That is one question I can't answer."
Standing so close, Drake noticed that the man's eyes had a dull, faded, hazy look about them, like clothes that had been washed too many times. Cataracts or some other degenerative condition, he couldn't say.
"Give me a few minutes to check it over," he said, deciding to change the subject.
The door closed behind him, leaving him alone in the relatively cool darkness. Kneeling down, Drake unzipped the holdall and pulled the top open, revealing the contents. Cold, black, and lethal. Exactly what he needed for the task ahead. He smiled faintly. His contact had come through for him indeed, supplying everything he'd requested for this mission. Now it was time to make use of his newfound tools. Chapter 55.
Louise says we should be on the ground within 30 minutes,
Rojas reported, closing the cockpit door. He gave Anya a smirk.
He also says you're a heartless bitch who doesn't appreciate an honest man's attention.
Right on both counts, Anya agreed without much concern. Her mind was already on other matters, namely their imminent arrival in Tunisia and what they would do once they were on the ground. The team had brought their weapons and tactical gear with them, since it would be impractical to source new ones from local dealers. Naturally, arriving at Tunis International with its security checks and customs officials was a big no-no. Fortunately, their intrepid pilot, in between sponging coffee out of his trousers and cursing Anya's name, had found them a solution in the form of Borj El Amri Airport, a small airfield about 15 miles southwest of the capital that dated back to the Second World War. The place was now only used part-time as a training field and had no dedicated ground staff. But it did at least have an intact asphalt runway that could, barely, accommodate their Gulfstream. A fake report of engine trouble would be enough to get them permission to conduct an emergency landing there, and hopefully buy time for the passengers to hurriedly disembark before local police showed up. That was the plan, at least. Anya turned her attention to Alex and Frost, who lately had begun to merge into one entity in her mind. Their domain was information gathering, and though each seemed to have particular strengths and weaknesses, collectively they represented a formidable, if reluctant, combination of intellects. Any leads on Ryan's next target? Alex's face made it clear the news wasn't good. Not yet. I've tried searching for any companies that might have a connection to Unity or PAL, but nothing so far. That being said, there's a fuck ton of US-affiliated companies in Tunisia, and Unity covered their tracks pretty well last time. It's possible we've missed some connection.
Thought you never missed anything, Alex,
Dietrich taunted. Alex looked at him and held out his laptop. If you think you can do better. Anya nodded her acceptance of his disheartening report. It had been a forlorn hope, but there was always a chance his online forays might have yielded something. Sorry to add to the bad news parade, but shit's going down in Tunisia, Frost added. Mitchell eyed the young woman. Define shit. Reports of civil unrest in most major cities, especially Tunis. Strikes, protests, riots. It's been growing for the past few months, ever since all that evidence of government corruption was leaked. It was still unknown where that plethora of classified documents had come from, but most of the major news outlets had received it within hours of each other. The results had been incendiary to say the least, spreading like wildfire across message boards and social media. How bad is it? Mitchell asked. Bad. Police and military are cracking down hard, but it's only making things worse. The State Department's already issued a no-travel warning, and the word is the Tunisian government's close to declaring a state of emergency. She looked up from her laptop. Apparently the president's not a popular guy these days.
Fucking dictators never are,
Dietrich sniffed. Anya cocked an eyebrow. She might not have phrased it so colorfully, but neither did she disagree. President Ben Ali had taken power in a bloodless coup back in 1987 and had remained in office ever since, winning a string of landslide election victories that were either rigged, falsified, or entirely uncontested. Ben Ali had maintained his iron grip through a combination of heavy media censorship, a formidable secret police force, and outright assassination of opposition leaders. But unlike his temperamental and antagonistic neighbor in Libya, he'd maintained a staunchly pro-Western foreign policy, which had in turn stimulated foreign investment and tourism. The result was an odd dichotomy. Tunisia had developed into one of the most economically advanced but politically repressive countries in the Arab world, with a growing tide of public discontent threatening to boil over into full-blown revolution. Fuck him, Frost decided. He's somebody else's problem. The point is, we need to watch our asses on the ground. Police are everywhere and tensions are high. Tunisia's a fucking powder keg and we really don't want to be around when it explodes. Dietrich leaned forward, scrutinizing her curiously.
We are a group of rogue operatives wanted for treason, mounting an unsanctioned mission into a foreign country to find a wanted terrorist. At what point would we not watch our asses?
She opened her mouth to respond, but Anya held up a hand to stop her. We understand, Kira, she said evenly, and we appreciate the warning. That seemed to pacify Frost. There's something else, Alex added. Dietrich rolled his eyes.
More good news?
Not really. Rioting and police crackdowns could be the least of our problems, the young man went on. I can't say for sure, but there's a chance Hawkins and Powell might well be on their way here too. Anya frowned. How much of a chance? Well, they have all the resources of the agency at their disposal. They might have made the same guess I did about Drake leaving the country. It wouldn't take them long to figure out where he was going. They could even be ahead of us. A silence, brooding and ominous, descended on the group as his news sank in. Each of them was now privately contemplating the very real possibility that they might already be too late, that Hawkins and his team might be waiting to intercept Drake, that their mission might be over before it had even begun. It was amidst this unhappy silence that Anya's cell phone started to ring. Not the burner phone that she'd recovered from the safe house, but her own personal cell. And she had a feeling she knew who was calling. She retreated to the rear of the cabin to gain a measure of privacy. I'm here. I might have a lead for you, Dan Franklin announced from a Washington, D.C. parking garage. She could hear his voice echoing in the cavernous space, mingling with the more distant drone of traffic outside. Drake had supplied her with Franklin's emergency contact details, in the event Anya ever needed to reach out to his old comrade. She'd never had occasion to do so, until now. Having met him only once, she remained wary of Franklin and unsure of his motivations. He didn't strike her as an overtly deceitful man, but neither did it mean he was free of Kane's insidious influence. In her opinion, he was a liability they could do without. But in this case, desperation had driven her to take the risk. I don't have much time, Franklin continued. You ready for this? Go on. Wasn't easy, but I ran a search of all active agency personnel embedded in Tunisia and cross-referenced it with deployments to Afghanistan around the time Ryan and I served there. We got one hit back. Elijah Tenbrook. Anya's pulse quickened. Her hunch just might have been proven correct. Drake's target wasn't part of Powell's murky business empire. He was in all likelihood part of the agency. If so, it was proof that the two entities were very much linked. Who is he? Officially, he's with the State Department, part of the U.S. diplomatic mission in Tunisia, but he's one of ours, a field operative with Special Activities Division. That made sense. Embassies have been fronts for spying operations since the very concept had been invented, and virtually every U.S. diplomatic mission had a CIA contingent. He used to be a liaison officer with military intelligence in Afghanistan, assigned to a joint CIA Special Forces group. I remember the guy. Real slippery son of a bitch. It's a safe bet Ryan remembers him too. The pieces were coming together now. Whatever mission Drake was taking, and whatever his final objective might be, it all somehow tied back to his experiences in Afghanistan 7 years earlier. Up in the cockpit, Luis Santiago crumpled up the packet of potato chips that served as his breakfast, then keyed his radio to communicate with the ground controllers at Tunis International. Delta 662, contact approach.
Copy 662,
came the smooth and efficient, if slightly bored, voice of the air traffic controller.
Turn right on 080, descend to 5000 and wait for approach clearance.
Negative, Tower. 662 has loss of oil pressure in starboard engine,
he said, injecting the right amount of urgency into his voice.
I have to shut it down.
Understood, 662.
His tone had gone up in tempo.
Declaring an emergency. You're cleared for immediate approach.
Can't maintain altitude on one engine, Tower. Request alternate landing site.
Santiago could hear voices in the background, muffled and urgent.
Stand by, 662.
I see a runway on my starboard side, 5 or 6 miles away.
Understood, 662. That's Borj El Amri Airport. Your approach vector should be clear. Can you make it that far?
I'll find out, I suppose. Turning right into heading 105, he replied, reaching out and adjusting the autopilot's course. Descending to 5,000 for approach.
Understood, 662. Good luck.
Thanks, Tower.
Clicking the radio off, he hit the internal intercom to speak with the passengers in the main cabin.
We're starting our descent. Get strapped in. This might be a bumpy one.
Anya stood with the phone pressed to her ear, ignoring the pilot's warnings.
How much do you have on this man, Tenbrook?
Everything. Photograph, location, cell phone tracker. We've got the guy nailed.
Anya closed her eyes as the deck beneath her took on a noticeable slope. They were descending, every second bringing them closer to Drake. She could only hope they weren't too late.
Send everything you have to me now.
Already have. Should be in your inbox.
He sighed.
Wish I could be there with you guys. No, you don't. Even I don't want to be here,
Anya admitted, well aware of how dangerous Drake might be if he was unwilling to surrender. Franklin didn't dispute that.
Oh, and Franklin?
Yeah?
For what it's worth. Thanks.
Silence for a time.
Just find him. Good luck.
Chapter 56. U.S. Embassy Compound, Tunis. Emerging from the air-conditioned sanctuary of the Central Staff Building, Elijah Tenbrook slipped on his sunglasses and strode towards the waiting SUV. The witheringly hot afternoon sun beat down, and the dusty breeze whipped at his thinning hair. He was dressed in a simple light grey suit and open-collared shirt, a marked contrast to the protective operatives who would be accompanying him on today's mission. They weren't part of the Marine Corps detail attached to the embassy security staff. All 6 of them were private contractors, formerly employed by Horizon Defense Solutions. Their former company, once one of the world's leading private military contractors, had been shut down 3 years ago, following the murder of its CEO and allegations of collusion with Afghan insurgents. It had been a shitstorm indeed, with an inevitable public outcry and strident headlines calling for congressional hearings. But like all shitstorms, it had passed. Fickle public interest had shifted to fresh scandals, and with it, the politicians' appetites for dredging up dirty secrets about an increasingly unpopular war. Horizon, meanwhile, had been quietly resurrected under new management, its vast pool of operatives and resources appropriated by a group who could make use of them far more prudently. All 6 operatives were dressed in dark blue polo shirts bearing the logo of their new company, Nexus. Cargo trousers, combat webbing and body armor, and packing M4 carbine assault rifles. Tenbrook knew the difference between wannabe mercenaries out to make a name for themselves and experienced operators who wouldn't cut and run at the first sign of trouble. These guys were the latter, serious players, each and every one.
I want situational reports from all our human sources by the time I get back,
he instructed the staff officer hurrying along beside him.
Make sure they're on standby to bug out when we give the order. When this thing goes south, it's going to happen fast. We need to be ahead of it.
We're on it, sir,
the young man replied, squinting in the harsh sunlight.
Where are we on data backup?
Almost finished. There's been a lot of State Department traffic all day, but we're sending the last of the data packets as soon as we get the satellite bandwidth.
Tenbrook nodded.
Make sure it gets done no matter what. I don't want any intel lost if we have to pull out. They give you any shit, tell them it's on me.
I will, sir,
the staff officer promised, though there was an uncertainty in his voice. These kinds of diplomatic dick-waving contests were just fine for established case officers with plenty of political clout to back them up, but a daunting prospect for someone at his level. He nodded towards the city beyond the perimeter wall, where sporadic gunfire had been exchanged less than an hour ago, accompanied by a thick plume of black smoke that had drifted over the rooftops. Sirens were audible even now.
You sure you want to be going out there?
Pulling the SUV door open, Tenbrook looked at him.
"They're not paying us to play it safe, son. Better learn that fast if you want to work under me."
With that, he waved at the Nexus operatives gathered around.
"Let's go, boys."
2 operatives accompanied him while the remainder went in the lead SUV. In the event they were ambushed outside the compound, the men in that vehicle would provide cover fire while Tenbrook was safely evacuated. Both cars were heavily armored and fitted with the latest countermeasures, making them tough nuts to crack with anything less than anti-tank rockets. They headed for the main gate with its reinforced blockhouses and concrete anti-car bomb chicanes. The U.S. Embassy in Tunis was part office complex and part fortified military compound. Surrounded on all sides by a 12-feet-high perimeter wall, topped with razor wire and monitored with CCTV cameras, the whole facility was heavily secured against potential insurgent attacks. The U.S. had endured enough diplomatic hostage crises over the years and was taking no further chances. Worse, a deadly explosion in their embassy in Islamabad earlier in the year meant that new arrivals were subject to the strictest security checks. Tenbrook's more sensitive meetings now had to be conducted off-site, in safe houses around the city. Not that many places in Tunis were safe these days. A pain in the ass, but one that he could live with, especially now they were so close to their goal. The seeds of dissent and revolution carefully sown over the past 12 months were soon to bear fruit, and all his hard work would be worth it. He allowed that satisfying thought to linger as the 2-vehicle convoy turned onto the main drag, heading west. Chapter 57. Santiago, whatever his womanizing tendencies, proved to be a competent pilot, guiding them in towards the single-runway airfield on a smooth and even trajectory.
20 seconds,
he called out, increasing flaps to slow their airspeed. The runway might have been paved, but it was designed for light aircraft rather than executive jets. In the main cabin, Anya and the others sat tense and ready, hands clasping the release latches of their seatbelts. They would have to move fast. Anya glanced out of her window. Beyond the modest aerodrome complex lay a flat rural landscape of dusty open ground and scrubland, interspersed with irrigated farmland, little patches of stark, vibrant green amidst the dun yellow world of sand and rock. There were no large towns within sight, though she did spot small clusters of buildings further off, probably agricultural.
10 seconds!
The aircraft banked slightly to the left as Santiago adjusted their heading. Beneath the starboard wing, asphalt rushed by impossibly fast, barely 10 feet from the projecting landing gear. 5 feet. 2 feet. Anya braced herself against the sudden jolt as they touched down hard. A second later, a growing roar filled her ears as Santiago applied the brakes and full reverse thrust on both engines to slow their ground speed. She was moving as soon as they touched down, unstrapping herself, snatching up her kit bag, and hurrying towards the forward hatch. The others followed her example. Rojas beat her to it, being closer to the door, and grasped the hatch release mechanism.
"We are ready, Luis,"
he called out. According to the satellite maps Frost had been able to dig up, the taxiway swung off to the right just as they approached the end of the runway, allowing incoming aircraft to head towards the main terminal, such as it was. That was where they would bail. They couldn't stop the jet entirely, as it could arouse suspicion.
"Almost there,"
Santiago replied.
"Pop the hatch."
Normally the main hatch couldn't be opened unless the aircraft had come to a stop, but the emergency override switch took care of that. Pulling the red release handle, Rojas lifted it all the way up until it locked into place, and the door suddenly swung downwards, the steps automatically extending. The cabin was engulfed in a storm of noise and wind, the high-pitched whine of the jet engines deafeningly loud. Looking over Rojas's shoulder, Anya could see the rough black top of the runway sliding by just feet below the end of the stairs, still moving at a decent pace. She leaned in close to her companion and shouted in his ear.
"Drop and roll once you land, Cesar," she advised. "Unless you want to end up inside the engine."
He gave a dry smile.
All this concern just for me? I knew you cared after all.
Anya went to reply, but Rojas was already gone, clambering down the steps and pausing at the bottom to cross himself before leaping onto the runway below. She did notice that he followed her advice, rolling tightly to avoid being clipped by the low-slung wings. Anya followed him down the steps, gripping the guardrails as they flexed slightly under her weight. She could feel rather than hear someone behind her and snatched a look back at Mitchell. The woman's face was tight with concentration, and it was clear she was in no mood for last-minute words of encouragement. Reaching the bottom step, Anya leapt without hesitation. It had always been that way for her when it came to jumping out of planes, whether at 10 feet or 10,000. The longer you waited, the more reasons you'd find not to do it. She landed gracefully, bending her knees and dropping into a roll to bleed off momentum. The pack slung over her shoulders was an uncomfortable burden, but one that she was quite accustomed to. Coming to a skidding halt with nothing worse than grazed elbows, Anya turned her face away from the hot exhaust gases still blasting from the engine outlets. The smell of fumes and burned rubber was strong and acrid. As soon as she could look, she turned her attention back to the hatch, eager to see how the rest of her comrades fared. Mitchell had been right behind her, coming down at an awkward angle and landing in an uncomfortable sprawl, but nonetheless managed to pick herself up. Anya saw her lips moving and guessed she was muttering a curse. Dietrich came next, stepping off the end of the stairs as if the Gulf Stream wasn't even moving. He didn't bother to drop, as if such things were unworthy of him, but simply ducked his head as the wings passed overhead. Alex didn't hesitate to make his jump, and made a surprisingly decent job of the landing, having watched what the others did. Frost, meanwhile, brought up the rear, rocking back and forward a couple of times before finally throwing herself off the end. She didn't roll to cushion her fall, and instead landed flat on all fours like a cat, clutching at the rough asphalt. It seemed an oddly amateurish technique for someone well-trained in parachute landings, but that was her concern. Anya sprinted for the southern perimeter fence just as the jet swung north towards the terminal buildings. Reaching for the holster at her hip, Anya drew her M1911 and flicked the safety off as she ran, keeping low, the heavy pack bouncing and jolting across her shoulders. Keep low, move fast, eyes open. A sound principle to operate under no matter the situation. The coarse grass at the edge of the runway began to give way to a line of dry scrub about 3 or 4 feet tall that gradually thickened as it approached the chain-link perimeter fence. It wasn't much in the way of cover, but it would serve as a temporary rally point. Kneeling in the dusty ground right at the base of the fence, Anya waited for the others to join her. The searing heat seemed to steal the very air from her lungs, and it was clear as her companions closed in that they felt much the same.
"Is everyone all right?" she asked, paying particular attention to Mitchell. "Lovely. I want to do it again," Alex retorted. Dietrich looked at Frost, having witnessed her unconventional landing.
What the fuck was that, Frost? Were you taking a shit when they taught you how to jump?
Frost gave him the finger.
"All our tech gear's in my pack, asshole," she reminded him. "Want me to land on it and break everything?"
That was enough to silence even Dietrich. Anya glanced up at the steel fence, which now barred their way. It was easily 10 feet high and topped with wire to deter intruders.
"Dietrich, we need a way through," she said quickly.
"On it,"
he replied as he pulled a set of bolt cutters out of his pack and went to work. In short order, he'd snipped an inverted T out of the links, slithered through, and held it open, while the others followed behind him. To their relief, a ditch of some kind ran parallel to the perimeter fence, about 3 feet deep and twice as wide, choked with rocks, brittle-looking weeds, and bits of wind-blown trash that had found their way in over the years. It was likely a remnant of the construction process when this airfield had been laid down. Either way, it provided some decent cover.
"Which way now?" Alex asked, wiping a dusty hand across his brow. "We're in the middle of—"
"Shh!" Anya hissed, straining to listen. The sound of sirens coming from the northeast, the direction of the capital.
"Police?"
Mitchell queried. Anya shook her head.
"Fire trucks. From the main airport, probably.
The police won't be far behind, though. Then it's time we were somewhere else, Frost suggested. Anya nodded. Stay low and follow me. They struck out southwards, cutting through an irrigation field, the long wheat stalks helping to mask their progress. It also cut down visibility to almost zero, forcing the group to move in single file, with Anya leading the way. After perhaps half a mile, the wheat finally parted, revealing a road running between their field and another identical plantation. The road was unpaved, and little more than a dirt embankment bulldozed into place, but it was obvious from the fresh tire marks that it was well used. Most of them knew what was to happen next, and by unspoken agreement ditched their packs at the base of the embankment while they checked weapons. Crouching down, Anya fished her cell phone out of her pocket and dialed Franklin's number. It was answered on the first ring.
Go,
he said brusquely.
We're on the ground, about 10 miles outside the city, she reported. Do you have a location on Tenbrook?
He's on the move. Just left the embassy complex, Franklin reported, heading west into the city center.
Send the tracking data to Frost. We should be up and running soon.
Copy that.
Vehicle inbound,
Mitchell called out, having assumed a lookout position at the edge of the road. Slithering back down the embankment, she hurried over to join the others.
I'll contact you again when we have him.
Understood. Good hunting.
Closing the phone down, Anya looked at Mitchell.
What did you see?
Pickup truck maybe half a click away, moving pretty slow. That was as good a target as any, Anya decided.
We go for it. Get ready.
Dietrich switched to the team's technical specialist.
Frost, come here.
She crept over, irritated at being summoned.
What?
We need bait.
So?
Want me to draw your picture? You're a young woman, more or less, he acknowledged grudgingly. They'll be more likely to stop for you.
Frost looked at the others as if expecting them to refute this assertion. None did, however. Further down the road, the sound of an approaching vehicle was by now clearly audible. Sensing he'd made his point, Dietrich nodded towards the road.
Try to look small and pathetic. Shouldn't be too hard for you.
Frost glowered at him, but with time running out, seemed to see the truth in his words.
When this is over, you and I are going to have a talk about mutual respect, she promised,
shoving her handgun down the back of her trousers. Scrambling up the short embankment into the center of the road, she reached for the neck of her t-shirt and, with a forceful yank, opened a wide tear down one shoulder. A couple of handfuls of dirt rubbed into her clothes and skin completed the look of someone who had narrowly escaped an attack. Suitably disheveled, she began walking towards the source of the noise. The others, meanwhile, settled for concealing themselves amongst the swaying wheat stalks. It didn't take long for the vehicle to trundle into view, or for them to realize why it was moving so slowly. An old Toyota pickup truck that might once have been black, but years of sun and wind-blown grit had faded to a dull, washed-out grey. Its entire flatbed was taken up with boxes of fruit and vegetable produce, mostly tomatoes and citrus fruits by the look of it. The sheer weight of it was causing the vehicle to ride low on its rear axles. Frost launched into the helpless victim routine with gusto.
Help!
She called out, waving her arms and staggering towards the truck.
Please help!
The pair of young men in the cab spotted her and exchanged urgent words. But nonetheless, the truck slowed its meandering progress and came to a halt about 10 feet from her. The driver's door opened, and a tall, gangly kid of no more than 16 leapt out, all broad shoulders and bony limbs, and the fluffy beginnings of facial hair. He was speaking to her in Arabic. She didn't understand the language, but he was loud and didn't seem altogether friendly. His passenger had also stepped out to join them, jabbing an accusing finger at Frost and adding his voice to the unproductive conversation.
Please, you've got to help me,
she said, allowing her voice to break with emotion.
My boyfriend and I were attacked. I don't know what happened to him. They took him.
The wind whipped at her ripped t-shirt, exposing the bra underneath. As his adolescent gaze inevitably strayed, Frost judged that now was the perfect time to make her move. Reaching behind her back, she drew her automatic and turned it on him. One quick and efficient motion, and it was done. It almost seemed too easy. Most people take a second or two to react to such an unexpected threat, but this guy was clearly at the slower end of the spectrum. Frost watched the varying play of emotions as his brain slowly transitioned from confusion to anger, then to frightened surprise, and finally to dumb, paralyzing shock. "Get your hands up, son," she ordered, advancing quickly towards him. "Don't be dumber than you look. Fuck with me and I will put you down." Not much chance of that. The kid looked like he was about to shit his pants. His friend, however, was a little more switched on and tried to make a grab for the hunting rifle hanging from the rear window of the cab. He'd barely taken his first step when the muted thud of a silenced gunshot rang out. He flinched as a round slammed into the metal bodywork, barely a foot away from him.
"Bad idea, my friend,"
Rojas warned him, striding up the embankment with his weapon up and ready.
"The next one won't be a warning shot."
Neither of these guys were going to put up a fight, Frost knew. They were just kids, dumb farmhands making a daily run into town to deliver their produce. "Okay, boys, get yourselves down to the bottom of that slope," she said, gesturing with the barrel of her gun. They might not have understood the words, but they got the message, and scrambled down the embankment while the rest of the group closed in on the vehicle. "We need to lighten the load," Mitchell remarked, surveying the boxes filling the truck's bed. No way they were getting anywhere like this. Dietrich was apparently of like mind. Unhitching the tailgate, he clambered up onto the flatbed. Rojas followed suit, and together they shoved and manhandled the crates until they toppled off the end, clattering and smashing onto the road. The youth who had tried to grab the rifle shouted out in protest, but was quickly silenced by an elbow to the ribs from his companion. Frost nodded in approval. "Maybe you're smarter than I thought. Now, fuck off." When they frowned at her, she gestured into the field behind them. "Go on! Run, dumbasses!" In the end, it took a couple of rounds fired into the ground at their feet to get them moving. And move they did, quickly disappearing into the tall wheat stalks. If they had any sense, they'd keep running until they ran out of energy. As the last of their packs were hoisted onto the truck's flatbed, Frost holstered her weapon and headed for the driver's door.
"Forget it," Dietrich warned her. "You can't drive here."
"Watch me," she retorted. She'd stack her driving skills against Dietrich's any day. Dietrich, however, placed his considerable mass between her and the door.
"Sorry, Madchen. This is a Muslim country, no women drivers. You'll draw attention to us."
Frost chewed her lip. Her annoyance was made worse because she could tell how much he was enjoying this. "He's right, Frost," Anya said, busy wrapping a long piece of cloth around her head. It was a safseri, a traditional veil worn by Tunisian women to cover the hair and face. It would help disguise the team's ethnicity. "Anyway, we need you to track Tenbrook's cell phone." Stepping up into the cab, Dietrich slammed the door shut and indicated the truck's rear bed with his thumb.
"Get in before I leave you behind,"
he said, then glanced down at Frost's ripped, dirt-stained T-shirt.
"And cover up, will you? You'll give us a bad reputation."
Frost glared at him for a second or two, her expression saying it all. "Laugh it up, asshole. There will come a time when you need my help, and I might not be there for you." She turned away, marched around to the rear of the vehicle, and hoisted herself up, ignoring Rojas's outstretched hand. The others said nothing, sensing her smoldering mood. "Give me the goddamn laptop," she snapped, yanking it out of Alex's hands. "We don't have much time. Let's go," Anya called out, slapping the side of the cab.
"Jawohl,"
Dietrich mumbled. Spotting a cheap and slightly battered pair of sunglasses perched on the dashboard, he slipped them on, then stamped on the gas. The Toyota accelerated away from the scene, leaving a pile of broken crates and a cloud of dust in its wake. Chapter 58. Tamim Bazaar was much like the dozens of other street markets dotted around Tunis. Occupying several streets and courtyards, it was packed with stalls and shops of all shapes and sizes, their owners eagerly touting everything from handmade rugs to food, spices, clothing, jewelry, watches, and even pirated DVDs. Customers bustled from stall to stall, searching for bargains and bunching up at choke points, forming human traffic jams that even the most belligerent shoppers struggled to break through. It was through this organized chaos that Tenbrook strode confidently, flanked by 3 Nexus security operatives. They'd left their assault rifles behind in the vehicles, knowing that such an overt display of force would attract unwanted attention. Each man armed with compact MP7 submachine guns concealed inside their jackets. If the shit hit the fan, they could lay down close to 1,000 rounds per minute. Seeing a wealthy-looking customer approaching, one clothing stall owner sparked up, launching into an enthusiastic sales pitch. He was an old man, well into his 70s, his face sagging and creased like old leather. Tenbrook ignored him, and when he tried to step forward, one of the operatives blocked his path.
"Fuck off, pal,"
he growled. Tenbrook didn't even break stride. He had other matters on his mind. They had passed 2 big groups of protesters on the drive here, one of which was violently clashing with local police and military units trying to disperse them. He had watched petrol bombs and rocks being hurled at riot shields, with a sense of mounting excitement, knowing that much of this was down to him. After about 100 yards, the bazaar opened out into a large square packed with narrow and crowded streets, and the smell of cooking meats, diesel fumes, and tobacco smoke. A large 2-story building occupied the eastern corner of the square, squat, old and weathered, with a flat roof supporting a huge, ancient satellite dish. At ground level, Tenbrook spotted a sign written in both Arabic and English, announcing that this place was a tea house. There were only a couple of windows out front, and they were shielded by wrought iron bars for security. Heavy wooden shutters had been pulled closed, blocking his view of the interior. The front door was also shut, though a quick check of the handle told him it was unlocked. Naturally, one of his security team went first, hand inside his jacket ready to draw if there was trouble waiting. When the second operative gave him a nod, Tenbrook followed him inside. The room was low-ceilinged and dimly lit, with a dozen old tables and chairs dotted around, their wood-stained, almost black with decades of spilled drinks and cigarette smoke. The long serving bar along the opposite wall was unmanned. The smell of dried tea leaves and tobacco was pervasive, probably soaked into the very fabric of the place.
"Good of you to join us, my friend," a voice announced.
His contact was seated at one of the larger tables, a steaming cup of tea in front of him. In his mid-40s, but still lean and trim, he was dressed in a loose, casual shirt and grey trousers, his dark, curling hair cropped short, his beard just starting to show flecks of grey. He was smiling, but it wasn't the smile of a man greeting an old friend. It was cold, professional. Tenbrook reciprocated.
"For you, Karim, it's always a pleasure," he lied.
"Come, sit with me," the Tunisian said, beckoning Tenbrook over.
"What do you have for me?"
Tenbrook helped himself to a chair, then reached into his jacket, lifting out a USB flash drive and placing it on the table just out of Karim's reach.
"This right here is the mother lode, Karim," he said. "Government budgets for the past year, classified emails between ministers, orders to discredit and assassinate political rivals, falsified testimonies, even an itemized list of the president's personal expenditures. You just wouldn't believe some of the shit his wife spends money on."
Karim's eyes lit up. The information contained in that flash drive, if proven legitimate, could spark the revolution he'd been waiting a lifetime for. The government had outlawed TV shows, newspapers and publications critical of the regime, but even they couldn't control the flow of information over the internet. As a prominent writer and reporter forced into digital exile, Karim had spent much of his life trying to expose the regime's excesses and failures. But without proof, he could do little more than criticize and berate them, and that was precisely why Tenbrook had approached him. You didn't need to drop bombs or send in troops to overthrow men like President Ben Ali. There was more than enough dirt in their own sordid history to do it for you, and all you had to do was make sure it found its way to the right people. Information had become the newest weapon of war. The internet, its most fiercely contested battlefield. The men Tenbrook represented knew how to manipulate the ebb and flow of online opinion, how to disseminate the stories and beliefs they wished to espouse, and how to bury the inconvenient truths that could harm their cause. Whoever controlled information controlled public opinion, and ultimately, the politicians who depended on them for votes. After all, they've been doing it to their own people for decades. This flash drive here contains enough information to change the course of history for your country. Enough dirt to bury Ben Ali and his entire government for all time. He reached out and tapped the device with his finger. Not many men get to hold history in the palm of their hand, but right here, right now, we have that chance. And I'm offering it to you. Cesar Rojas backed up against a coarse sandstone wall at the edge of the square, scanning the thronging crowd for any sign of either Tenbrook or Drake. It was no easy task, despite his keen eyesight and excellent memory for faces. The marketplace all around him was still busy with evening trade and stretched over a large area. It would be all too easy to miss someone amidst the sea of faces, which was probably why Tenbrook had chosen it as the meeting location in the first place. His radio earpiece buzzed as a transmission came in. Half a second later, Anya's voice was relayed, sounding as if it was somehow inside his head. Not a comforting thought on reflection. "Rojas, what's your sit rep?" Of all the members of their group, Rojas was the only one Drake had never encountered and so wouldn't recognize. He'd therefore been picked to recon the area while the others stayed in their stolen pickup truck about a block away. "I'm at the southwest corner of the square," he said quietly. "No sign of him yet." Frost's voice piped up over the secure comms net. "I've tracked Tenbrook's cell phone to a structure about 50 yards north of your position. It's big. Probably 2 stories. Rojas turned towards it. "I see it. The sign says it's a tea house." "You got a visual inside?" "No, the windows are shuttered." He considered it for a few seconds before making his decision. "I'm going for a closer look." "Negative," Anya said emphatically. "Hold your position. You might tip them off." "Relax, Maras. You'll live longer," Rojas replied as he pushed himself away from the wall and slipped easily through the passing crowds. He hadn't survived as an assassin for 10 years by being clumsy or careless. "You might not," she warned. He smirked. "We'll see." Tenbrook could see the excitement written on his contact's face. Much as he wanted to take it, Karim knew better than to simply reach out for the flash drive. It was never going to be that easy. There was always a price for such information. "I presume you want something in return?" Tenbrook smiled. "The men I represent don't deal in charity, I'm afraid. They invested a great deal of money and resources to get this information. It's an investment they expect to pay off." "I have no money to give you." Tenbrook actually laughed out loud, as if his employers needed handouts from shithole countries like this. "It's not the money they're looking for. We're interested in the future, Karim." "Whose future?" "Come on, buddy. You're so preoccupied with bringing down Ben Ali's regime that you've never stopped to consider what will replace it?" Karim's eyes narrowed. "You obviously have." "Let's just say the only thing worse than a bad leader is no leader at all. We learned that from our old buddy Saddam. Chaos and anarchy does nothing but breed the next generation of terrorists, and that's not what we want for your country." "So what do you want?" Karim pressed him. "We want a stable, democratic government running the show in Tunisia." Karim was a seasoned journalist and clearly no stranger to bullshit. "You mean a puppet regime?" He shrugged. "Think of it as a government whose interests align with our own. They'd have aid, economic investment, education, healthcare, jobs for your people. Tunisia would become a land of freedom and opportunity, an example for other countries to follow. Not a bad deal in my book." The legs of his old chair creaked ominously beneath his weight. "And you, Kareem, you'd have your place in history as the man who helped bring it all about. The fearless journalist who risked his life to expose a quarter of a century of corruption and political repression. Hell, might even be a Nobel Peace Prize nomination if you play your cards right." It was a well-worn cliché that every man has his price, the kind of thing people use to excuse all kinds of transgressions and bad compromises. But sitting there, in that hot, run-down tea room in the midst of a crowded market, watching the varying emotions playing across his contact's face, the suspicion and hope rising and receding like waves on a beach, Elijah Tenbrook knew that it was also absolutely fucking true. "You're a smart guy, so you don't need me to tell you this is a limited-term offer," he added. "If you don't want to get with the program on this one, there are plenty of other guys who will. Be a shame if you miss the boat." He couldn't truly say which aspect of the offer had finally hooked him, whether it was the prospect of reviving his country's fortunes and freedoms, albeit under a certain amount of foreign influence, or the possibility of rewards and accolades that might be heaped upon him for playing his part in the upcoming revolution. Instinct told him it was the former. Karim was a good man, an honorable man, who genuinely seemed to care for his people, and his kind were always easy to manipulate. "What would you have me do?" Karim asked, shoulders slumping a little, a man resigned to accepting the lesser of two evils. That was the sucker punch, the killer blow, and Tenbrook knew that from this moment on, he had Karim in his pocket. It was just as well for him, since it wouldn't be difficult to make him disappear. Tenbrook had organized many such disappearances in his time and would likely do so again. But perhaps he'd stay his hand on this one. When Ben Ali's regime goes down in flames, a new country's going to rise from the ashes. But it won't be an easy or a peaceful process. It never is. There's always going to be ambitious and ruthless assholes looking to step in and fill his shoes. But men like you will make sure the Tunisian people choose the right man for the job. He didn't have to say it. Karim knew well enough what was being asked of him. He would become a propaganda mouthpiece for Tenbrook's chosen successor, extolling his virtues and leadership potential while leaking damaging insider information on his rivals. He would become just another weapon in the information war that would rage in the chaos of revolution. That was all he ever had been, really. He didn't say anything, didn't even look him in the eye. But Tenbrook saw him nod. It was small, reluctant, almost shameful. But it was there. Karim had given his assent. "Good to have you on board," Tenbrook said, sliding the flash drive across the table to him and rising to his feet. He buttoned up his suit jacket and looked at the man still seated across from him, smiling pleasantly. "We're going to do great things for this country, Karim. Just you wait and see." Tenbrook saw Karim's hand reach out and slowly close around the flash drive. Another little compromise. Another little victory. Turning away, Tenbrook strode towards the door, nodding to his 3 security operatives. "Let's go, boys. Time's a-wasting." Chapter 59. Ascending to a rooftop on the opposite side of the square, Anya ducked between lines of washing until she reached the low brick parapet encircling the roof. She knew it was unwise to venture this close when Drake could be lurking, but she couldn't bring herself to hold back any longer. She needed to be here, to see it for herself. She reached into her pocket for a pair of binoculars, scanning the thronging marketplace below. It didn't take long to find the tea house. Sure enough, the windows were barred and shuttered, preventing her from seeing within. Turning the binoculars downwards into the crowds of civilians, she traced a path back and forth, scanning dozens of faces until she spotted Rojas, slipping discreetly through the merchants and tourists, heading towards the target building. As always, the man was competent, but overconfident, too trusting of his own ability to consider that anyone might get the drop on him. Reaching up, she pressed the little radio transmit button next to her throat, the encrypted device hidden by the headscarf she was wearing. "Rojas, what's your position?" He didn't even break stride.
Approaching the building now. Do you see something?
"No, but—"
Then stay off the line, Maras. Let me do my job.
The situation was stirring a growing sense of unease and anticipation in her, like a storm brewing. Anya could almost feel the change in the air. "I don't like this," Frost said, echoing her sentiments. "What if we were wrong about this guy? What if he's not the target at all?" Anya was wondering the very same thing. Had they misjudged Drake's intentions, misunderstood his connection to this man, Tenbrook? Had he anticipated their pursuit and led them on a wild goose chase? She scanned the rooftops overlooking the busy square. Like her own, many were festooned with laundry and outdated satellite dishes, or cluttered with air vents and chimneys. But one in particular caught her eye, where she spotted a sudden flare of light as the evening sun reflected off highly polished glass. She turned her binoculars towards it and spotted a hunched figure near the edge of a roof about 100 yards away, and cradled in his arms the long barrel of a rifle trained on the crowds below. Anya reacted as she'd been trained to act on sighting a sniper: get down and stay down. She held her breath, wondering if she'd been seen, wondering if she or Rojas might come under fire at any moment. Reaching up, she hit her radio transmitter again. "Rojas, abort the approach now. Snipers in the area. Abort now!" In the square down below, Rojas discreetly altered course, turning away from the target building and pretending to browse a nearby jewelry stall. His face bore an expression of mild interest, though his mind was racing.
Where?
He asked urgently. He had scoped out the area carefully on arrival, finding nothing out of the ordinary. "Rooftop, eastern edge of the square." Rojas resisted the urge to look up. The only thing an assassin truly feared was being in the crosshairs of another assassin, and he might well have just become that target.
Is it Drake?
"Can't tell," she admitted. "I only saw him for a moment." "Get the fuck out of there, Rojas!" Frost's voice cut in. "You're too close to this."
Not yet.
"You out of your goddamn mind?"
If they were after me, I'd be dead already, he reasoned, hoping it was true. Don't lose your nerve.
"It's your head I'm more concerned with."
Your concern for my welfare is touching.
"I couldn't give a shit about your welfare," she snapped. "But if you get yourself killed, we lose Tenbrook and Drake. Then we're fucked."
Spotting movement out of the corner of his eye, he glanced over at the target building, just as a man in a grey suit emerged into the evening light, slipping on a pair of sunglasses. He was quickly followed by 3 men in civilian clothes, though it was clear these men were anything but tourists. Rojas had only seen Elijah Tenbrook's face in a couple of black-and-white file photographs on Frost's laptop, but he'd made a living out of committing men's faces to memory. You had to when there might be a window of mere seconds to identify your target.
I see Tenbrook. He spoke into his radio. He just came out of the building, along with 3 bodyguards.
"Where's he going?"
Anya asked. Wary of drawing the sniper's attention, she didn't dare raise her head.
Heading east, towards your sniper. Stand by.
He tensed up, knowing that if the sniper was hostile and Tenbrook was his target, then it was going to happen now. It had to happen now. A head-on sight picture moving at walking pace was as close to perfect as anyone could wish for. If Drake intended to take this man out, then now was his time.
"What's happening, Rojas?"
Anya demanded.
Stand by,
he hissed, watching and waiting for the first shot. Nothing happened. The seconds stretched out, and Tenbrook continued down a small cobbled street, heading away from the central square, flanked by his 3 bodyguards. The hustle and bustle of the street market continued uninterrupted. Life went on as normal, like nothing had ever happened.
Nothing, he said at last. Tenbrook's still heading east. No contact.
What the fuck's going on out there?
Frost asked, plainly at a loss. Rojas had no answers for her, and he wasn't likely to find any standing here looking at cheap jewelry. I'm tailing him, Rojas decided, moving to follow the four-man group. Keep a trace on his cell phone.
On it. I've got a solid signal. I'm circling around to intercept,
Anya added, her steps echoing in the stairwell she was descending.
Bring the car round and be ready to move fast. Copy that, we're moving, Frost confirmed. Dietrich, let's go.
Tenbrook was more than happy to climb aboard the second SUV, retreating into its darkened, air-conditioned interior. Away from the smell of food and sweat and shit and Christ knew what else. He'd be glad when his work here was finished and he could leave this goddamn city for good. But for now, there was still work to be done.
Let's go, Mike,
he said to the agent up front.
Ain't paying you by the hour.
The driver's eyes were hidden behind dark sunglasses. Otherwise, Tenbrook was quite sure he would have received an irritated glare in the rear mirror. Let him glare, he thought. The two-vehicle convoy pulled away from the market entrance, accelerating out and merging into the flow of traffic. It was a 15-minute drive back to the embassy compound under normal conditions, but the evening rush was slowing things down a little, creating a stop-and-start effect that, combined with the oppressive heat, soon had drivers leaning on their horns. Tenbrook withdrew one of the cans of Coke stowed in the car's central console and cracked it open. Another man might have kicked back with a beer, but Tenbrook was a strict teetotaler. Only a weak mind craved alcohol, and he most definitely wasn't the owner of a weak mind. Taking a pull on the Coke, he fished out his cell phone and dialed a new number. This number was unlisted and known only to a few select individuals. Fortunately, he was part of this trusted cadre. Yes? The voice that greeted him was old, deep and smooth. A voice of wisdom. The voice of a man who understood how the world really worked, because he'd helped to make it that way. It didn't matter that Tenbrook had never met the owner of that voice. He didn't need to, because he understood what that man, and others like him, wanted and worked towards. At least those were the notions he flattered himself with.
It's done. He took the bait just like we knew he would, Tenbrook reported. Everything's on schedule.
Well done. You've encountered no problems, I assume? He smiled, staring out through the windshield at the lead SUV.
None at all.
What Tenbrook hadn't noticed was the truck that pulled alongside the lead vehicle as it moved sluggishly through the heavy traffic. A big old flatbed, its bodywork scarred and dented, now inching slightly ahead of the lead SUV, so that its rear bed was roughly level with the smaller vehicle. The security operative seated in the front passenger seat glanced over at it, more out of habit than any real sense of danger. After all, they'd driven through the local traffic countless times and encountered nothing more dangerous than a minor fender bender when a driver in front had braked suddenly. He had nothing to fear from this battered old thing. And yet, something about it seemed unusual. A heavy tarpaulin had been draped over the rear bed, secured by a couple of ropes at each corner, so that it draped over the sides of the vehicle. But as the breeze rippled through this heavy canvas, it lifted one corner that had worked its way free of the restraining rope, exposing something beneath. Something small, olive green, fixed to the side of the truck. Something with lettering formed into its plastic casing. Front towards enemy. The world around him seemed to stutter and freeze in that single horrifying moment.
"Contact! Get us out of here!"
he shouted. Seated in the cab of the truck that had pulled up alongside, Ryan Drake reached for a small metal device resting on the passenger seat, with a single plastic-covered button on top. Its official name was the M57 firing device, but Drake, like most infantry soldiers, had always known it by its colloquial term of clacker. Bracing himself, Drake gripped the clacker firmly and pressed down on its trigger. The driver of the lead SUV had just stamped on the accelerator when the three M18A1 Claymore anti-personnel mines fixed to the side of Drake's truck detonated at almost the same instant, blasting more than 2,000 3.2mm steel ball bearings straight into the side of the vehicle, like a trio of enormous shotguns discharging their load at point-blank range. The effect was utterly devastating. The Claymore was designed more for anti-personnel work than for taking out armored vehicles, but at such close range, the sheer explosive power and number of projectiles was more than enough to defeat the SUV's Kevlar armor scheme. The ball bearings, traveling at close to 4,000 feet per second, ripped through armored doors and windshields, shredded seating, blew open the tires and, of course, decimated the fragile human bodies caught inside the SUV. All 4 men were killed instantly by this lethal steel rain, literally ripped to pieces by the sheer volume of shrapnel. The heavy truck was rocked sideways on its axles by the recoil of all 3 mines detonating at once, but the smaller and lighter SUV fared much worse. The force of the impact hurled it sideways, flipping the mangled and blood-streaked wreck onto its roof as if some giant fist had taken a swipe at it. Tenbrook and his remaining protective detail could do nothing more but stare in shock and disbelief at the destruction and carnage that had suddenly been unleashed in front of them. Each of them had seen battle before, and knew all too well that death could come without warning, but this was so sudden, so powerful, so close, that it took them a moment or two to process. Tenbrook, oddly, found himself transfixed by a little chunk of flesh that had been thrown against the windshield like a bug, and was sliding slowly down the glass surface, leaving a tiny crimson trail. He caught himself wondering which man in the lead SUV it had come from.
"Holy shit!" the agent up front called. "Alpha Team's down!"
That seemed to snap Tenbrook out of his fugue, and he hammered the seat in front of him to get the driver's attention.
"Get us the fuck out of here!"
he screamed. The way ahead was blocked by the mangled wreckage that had once been their lead vehicle, forcing the driver to back up. Throwing the SUV into reverse, he twisted around in his seat. Even as he did so, however, the truck that had unleashed such destructive firepower against their men suddenly rumbled backwards, diesel smoke flaring from its top-mounted exhausts, the huge mass of metal coming straight for them.
"Oh, fuck! Look out! Look out!"
the operative up front shouted. The truck's rear fender caught them just as their driver tried to swing the SUV out of the behemoth's path, the truck's greater mass plowing straight into the front wheel arch with a screaming, rending impact. The wheel buckled right away, the axle and steering bar sheared away by the kinetic force of the impact. Undaunted, the truck continued on, spinning the SUV around 180 degrees until it slammed into the bigger vehicle's flank. They were now side by side, pinned against one another by twisted wreckage and broken machinery, and facing in opposite directions. Though its engine was still running, the SUV had been effectively crippled by the crash.
"Holy shit!"
Frost called out, jolted up from her laptop by the rippling boom of the nearby explosion.
"We've got a contact in the area."
"I see it," Rojas confirmed over the radio net, sounding disconcertingly calm given what was unfolding in front of him. "Tenbrook's convoy is under attack."
"Jesus, where did it come from?"
"Can't see much from here, but the lead vehicle has been destroyed."
"It's him. It's Ryan,"
Anya said. She had no doubt, no shock, and little surprise. This was simply the confirmation she'd been waiting for. Dietrich, at the wheel of their 4x4, stepped on the gas and forced his way between 2 slower-moving cars.
"We are 1 minute out. Hold position and wait for us."
The truck had done its work well, permanently disabling Tenbrook's vehicle. Now it was time to get the man himself. Drake leaned out of his window, looking down on the SUV's roof with the long frame of a Barrett M82 anti-materiel rifle cradled in his arms. Bracing the weapon against the doorframe, he swung the barrel downwards, sighting roughly where he estimated the driver and front passenger would be seated, and opened fire. In the vehicle below, Tenbrook shook his head, scattering fragments of glass on the seats around him. The impact of the truck had jarred his neck, but that was the least of his concerns right now. They'd been attacked, The lead car in their convoy had been obliterated and their own vehicle rendered inoperable. And the insane fucker behind it was still out there.
"Shit! We're pinned here!"
the driver said, slamming his fist against the wheel. He looked back at Tenbrook.
"Sir, we're gonna have to—"
His sentence was abruptly cut short when something burst through the roof above. There was a sudden flash of red, a spray of something hot and wet that caused Tenbrook to look away, and an odd, bubbling, gurgling sound. When Tenbrook looked back at the man, he found his head and the left side of his chest were gone, replaced by a mass of pulped flesh and broken, protruding bones. That was when all semblance of discipline fell apart. The professionalism of his security operatives, the training, the years of battlefield experience began to unravel as the terrible reality sank in. Every countermeasure set in place to protect them was failing. They were outmatched and unprepared for what had found them.
"Oh, Jesus!"
the second operative up front stammered, his face dripping with his comrade's blood. He was pawing blindly at his door, trying to back away from the horror in front of him, trying in his own futile way to escape.
"Oh, fuck! A
second round penetrated through the reinforced roof with a crash, shattering the vehicle's center console, destroying the transmission, and carrying on right through to strike the roadway below. A third shot resulted in another spray of red, and the man convulsed visibly, staring at the ragged stump where his leg had just been amputated above the right knee. He might have started to scream, but another shot blew through his torso barely a second later, destroying most of his internal organs in the process. Drake was wearing ear protectors, mainly to prevent his eardrums from being shattered by the close-range blast of the Claymore mines. However, the change of air pressure inside the cab as each .50 caliber shell was expended was so powerful that it actually blew out the window opposite. The rifle's frame was designed to absorb most of the formidable recoil, but nonetheless, he could feel each thunderous detonation travel up his arm every time he squeezed the trigger. The Barrett M82 carried 10 rounds in its detachable box magazine, and Drake carried on firing into the forward section of the vehicle until he'd expended the entire clip, even putting one through the hood to finally silence the SUV's engine. With this task complete, he withdrew the weapon from the doorframe and laid it in the passenger footwell, then picked up the IMI Desert Eagle pistol on the seat beside it. In the car below, Tenbrook gasped when the last remaining operative, seated in the back seat beside him, grabbed him by the shoulders in an iron-hard, desperate grip.
"We've got to get the fuck out of here!"
he shouted, flecks of spit flying from his mouth and mingling with the blood that had already coated them both.
"We've got to move, now!"
There was no choice, he knew. Whoever was out there had more than enough firepower to get inside this car and kill them both. The only remaining option was to make a break for it. Still gripping Tenbrook with one hand, the operative kicked the door open. Bright, light and warm, dusty air cascaded in, mingled with the stench of cordite and burning plastic. Drawing his MP7 submachine gun then, he practically dragged Tenbrook out onto the sidewalk, his feet scraping along the glass-covered ground. Turning his weapon towards the truck's cab, he unloaded its entire 30-round magazine in a single deafening burst, peppering the door and cab with 4.6 by 30mm armor-piercing rounds. But his target was no longer inside the vehicle. Even as they'd been deciding on their desperate course of action, Drake had opened the passenger side door and leapt down to the road below. Waiting behind the mass of the truck's engine block until the panicked operative's weapon had run dry, he emerged from behind his cover and took aim with the Desert Eagle. Designed by Israel Military Industries back in the early 1980s, the Desert Eagle was chambered for the massive .50 caliber Action Express cartridge, making it the most powerful semi-automatic pistol in existence. Normally, Drake wasn't a fan of such overpowered weapons, considering them more suitable for action movies than practical military applications. But when it came to defeating modern composite body armor, there really was no substitute for raw stopping power. The operative saw him coming as he ejected his spent magazine and reached for a fresh one. Drake saw the look of fleeting anger and fear painted across his bloodied face, saw the realization he wasn't going to make it, saw him turn away and try to flee. Taking aim and bracing himself, Drake put 2 rounds through his back. He didn't trust himself to go for a headshot while dealing with the brutal recoil of the Desert Eagle, but the twin blood splatters as the rounds tore through his armor and exited through his chest told Drake it didn't matter. The operative went down in a limp pile, jerking feebly, the submachine gun clattering from his grasp. Tenbrook, splashed with the other men's blood but apparently unharmed, didn't seem to care one bit that his last remaining security operative had just been cut down. He was already running, sprinting away from the scene, and probably hoping to take shelter inside one of the shops or restaurants that fronted the main avenue. Drake wasn't about to let him make it that far. Opening a pouch in his webbing, he withdrew an M84 stun grenade, popped the pin, and hurled it towards the retreating CIA man. Fragmentation grenades have a delayed fuse of up to 5 seconds to give the user time to take cover, but not so with stun grenades. They're designed to detonate almost immediately to enhance the element of surprise and prevent the intended target from throwing them back. The device landed with a solid thump and bounced several yards beyond Tenbrook. Drake glanced away just as it detonated, though he could feel the faint tremble of the concussive wave rippling up through his legs. Such devices were really meant to be used in confined spaces, and naturally the effectiveness was diminished in an open environment like this. But it had detonated close enough to Tenbrook to do the job. The man stumbled and fell to his knees, clutching at his temporarily blinded eyes. Advancing towards him, Drake passed the still-moving body of the operative he gunned down, casually drilling a hole through his head with the Desert Eagle just to be on the safe side. Drake stepped over his corpse, holstered the Desert Eagle, and drew a different weapon strapped around his right thigh. Resembling a chunky plastic handgun, it was designed to fire electric conductors rather than bullets. Tenbrook had managed to get to his feet again and was stumbling blindly away, hands groping out in front of him. Drake pulled the trigger. There was a whoosh as the weapon's compressed air cylinder launched its 2 metal darts, which embedded themselves in the center of Tenbrook's back, leaving a pair of thin conducting wires trailing back to the gun. A quick press of the discharge button sent several thousand volts coursing through Tenbrook's body, shorting out his nervous system and paralyzing his muscles. The man went down like a ton of bricks. Drake applied a few more seconds of current before relenting. Ejecting the spent power pack, he quickly holstered the weapon, bent down and got a good grip of his incapacitated target, then hoisted his limp body up over his shoulder. Tenbrook wasn't particularly tall or muscular, but he was a good weight nonetheless, and Drake knew he'd be hard-pressed to carry him any distance like this. A quick look at the truck confirmed he wouldn't be escaping in that. It was tangled up in the wreck of the second SUV, and the security operative's burst of automatic gunfire had likely destroyed the dashboard. It didn't matter anyway. The big vehicle had served its purpose. But it was too slow and conspicuous to make his escape in. He needed something smaller and faster. Fortunately, he had plenty to choose from. The roadway had been busy with traffic when he triggered the claymores, and while the cars in front had wisely made a quick getaway from the unfolding carnage, those trapped behind it were largely unable to escape. Their owners had mostly fled to safety, leaving him with at least a dozen possible vehicles, some of which had even been abandoned with their engines still running. That was fine by him. Hot-wiring a car was considerably trickier and more time-consuming than the movies would have people believe, and he had little enough to waste. The police would almost certainly have been alerted by now. Quickly reviewing his options, he selected an old Renault that still looked reasonably solid, yanked open the trunk, and dumped Tenbrook inside. He quickly rifled through the man's pockets, searching for any device that could be used to track him, but came up empty. Maybe he'd dropped them in the crash. Either way, it didn't matter much to Drake. The man was moaning and beginning to stir as the effects of the taser started to wear off. Drake could almost sense the shock and confusion of his attack, giving way to growing dread as he realized what was happening. Tenbrook was a CIA man through and through. He knew that hostile operatives didn't go to the trouble of keeping you alive unless they wanted something, which usually meant you were in for a very unpleasant time. Slamming the trunk closed, Drake raced to the driver's door and jumped in, swiftly maneuvering past the wreckage in front, before accelerating away as fast as the car's limited horsepower would allow. He had Tenbrook. Now it was time to get some answers. Chapter 60. Rojas was waiting for Anya near the site of the ambush. When she caught up with him, they surveyed the scene of carnage in solemn, contemplative silence. Vehicles lay burning and mangled, while the bloodied corpses of Tenbrook's security team were visible through the drifting smoke.
"One man did all this,"
he said, astounded by the scale of the destruction. Local civilians had emerged from shops and homes and were starting to drift cautiously closer, driven by the same morbid fascination that draws people to the site of a car crash. But this situation was different, the atmosphere slowly turning from grim curiosity to anger and hostility. Already they were casting suspicious glances at the two foreigners, as if sensing their involvement. Anya could sense their changing mood, and turned away, gripping her companion's arm.
"We can't stay here," she whispered. "We need to find Ryan before we lose him."
Rojas blinked and nodded.
"Come."
Traffic was at a complete standstill now, as the growing tailbacks locked up all the major intersections. The only things still able to make headway were vehicles of the two-wheeled variety, able to zip in and out the narrow gaps between stuck cars. One in particular was heading their way, the rider angling left to avoid the mess of fire and twisted metal that blocked much of the road. Crouching down behind a station wagon, Rojas waited until the motorbike was almost on top of him, before leaping out, catching the rider by the shoulders and yanking him backwards out of his seat. Uncontrolled, the bike carried on for another 10 yards or so before toppling over, skidding along the asphalt with a horrible, grinding screech.
"Sorry, my friend, but we need this more than you,"
Rojas whispered as the downed rider, stunned but alive, looked up groggily. Rojas let go of him and sprinted over to the fallen bike. It was an old Yamaha unit, the kind of cheap, rugged bike favored for off-roading, its frame spotted with rust, dented and scratched up even before his hijack maneuver. The little 125cc engine was still running despite the rough handling, which was good enough for him. Heaving it upright, he mounted it and beckoned Anya over.
"This way, Maras."
Anya approached dubiously and slid onto the seat behind him, gripping him by the waist.
"Do you even know how to ride?"
He flashed a grin, testing the throttle. The engine rattled rather than roared, but it was functioning.
"We'll find out, won't we?"
Within seconds, they were zigzagging between stranded cars, following the route Drake had taken less than a minute earlier. The engine might have been lacking in raw power, but the bike was so lightweight that it didn't matter, and Rojas was determined to push its performance to the limit. Anya could do little more than cling on for dear life as other vehicles whipped past mere feet away from her, the heat of the exhaust system searing her leg. Wind-blown dust blasted their exposed skin, making their eyes stream, but still he wouldn't let up. Chancing to let go with one arm, Anya reached up and hit her radio transmitter.
"All units, come in!"
she shouted over the roar of the wind. "Check your range! We can barely read you!" Frost warned her. "What the fuck's going on there?"
"Ryan's on the move, heading south, away from the ambush site. He has Tenbrook. We are in pursuit now. Where are you?"
"We're stuck 2 blocks away," Dietrich growled in frustration. "Traffic's completely snarled, and it looks like the locals are pissed over this. They just smashed up a police cruiser that tried to get to the ambush site. This place is about to go down."
Anya had suspected as much. With tensions running high, it wouldn't take much to ignite a full-scale riot, and Frost and the others were trapped right in the middle of it.
"Copy that. Get out of there and try to rendezvous with us. And watch your backs. That sniper I saw back at the market might not have been Ryan. Alex might have been right. Hawkins and his team could have gotten here ahead of us."
"Great, as if we need more problems right now."
Despite his bluster, he sounded uneasy, and Anya didn't blame him.
"But where the fuck are you heading?"
Rojas swerved left to avoid a car that was trying to pull out in front of them, narrowly missing it. Clearly he wasn't unskilled at riding, but Anya disliked someone else having control in such a dangerous situation.
"Track my cell phone! When we stop moving, you'll know we found Ryan!"
"Or you've been killed," Dietrich pointed out.
Hauling a now bound and restrained Tenbrook up the flight of well-worn steps, Drake paused to look up at the great arched doorway that stood in his path. It was big, easily 8 feet high at the apex and almost as wide, constructed of thick planks of wood bound with iron. A thick chain had been passed between the metal ring handles, secured with an even larger padlock. A formidable barrier for the casual thief, but one that had been easy for a man of Drake's training to defeat. He had already picked the padlock's simple pin tumbler mechanism, leaving the device in place while he went to retrieve Tenbrook. Now he unlatched it and unwound the great chains, allowing them to fall aside. Hauling the big doors open on creaking ancient hinges, Drake shoved his prisoner in ahead of him, drew his gun, and followed the man inside. He closed and barred the doors behind him, sealing them both inside. The room was huge, occupying almost the full length and height of the building. Rows of ornate stone pillars ran along both sides, rising up to a magnificent vaulted ceiling, with big stained glass windows set into the upper reaches. Shafts of sunlight streamed in through these gaps, casting their fiery orange glow on the east wall of the room. It was a majestic, captivating place that had likely inspired feelings of wonder and awe in the generations of Muslims who had come here to worship. But whatever its illustrious history, even this holy place hadn't escaped the ravages of time. Scaffolding had been set up around a number of pillars that had started to weaken under the immense weight of the roof, the rickety metal framework extending all the way up to the great dome overhead. Most of the stained glass windows had been removed and lowered down to ground level via a system of ropes and pulleys, the gaping holes covered with nothing more substantial than billowing tarpaulins. Judging by the layer of dust that coated everything, Drake was willing to bet it had been a long time since any workman had labored in here. Trowels, chisels, saws, hammers, mortars, brushes, and myriad other masonry tools of all shapes and sizes lay scattered about on workbenches and old wooden tables, abandoned weeks or even months earlier. Perhaps the worsening political situation had prompted the owners of this place to bail, removing whatever artifacts and valuables had once resided here until order was restored. And yet, despite the neglect, there was something about this building. Drake didn't consider himself a religious man, but even he could appreciate the significance of this place. And for a moment, he actually allowed himself to feel some measure of the peace that others had once found here.
"Listen, pal, I don't pretend to know what you want," Tenbrook said, his harsh and unpleasant voice breaking the spell. "But I can promise you're fucking with the wrong guy. The men I work for are gonna be real pissed after the stunt you pulled today."
Drake pushed him forward, steering him towards the far end of the room, saying nothing. They'd get down to it soon enough.
"Not that I ain't impressed," the CIA man allowed. "Not many guys could have done what you did there, taking out an entire field team single-handed. Goddamn poetry in motion right there."
He snorted in amusement.
"But let's put our cards on the table, huh? My employers are going to catch up with us sooner or later. Hell, they make a living out of finding people. So you want some free advice? Run, pal. Run now, maybe you'll get enough of a head start to stay alive. Because if they get their hands on you, that little bloodbath back there will seem like—"
Raising his foot, Drake planted a firm kick in the small of his back. Tenbrook pitched forward, tripped over his own feet, and landed in an ungainly sprawl on the bare stone floor, unable to use his bound arms to protect himself. He let out a grunt of pain as he hit the deck, leaving a smear of congealing blood on the sandy flagstones.
"Christ!" he snarled. "The fuck's matter with you?"
Drake looked down at the disheveled prisoner lying on the floor. Stripped of his protective detail and his cocky arrogance, all he had left was his voice, which was just as well. He'd be needing it soon.
"It's time to confess your sins, you piece of shit,"
Drake said, gesturing at their surroundings.
"And you've got a lot of confessing to do."
Grabbing the taser from its holster at his thigh, Drake reached into his webbing for a replacement power pack. He'd expended the last one when he took Tenbrook down. Slotting it into place, he pressed it home until he heard the click as the conductors locked.
"The fuck are you talking about?"
Tenbrook gasped, shaking his head and blinking furiously. Blood was seeping into his eyes, impairing his vision.
"I don't even know who you are."
Applying the device against his neck, Drake depressed the trigger. The X-26 stun gun was a police and military-issued device designed to be used in several different configurations. It could launch a pair of barbed conducting prongs at a distant target, just as he'd done earlier. But the weapon could also be used at close range to administer intermittent shocks. Just hold it in place and taser away. Drake gave him a 5-second burst, watching as Tenbrook bucked and thrashed, groaning and crying out in agony as thousands of volts surged through his body. When he withdrew the weapon, the man was breathing hard, trembling and jerking spasmodically.
You fuck,"
he mumbled, struggling to form the words. Drake lowered himself down to the stone floor so that Tenbrook could make eye contact with him. He said nothing, just allowed the other man to look at his face, to search back through his long years of memories and slowly home in on one particular day. One particular briefing room on a hot afternoon in Afghanistan.
"How about now?"
he asked.
"Now do you remember me?"
It didn't happen right away. There was no dramatic change from confusion to understanding. But studying his facial expressions closely, Drake was able to watch as the fire of remembrance slowly began to kindle within Tenbrook's mind, gradually gaining strength as old memories resurfaced, until finally the flames caught hold and his eyes lit up with realization.
"There it is,"
Drake said.
"Now it's coming back."
"It's impossible,"
the man gasped, shaking his head.
"It's not."
"This mission is going to call for the best we have, and as of now, that is you. You remember those words, don't you? How many other soldiers did you feed that bullshit line to over the years?"
What do you want?"
Drake leaned in closer, letting Tenbrook get a good look at his eyes, a glimpse of what lay behind them.
"I want answers,"
Drake said slowly.
"I want to know what Operation Hydra was. I want to know what happened that day."
Drake had expected to see fear, but instead he saw something he hadn't expected. Disbelief.
"What the fuck are you talking about? You led that operation. It was your mission."
Drake's mind flashed back to that day, seeing the same images that had plagued his thoughts and haunted his dreams for too long. He saw the bodies, the fire, the smoke, the blood-red sky, and most of all, he saw the black sun. Darkness where there should have been light, stark and absolute, swallowing everything. Screams, darkness, fear.
"My mission?"
he repeated.
"Why?"
"We needed men who could do what nobody else could. Men who could make the hard choices. That was you. That was why your unit was created."
With a shaking hand, Drake pressed the taser against Tenbrook's neck and let him have a full 10-second burst, relishing the man's screams. It took most of his remaining self-control to release the trigger. He needed the man alive.
"Not yet,"
he told himself. Withdrawing the weapon, he watched with a curious detachment as Tenbrook coughed and retched, leaving a trail of slimy mucus on the floor.
"Where did you send us?"
Drake demanded, grabbing him by the collar.
"What did you make us do, you bastard? What was our mission?"
Tenbrook's mouth was working, but barely a whisper made it from his spittle-covered lips.
It was what you were made for. Your mission. To take them out.
Drake's brows drew together, his mind grasping as he tried to process what he was hearing.
To take who out?
He demanded, shaking Tenbrook violently.
What were we made for? No,
the prisoner protested, starting to revive a little.
You kill me, you get nothing. You untie me. Then we talk. Answer me, you fuck!
He shouted, ready to give him another shot. This time, however, there was no clicking or buzzing as current arced between the two conducting rods. The power pack had been depleted. Throwing the useless taser aside, Drake released his grip and strode over to a nearby work table, where various tools had been left by workmen. Amongst them, Drake spotted a sturdy-looking claw hammer. Its wooden handle had been worn smooth, and it was coated in a good layer of dust, but its 5-pound steel head still looked perfectly serviceable, especially for what he had in mind.
I'm not going to kill you, Tenbrook,
he said.
You'll just wish I had by the time I'm finished.
But just as he was about to lift the weapon from its long resting place, a voice called out, issuing a single command that echoed around the vast empty space, a voice that Drake had hoped never to hear again.
Stop!
Chapter 61. The world around Drake vanished, his surroundings seeming to melt away into darkness, as if he were a performer on stage and the lights had just died. That single word cut through it all, a shard of memory driven deep. He felt the briefest glimmer of something, too brief, too primal to be a fully formed memory or thought, but something that was called up inside him all the same. Feelings of loyalty, of devotion, of completeness. And in the same instant, the agony of separation, the ache of regret, and the burning longing for what could never be his. She must have found another way in. Not the main doors. He barred them when he'd entered, and there was no way she could have gotten here ahead of him. Some hidden passage or doorway that had escaped his notice during his earlier recon.
Why did you have to come? Why now? God fucking damn you, Anya, why couldn't you just let it go?
Drake lowered his head, closed his eyes, and let out a slow, meditative breath. A moment of deceptive calm and equanimity before the storm broke upon him.
How did you find me? He asked. Does it matter now? Her voice carrying across the room. You knew this was coming. You knew sooner or later we would meet.
His hand strayed down to the weapon, pushed down the front of his trousers. The Desert Eagle, its 50 caliber rounds able to punch through any armor she might be wearing. His keen hearing strained to listen out for the sounds of movement that would tell him where she was. When he went for it, he wouldn't have much time to take aim and,
Don't even think about it,
she warned, guessing his thoughts.
I have the drop on you. Lay the weapon down on the ground and slide it away.
She was right. The acoustics made it near impossible to pinpoint her location. Not to mention he was caught out in the open with his back to her. Bad odds.
Or what? You'll shoot me? It won't be the first time I've killed someone I care about, she assured him. Now, take the weapon out slowly and slide it away.
Laying the Desert Eagle gently on the stone floor, Drake gave it a nudge with his foot, sending it skittering away across the uneven surface. He was unarmed, save for a single weapon, concealed in his webbing.
Now turn around, Ryan.
What will I find if I do? He asked. A friend? Or an enemy?
Someone who wants to help you.
Sighing, he turned to face the woman who had hunted him across half the world. The woman who he'd foolishly considered an ally, perhaps even something more, and who had now become his enemy by standing between him and his objective. His eyes swept the room, searching for her, finding nothing but ancient stonework and deep pools of shadow. Had he been wrong? Was she trying to close in on him from another direction? He saw movement amongst the murky shadows cast by one of the huge stone columns, and knew she'd chosen at last to reveal herself. Anya stepped forward into a shaft of light, slanting down from one of the windows high above. The glow of the evening sun, casting her features perfectly. Drake took in the curve of her lips, parted a little as she breathed deeper. She'd been running to get here, to catch up, to reach him. Her hair was tied back in a haphazard ponytail, a few loose strands escaping to fall around her face. Her eyes, pale blue and daunting in their intensity, questioning, doubting, looking for the man she'd once known. Drake saw all these things, but his attention was mostly focused on the weapon in her hand, an M1911 semi-automatic, her weapon of choice. Old, proven, reliable, powerful. A weapon trained on him. "I'm going to give you one chance," he said, looking at her, looking for that crucial moment of weakness. "Walk away. Walk away now, and forget what you saw here." "You know I can't do that. I won't do that." Drake shook his head, trying to banish the thoughts, trying to shake himself free of their insidious grip. His mind had been clear before, secure in its hatred. He couldn't allow her to cloud it now. "This isn't your fight." "Yes, it is, Ryan," she informed him. "Because I came to fight for you." Her statement was not delivered forcefully, but tenderly, with the quiet determination of a woman set on her path, resolved to reach its end no matter the distance or difficulty. "The Ryan Drake I knew is worth fighting for. He's a good man, and even though you tried to destroy him, I know he's still in there. I came to bring him back." She's playing you, trying to make you doubt yourself just like she was trained to do. Don't believe her. Don't let her in. "That man you knew never even existed," Drake said, his teeth gritted. "He was a lie. I'm the only truth that matters. Now I'm going to give you one chance to stand aside, and then I'm going to make you shoot me." "Bad move, friend," a second voice called out. "If she hesitates to put you down, I won't." Drake's head snapped around. He watched as a man lowered himself down from the scaffolding gantry above, using one of the ropes to descend gracefully to ground level. That at least explained how they'd made their way in here undetected, he thought with a pang of anger. The unsecured windows above had allowed them in, while the scaffold had provided an easy way down. That was irrelevant now, however, as Drake concentrated on the new arrival himself. Mid-40s, long dark hair, lean build, South American features. Drake didn't recognize him, but he did recognize his gun. A Beretta 92. 15 9mm rounds in the mag. More than enough to put Drake down if he opened fire. She brought this man to finish the job if she fails. They're working together. You have to strike first. Do it now. Finish your mission. "Stay back, Cesar," Anya implored. "Nobody is going to fire." "You're wrong about that," Drake said coldly. "Only one of us is leaving here. Think it's going to be you?" "Don't make me answer that," Anya warned. The compassion in her voice had hardened into deepening resolve, but he sensed an undertone of doubt. This was one battle she didn't want to fight. "You could have stayed out of this. You made the choice. This is on you." Drake heard the click as she thumbed back the hammer. "Don't do this. This isn't who you are." "Finish your mission. Kill her." "You still don't get it, do you?" he said, knowing and accepting how this was going to end.
This is who I've always been.
It happened fast. Drake felt his hand close around the handle of the hammer he planned to use on Tenbrook. It would have to serve a different purpose now. Swinging his arm forward, Drake took rough aim at Anya and hurled the hammer like a tomahawk. She twisted aside as the heavy missile hurtled through the air, narrowly missing her head and glancing off the pillar behind, gouging out a sizable chunk of stone. Drake was well aware of Anya's fast reactions and her ability to sense attacks coming. He'd guessed she would avoid the improvised projectile. But it didn't matter. He'd created an opening, giving him time to close the distance. He went for it, unsheathing his knife and rushing at her with explosive force. He almost expected Anya to bring her weapon back into play and open fire, hoping to put a round in him before he got close. But instead she tossed the gun aside and clenched her fists, ready to defend herself hand to hand, still not ready to kill him. Drake swiped at her, drawing the knife in a deadly horizontal arc. Anya leapt away and tilted her weight backwards, allowing the blade to sail past her throat. Adrenaline was pumping through Drake's veins, investing his muscles with greater strength and slowing the world down around him. The thoughts and doubts had vanished now, replaced by the simple primal instinct to fight and kill. She was his enemy, and she had to be stopped. That was all he needed to know, the only truth that mattered now. Anya whirled to face him again, and he could see the concern etched into her features. She was afraid she'd taken on an opponent she couldn't defeat. She had made a mistake by not shooting him when she had the chance. Whether it was weakness or overconfidence, Drake couldn't say, but he knew one thing. It would be the last mistake she ever made. Tenbrook, meanwhile, had not been idle. With his former captor locked in combat, the CIA case officer saw his chance to escape. Swinging his legs beneath him, he made to rise from the floor, only for a shadow to fall across him. Looking up, he saw a second man silhouetted against the light from the windows overhead, saw the gleam of a weapon in his hands.
That would be a very bad move, my friend, Rojas warned him. Stay down, and don't move if you hope to live through this.
None of you will live through this, you dumb shit, Tenbrook spat. Your friends have fucking lost it. Your only chance is to...
Rojas silenced him with a sharp jab from the butt of his pistol. The blow wasn't enough to knock Tenbrook unconscious, but it did put him down hard, blood dripping from a newly opened cut over his left eye.
Consider that a warning. There won't be another,
Rojas said, moving towards the desperate one-sided battle now playing out on the other side of the room. Gathering up his strength, Drake brought his knife against Anya again, slashing at her arm. The blade whirled down viciously, its keen edge gleaming in the light to slice through clothing and flesh. Anya let out a hiss of pain and pulled away, blood dripping from a deep gash across her right arm. As she backed up close to a stone pillar, Drake slashed at her throat to finish the job. Reacting with lightning speed, Anya caught his knife arm, muscles straining to hold back the blade. Rather than trying to overcome her with sheer force, Drake released his hold on the weapon and allowed it to fall between them. She saw it and tried to grab for the knife, but he was faster, catching it with his free hand and sweeping it up into her midsection. She moved, slipping aside so that the blade missed her stomach and struck unyielding stone, breaking under the sheer force and jarring his arm. Anya drove her knee into his chest, knocking the air from his lungs. She used the opportunity to deliver a hard elbow to the spine that dropped him to one knee. Drake lashed out again with the broken remnants of the blade, but she was already beyond his range. Anya kept her distance, body taut and ready, pacing slowly around him. Spots of her blood dripped on the floor.
I'm not your enemy, Ryan,
Anya said, breathing harder now.
Don't you see? I came to help you. The man I know is still in there. The man who rescued me from prison, who showed me trust and compassion when no one else would. You are that man.
Her words seemed to cut briefly through the haze of his anger, as if revealing something buried away in some distant recess of his psyche, something that should have been destroyed forever. But it wasn't gone. It had been diminished and beaten down and buried, but it remained still. A memory. A memory of the man he'd been. He had no idea what the future held for this woman, but she would come to no harm while she was with him. That was one promise Drake was determined to make good on. He was just turning to leave when she spoke up again. "What is your name?" He stopped and looked at her. "Drake. Ryan Drake." The woman looked at him for a long time. Then at last she gave a nod of acknowledgement. Her expression gave away little, but the gratitude, the relief, the raw emotion in her eyes was impossible to hide. "Thank you, Drake."
"No,"
he hissed, throwing the broken knife aside.
"It's a lie."
Leaping to his feet, Drake threw himself at her again. He went in hard and fast, pressing forward relentlessly, keeping her on the back foot. His adversary moved and dodged, shifting her weight and posture perfectly, matching her movements, with his attacks and parrying his blows when she couldn't dodge them. She was protecting herself, trying to hold him at bay, trying to buy time. Drake knew that Anya had been endowed with an instinctive understanding of posture and body language. In effect, she was able to sense what her opponent was going to do almost before they did it. But this skill was hindered by one fatal flaw today. Anya wasn't fighting to win. Worse, she was trying to defend herself against the man she knew, not the man who now came at her, a man who didn't move or fight like the one she'd sparred against, a man who was set on killing her. He caught her when, thinking her opponent was tiring, she finally went on the offensive and tried to strike at his legs to drop him. Drake, prepared for this, abruptly shifted position just as she moved in, catching her off guard, and lifted her right off the ground, throwing her backwards into scaffolding rig that encircled one of the room's crumbling pillars. The dull clang was accompanied by a cacophony of noise as loose sections of scaffolding tubes tumbled out of their stack above. Anya fell to her knees as these metal spears clattered to the floor, narrowly missing both combatants. "She's beaten. She's down. Now move forward and finish her." Drake felt fresh strength coursing through his body, his chest swelling as he drew in a deep breath, his heart pounding with the thrill of victory, eyes alight with the lust for death. Spotting an object lying near his feet, he stooped and snatched up the hammer he'd thrown at her earlier and closed in, fingers tightening on the worn grip.
"I gave you a chance to leave,"
he said, drawing his arm back. One good hard swing, and it would be over.
"You should have taken it."
Lips drawn back in a fearsome grimace, Drake brought the hammer down against her. But at the same moment, Anya snatched up one of the fallen poles and raised it up, clutching it tight with both hands. Primitive weapon met improvised shield with an explosive impact that jarred both combatants' arms. Anya was almost knocked over by the force of the blow, while Drake felt and heard the crunch as the hammer's wooden shaft fractured under the strain. A heartbeat later, Anya swept the metal pole into his ribs. Pain exploded out from the point of impact, followed by a second strike to the face that snapped his head back and caused white light to burst across his eyes. Drake staggered backwards and crashed into one of the window frames stacked near the center of the room, shattering it. Broken glass cascaded across the floor, slicing his skin. "Stop this, Ryan!" Anya shouted, hurling the scaffolding pole aside and forcing herself to her feet. "You know me! Do you think I came all this way to kill you?" Dropping the broken, useless hammer, Drake reached up with a trembling hand and wiped his mouth. It came away smeared with blood.
"You won't stop me,"
he snarled, spitting bloody phlegm on the floor.
"This is my mission. This is all I have left."
She was his enemy. She was standing between him and his purpose here. She had come to stop him, to obscure the truth and frustrate his efforts, just as she always had. Anya, who always seemed to inspire others to fight for her. Anya, who was the source of everything bad that had overtaken him, every loss and sacrifice and death. It was all because of her. Anya was the real enemy. She always had been. "No, it's not."
I can face anything in this world, she said, her voice raw and pained. Anything but losing you.
Another memory flashed before his mind's eye. A memory of a hot evening in Islamabad, mere hours before they'd risk their lives on a final desperate gamble. He saw an angry, heated confrontation with this woman, and an admission both had ached to make, yet neither one had seen coming. In all the time he'd known her, he had never once seen Anya show even a hint of fear. She'd been through too much to feel such an emotion. What could you possibly be afraid of now? He saw her swallow, saw the barriers start to break down. Her eyes were locked with his, and for once there was nothing masking what lay behind them, no steely resolve or calculating intelligence. He saw the fear, and the regret for things left unsaid too long, the pain and sadness over what might have been, and the forlorn hope for what still might be.
You, she said, her voice wavering. I'm afraid of losing you.
Anya seemed to relax then, making no move to raise her arms or protect herself. It was as if she'd simply given up.
If this is your mission, then finish it, she said sadly. I'm not going to fight you. Not anymore.
It's a trick. Don't let her in when you're so close to the end. Finish her now. No!
He shouted again, swinging a wild backhanded strike. The woman staggered sideways, seemed poised to fall to her knees, but managed to stay on her feet. She looked up at him, blood welling up from the cut opened across her cheek. There was no anger in her, no fear or defiance, just acceptance, compassion, and the same determination he'd seen earlier.
Maras, stop this!
Rojas pleaded, disgusted by the spectacle he was witnessing.
Stop it or I will.
Stay out of this,
Anya ordered him without taking her eyes off Drake.
Do nothing.
He's going to kill you.
Then that's what will happen. But if you interfere, I promise I will kill you.
Rojas said nothing to this, but neither did he move to intervene. Knowing Anya as he did, he had little doubt she would make good on her threat. Anya tilted her head a little, looking at Drake, trying to understand him, trying to reach him.
Your name is Ryan Drake. You have a sister named Jessica.
The breath seemed to catch in his throat as a different image leapt into his mind, an image of his sister, alone with him in her kitchen, tears reddening her eyes as he said farewell to her, perhaps for the last time. Going into hiding, leaving her behind, severing the ties that had bound him to his former life and family. The memory of her brought an unexpected surge of grief and longing and regret.
Come back to us, Ryan, Anya implored. Come back so we can finish this together. Just like you said we would.
Another memory. A memory of a grassy hill overlooking an isolated house. A memory of sitting with this woman, watching the swaying grass stalks and the tiny insects circling in the evening light. He reached out and gently touched her hand. For once, she didn't move it away. Remember what I said to you once? I promised I'd be there for you even if you didn't think you needed me. That I'd do everything I could to help you, and that I'd never give up on you. Because this is my fight now as much as yours. We started this together, Anya, he said. You and me. That's how we're going to finish it. Together. The woman said nothing, but at that moment he felt it. He felt her squeeze his hand just a little. It was too much. Too many thoughts and memories that conflicted with everything he'd been conditioned to believe. The part of him, the fake identity he'd ripped apart and believed lost forever, was trying to come back, gaining strength, threatening to undermine him, threatening his mission. Drake threw himself at Anya, tackling her to the ground. There was no yielding canvas ring to absorb the fall this time. Her body took the full bruising force of the impact.
You're lying!
he shouted.
"You're nothing to me! Nothing!"
Yet still she didn't try to defend herself. She didn't raise her arms, didn't try to push him off or slip free of his grasp. She lay there, pinned beneath him, her body bruised and bleeding, looking up at him with that same inexplicable, maddening look of quiet acceptance. She would let him do whatever he wanted, he knew then. The choice was his.
"Why are you doing this?"
he cried. His mind felt like it was tearing itself apart. He wanted to hate her, wanted to destroy her, wanted to see her as another enemy to be eliminated. Then he could justify it, then it would all make sense. "I was with you when this all started," she confessed. "And I'll be with you to the end, Ryan. No matter when it comes."
"One final act and it's finished. Do it now!"
The opposing forces now at war for his soul had risen to an exquisite, horrific crescendo, a perfectly balanced scream of rage and fury, doubt and resolve, love and hatred. In between these two fractured halves of his identity, the center of his being was trapped, pulled in separate directions, torn apart at the seams. Drake snatched up a shard of broken window pane, oblivious as the sharp edges cut into his flesh, and with a furious, agonized cry, he plunged the weapon towards her neck. And there he stopped, the tip of the shard just pressing into the skin, drawing a tiny trickle of blood. Anya looked him in the eye, ready to accept what was coming.
"You're a good man,"
she whispered.
"My life is yours. Take it if you have to."
Anya saw the change come over him. It was as if he were becoming an entirely different man before her very eyes. The coiled, bunched muscles began to relax, his expression of cold resolve easing as if some great shadow had been lifted. The shard of glass that was pressed in so tight against her neck was removed and hurled away. Drake let go of his hold and slumped back on his knees as if stunned. He looked suddenly weary, as if the battle fought in his mind had caused scars on the body that housed it. Anya picked herself up and stared hard into his eyes, searching desperately for the man she remembered, and feeling her heart swell with relief when she found him. He looked at her too, really looked at her this time, and recognized her.
"Anya,"
he gasped, the word torn from a dry, constricted throat. She had no words now. Throwing her arms around him, Anya buried her face in his neck, as the emotions that had been held in such rigid check finally found a release. She could feel her hot tears moistening his skin, heard a pained, exhausted sob, and couldn't tell whether it was from her or him. Maybe it didn't matter now.
"I'm sorry,"
Drake whispered, ragged with grief.
"I'm sorry, Anya."
She pulled back enough to look at him again, and, seeing his anguish, knew that the man she remembered had truly returned. Then she did something she hadn't done for a long time. She smiled, a true, radiant, beaming smile of relief.
"How did you know?"
Drake asked, looking back at her with awe and thinking about that shard of glass pressed into her throat.
"How did you know you could bring me back?"
"I didn't." Just for that moment, all that existed was the two of them, hurt and bruised, holding each other with bloodied hands, the sun forming a curtain of golden light. Drake reached out and touched her face, running his fingers down her cheek. Anya held his gaze, her lips slightly parted, her breathing coming faster. She wanted, needed to reach out to him, pull him to her, give in to what they both knew was coming. She blinked suddenly at the sound of a cough from nearby.
"I hate to interrupt this moment, but do you think we could get the fuck out of here now?"
Rojas asked. Reality seemed to snap back into place like the crack of a whip, the more pragmatic part of her mind reasserting itself. Much as she hated to admit it, Rojas was right. Drake might have been saved, but they were still in the middle of a dangerous country on the brink of armed revolution. If they expected to get out, then they would have to leave fast. "Who the hell are you?" Drake asked, irritated at the intervention. "And how do you know me?" Rojas flashed a terse smile. "The name's Cesar. You're partly responsible for ruining my life these last few days, Babaca." Drake quickly surmised this was a conversation best kept for later. "Fine, whatever," he decided. "Can you move, Anya?" "Better than you, I think." He didn't look convinced, but nodded all the same. "We need to get Tenbrook out of here. This is all for nothing if I don't get answers from him." "Who is he? What answers do you expect?" "Long story. The short version is he knows what happened to me in Afghanistan, and he's going to tell us everything," Drake explained, picking himself up painfully. "It's Cesar, right?" "That's right." "Get him ready to move." Rojas seemed poised to dispute Drake's sudden assumption of authority, but a look from Anya was enough to persuade him that cooperation should take priority over ego.
"Filho de puta,"
he muttered, striding over to retrieve the prisoner. Drake, meanwhile, held a hand out to Anya, who accepted it. He could feel the warm blood that had dripped down her arm, and winced in shame. He'd done that to her. "That cut looks bad," he said quietly. "We need to get it seen to." "I'll be fine. I've had worse." Anya's expression warned him against further questions about her condition. Drake was just helping the woman back to her feet when everything started to unravel. One of the scattered pieces of glass had landed near Tenbrook, allowing him to quietly grasp it without being noticed. And for the past couple of minutes, he'd been working at his bindings with it, ignoring the gashes that had opened across his palms. And now his hands were free. Rojas, unaware of this alarming development, and believing him still securely bound, approached and hooked a hand beneath his armpit.
"Come on, puta. Time to go,"
he said, heaving the man to his feet. But as Tenbrook's arm popped free and whipped towards his midsection, glass glinted in the bright sunlight, and Rojas let out a cry of pain and surprise, doubling over with a hand clutched against his stomach.
"Porra!"
he snarled. Tenbrook didn't waste any more time on him. It was 3 against 1, and even if he managed to wrest Rojas's weapon away from him, the other two would kill him before he could use it. That was a dumb move, and Tenbrook hadn't survived this long by being dumb. So he ran, sprinting for the main doors at the other end of the room. He might have been pushing 50, but he was tall and lean and still exercised regularly. More than that, he was desperate to escape. All 3 factors allowed him to put on a startling burst of speed. Drake and Anya knew they wouldn't be able to catch him in time. The only option was to put a round in him and slow the man down. Both of them looked around in desperation. Both sighted a weapon, Anya spotting the Desert Eagle and Drake the M1911, and they dived for each simultaneously. Drake swung the old Colt 45 around towards his rapidly fleeing target, flicking the safety off. Half a second later, Anya brought the Desert Eagle to bear, clutching the massive semi-automatic with both hands to brace herself against the inevitable recoil. Even as they took aim, Tenbrook yanked back the deadbolt holding the door closed.
"Stop, Tenbrook!" Drake shouted. "Stop, or we'll fire!"
Tenbrook didn't even hesitate, swinging the massive door open. Bright light flooded in, and he took a step forward. To escape, to freedom, to salvation. Their erstwhile prisoner jerked as something slammed into him, staggering as if being pummeled by unseen fists. Bright red blood exploded from half a dozen wounds across his torso, staining his clothes and the wall behind him. The crackle of gunfire reverberated around the massive, echoing mosque, rebounding off the ancient stone pillars and the towering dome overhead. Tenbrook collapsed to the floor like a rag doll. One look was enough to confirm he wasn't going to be getting up again. Shocked, Anya looked over at Drake, expecting to see wisps of grey smoke trailing from the barrel of his gun, only to find the same expression of shock on his face. He hadn't fired.
"One down," Hawkins called out. "Anyone else want to try?"
Chapter 62. Another man might have hesitated, might have questioned how Hawkins had managed to track them down here, but Drake wasn't that man. Survival instinct took over. "Cover!" he yelled. The piercing crackle of automatic gunfire filled the quiet air of the mosque, rounds howling against the ancient stone pillars and tearing through the decorative windows stacked in the center of the room. One round hit the scaffolding pole less than a foot from Drake's head, snapping the metal pole clean in half and causing the heavy, unbalanced structure to list dangerously. Drake backed up against the solid cover of a stone pillar, clutching the Colt 45 in a white-knuckle grip as his mind raced. The crackle of weapons fire was still ringing in his ears. Hawkins was somehow near the entrance, firing in through the open door and keeping them pinned down. But entrances were usually choke points that limited the firepower an attacker could bring to bear, not the choice he'd have expected from a seasoned pro like Hawkins. Either Tenbrook's sudden escape attempt had caught him off guard before his men were in position, or— "Shit!" he hissed, realizing this was a delaying tactic. Hawkins was keeping them pinned down, preventing them from fighting their way out, while the rest of his assault team sought another way in. It wouldn't take them long to find the same route Anya and Rojas had used. He glanced over at Anya, who leaned out from behind cover just long enough to survey the scene beyond the doorway. A volley of gunfire quickly forced her back behind the pillar as a line of fist-sized explosions traced their way across the ancient stonework, scattering broken chunks across the floor. With the Desert Eagle held in a two-handed grip, she angled the weapon around the edge of the pillar and put a trio of rounds out through the open door, firing blind. The big, .50-caliber gun boomed in the vast enclosed space, the recoil snapping back against her wrists. Backing up against the pillar, she met Drake's gaze, held 2 fingers up to her eyes to indicate she'd seen something, then held 3 fingers up in the air. At least 3 operatives outside the door, with more almost certainly moving to encircle the building. Drake nodded. He knew making a stand here would be futile, but neither could they break cover without being mown down. Something was creaking and groaning ominously overhead, distracting his thoughts. Glancing up, he saw that the big, rickety-looking scaffolding rig extending all the way up to the domed ceiling was tilting over at an angle now, that one of the poles was compromised. It wouldn't take much for the whole thing to collapse. Not much at all. Taking a step back from the pillar, he raised his foot and planted a solid kick on the nearest scaffolding pole. The structure shuddered and rattled, threatening to topple, but not quite giving way. A second kick was enough to tip the balance. With the long, painful groan of buckling metal, the overtaxed structure gave way and toppled towards the far end of the room, like an ancient tree being felled. Wooden deckboards, loose tools, buckets, and support posts cascaded from its upper levels, adding to the clamor. His last sight was of Hawkins throwing himself aside to avoid being crushed. The roaring, crashing impact was loud enough to leave Drake's ears ringing as the entire structure disintegrated against the open doorway, scattering wreckage in all directions and raising a cloud of dust thick enough to obscure his view of the entrance. The doorway was well and truly blocked.
"Fall back! Let's go!"
he called out, breaking cover and retreating towards the opposite side of the room. Anya followed him, facing backwards with the Desert Eagle at the ready to cover their retreat.
"What have you done?"
she demanded angrily.
"Bought us some time. Got a better idea?"
"The scaffold was our only way out."
She pointed upwards where the open windows that surrounded the dome now lay impossibly beyond reach.
"You've just sealed us inside."
Drake didn't respond. Their first priority was to recover the injured member of their party. Then they could look for another way out. Rojas had managed to crawl behind the stack of window panes in the center of the room, and though he was bleeding from a stomach wound and covered with broken glass, he was still very much alive.
"Come on, dickhead. Time to go,"
Drake said, hooking an arm beneath the injured man and helping him up. Rojas bared his teeth in a painful grimace, but struggled determinedly to his feet.
"I had guessed as much,"
Rojas replied dryly.
"Ryan, we need an exit,"
Anya called out. Drake cast his eyes about the room, seeking an alternative way out. At the opposite end of the long prayer room was an ornate, decorated alcove. Known as a mihrab, it was intended to point the way to Mecca, the center of all Islam. At prayer time, everyone in the room would face towards it and prostrate themselves before the potent symbol of their faith. To the left of the mihrab was a small door leading deeper into the building, padlocked shut. He didn't know what lay beyond it, as there hadn't been time to investigate during his brief recon of the building earlier. But it certainly wouldn't have any religious function. Perhaps it was an administrative area or storage room. Either way, it was better than remaining here.
Door,
he said, pointing. Anya hurried to investigate, hitting her radio transmitter as she went.
Frost! Dietrich! Does anyone copy? Over!
It was Frost who replied.
We're here, Anya. We've got you on locator. Do you have Ryan? We have him. He's alive. But none of us will be for long if we don't get out of here. Hawkins caught up with us. We're pinned down inside an abandoned mosque. Unknown number of hostiles, heavily armed. Shit! We're trying to get to you, but the ambush has stirred up protesters all over the city. The police and military are opening fire on them. It's fucking chaos out here.
Anya could hear several long horn blasts in the background, even over the radio net. Probably from Dietrich as he tried to force his way through heavy traffic.
We had to circle around to the north to avoid a blockade. They're trying to shut down all major intersections.
Anya had neither the time nor inclination to discuss the local traffic situation.
How far out are you? 5, maybe 6 minutes? We're doing everything we can. Understood. Radio when you're on site, and watch yourselves. Copy that. Hang in there.
Clicking the radio off, Anya approached the door, barring her way. A shot from the Desert Eagle was enough to defeat the lock securing it. Anya winced as the recoil felt like it was going to snap her wrist, and made a mental note to chastise Drake for his choice of weapons later, assuming they lived that long. The door opened reluctantly, revealing a narrow stone staircase sloping downwards that disappeared into darkness. There were no lights or electrical cables. It was impossible to know how deep the stairs descended, or what exactly lay at the bottom.
What have you got?
Drake asked as he approached, Rojas leaning heavily on him.
A staircase. It must lead to a basement or cellar.
Take him, he said, handing Rojas over to Anya. I'll meet you outside.
Where are you going?
The great cloud of dust that had been stirred up by the collapsed scaffolding was clearing, revealing the ruin of twisted pipes and splintered wooden deckboards partially blocking the main doors. It was impossible to know if Hawkins was amongst them, if he'd retreated outside to avoid being trapped without support, or if he'd been caught and impaled beneath the wreckage.
Caesar's hurt. He'll slow us down. I'll cover you. Try to buy you some time.
Anya knew a lie when she saw one. She hadn't come all this way, risked everything only to lose him now.
Ryan?
Don't argue. You risked your life to save mine. Now let me help you.
He turned to her, pleading for understanding.
Go! Go now!
Anya sensed this was a bad move, but knew there was no time to debate the matter. They had a chance, and they had to take it.
Be right behind us, she said,
leading Rojas down the stairs, the pair quickly swallowed up by the darkness below. Satisfied that Anya was safe, for now at least, Drake turned back towards the prayer room. An ominous quiet had fallen in the wake of their recent confrontation. Bright shafts of light from the windows above slanted down through the plumes of dust, still hanging heavily in the air. He advanced towards the ruined doors, keeping the M1911 up, his finger tight on the trigger, keeping to the shadows and using whatever cover he could find to obscure his progress. Hawkins was in here somewhere. He knew it. That bastard was still alive. Not for long. He felt rather than saw the figure on the other side of the room, in a deeper patch of blackness amongst the shadows, watching him, waiting for his chance. Drake caught the faintest movement out of the corner of his eye, the tiny shift of a weapon. He reacted, changing direction, breaking into a run just as a burst of gunfire rang out, the muzzle flash incandescent, rounds zipping so close that they seemed to pluck at the folds of his clothing. Drake turned the Colt 45 towards the source of this pyrotechnic illumination and squeezed the trigger, snapping off a rapid volley of shots as he moved. The weapon kicked back against his hand, gunshots echoing off the vaulted ceiling, while brass shell casings bounced off the floor. The exchange was deafeningly loud but all too brief, as Drake slipped beyond view behind cover. Hawkins abandoned his position and disappeared, melting into the darkness like a ghost. Above the urgent pounding of his heartbeat, Drake heard the muted thump of boots on the hard floor, the metallic ping as an empty brass shell casing was kicked aside, then a peal of sadistic laughter.
"Hey, Ryan," Hawkins called out. "How you doing over there?"
"Come over and find out," he replied, ejecting the M1911's magazine.
"All in good time, buddy. All in good time."
The crackle of automatic fire resounded again as Hawkins squeezed off a short burst. A trio of 5.56mm rounds glanced off a stone column nearby, carving out big chunks of masonry with each hit. Hawkins was probing, searching for him, trying to make him flinch and reveal himself.
"Nice work on Tenbrook security detail, by the way," Hawkins went on. "I saw the whole thing. Always did enjoy watching you work."
Drake swore under his breath as he looked at the empty magazine in his hand. He was using Anya's weapon, so there was no spare ammunition. Pulling back the slide on top, he saw a single brass round in the chamber. One shot left.
"I'm glad you're impressed,"
Drake replied, hoping to stall his opponent while his mind raced.
"But you were too late. Tenbrook already told me everything."
Another laugh echoed all around him, cold and malicious.
"Oh, buddy, you're a bad liar. If he told you everything, we wouldn't even be having this conversation."
There. Drake could see his attacker picking his way forward through the debris that now littered the floor, his eyes keen and eager, staring down the sights of the M4 assault rifle at his shoulder. The sighting only lasted for a second. Then there was a sudden flash of light from the barrel, and an instant later the stonework beside him exploded, peppering his face with flying debris. Teeth clenched in pain, Drake backed up against cover and pressed a hand against the newly opened gash across his cheek. Outside the mosque, Riley stared at the tangle of wreckage blocking the entrance, her lips drawn back in a grimace of fury and frustration. Two of her operatives were attempting to clear a path, but the scaffolding poles had bent and buckled, forming an impenetrable mass of twisted metal.
"God damn you, Drake!"
she snapped, kicking the side of the SUV they'd rolled up in. Her boot left a dent in the door. Disregarding the blocked entrance, her gaze turned to the roof of the building, where 4 minaret towers rose into the azure sky. In the center, there stood a big dome with windows set at intervals around its base. And immediately, an idea leapt into her mind.
"Hickman!"
she shouted. One of the assault team leaders hurried over to her. Grabbing him by the arm, Riley pointed up at the roof.
"Get a team up there now. Make sure they have fast rope gear, and signal when you're ready. Move!"
Hickman looked up and understood right away.
"Copy that. We're on it."
He turned his attention to his own team.
"Conway, Serrano, Boya, on me."
The 3 men were just approaching him when they heard a wail of sirens. Riley watched as a pair of blue and white police cruisers rounded a corner and came roaring up the road towards them.
"Hostiles inbound. Get ready,"
she hissed, standing her ground. Around her, weapons were hidden inside jackets and behind backs. The lead cruiser came to a screeching halt barely 10 feet away. Both doors flew open, and a pair of officers in pale blue shirts emerged, hands on their weapons, one already barking a report into his radio. The other one was calling out in Arabic, demanding to know what was going on.
"It's okay, sir. The situation's under control,"
she said, holding out a hand to stop him coming any closer. The other one was on the Kel-Tec P11 pistol concealed at the small of her back.
"For your own safety, I'm going to have to ask you to leave."
He was having none of it. His eyes narrowed with suspicion as he took in the cluster of men in tactical gear lingering around the team's vehicles. It didn't take him long to connect this mysterious group with the reports of a terrorist attack just a couple of miles away, and to go for his weapon. Riley was ahead of him. Drawing the P11 and flicking the safety off in the same movement, she took aim and calmly put a round through his head. His partner started to react, but Riley dropped him with the same clinical precision. The men who had just emerged from the second cruiser tried to take cover within the vehicle, only to come under a furious hail of automatic fire from both sides as Riley's operatives opened up. Both men were shredded by this merciless steel rain, collapsing across the blood-stained seats. It was over in seconds, with Hickman closing in to administer the coup de grace with his sidearm. Riley, however, knew this was just the beginning. More would inevitably be on their way as news of the confrontation spread, not to mention local civilians, who now seemed to be rioting throughout the city. The situation was going downhill, fast.
"Hickman, get your team moving now," she ordered.
"On it."
As the assault team sprinted off, Riley touched her encrypted radio transmitter.
"All units, be advised we have local security forces in our AO. We can't stay here much longer. Over."
Inside the mosque, a frustrated Hawkins paused in the shadows of an arched alcove. He'd sensed this would happen, but hadn't expected such a quick response from local law enforcement.
"Copy that,"
he whispered in response, his voice flat and calm. He would have to finish this quickly, while there was still time to escape. He heard the click of a magazine retaining lug disengaging, and then a loud clatter as a spent clip slipped from its housing onto the hard stone floor. Drake was reloading, leaving himself vulnerable. This was his chance. Hawkins went for it, sprinting forward with the M4 up at his shoulder, angling in from the left to get a clean shot at his enemy. But as he did so, Drake suddenly leaned out from behind cover. Hawkins saw the weapon in his hand, saw the barrel towards him, and with a flash of indignation realized he'd been played. Drake had lured him in. He changed direction, throwing his weight to the right just as Drake pulled the trigger. Hawkins felt something punch hard into his body armor, knocking him sideways a pace. But no second shot followed. With his only shot expended, Drake dropped the empty weapon and charged at Hawkins, closing the gap with desperate speed. Realizing Drake was now unarmed, Hawkins triggered a burst that stitched through the air around him. Drake felt something hot sting his arm, but ignored it. He was committed now. It was all or nothing. Kill or die. With a snarl, Drake ducked and drove his shoulder into Hawkins' midsection, tackling him like a rugby player. Caught off guard by this sudden, close-range assault, Hawkins lost his grip and dropped the weapon. Drake's momentum carried Hawkins into the wall behind, eliciting a grunt as the breath was punched from his chest. Every movement sent a stab of pain through Drake's injured body, but he was beyond that now. He was fighting for his life, fighting for Anya's, fighting for all the people he cared for who now lay dead because of this man. He had him now. After so many months of waiting, his moment had come. He wanted to tear him apart, shatter his bones, crush the life out of him. A savage uppercut jerked Hawkins' head back, followed up by a knee driven into his stomach with every ounce of hatred and violence that Drake could summon. He felt something hot and wet coating his right arm, could feel a sense of hazy weakness taking hold, and knew at least one of Hawkins's shots had found its mark. But he forced himself to ignore it, push past the pain, to concentrate on the anger and bitter fury that was driving him. Pinning one of the man's arms against the stone surface, Drake clamped his other hand around Hawkins's neck and tightened his grip mercilessly, trying to crush the man's windpipe. Their eyes met, then, in that moment of deathly struggle, and Drake stared deep into those twin pools of cold malice, knowing he would see fear in them at last.
"This is how you end," he thought. "I told you I'd get you, you bastard. I want you to look at me when the darkness comes for you. I want you to see the faces of all the people you killed."
But his hand was now slick with his own blood, struggling to find purchase, and his fingers lacked their usual strength, as if his muscles were no longer fully obeying his commands. Anger and adrenaline would only carry him so far. His adversary, meanwhile, had recovered from the sudden ferocity of Drake's assault. Hawkins knew his opponent was injured. and how to exploit it. A fist slammed into Drake's injured arm. White-hot pain exploded, and Drake's grip slackened. Leaning back, Hawkins butted him full in the face. Drake was sent stumbling backwards, stunned and disoriented. His legs gave way, and broken glass sliced into his skin. Drake watched hazily as Hawkins straightened up, drawing a ragged breath, recovering his strength. He knew he somehow had to get up, do something to stop him.
"Holy shit, Ryan! That was fun," Hawkins said, smiling euphorically. "Almost makes me feel nostalgic."
Feeling like he was moving through treacle, Drake rolled over and tried to push himself up, watching with detached interest as blood from his face dripped onto the floor. It was a futile effort. The surge of adrenaline that had carried him through the fight was ebbing now, his strength waning. A kick to the ribs was enough to send him sprawling.
"Look at you," Hawkins said, staring down at him in disgust. "You're the guy who was supposed to lead us? The guy who was chosen by Powell herself?"
He shook his head.
"And now what are you? I always knew she chose the wrong man."
Drake's world seemed to be rendered soft and indistinct, sounds and shapes appearing as if wrapped in cotton wool. And it was cold. Colder than he knew it to be. Hawkins loomed over him, a dark and terrible presence.
"You were a mistake, Ryan. I'm doing the world a favor by ending you,"
Hawkins said, snatching up the assault rifle dropped during the fight. A single gunshot rang out, thunder echoing around the prayer room. But he felt no pain, no thudding impact, no sudden spray of warm blood coating his skin. The round slammed into Hawkins's right shoulder. His finger tightened involuntarily on the M4's trigger, spraying a burst of uncontrolled automatic fire. The flash of the muzzle flare illuminated his face, full of rage as he stumbled and turned away, vanishing into the shadows. Then, dimly, as if heard from the depths of a murky pond, Drake became aware of a voice near him. He couldn't make out what was being said, but he sensed great urgency, a forceful, authoritative edge that seemed quite at odds with the peaceful world his mind was lapsing into. He dragged his eyes open and waited as the world of the mosque swam into bleary focus. Above lay the high vaulted ceiling, shafts of sunlight streaming down. And then, suddenly a face appeared in front of him. A woman's face, bloodied and bruised, but filled with concern. He was quite convinced he'd never seen a more perfect sight in all his life.
"Anya,"
he mumbled, not understanding how she could be there. He'd told her to leave, watched her retreat down that stairwell.
"Get up, Ryan,"
she ordered, her voice strong and commanding as she tried to pull him to his feet while covering the direction of Hawkins's retreat with the Desert Eagle.
"Get up now, or we both die."
Her words seemed to cut through the fog that had enveloped him, investing his tired body with a renewed sense of urgency and determination. Summoning up whatever strength remained, Drake rose unsteadily. He felt dizzy and lightheaded, and his right arm was disconcertingly numb, but he was able to focus on the woman by his side.
"Can you walk?"
she asked. Drake nodded, the movement seeming to require more effort than necessary.
"Yeah. Good. Now come on,"
she said, dragging him towards the back of the room. Chapter 63. Together they ran towards the low-arched doorway that Anya and Rojas had disappeared through earlier, Anya covering their retreat, and Drake pushing himself hard to close the distance. Blood dripped down his arm, but at least his mind felt clearer now, better able to process what had happened.
"What the fuck are you doing here?"
he asked, suddenly angry.
"I told you to leave."
"You would be dead now if I hadn't come back," Anya called back over her shoulder, her weapons sweeping the shadows behind them.
"Now shut up and move."
Spotting something lying on the ground off to his left, Drake angled towards it, bent down and seized it up.
"What are you doing?"
the woman demanded. They were almost at the door now.
"Lost property.
Drake said, pushing her discarded M1911 down the front of his trousers.
You'd never let me hear the end of it.
Anya was about to reply, but was interrupted by a call from high up in the domed ceiling at the center of the prayer room.
Contact! 10 o'clock low!
Drake and Anya jumped sideways, moving deeper beneath the overhanging roof at the edge of the room, as a string of rounds burst against the ground and columns. High above, Hickman, who was leaning in through one of the empty windows, let out a frustrated curse. His targets had retreated to the edge of the room, the lower roof blocking his line of sight.
Cover me! I'm going in!
He shouted, shouldering his assault rifle and stepping in through the window. His fast descent harness was already braced against a stone buttress at the edge of the roof. As Conway and Boyer took up firing positions in the windows beside him, he threw himself into the void beyond and released his brake. The pulleys screamed as he descended practically in freefall, already bracing himself for the hard landing. Drake heard the telltale high-pitched hiss of the descent harness. They had mere seconds before a new adversary arrived.
"Come on, go!"
he cried, clapping a hand on Anya's shoulder and sprinting the last few yards to the door. Seeing them making a break for it now that he was at a lower angle, Hickman halted his descent, swung his assault rifle around and opened fire one-handed. Anya had barely slipped in through the doorway before a storm of projectiles tore into the wall beside her, some of them punching clean through the thick wooden door panels. She hurried down the stairs after Drake, their feet slipping and skidding on the ancient steps. Chapter 64. The light quickly tapered off as they descended, leaving them feeling their way in virtual darkness. Drake naturally moved more slowly, unfamiliar with what lay ahead, and wary of walking straight into a wall or falling into some unseen gap. The walls changed in character as they went. Rather than blocks of stone, this passage appeared to have been roughly hewn into the rock itself. The air was different here too, cool and dry as old bones, suggestive of great age.
"How far does this passage go?"
Drake asked, his hushed voice echoing off the bare rock walls.
"We are almost at the bottom,"
Anya replied, working from memory to estimate their position.
"There is a drop. Watch yourself."
There certainly was. Expecting to find the next step, Drake's boot touched only empty space. He pitched forward, leaping onto hard-packed dirt about a foot below.
"I did warn you,"
Anya remarked. It was impossible to know if she was smiling, but Drake had the distinct impression that she was.
"Fuck this Indiana Jones stuff,"
Drake retorted irritably. The acoustics and the flow of air suggested a chamber of considerable size, but beyond that he couldn't say. The inky darkness was absolute. Drake literally couldn't see the hand in front of his face. It was a disconcerting feeling to have no idea what was around him. There was also a distinctive smell, different to that of the passageway. This one was newer, more pungent, and quite unpleasant, reminding him of a stagnant pond or a muddy bog. He removed a blue light stick from his webbing, cracked it and shook it a few times to let the phosphorant chemicals do their thing. His surroundings leapt into solid reality, illuminated by the eerie blue glow. Drake held the source of illumination higher to get a decent view of the room. The chamber was low-ceilinged and roughly rectangular, with the long axis angling away from them. He guessed it to be about 15 feet wide and perhaps 60 feet long, the floor sloping gently downwards towards the far end. As he'd suspected, the room appeared to be simply carved out of solid rock, perhaps a natural cavern that had been enlarged and remade. A series of low stone plinths sat at regular intervals along the length of the room, their size and shape making their purpose obvious, even if they were now empty.
What the hell is a crypt doing beneath a mosque?
He was no expert on the Islamic faith, but he did know that there were almost never human remains or tombs located within the grounds of mosques.
"This room may be part of an older structure,"
Anya surmised, glancing around.
"Early Christian, maybe, or Judaic."
The crash of a door being kicked open further up the passage reminded them their enemies knew where they had fled to, and would waste little time giving chase. Drake reached for the Colt 45 retrieved during their escape from the mosque and held it out to Anya. "Swap?" She gratefully accepted her favored weapon, drawing a fresh magazine from her pocket and pressing it home. Drake was less enthusiastic about the Desert Eagle, but it was better than nothing. "Rojas must have found a way out of here. Where is it?" he asked, checking he had a round chambered. "This way." She led him past the row of empty plinths and towards the far end of the room, where the ground sloped downwards slightly, becoming rougher and uneven underfoot, suggesting that this more distant section had never been finished. Approaching a narrow fissure in the rock wall, Drake began to understand where the distinctive smell was coming from. It was much stronger now that they were so close, and even less pleasant. A large, heavy-looking stone block lay on the floor beside this break in the wall, having recently been cast aside. Its general shape suggested it had once been placed there to plug the gap. "Follow me," Anya said, turning sideways and shuffling through the gap. Drake did as requested, the rough stones scraping his skin. It was a tight enough fit for Anya, who was considerably slimmer, and for one moment he feared he'd become trapped. Drake didn't normally consider himself claustrophobic, but he did feel the great immensity of rock pressing on him, and he couldn't help but imagine what might happen if it gave way. Nonetheless, he emerged into a low, arched tunnel beyond, his boots immediately disappearing into a moist, slimy substance that coated the floor to a depth of several inches. The stench of organic decay was pervasive, the air humid and heavy, with a nauseating miasma that tickled the throat and brought to mind dead, bloated things rotting in the darkness. "A sewer?" he asked, peering off into the gloom. An ancient sewer system belonging to the distant past by the looks of things, and likely long supplanted by far more modern arrangements. He imagined these tunnels hadn't been used for their original purpose in decades, maybe even centuries. But still, the smell of ancient waste lingered. Anya nodded. "They must have broken through when they were excavating the crypt. They had covered it over with a blocking stone. It was Caesar who found it." She cocked an eyebrow. "Apparently he is no stranger to escape tunnels." Drake might have laughed if their predicament hadn't been so perilous. He imagined there was nothing quite like breaking through into a tunnel filled with the city's shit and piss water to ruin the sanctity of a holy place. No wonder they'd abandoned the place. "Where is he now?" he asked, changing the subject to more immediate matters. Anya turned her eyes to the black, decomposing detritus on the ground. Deposited there over centuries, it resembled dark, boggy-looking soil, the kind of stuff that was impossible to move through without leaving an obvious trail. And sure enough, a clear set of prints was visible in the blue glow of the light stick. It led off to the right, where the tunnel appeared to be sloping upwards. "This way," she said, leading. "Wait." Turning back, Drake ran off in the opposite direction for about 20 feet, then turned and hurried back to her. She understood what he was doing, leaving a trail that might confuse their enemies and buy them some time to escape. Not much, but enough perhaps. No sooner had he completed his task than a cacophonous boom echoed from the fissure in the wall, causing the ancient bricks around them to tremble and sending fine shivers of dust down from the ceiling. A couple of pieces of stone, weakened by centuries of damp and exposure, broke away and fell to the floor with a loud clatter. Their pursuers had just stormed the abandoned crypt, using stun grenades to clear the way before making entry. Nearby, several rats nesting in a small alcove, disturbed by the commotion, let out an indignant squeak and retreated along the edge of the tunnel, their tails slithering through the decomposing effluent. "We must hurry," Anya whispered, echoing Drake's own thoughts. Together they ran on, following Rojas's trail.
"Clear!"
Hickman called out, having conducted a brief sweep of the crypt and found it empty. The dry, cool air reeked of burned phosphorus.
"Clear!
Conway agreed, lowering his weapon but staying alert. Their two targets had retreated down here, so here they had to be. Both men parted, making way for Hawkins as he strode into the room. His eyes swept the ancient cavern, lit now by the electric glow of the team's flashlights, taking note of the roughly hewn walls, the sloping floor, the empty plinths long since vacated. An empty room, with no sign of Drake or Anya.
"Anyone care to explain this?"
he asked, his anger turning on the two operatives who had accompanied him. Neither had an answer. His earpiece buzzed as a garbled transmission came through.
"All units, we have to pull out," Riley snapped. "Local military units are moving to secure the area."
His face impassive, Hawkins reached up and pressed his transmitter.
"Copy that. We'll meet at the rally point when we're finished."
Riley hesitated.
"You understand we can't support you now."
"I understand. Alpha out."
Hawkins turned his attention back to his two comrades, their uncertain expressions making it obvious they'd heard the same report he had. They were well and truly committed now. Unless they found another way out of here, the only option would be to surrender to the Tunisian military.
"They didn't vanish into thin air,"
he said, striding forward into the room, galvanized by the determination to prevail. Remembering their brief fight earlier, he recalled that Drake had been injured, both by fragments of broken glass and gunfire. None of those injuries were likely to prove fatal, but they had resulted in serious bleeding. Bleeding. He turned his flashlight beam downwards. The floor was spotted with blood.
"Got you, Ryan,"
Hawkins said, following the trail. The floor was sloping downwards, and as he moved further away from the site of the grenade detonation, he detected a new scent on the air, foul and decaying.
"On me,"
he whispered, raising his weapon as he picked his way carefully forward. The two operatives took up flanking positions. His flashlight dipped briefly, illuminating a large slab that seemed to be lying discarded near one corner of the room. And then, sure enough, Hawkins's eyes fastened on what lay beyond. Peering into the narrow crack in the wall, his flashlight beam illuminated the slimy, moss-covered walls of an old sewer tunnel.
"They're in there. Find them."
Anya and Drake plowed onwards, following the course of the tunnel, bent uncomfortably low to avoid the ceiling. They must have covered at least 100 yards, though it was hard to know for certain. The only time they dared slow down was when they came upon the intersection of several tunnels. With Drake shielding the glowstick, Anya crouched down, studying the tracks at her feet for a second or two. It appeared Rojas had changed direction and veered off to the right, though she couldn't say for sure why. For a time, the only sounds to be heard were the soft and deeply unpleasant squelch of their boots in the damp muck of the tunnel floor, the rasp of their breathing, and the occasional sharp hiss as one of them stumbled on some unseen obstacle.
"How did you know I was in Tunisia?"
Drake asked, keeping his voice low. Anya shrugged, knowing the full story could wait until later.
"Hard work, and some good people who still care about you."
Drake could scarcely imagine what he put them through.
"They're going to be pissed off with me, aren't they?"
"They are," she agreed. "How's that shoulder?"
"It works,"
he said, deciding not to mention that his right hand was numb and tingling. "You?"
"The same."
Drake had caught her pretty well with his knife, carving a deep gash in her upper arm.
"Would it make you feel better if I apologized?"
"Not really." Drake couldn't hide a smirk.
"Good. Because if we're tallying up injuries, you've got some catching up to do. You did shoot me in the stomach after all."
"You are still angry about that. It's been 3 years."
"Only when I look in the mirror."
"I miss the vital organs."
"That's supposed to make me feel better."
"Not really."
Drake snorted with grim humor. "Figured as much."
"Wait,"
Anya whispered, coming to a halt.
Drake stopped beside her, holding his breath, straining to listen. It didn't take him long to make out the distant sound of footsteps echoing down the tunnel. Glancing back the way they had come, he was able to discern the faint glow of flashlights, not the direct beams yet, but the reflection of them against the moist walls of the tunnel. They were gaining. He saw movement beside him. Anya had lowered herself to her knees to present a smaller target, preparing to open fire on their pursuers. He heard the distinctive click as she drew back the hammer on her weapon. He gripped her shoulder, then knelt down beside her.
Bad idea. We can't outrun them,
Anya pointed out quite logically. Armed with flashlights and with little care for concealment, Hawkins's men could afford to run them down just as fast as they could move.
But we can meet them on our terms.
And we die on our terms.
They outnumber and outgun us.
They might get lucky and take down one of their pursuers with a well-timed ambush, but the others would quickly respond. The sewer tunnel offered nothing in the way of cover or concealment, and the muzzle flash of their weapons would quickly betray them.
What do you suggest? Split up?
Anya replied, her voice restrained but urgent. Having two trails to follow might delay their pursuers, but would also mean they couldn't watch each other's backs and might very well never find each other again.
Fuck that,
he retorted immediately.
We push on. Turn right at the next two junctions and look for a way up.
Double back on ourselves?
They won't expect it.
Because it's a stupid idea, she pointed out.
You'd be surprised how many times a stupid idea saved my life,
Drake said, letting go of her and forcing himself up.
Let's go.
Fingers flexing and tensing against the grip of his assault rifle, Hawkins dashed down the narrow, low-hanging corridor, his flashlight beam jumping with each step. They were closing in. They might not be able to follow the spots of blood from Drake's injury, but their targets had left an easily identifiable trail in the black mulch underfoot. It was like tracking an animal through deep snow. You simply couldn't miss it. His shoulder burned where the round had glanced off his body armor and torn through the flesh beneath. He could feel hot, sticky blood coating his back. But he pushed past the pain, using it to his advantage the way he'd been taught, allowing the anger it kindled to burn bright within him. He stopped suddenly at an intersection, where their own tunnel joined up with another running almost directly across its path. Here the trail turned abruptly right, taking the side passage. Hawkins stared at it, considering the situation and what might have prompted it. Then a smile began to form, as Drake's plan became apparent.
He knows he can't outrun us. He's trying to shake us off.
Turning to the two operatives following him, he trained his flashlight on the shorter of the pair. Trevor Conway, short and compact but a lightning-fast sprinter, often chosen to take point and scout ahead.
Conway, double back and take your first left. Move your ass. Hickman, stay on me.
Conway nodded, immediately grasping what he was saying. He would be the hammer, and Hawkins and Hickman the anvil.
Copy that.
As the operative sprinted back the way he'd come, Hawkins resumed his pursuit with Hickman right behind him. Drake had escaped by the skin of his teeth, but he was hurt, and he was moving slowly. Hawkins had the advantage of speed, firepower, and numbers, and that was all he needed. He'd kill that bitch Anya for sure, swat her quickly like the irritating fly she'd become. But maybe he'd take his time with Drake. After all, nobody was going to interfere with them down here. Drake couldn't say when he first became aware of the growing ambient light. He'd grown so accustomed to using the sounds of their movements and the feel of the walls around them that a kind of mental picture of their surroundings had already developed in his mind. But gradually, he became aware that it was more than just a visualization. Details, still vague and indistinct, were starting to become visible to his naked eyes even without the glowstick. He glanced left and saw the shadowy form of Anya moving beside him, bent low. He saw the shape of her slender arms, the brighter shock of her hair. He looked up at the curved roof of the tunnel, caught a fleeting, tantalizing glimpse of daylight through a tiny crack in the brickwork.
"Light,"
he whispered.
"I know,"
came the reply. The tunnel was still sloping upwards despite their change of course. Whether through intuition or sheer blind luck, they were heading in the right direction. Ascending slowly from the depths of the old sewer network. Even the air seemed to have changed, becoming less damp and fetid as they progressed. The increased visibility, not to mention the prospect of escaping these dark, claustrophobic tunnels, was enough to spur both of them on to greater efforts. They quickened their pace, pushing through the pain and fatigue. Only Anya still harbored doubts.
Rojas could still be down here,
she said quietly, her voice tinged with guilt. It had been her decision to leave him and go back for Drake. Though injured and bleeding, he'd still been capable of moving under his own power, and she'd considered it a risk worth taking at the time. They had certainly seen no further sign of him, but there was no reason to believe he wasn't still alive. A man could wander for hours, maybe days, in this network of abandoned underground tunnels, faltering as blood loss took its toll, dying slowly, alone in the darkness. Drake nodded solemnly, understanding her conflicted feelings.
He doesn't seem stupid. He'll find another way.
With a sudden, unexpected lunge, Anya threw herself at him, grabbed him by the shirt and pulled him down to the floor. Drake landed amongst the accumulated muck with Anya on top of him, trying to stifle a cry of surprise and pain as his injured arm blazed. But before he could utter a word, the tunnel was filled with the deafening boom of automatic gunfire. Drake looked up as tracer rounds sailed right over them, arcing down the tunnel like angry hornets before ricocheting off the ancient walls further down. Instinctively, he turned towards the source of this unexpected gunfire and was just about to make out a figure leaning out from around a bend in the tunnel. Taking advantage of the dim natural light, he'd killed his underbarrel flashlight so that he could approach unseen. Somehow Hawkins had anticipated their course and moved to intercept them. Another burst rang out, the flash of the weapon illuminating their target. Startled they might have been, but neither Drake nor Anya were out of the fight. Both returned fire simultaneously, the boom of their semi-automatics adding to the ear-splitting din. Drake's big .50 caliber pistol leapt upwards with each shot, and he flinched as an ejected casing from Anya's weapon, still red-hot, bounced against his neck and seared the skin. Their loud show of defiance was enough to force their attacker to retreat around the corner, but poor visibility meant that neither side was able to score any decisive hits. They had bought themselves a reprieve, albeit a fleeting one.
"Fall back!"
Drake yelled, taking advantage of the temporary lull. Scrambling to his feet, he retreated the way they'd come, covering Anya by snapping off another shot. He was down to his last mag, and there couldn't be many rounds left in it. To try to fight their way through would be futile. They were both injured and low on ammunition. Their best chance was to get to the next intersection about 30 yards back and take a different tunnel, hopefully avoiding another. He skidded to a halt, hearing the echoing sounds of footsteps up ahead. More than one attacker, closing in rapidly. Drake and Anya drew back, flattening themselves against the wall as a short burst sliced through the air from just around the corner, narrowly missing them, and instead chewing up ancient brickwork just yards away. It was an ambush. Two groups closing off both ends of the tunnel. They were trapped.
"Tango's in sight!"
they heard a voice call out from their right.
"Watch yourselves! They're still armed!"
Just a few scant yards away, around a curve in the tunnel, Conway pulled a fragmentation grenade from its Velcro pouch. He was a veteran of the tunnel and cave fighting in Afghanistan, and knew there was no quicker way to flush an enemy out than a grenade or two. Hooking his thumb into the pin, he jerked it back, withdrawing it from the housing. The fuse handle, held in place by a coiled spring, detached and flew across the tunnel, to ping against the opposite wall. Drake and Anya both tensed up at this distinctive sound. By unspoken agreement, they prepared to push off the wall and make a break for it, preferring to take their chances against their enemies than be torn apart by shrapnel. Then something happened. Something neither side had foreseen. As Conway stepped away from the wall to hurl the grenade, a second figure emerged from the shadows behind him. A man who had crept up close, unseen and unheard, using the darkness and the urgency of battle to his advantage. The first shot he fired hit Conway between the neck and shoulder joint just as he was winding up to throw, blasting through the muscles and nerve bundles and sending a jolt like electricity down his arm. The grenade flew from his grasp just as he was about to throw it, bouncing off the wall about 10 yards away as he let out a cry of pain and surprise. The next 2 rounds hit his upper torso as he twisted towards this unexpected new threat, trying to bring the awkward assault rifle to bear. Too late. A 4th round went through his right eye, abruptly ending the fight. He crashed against the tunnel wall, leaving a smear of blood as he slid down the stones. His comrades had, of course, heard this commotion too, and each began to react according to their own understanding of the situation. Hawkins was the first to move, realizing something was wrong. "Go! Go!" he yelled, pushing himself away from his narrow area of cover and rounding the bend in the tunnel, weapon up, searching frantically for a target. Anya was next, turning towards the source of the gunfire. She had recognized the distinctive crackle of a 9mm pistol and knew such a weapon was unlikely to belong to their enemies. As she approached, she saw Conway stagger backwards and collapse against the wall. Drake, meanwhile, had heard the grenade ricochet off the wall close by. He couldn't see it in the dim light cast by the glowstick, but he knew it was there, and it was already fused. If the device was of US origin, it would have a 5-second delay. It had to be at least 2 seconds since he'd caught the distinctive ping of the fly-off handle detaching, giving him maybe 3 seconds in which to act. 3 seconds, if he was lucky. He went for it, diving towards where he guessed the grenade would have landed and crashing to the ground amidst the mulchy detritus. He could hear movement to his left, loud voices, urgent footsteps pounding towards him, but he ignored them. All that mattered now was the grenade. 2 seconds. His hands moved frantically, searching, feeling small rocks and other pieces of unidentified debris, desperately seeking the smooth, rounded metal casing. He could smell something above the stench of centuries-old decay, an acrid, chemical tang, the scent of the grenade's internal fuse burning. 1 second. "Contact!" he heard a voice yell out to his left. Hawkins's voice, flushed with excitement and triumph. He would be swinging his weapon up to fire. There! Drake's fingers brushed against something smooth and round and heavy, lying partially embedded in the soft, loamy ground. He had it. Without thinking, he hurled it towards the sound of Hawkins's voice. His last sight was of a darkened figure diving aside. Then there was a bright flash in mid-air, and suddenly the tunnel was filled with a terrible roaring, deafening thunder. Drake curled into a ball in a feeble effort to protect himself as the roar intensified, breaking up into individual blasts and rumblings that carried on far longer than a single explosive detonation should have allowed. He felt a wave of something cold and gritty wash over him and squeezed his eyes shut, choking and coughing as dust was sucked into his lungs. He felt several small, hard lumps of rock pummeling his body and could do little more than pray nothing larger hit him. Only when the rumbling at last abated did he dare to move, stretching his limbs experimentally, then raising himself up. It would be wrong to say he was unharmed, since he'd endured almost nothing but harm today, but he didn't feel like he'd broken any bones. With the dust now beginning to settle, he chanced to open his eyes. What he saw left him speechless. The entire section of tunnel around the site of the grenade detonation had collapsed, the concussive blast proving the final straw for the old and neglected structure. It was impossible to tell how long a section of tunnel had been destroyed, but the entire height and width of the passage was now blocked by rocks and loose earth. The loss of ground stability had also opened up a hole overhead that allowed bright daylight to stream in. Peering up through the swirling dust, he could make out blue sky and the walls of some kind of building. "Ryan!" Anya called out. Turning around, Drake was just in time for Anya to throw her arms around him. The warmth and softness of her body a welcome contrast to the falling rocks that had assailed him. He closed his eyes and let out a relieved breath, and could happily have spent the rest of the day right there.
"Will you two please save it for later?"
Drake opened his eyes as Rojas limped over to him, one hand pressed against his abdomen. He looked drawn and pained, and like Drake and Anya, he was covered in dirt and dust from the collapse. But he was still very much alive. A 9mm Beretta was clasped in his other hand. He also noticed the dead operative slumped against the wall, and realized it was Rojas's handiwork. "How did you find us?" The former assassin flashed a grin. He wasn't hard. You made enough noise that a blind man could find you. Fair point, Drake thought. Rojas pointed up at the hole that had now opened up above them. The tumble of debris now falling into the tunnel was steep and unstable, but it looked like it might just be climbable if they were careful. I'm no expert, but a street collapsing into the ground will probably attract attention, Rojas remarked dryly. Maybe we should consider being somewhere else. Drake wasn't inclined to argue. The sooner they got out of this dark, confined, desperate place, the happier he'd be. You go first, he said. I'll help you up. Rojas cocked an eyebrow. Thought you'd never ask. Chapter 65. The Hawkins household had settled into a deep, exhausted slumber. All of them, except Jason, who lay awake in his bed listening to the patter of rain against the window, staring at the patch of discolored damp on the ceiling. There was a hole in the roof, several of them, in fact, that his father hadn't gotten around to patching. Every time it rained, the stain would grow just a little bigger, as more moisture soaked through. He imagined sometimes that he could see it creeping outward at the edges. How long, he wondered, would it be before it took up the entire ceiling? And how many of them would still be around when it did? His father had given Nathan one all right. He'd given him a good one, working him over again and again with the patient, methodical approach of a carpenter taking on a challenging project. His shoulders, his back, his ass. He kept going until Nathan's legs had buckled and he collapsed to the dirty garage floor. He'd kept going until Nathan started to whimper, until the tears came, until finally he was crying out in pain and begging for him to stop. Jason could still see his eyes screwed shut as he lay curled up in a pathetic ball, tears streaking his face, whining and choking back sobs. And all the while, his two brothers had just stood there watching, saying nothing, unable to look at each other, and secretly, horribly, feeling glad that it wasn't happening to them. His father had been sweating and breathing heavily when he'd finally had enough, and yet, despite his fatigue, there was an odd, flickering light of excitement in his eyes. The perspiration seemed to have come from this sense of elation rather than the exertion, and as he turned away, Jason had noticed a bulge in the crotch of his work trousers that hadn't been there before. He'd instructed his other two sons to help Nathan up and carry him back into the house, while he'd carefully set the belt back on its peg, loosened his shirt, and left without saying a word. While Tyler Hawkins was stretched out on his recliner chair sipping back a beer and watching TV, his eldest son had been slowly peeling off his clothes to reveal blackened skin and bruises that would linger for weeks. Bruises so deep, he had to sleep on his stomach for the next several nights. Jason had gone to bed without speaking to either his father or his two brothers. He'd lain there, angry, furious, disgusted, and most of all, ashamed. Ashamed he hadn't stood up for Nathan. Ashamed that what had happened was doubly his fault. Ashamed because in some inexplicable, intuitive part of his childish mind, he knew Tyler Hawkins wasn't going to stop. There would always be another transgression, another mistake, another rule broken, another reason to give them one. And sooner or later he wouldn't cease his beating. He would get caught up in the moment, go too far, keep on working over his victim until the crying and the screaming ceased. Would he even realize? Would he even care? Jason watched until the lights had gone off, not even pretending to sleep. He waited until all movement in the house had ceased, until his father was sure to be asleep. He looked over at the alarm clock by his bed. 2:12 a.m. If a man's got himself a problem that's busting his ass, then by God it's up to him to fix it. That's what Tyler Hawkins confidently declared. His father wasn't much of a philosopher, but after a few cans he was apt to give his opinion on a range of subjects, regardless of his knowledge or understanding. Who was going to argue with him? 3 frightened kids? No, sir. If a man's got himself a problem that's busting his ass, then by God it's up to him to fix it. Well, Jason Hawkins had himself one big motherfucker of a problem. It was busting his ass, to be sure. And his brother's. And that problem wasn't going to go away by itself. That much was clear. Something would have to be done. Reaching beneath his old lumpy mattress, he felt around until his hands closed on the rigid plastic frame of a box cutter. He'd swiped it from one of his father's toolboxes, kept it hidden for weeks, months now, hoping and praying he'd never need it, but secretly knowing that someday he would. Someday. Today. Pulling off the covers, he eased himself out of bed and crept across his room, opened the door a crack and looked out into the hallway. The faint flickering glow of a TV was coming from the lounge, accompanied by soft snoring. He pushed his door open further, slipped out into the hall and crept towards the sound, heart pounding in his thin chest, the box cutter already slick with cold sweat. He slowly emerged into the lounge. Tyler Hawkins was there, stretched out unconscious on his recliner in front of the TV, with several crumpled beer cans lying around him. Jason crept closer, instinctively avoiding the loose floorboards, and rounding the chair so that he could look down at the sleeping form of his father. Considering this man had been there almost every day of his life, Jason spent remarkably little time actually looking at him. Really looking at him. To do so for too long would provoke an indignant question of what he was staring at, maybe even an excuse to give him one. But not now. Now he could look all he wanted, and Tyler Hawkins would know nothing of it. He couldn't quite resist the voyeuristic temptation. He'd seen photographs of his father in his younger days, happier days when he and Mom used to go cruising in his Chevy convertible that he'd restored himself, always a point of fierce pride, and drive down the coast to Mobile, Orange Beach, even Pensacola. When his father had looked young and slim and energetic, when he had long hair and big sideburns and wore t-shirts that showed off his muscles. He'd looked invincible in those pictures, Jason had always thought. Like a hero. A guy who could take on anything. A guy who was afraid of nothing. A guy a kid could look up to. Tyler Hawkins didn't look like much of a hero now, he thought, with a sudden, aching sadness. The sadness of a kid who finally sees their once godlike parents as the flawed, weak humans they really are. Sprawled out on the threadbare recliner, his stained t-shirt riding up to reveal a bloated gut and sagging chest, his once strong jaw starting to go jowly, his hair crudely buzz-cut and flecked with grey, and starting to recede at the sides, smelling of stale sweat and stale beer. No, he didn't look like much of a hero at all. He looked like the kind of thing a hero was supposed to fight against. A villain, a tyrant, a monster. A monster who beat up his own kids for any reason he damn well pleased, and who got a hard-on when he did it. A tyrant who sooner or later was going to kill one of them. Or all of them. Sorry, Dad, but I gotta give you one. Jason's thumb worked the little plastic latch on top of the box cutter, and the small, clinically sharp blade emerged. He moved closer, bringing the little knife in, changing his grip on it, then changing it back, unsure what way to hold it. Was there a right way to kill a man with a box cutter? He tried to think back to the movies he'd seen, the action flicks that made it all seem so quick and easy and painless. When he watched John Wayne catch a Viet Cong sentry from behind in the Green Berets, Big John had just drawn his knife across the guy's throat and he'd gone limp within seconds, falling from sight. Dead, forgotten, move on. Was it really that easy? His eyes travelled over his father's stubble-covered throat. Should he cut the windpipe? Then he saw the thick jugular vein at the side, pulsing ever so slightly in time to the beat of his heart. He knew about that, at least. Lions bit down on the jugular of their prey, didn't they? That was the way to end it. And it was so close to the surface. Even the little box-cutter blade would be able to cut it. He brought the knife fractionally closer, his hand trembling visibly now. It had seemed so simple and logical when he'd resolved to do it. A necessary step. That was what he told himself. A sacrifice to protect his brothers. He didn't doubt there would be trouble after that. Cops, social workers, maybe even prison. But he could live with that. Because then he wouldn't have to be afraid anymore. Sorry, Dad. But I gotta give you one. The blade moved closer, edged in so far, but no further, stopping a clear foot from his father's neck as if it had hit some invisible wall. Jason found that he could do no more. Thinking about it was one thing. Fantasizing about doing it was another. But actually going through with it, actually cutting his father's throat, murdering him, taking a life, was that really something he could do? Was that what a hero was supposed to do? Kill the monster? Overthrow the tyrant? Vanquish the villain? He didn't feel like a hero at that moment. He didn't feel like Big John taking on the Viet Cong. He felt like an 11-year-old kid, small and weak and frightened, and sick to his stomach, and desperate to run away and pretend none of this had ever happened. More than that, in some pathetic, anguished part of his mind, he still loved his father. He hated him sometimes, he was afraid of him most of the time, but part of him still loved him. That little boy part of him that remembered the man from those old photographs who looked so strong and young and happy. The hero. His hero. Almost without thinking, he felt himself thumb the blade back into the knife's frame and slowly straighten up from his father's chair. But as he did so, he heard a sudden, horrified gasp from the other side of the room. His head snapped around, fear flooding his body, to see the small, skinny form of Samuel standing in the doorway, looking obscenely small and young in his pajamas. He was staring at Jason, at the knife in his hand, his eyes huge and frightened, his mouth gaping open. Oh, Christ. Oh, no, Samuel, please don't make a fucking sound or he's going to wake up and see me. Please, Samuel, this isn't what you think it is. Jason acted without thinking, taking a step towards his younger brother, wanting to reach out to him, talk to him, explain to him what was really going on. But he should have thought. Should have remembered there was a crumpled beer can beside his foot. Should have taken just a second to consider what might happen. If he had, Jason Hawkins's life might have turned out very differently. Hawkins's eyes snapped open like someone had turned a switch on inside his head. He practically leapt up, scattering pieces of rock and ancient cement that had settled over him. He drew in a breath, craving oxygen, but instead finding hot, dusty air that clogged his lungs and started him coughing immediately. The sudden shock of it was enough to bring his mind fully conscious again, and, like a computer rebooting, his other senses began to light up too. He was hurting, that much was obvious. His ears were ringing, his skin and clothes grey with dust, mingling with sticky dark patches of blood from various injuries. His body felt as if he'd just been sealed inside a steel drum and rolled down a hill. Drake had given him one all right, but he was used to that. He'd taken worse. He glanced over at where his enemy had been, finding instead a wall of rubble. The tunnel beyond was gone, collapsed in on itself by the grenade blast, with only a few thin shafts of daylight peeking in. Fucking Conway, using explosives in an unstable tunnel like this. If the man wasn't dead already, he soon would be when Hawkins caught up with him.
Sir, are you okay?
Hawkins turned slowly to regard Hickman, who had appeared from further down the tunnel, looking relatively unharmed, probably because he was further away from the blast.
Where's Drake?
Hawkins asked. The operative shook his head.
I don't know, sir. Probably killed in the collapse. It's a miracle you're alive yourself.
Hawkins didn't believe in miracles, nor did he believe Ryan Drake was dead. The man was too fucking stubborn to be killed by something like this. He'd lost him. A perfect opportunity, and he'd watched it slip right through his fingers. He should have felt anger at this failure. But oddly, something else stirred in the depths of his mind. Something Jason Hawkins hadn't felt in a long time. A slight, barely detectable, kernel of fear. The man he'd faced today hadn't been the same man he had so easily overpowered in Pakistan several months ago. He was harder, stronger, more savage than almost any he'd gone up against in his life. A man who fought and killed without mercy or remorse, who had once been strong enough to lead Hawkins's own unit. He began to wonder if that man had finally returned. If it was possible he had underestimated Ryan Drake.
We have to get him, he said. We have to finish this.
Hickman cocked his head, listening as a radio transmission came through. Hawkins's unit had been broken in the explosion.
Copy that,
he said at length, then looked at his commander.
We've got Tunisian army units inbound, sir. We've been ordered to pull back.
The military would almost certainly have responded to the firefight at the mosque, and it wouldn't take them long to find the underground crypt and the entrance to the sewers. Not to mention the tunnel explosion had caused a portion of a city street to suddenly collapse into the ground. Even the most boneheaded of commanders couldn't fail to connect those events. Hawkins held out a hand. Regardless of the risks, nobody was going to order him to break off now.
Give me that fucking radio!
Unclipping his radio unit from the attached earpiece, the operative tossed it to him.
We need confirmation Drake's dead,
Hawkins said firmly.
We're not leaving until we have him KIA.
He'd expected to hear Riley or one of the other assault team leaders over the net trying to convince him to give up the hunt. Instead, the voice that responded was deeper, smoother, calmly commanding. Negative, Jason. You'll withdraw now, Powell instructed. I don't need you being captured and exposing us.
We won't get another chance at this.
She paused, and he sensed something coming, like a fighter drawing back their arm to deliver a haymaker. Jason, you've created enough problems already. Don't make me give you one. Her words were like pressing the rewind button on his life. In the blink of an eye, he had skipped backwards through the last 3 decades, back to another time when he hadn't been the man he was now. Back to that living room with the rain pattering off the windows, and a box cutter clutched in his sweating hands. His silence told her that her message had been received. You'll withdraw now, she repeated. Say it, Jason. Hawkins closed his eyes. The fire of anger and lust for revenge was still there, but it had dimmed now, smothered by the cloying hold she still had on him, the power her voice commanded. He held the radio up, his hand trembling a little, and pressed the transmit button.
We're withdrawing.
Chapter 66. The climb was neither easy nor fast. Each of them was tired and injured, and the debris pile was dangerously unstable. Rocks and chunks of stone gave way beneath their feet, tumbling down the steep slope into the darkness below. Anya had to swing aside as a large piece of stonework slipped free and rolled past her, rumbling and crashing onto the floor of the tunnel.
Sorry,
Rojas called back over his shoulder. Anya gave him a hostile glare. Slipping and clawing his way up while keeping one hand pressed against the wound at his abdomen, Rojas let out a gasp when a pair of big, hairy hands suddenly appeared over the lip of the hole, reached in and grasped his outstretched arm. In a matter of moments he'd disappeared, hauled right out of the tunnel. Drake froze, his hand going instinctively for his weapon. Then a face appeared in the gap above, big and broad, the stubble-coated jaw giving way to a thick, muscular neck. An equally large arm, heavy with slabs of corded muscle, reached in towards him. The man grunted a word in Arabic that Drake was pretty sure meant reach. Drake, however, wasn't inclined to blindly trust his life to a stranger, and pulled back from him.
"It's okay," he heard Rojas call down. "It's civilians up here."
The man repeated his command, still holding one massive hand out. Reluctantly, Drake reached out and grasped it. The effect was like being attached to a mechanical winch that was suddenly spun up to maximum speed. With one mighty heave, the man pulled him right out, rocks and sandy soil sliding beneath him as he emerged, blinking, filthy, and bloodstained, into the evening light. Drake could see that a crowd had indeed gathered around the collapsed tunnel, mostly men of various ages, but a few women and children as well. Some, like the big guy who had just pulled him out, were obviously no strangers to emergencies and had come here to help. Most, however, were keeping their distance, watching the drama play out, while a few regarded Drake with open suspicion and hostility. A couple were even recording the events on their cell phones. Releasing his grip, the man who had pulled Drake and Rojas free turned his attention back to the hole, and within seconds, Anya appeared in similar fashion, virtually lifted right off her feet. It was easy to see why he'd had no trouble with heavy lifting. The man was quite simply huge, not tall, but massively built, with a heavy barrel chest, broad muscular shoulders, and thick brawny arms. His physique wasn't the lean form of an athlete, but rather the big, bulked-out frame of a power lifter.
"Anyone else down there?"
he asked in Arabic, peering down into the gloom. Anya shook her head and looked down.
"I hope not."
He frowned.
"Who are you? What happened down there?"
She had no time for explanations, and doubted he'd believe any lie she might spin anyway. Turning away, she hit her radio transmitter.
"All units, come in. Does anyone copy me?"
"God damn it, where the hell have you been?" Frost's voice was unmistakable, as was her relief and anger.
"We've been trying to raise you on comms. We were out of range."
The full story of their escape could wait.
"We're in a civilian neighborhood."
She glanced around, spotting the distinctive minaret towers of the mosque situated halfway up a hillside in the distance. Even from here, she could see the flash of blue lights around it, not to mention a couple of olive-green military trucks.
"We are about a quarter of a mile north of the mosque. We need extraction now."
"Copy that. Keep the comms open. We'll track your signal."
"Wilco, out."
Drake, on the other hand, had his attention on matters closer at hand. The tunnel collapse had caved in a portion of the street about 15 yards long, running roughly diagonal across the roadway and extending all the way to the edge of a residential block opposite. The outer wall was badly cracked, and a portion of it was sagging downwards with nothing left to support it.
"Get away from that building!"
he called out, pointing to the small group of civilians who had gathered to inspect the damage.
"Move back! It could collapse!"
They stared at him blankly. But one at least seemed to understand enough English to catch the gist. Quickly explaining the situation to the others, they began to move away from the compromised structure.
"We can't stay here,"
Anya warned, hurrying over.
"The police will connect this explosion to the attack earlier. They've already sealed off the mosque."
Drake nodded, well aware of the danger. None of them were in any shape for another running battle, especially against the Tunisian military. Not only that, but their appearance had attracted more attention from local residents, who were leaning out of windows and doorways to watch them. Another group was approaching from the west, this one looking decidedly antagonistic. Many had their faces covered with masks, and a few were carrying improvised weapons of various kinds, bats, clubs, and even bricks. Protesters on their way to smash up the nearest government building, and perhaps attracted by rumors of an explosion here. The kind of people Drake had no interest in tangling with. He nodded down the street which headed east away from the mosque, away from the rioters, away from the shitstorm they'd just stirred up. "We move. Front it, no sudden movements. Go." The group started at a brisk pace, which was about as much as any of them were capable of at that point. But if they'd expected to slip away unnoticed, they were to be very decisively proven wrong. Within seconds, the big guy was calling out to them, demanding to know where they were going, who they were, and what they were doing in the city. Anya turned and tried to offer an excuse. "Our friend needs help," she said, pointing to Rojas. "We must find a hospital." That at least was true. None of them were looking particularly good. Whatever the lie, he wasn't buying it. A renewed volley of shouting hounded them as they retreated, quickly joined by other voices, both male and female, all increasingly angry and fired up. "This crowd is turning ugly," Rojas warned. Word of their presence was spreading, and the mob coming in from the west was starting to take notice. "Tell me something I don't know," Drake shouted over the growing catcalls and angry yells. "Just keep moving." There's nothing quite so frightening as watching a hostile mob forming, especially when that hostility is directed against you. Drake had seen it for himself in places like Iraq, where peaceful protests could turn into violent waves of destruction in a matter of minutes. All it took was for something to set it off. As it turned out, that thing came in the form of a glass bottle thrown down at them from one of the upper floor windows. Drake couldn't tell exactly where it came from, but he saw the missile come sailing in towards them and dodged aside. It smashed on the ground by his feet. That was it as far as he was concerned. There's a time to tough it out and a time to break and run. This was the latter. "Move," he said, urging his companions on as more improvised missiles rained down, one striking Anya a glancing blow between the shoulder blades and another hitting Drake in the thigh. Neither hit was serious, but sooner or later they were bound to be struck by something more substantial. "You all right?" Drake asked, drawing protectively close to her. Anya's face was tight with pain. "None of us will be unless we get out of here." As one young man darted forward to pelt them with pieces of brick, Drake decided it was time to act. Drawing the Desert Eagle, he aimed a few feet above the youth's head and capped off a round. The sight of the weapon alone was enough to extinguish whatever fire of courage he possessed, but the booming gunshot quickly sent him scurrying for cover. His retreat was accompanied by screams and yells from the assembled mob, some frightened, others angry, all focused on the three foreigners trying to beat a hasty retreat. This show of force was enough to make the crowd draw back, but Drake knew it was a temporary reprieve at best. The use of weapons would only escalate the situation. Bring a gun to a rock fight, and soon enough the other side will fetch their own guns. The three of them were ducking down as a renewed volley was hurled from the upper windows, when suddenly a vehicle came to a screeching halt at the intersection up ahead. Drake's first instinct was to turn his weapon on this new arrival, thinking the local police or military had decided to join the party, until he saw the driver.
"Well,"
Dietrich called out, flinching as a bottle rebounded off the truck's hood and shattered on the road.
"You want to ride or what?"
Drake couldn't say he and Dietrich shared a good history, but that didn't change the fact he could have kissed him at that moment. "Go, go!" he said, urging Anya and Rojas towards the vehicle while he covered them, firing off another warning shot at the crowd, who sensed their enemy was about to escape. He was the last member of the bedraggled party to clamber up into the truck's rear bed, with rocks and bottles and other missiles raining down around them. Thrusting out a hand, Frost helped him up, then hammered on the driver's cab. "They're in! Get us the fuck out of here!" Dietrich did just that, and with a squeal of skidding tires and a cloud of burned rubber, they were on their way, leaving the frustrated mob to vent their anger somewhere else. Chapter 67. After driving due south more or less flat out for about 20 minutes, with the hot desert winds snapping at the clothes of the small group clustered in the back, Dietrich decided they'd gone far enough. He turned off the main road and pulled in behind a low, rocky escarpment covered with dry scrub, hiding them from view. The sun was just going down, its light blazing across the sky. He killed the engine and slumped back in his seat, letting out a weary, but relieved breath. Against the odds, they'd located Drake and made it out of the city with him in one piece, more or less. Reaching into his pocket, Dietrich found his pack of cigarettes and lit one up, taking a deep and well-deserved draw. The others clambered down from the rear cargo bed on aching limbs. None of them had said much during the journey, the situation being too fraught, the wind too loud, their minds too weary. Instead, they had busied themselves dressing wounds and stabilizing injuries as best they could, particularly Rojas. Constant pressure had helped slow the bleeding. He would certainly need more attention, but barring infection, the wound was unlikely to prove fatal. Drake, however, knew that there were other more pressing matters to attend to, starting with an apology to the rest of the group. They deserved that much at least. He first approached Frost.
Kira, I wanted to.
She swung around abruptly and socked him hard across the jaw.
That's for being a fucking selfish asshole, Ryan,
she shouted.
God damn you! We've traveled halfway across the fucking world looking for you. Nearly got ourselves killed for this shit. Don't you have any idea what you put us all through? Don't you know how worried we were? We thought you were gone for good, you prick.
Rubbing his throbbing jaw, Drake looked at her sadly. She was shaking with rage, her voice wavering towards the end of her tirade, her eyes glistening in the orange sunset. He understood why she'd done it, and didn't blame her one bit. He deserved it. Deserved a lot more, come to think of it. He glanced around at the others who were all watching him closely, waiting to see how he'd respond. Likely few of them trusted him after everything he'd done, and he wouldn't blame them for that either.
You might as well form a line, guys,
he said, managing a pained smile. He was pretty sure she'd split his lip. Rushing forward, Frost threw her arms around him in what might have been considered a bear hug if she'd been bigger. As it was, she clung to him so hard it hurt.
Ow, take it easy,
he implored, though he couldn't help but smile with relief.
There's not much left that doesn't hurt.
God damn you. Don't ever do that again,
she whispered, her voice close to breaking.
You die. I'll fucking kill you.
Drake closed his eyes, hugging her back just as tight.
I'm not going anywhere.
Frost finally released him, her face flushed with embarrassment. It wasn't often she let her guard down, and for once she seemed to be at a loss for words. She might have been the most vocal of the group, but it was obvious to Drake that the others harbored similar thoughts. They needed, more than that, they deserved to hear something from him. Some explanation that might justify the insanity of the past few days, some reasoned account of his actions that would make all this worth it. He wished he could give it to them.
You all took a huge risk coming here, and an even bigger one trying to bring me back when I was not myself.
He paid particular attention to Anya when he said this.
I know it doesn't add up to much now, but I'm grateful for what you did, all of you, and I'm sorry that I put you through this.
He was right. It didn't sound like much at all, woefully inadequate considering everything he'd done, but it was pretty much all he had left at that point.
Explanations, Ryan,
Dietrich said as he took another drag on his cigarette.
Apologies can wait. For now, I'd rather hear your side of the story.
Drake eased himself down onto a jutting rock. Dietrich wasn't wrong, but answering his questions wasn't going to be easy. He looked at each of them in turn, at this group of people who had risked their lives to bring him in. Some of them he'd served with for years, others he barely even knew beyond their names. Yet here they all were, gathered in a loose semicircle around him, waiting expectantly for answers.
What do you want to know?
For the next 15 minutes he talked, and they listened. Drake doing his best to explain the change that had come over him, the resurrection of some shadowy dormant persona from the depths of his mind. This was a particularly hard element to relate. and just the thought of it was enough to make his skin prickle. His desperate and ruthless hunt for answers that always seemed to be just beyond his grasp, his brief phone conversations with his mysterious benefactor, and finally, the mission that had brought him here to Tunisia. Tenbrook was supposed to be the final link in the chain, Drake said, bringing his dark tale to a close. He was the CIA liaison who handed out our mission objectives in Afghanistan. He knew what Operation Hydra was all about. And now he's dead, Rojas reminded him. Drake nodded. Whatever answers the man might have provided had gone with him to his grave. He never got a chance to tell me what he knew. He looked down at the sandy ground, feeling the full weight of his actions, the deaths he'd caused, settling on him like a physical presence. He might not have been in full control, but neither was he without blame. The people he'd killed to get here might have been good or bad, but they died for no other reason than because they'd been unlucky enough to get in his way, and that was a shitty thing to live with, in a life already filled with regrets. This was all for nothing. Rio, the lab, Tenbrook. A lot of people are dead, and I'm no closer to answers than when I started. You might not be, but we are, Anya said. Drake turned to her. She was sitting on the tailgate of the truck, having stayed quiet during Drake's summary of events. Her clothes smeared with dirt, her arm wrapped with an improvised dressing. But her gaze was just as keen and sharp as always, and it was concentrated on Drake. The man who contacted you, who sent you to kill people. I know this man. Drake could feel his body tensing up. How? She swallowed briefly. His name is Romek Corellius. He was a member of my unit for nearly 20 years. When I was captured by the FSB, I lost contact with him and could find no trace of him after I escaped. I believed he was dead like the others. But somehow he survived. He was with us in Rio. He helped Dietrich and me escape that safe house. And he's been feeding me information, Drake finished, stunned by the revelation. So what does this mean? Is he the enemy of our enemy? Rojas asked. Anya wasn't convinced, and her expression showed it. As she'd learned, the enemy of my enemy could be a whole host of things. Friend was rarely at the top of the list. That remains to be seen. Drake, however, was more interested in how Corellius had come into contact with him. But if you're right, how would this man even know who I was, or where to find me? Anya shook her head. I don't know. But Romek was resourceful and well-connected. Maybe he has been watching us, planning this for a long time. Or maybe he found information on you through the agency. Then we need to meet with him. If he's your man, then he answers to you. If only it were that simple, Anya thought bleakly. He would not agree to meet with me. He said it would only happen when the time was right, when you had finished your task.
Jump through fucking hoops for him, you mean?
Dietrich added. Rojas looked at Drake.
Losing Tenbrook wasn't part of his plan, I assume.
Drake's mind was already racing ahead.
Tenbrook was a link in the chain, but he wasn't the end. Pal's the one he really wants, the one everything leads back to. But only he knows how to get to her.
I thought you got to her in Rio, Mitchell reminded him. He shook his head.
I did, but it was a mistake and he knew it. He tried to warn me against it. He knew what would happen.
Dietrich frowned.
And what did happen?
Drake didn't respond. He had no desire to relive that particular encounter. Ryan, this is a hell of a time to be holding out on us, Frost warned. Drake sighed, knowing they weren't going to like what they heard.
She stopped me.
Frost sat up straighter. What do you mean she stopped you?
It's hard to explain,
maybe I don't have the words, but it's like she was able to reshape the world around me just by speaking. Whatever she said became real in my mind. If she told me the sky was green and the ocean was red, I'd have believed her. If she told me to put a gun to my head and blow my brains out, I think I would have done it. I couldn't kill her. I couldn't even disobey her. For those few minutes we were talking, she had me under her control, and I couldn't resist. I didn't want to resist.
His words failed to quite convey the true terror of those few minutes, the devastating war that had raged within his mind. But even his limited description was enough to give them some idea. That alone was a disturbing prospect, and it showed in their nervous glances.
So who is she?
Dietrich asked.
How exactly do you know her? And how did she get this kind of control over you?
Drake frowned, striving to recall those memories. He couldn't say for certain, but he felt like he was close to a breakthrough. Almost, but not quite.
She was there,
he said, his voice small and quiet.
Back during my training when I was part of the 14th Special Operations Group. I don't remember much, but I see flashes, moments. A white room, a table, bright light. She's there, talking to me, asking me questions, smiling at me.
The pieces seemed to be coming together, like fragments of a jigsaw drawing closer to each other, the pattern almost discernible. Almost. And then in a flash they had broken up once more and the pattern was lost. He let out a frustrated sigh.
It's like trying to replay your earliest memories,
Drake fumbled to explain.
There's no sense of order to them. All you see is pieces.
Elizabeth Powell is head of a major pharmaceutical research group, Frost said, hoping it might help him sort through his chaotic thoughts. They've got divisions working on new medical treatments, drugs, gene therapies, you name it. And if someone with her background and expertise is connected to the agency, well, join the dots. What you're describing sounds an awful lot like brainwashing to me. Mitchell seemed to see the connection, even if she wasn't convinced by the young woman's conclusion.
So you were conditioned to forget her? How is that even possible?
Come on, don't you watch the X-Files? It's like that MK Ultra shit they did back in the 60s, Alex said, quickly picking up on the idea.
Mind control, drug-induced hypnosis, mental programming. They had hundreds of people researching that stuff, trying to create the perfect spy or the most effective interrogation tools.
Nothing but bullshit, if you ask me, Dietrich said. Just Cold War nonsense. It was shut down decades ago.
Alex snorted. You think? Who's to say they didn't just move the whole thing overseas? Someplace without any oversight or superiors to answer to? Someplace like Brazil? Or what if they were just biding their time, waiting for technology to catch up, or for some ambitious young research scientist with no morals to come along and finish what they started? If that's what they could do 40 years ago, imagine what they'd be capable of with 21st century tools and all the dirty money they could ask for. Dietrich had no answer, so instead he took a final drag of his cigarette and flicked the glowing butt into the sand. None of the others could refute his idea either. Alex's words seemed to hang in the air around them, refusing to be dispelled by the fitful desert wind. The implications were as frightening as they were profound. If his wild supposition was right, then Drake was a living example of a highly secretive, highly unethical, and highly illegal program to reshape the human mind itself. What had they done to him? And what might they do to others if left unchecked? Chapter 68. Jason's foot came down on the beer can, sending it clattering across the room. It wasn't much, really, but in the deadened night silence of the lounge, it was like the pealing of church bells. He heard a grunt from the recliner, looked down in horror as his father's eyes flickered briefly, then shot open, wide and alert and suspicious. He saw them snap to him, then to the box cutter in his hand.
"What the fuck?"
he mumbled, then seemed to assemble the disparate pieces of information and mash them into a stark and infuriating conclusion.
"Dad, I was—"
Tyler Hawkins' fist shot out like a piston, slamming into his chest so hard that Jason crumpled like a paper bag, dropping the box cutter, gasping and straining to breathe, feeling like his entire ribcage had been caved in.
"You sneaking, pussy-ass son of a bitch!"
his father snarled, kicking him hard enough to send him sprawling. Through blurred eyes, he saw his father bend over and snatch up the box cutter, working the blade backwards and forwards a couple of times, as if considering its purpose carefully. He turned towards Jason again.
"You gonna kill me, boy? Is that it? You gonna kill your old man in his sleep, you cowardly fuck?"
Jason saw the huge booted foot swing back, braced himself as it impacted his stomach, and immediately doubled over, throwing up a thick trail of vomit over the rug.
"God damn you, boy! Always knew you was trouble."
Tyler Hawkins growled, planting another kick in his already bruised ribs. Jason was really panicking now. He tried to cough the chunky vomit and mucus out of his throat, but there was no breath in his lungs with which to shift it. He tried to breathe in, only to find his airways clogged, his chest aching, his lungs sagging like deflating balloons. He tried to roll over on his back in the hopes it would make his breathing easier, but his father planted another hard kick right in his ass. A fresh wave of pain exploded inside him, and he let out a scream that emerged instead as a terrified, choking whimper.
"Dad, please, no!"
Samuel screamed, terrified.
"Don't hurt him!"
Tyler Hawkins rounded on his youngest son.
"You get back to your room, you little bastard. Get back now and don't come out, or I swear by Jesus you'll be next."
He must not have noticed Samuel when he first awoke, Jason thought with a flicker of relief. Hadn't connected him to the events that had been about to play out. That was something, at least. Jason had taken plenty of beatings at his father's hands before, some deserved, most not, but never like this. Tyler Hawkins might have taken a perverse pleasure in meting out violence against his sons, but there had always been a limit to his rage. Not now. Now there was real, towering fury as he seized Jason by the t-shirt and dragged him across the room towards the kitchen, to the door leading out to the garage.
"You come with me, boy. You gonna get one,"
his father said, speaking almost to himself as he yanked the boy behind him, the fabric of his t-shirt ripping and straining.
"Oh, by Christ, you gonna get one tonight."
He threw the door open and hauled Jason outside. He felt rain lashing down on him, soaking his clothes and chilling his skin, before his father opened the garage door and hurled him in. He pitched forward, slammed shoulder first into a shelving unit that rattled and swayed alarmingly, scattering tools and other implements on the floor around him, with one hammer in particular barely missing his head. He was too frightened to take much notice of the pain. Jason looked up fearfully at his father, standing big and square in the doorway, breathing hard, water dripping from him. He didn't look like the broken-down, aging, pathetic man he'd watched sleeping on that recliner chair. It was as if his consciousness had returned, and now that he was fully himself, and roused to anger, he became more somehow, more than just flesh and blood. He was Jason's father, the man who would always be bigger, stronger, meaner, and tougher than he could ever be. Holding up the box cutter again, he slowly extended the blade and looked at it, turning it over slowly in his hand.
"I can tolerate a lot of shit in my life, but there's things I just can't let fly,"
he said, speaking slowly, laying down each word solid and firm.
"I really don't know what's worse, that you thought about using this, or that you were too much of a faggot to go through with it."
Pressing the knife against the workbench beside him, he snapped the blade off, and tossed the useless plastic handle at Jason.
"God damn, that a son of mine would end up like this,"
he said, shaking his head. Turning away, he reached for the leather belt hanging on its special peg beside the hammers and saws, bringing it down carefully, reverently. He turned back towards Jason with such purpose, he knew immediately this was going to be no playful beating behind the pretext of discipline. There was a new light in his eyes, a cold, detached, soulless kind of light. His dad knew that Jason had meant to kill him tonight, and even if he'd lacked the resolve to see it through, they both knew that sooner or later it was going to happen again. He understood only one of them would be leaving this garage alive. Jason was a problem that was busting his ass big time, and by God he was going to take care of that problem once and for all.
"You know I gotta give you one,"
he said, wrapping one end of the belt around his meaty hand.
"I gotta give you a real big one for this."
But before he'd taken a step, the door suddenly flew open. Was it a cop? Had Samuel called the police? Had a neighbor heard shit kicking off in the middle of the night and come to see what was up?
"What are you doing?"
a small, timid voice asked. A child's voice. Nathan's voice.
"I told you and your brother to stay the fuck out of this,"
Tyler growled.
"You get out of here before I give you another one."
Nathan shrank back from him, and Jason's heart sank. Nathan had taken one good beating already because of his actions, and there was no way he could endure another. He'd run, retreat to his room, and hide under the bed if he knew what was good for him, praying his father didn't come looking for him. But he didn't. Rallying what little reserve of courage remained to him, Nathan stood his ground, his hands clenching into fists. He looked hard at his father, squinting a little with his bad eyes, his jaw jutting defiantly. And then he did the dumbest and bravest thing he'd ever do in his short, unhappy life.
"No,"
he said.
"Your ability to fail is impressive, Jason,"
Elizabeth Powell remarked sourly as Hawkins finished his report.
"At least you're consistent, I suppose."
Rather than risk venturing into Tunisia, which by all accounts was rapidly descending into anarchy, she had chosen to base herself safely offshore. A luxury yacht had been chartered, its sleek white hull cruising smoothly through the Gulf of Tunis, even as Drake and Hawkins had been battling through ancient mosques and festering underground sewers. Hawkins had cleaned himself up and changed before coming aboard, but even a shower and clean clothes couldn't hide the bruises and cuts that marked his face. Neither did the opulence of his surroundings, or the moonlit waters beyond the cabin's windows, help to calm the anger that burned inside him. He'd failed in his objective, been forced to abandon his pursuit rather than risk capture, and having his authority undermined still rankled.
"Tenbrook's been handled? He didn't give away anything that could compromise us?"
It wasn't much of a consolation prize, but it was something at least, though he doubted Powell would see it that way. She raised a perfectly sculpted brow.
"And you know this... how?"
"If Drake had learned the truth, it would have destroyed him."
"Really? I think you underestimate him. Nasty habit of yours."
She watched him closely, studying his reactions.
"Or is it something else? Could it be jealousy?"
Hawkins ignored that barbed remark with difficulty.
"Drake might still be KIA,
he ventured, even if he didn't truly believe it.
The explosion collapsed a good section of the tunnel. If I'd been able to confirm..."
Powell silenced him with a raised hand. Hawkins looked at the slender wrist, the long, elegant fingers, the lighter tone of the skin on her palm.
"Elizabeth, do you have any idea how easily I could snap that pretty wrist of yours?"
"Don't waste my time," she said, having turned her attention to her tablet PC. Bringing up a video file, she turned the screen around to face him and hit play. Hawkins watched as the jerky video, clearly shot on a handheld camera and uploaded to a video-sharing website, played out. He watched as a man, injured and disheveled, was pulled from a collapsed hole in the ground. A tall, slender, Hispanic-looking man with long dark hair. A man he believed killed in Brazil. Rojas, he said, hiding his surprise. What the hell was he doing thousands of miles from home? The answer presented itself a few seconds later, when a second man was pulled from the hole, looking equally beat up and exhausted, but infuriatingly alive. His hands curled into fists as a third survivor emerged from the collapsed sewer tunnel. A woman, blonde-haired and tall, blinking in the harsh sunlight, bearing the scars of a recent confrontation. Powell cocked her head slightly to one side. "You were saying?" He had to draw in a slow, calming breath before answering.
You saw the footage? It must be obvious. Drake had help. First Anya in the mosque, then Rojas in the tunnels.
All loose ends that you were supposed to tie up.
I warned you not to underestimate Anya, he reminded her irritably. That seems to be a habit of yours.
Powell's dark eyes flashed.
Careful, Jason. We both know what happens when you speak out of turn.
Hawkins was wise enough to back down a little. He had learned, painfully, the penalty for disobedience at Powell's hands.
She's highly trained and dangerous enough by herself, he elaborated, and she won't give up on Drake.
Powell's lips curled into a mocking, sardonic smile.
Of course she won't, which is exactly what I'm counting on.
Hawkins frowned. Not for the first time, he had the distinct impression that he was a pawn in a larger game, whose grand strategy only Powell understood. He could kill her physically in a dozen different ways without breaking sweat, yet he was no match for her intellect.
Relax, Jason,
Powell said, rising from her chair.
You played your part, like I knew you would, just as Ryan played his.
What do you mean?
Her smile was still there, but it was a cool, calculating one.
Do you really think I'd depend on you alone to end this? She asked. You have your uses, but you're a sledgehammer. You always were. Strong and powerful, but blunt and crude. I need something more precise.
Lifting her cell phone from the table, she dialed a number. It was answered on the second ring.
Have my flight standing by. We'll be there within the hour.
Hawkins folded his arms across his broad chest.
You plan on telling me where we're going?
To meet Ryan, and to end this once and for all.
He was annoyed at her evasiveness.
How do you know he'll be waiting for you?
She turned her back to him, staring out across the placid waters of the Mediterranean with her back straight, her head high, and shoulders back. A master chess player, always thinking ahead of her opponent.
Because it's what I told him to do, Jason.
Chapter 69. After driving west for several hours and crossing the lightly patrolled border into Algeria, the exhausted group halted for the night in the small fishing town of El Kala, about 10 miles from the frontier. Tomorrow was a new and unknown challenge, but today they needed to rest and recover. A brief recce of local hotels and guest houses landed them several rooms in a small, rather run-down establishment overlooking the sheltered bay and the fishing port that likely provided most of the town's employment. It wasn't much of a place, but the husband and wife team running it were happy to take their money without asking too many questions. They did, however, survey Drake and Anya suspiciously, eyeing their cuts and bruises, and probably wondering if they were inviting trouble under their roof. The situation was only ameliorated when Anya explained that they'd been attacked by thugs while visiting Tunisia, and that they were unlikely to return. Given what had happened, her summary of events wasn't exactly a lie. Despite the late hour, the kitchen was reopened for the plainly famished group. Food and wine was brought out, and they quickly fell upon a meal of spiced lamb, flatbreads, couscous, and stewed vegetables, as only the ravenously hungry can, each privately remarking that the hotel's food was far better than its exterior suggested. Then again, hunger was always the best seasoning. Liberal quantities of wine contributed to the celebratory atmosphere, and the day's tumultuous events were temporarily forgotten as they drank and ate together, even cracking jokes and erupting into gales of laughter that seemed at odds with their predicament. Most of them knew why it was happening, of course, especially Drake and Anya. They'd been in enough battles to know that humor so often surfaced in the direst of circumstances. It was a way of coping, a way of pretending, just for a moment, that everything was all right. It felt good to be together, to be out of danger, at least temporarily, and for one night, to act like normal people. "Okay, here's one," Mitchell said, taking a drink of her wine. She looked at each of them with mock seriousness, even if her eyes were a little bleary now with a heady mix of drink and fatigue. "What's your worst night out ever?" "You should have this one now, Kira," Drake said. "That time in Frankfurt when you got abducted, shot, and ended up in a car crash." The young woman gave him the finger, but also flashed a wicked grin as an idea occurred to her. "I don't know, Ryan. I think I can beat that."
"This ought to be good," Dietrich remarked, reclining in his chair.
"Amsterdam." She said it slowly, really laying into each syllable. It meant nothing to the rest of them, save for Drake himself. His eyes lit up both with recollection and alarm.
"Oh, fuck off. We agreed we'd never talk about that again, ever."
"You owe me big time after today," she pointed out, "so I'm calling it in." "What the hell happened in Amsterdam?" Alex asked, intrigued.
"Nothing. Kira can't hold her drink," Drake evaded. "There's just not enough of her."
"Now I'm definitely going to tell them," Frost said, grinning mischievously. "Someone better tell it before I pass out," Alex coaxed them. "Start at the beginning. So, you were in Holland?" "Fuck no, we were in New Jersey. Atlantic City, New Jersey," Frost corrected him. Seeing his look of confusion, she elaborated. "Amsterdam was the name of the nightclub." Alex threw up his hands, lost already. "So, somehow I convinced Ryan to go out drinking. Told him I knew the place like the back of my hand, which was kind of bullshit in retrospect. Anyway, there are plenty of shithole drinking places in Atlantic City, so we hit it hard. And there we are, about 1 a.m., a little worse for wear, trying to get home. But there's no fucking cabs anywhere, and pretty soon it starts raining. Ryan spots this club called Amsterdam and suggests we go in for a few drinks to finish up the night. I sure as shit wasn't going to argue, so in we went. Got our drinks and started talking shit as usual. More than usual, I guess. But then Ryan spots a couple tall blondes over by the bar eyeing him up. I mean, like, supermodel tall."
"Peter Dinklage is tall from your point of view, Kira," Drake cut in.
"Bite my ass and stop trying to derail my story," she fired back, clearly enjoying his discomfort. "Anyway, so he downs his drink and swaggers over to join them and starts putting the moves on. And before too long, one of them whispers in his ear, and all three of them disappear into one of the chill-out rooms. And I thought to myself, God damn, this guy must have some killer lines. Sure as shit isn't his looks."
In spite of himself, Drake was grinning.
"There weren't many dudes there, and I was starting to get a kind of weird vibe from the place, so I'm getting ready to bug out and call it a night, when all of a sudden Ryan comes running over to me looking like he just fucked his cousin and tells me we're leaving right now. "What's wrong, man? Are they a couple of nut jobs?" I ask him. Ryan shakes his head and says... She applied her best impersonation of Drake's British accent. "No, mate, they're a couple of fucking blokes."
The eruption of laughter from the others was almost enough to drown out Frost's voice, and she had to repeat herself to be heard.
"Turns out that Amsterdam was a cross-dressers bar," she explained, struggling to keep it together. "I've seen Ryan under fire with stray rounds, breaking up the ground around him. I've seen him chasing targets through busy streets, but that's still the fastest I've seen him move in my life."
The laughter continued, and even Drake couldn't help but join in. He had to admit it was a funny story, especially now that a few years had passed. They stayed there a little longer,
finishing their drinks and swapping a few more anecdotes, as if reluctant to break the unexpected sense of camaraderie that seemed to have developed. They knew that when they next met, things would be different. The urgency, the creeping sense of danger, the paranoia would be back. Tonight was a glimpse, fleeting though it was, of a different life. A life they might have had if things played out differently. A life each secretly knew they would never truly possess. Time marched on, and one by one they began to drift off to their rooms. Alex was the first to go, rising up from his chair a little unsteadily.
"I'll see you losers in the morning," he said. "Late in the morning. Try not to have any emergencies before 10 a.m.
"We promise nothing," Mitchell called after him, prompting a mumbled response that was probably not complimentary. However, she too was aware of the late hour, and soon made her excuses and departed. Dietrich downed the remainder of his drink and laid his glass down firmly on the table. He looked at Drake.
"You're an asshole, Ryan," he decided, "but it's good to have you back all the same."
"That's what I've missed, Jonas, your sunny disposition." The normally dry and sardonic German flashed a thin semblance of a smile before taking his leave. Rojas was next to go, rising stiffly from his chair. His midsection was swathed in bandages, hidden only by the dust-covered shirt he was wearing. Nonetheless, he gave Anya a nod.
"Stay out of trouble, Maras. Or at least, keep it away from me."
Despite herself, Anya smiled.
"Thank you, Cesar. For everything."
Frost remained behind a little longer, waiting until the others were out of sight before standing up.
"God damn, I'm gonna sleep tonight."
She glanced at Drake and grinned.
"You try to stay away from nightclubs."
She was just turning away when Drake spoke up. "Kira?" When she looked over at him, he was holding his hand out to her. She hesitated only a moment before clasping it tight. Neither of them said anything more. There was no need. Frost released her grip and turned away and retreated upstairs to her room. Only Drake and Anya were left, hanging in there until the end, seated on opposite sides of the table, like adversaries in some great game. But they weren't adversaries any longer. It had all changed today. Drake could feel it, as if the air around them was charged with electricity, growing heavy with anticipation, with building tension.
"You know, if you'd told me a few days ago that we'd be sitting together talking about all this over a bottle of wine, I'd have said you'd lost your mind,"
Drake remarked, idly turning the wine cork over in his hand. He studied her expression, trying to gauge her mood.
"I suppose a lot can change in a few days."
Drake glanced over his shoulder. The owner of the hotel was waiting near the restaurant entrance, clearly impatient to close up for the night. Drake didn't blame him, and didn't want to impose any further.
"We should go,"
Anya said, echoing his thoughts. He nodded, and together the two of them headed upstairs. Whatever needed to be said between them, Drake guessed it would have to remain unsaid for now. Chapter 70. The hotel was too small to accommodate a group of this size with their own individual rooms, forcing them to double up. Mitchell and Frost had taken one, while Alex, Rojas, and Dietrich were in another, the latter making his displeasure known to anyone willing to listen, and a few who weren't. Drake and Anya had opted to take the final room. This seemed to work to everyone's advantage, since most of the group were understandably reluctant to share a room with either a dangerous man, whose mental state remained questionable, or an equally dangerous woman, who had inflicted various injuries on them in the past. Anya, at any rate, hadn't objected, and Drake could guess why. She wanted to keep an eye on him.
"Someone should keep watch,"
he said, easing out of his shirt with difficulty, the knotted muscles and torn flesh hindering his progress.
"I'll take the first shift."
He doubted Hawkins or Powell would track them here, but as he'd learned over the past few days, they weren't to be underestimated. Neither was Corellius, whom Anya had once thought of highly enough to appoint as her second in command.
No, I'll go first,
Anya countered firmly. He glanced at her. You took a beating today. You could use a rest.
I can take just as much as you can, and I'll be the one to decide when I need rest.
Jesus, do you have to fight against everything I say?
Only when you put bravado ahead of practicality. Here, let me help.
She helped him out of his shirt, taking note of the dark and ugly bruising that marked his back and shoulders, the cuts and grazes that had been hastily cleaned and still glistened with freshly clotted blood. The sight of it was enough to make her wince. One particularly deep cut across his left shoulder blade had reopened and started bleeding again.
Sit down. I'll see if I can clean this up,
she said, easing him onto a chair. Retrieving a washcloth from the bathroom, she pressed it into the cut, prompting a sharp intake of breath.
It hurts,
she said quietly. Rough day, he admitted. Some woman tried to beat the shit out of me.
You probably deserved it.
The wine Anya had drunk tonight engendered a slightly more relaxed frame of mind.
This woman, tell me about her.
Well, she's probably the biggest pain in the arse I've ever dealt with. Drake hissed as she pushed the cloth in a little harder than necessary, a little reminder to choose his words carefully. He let out a controlled breath, muscles slowly relaxing, then continued. She's also the most unique person I've ever met in my life.
Unique? Interesting choice of words, she observed. How exactly?
Drake considered it for a few seconds. She's brave, smart, strong, beautiful, and good. Sounds like a stupid way to describe someone, but it's the only word that makes sense. There's no doubt with her. I never question if she'd do the right thing. I just know. You don't meet many people like that in this life. Anya swallowed, feeling an annoying flush rising to her cheeks. She was glad that Drake was facing away from her.
She sounds special,
she said, feeling uncomfortable, like she'd taken it too far. Drake turned around then, looking her in the eye. She is to me. Her heart was beating stronger and faster now as she recalled some of the great outpouring of emotion she'd felt in that mosque today, holding Drake, able to forget everything else around them, feeling and wanting only him. Having finished her task, Anya stood up and backed away. She needed to put some distance between them, to calm down, to regain her composure.
That should be enough, she decided, laying the blood-stained cloth aside. If the wound won't close by itself, it might need stitches.
That's the problem with old wounds. They never really close. Drake seemed poised to add more, but decided to let it pass. Don't stay and watch too long, Anya. Even you need to rest eventually. He rose stiffly and made his way towards the bed at the other end of the room.
Why didn't you do it?
Drake was struck by Anya's unexpected question. She was watching him, just as before, but her expression had changed. He could almost feel the tension and worry radiating from her. She was afraid. But of what? Of him? Of what he might say? Do what?
Kill me, she replied. You had the chance today, you could have done it. But you stopped yourself. Why, Ryan?
You know why.
No, I don't. But I want to. Please.
It was then that he understood. The final barrier that stood between them, withstanding everything else that had happened these past 4 years. The admission he'd longed to make. The truth he'd known for so long but never articulated, always held back by circumstances. Or by fear. She'd sensed it too, and he realized that she pulled away from him not because she was rejecting him, but because she didn't know what to do. She'd never allowed herself to get this close, never opened herself to someone in this way. Anya, the woman who had faced uncounted dangers and hardships in her life without fear, was afraid of this. She needed him to take that final step, because she couldn't. And in the end, he did.
Because I love you, Anya.
There were a million different things he could have said. Uncountable possibilities to more artfully express what he felt. But in truth, he could think of no better answer than those 5 simple, honest, heartfelt words. Never in his life had he meant something more. After all this time, these years of separation, of painful longing, of coming together only to be pulled apart again, of heartache and triumph and loss, he'd just come right out and said it. It almost didn't seem real. But real it was. He knew that much when Anya let out a shuddering, ragged breath. Her eyes were wide and staring, her face pale. She took a step towards him, and he towards her, until they were standing together in the center of the room, so close they could feel the warmth of each other's bodies. He saw her reach out, felt her hand rest lightly against his chest, as if afraid of the touch. She looked at him as she never had before. An entire lifetime that passed in a single look. No barriers now. No masks. No walls between them. Just her. And him. Drake was barely aware of what happened next. It all passed in a blur of sensation and movement. He felt her arms around his neck as his encircled her waist. The warm firmness of her body pressed hard against his. The urgency of her kiss. He was aware of them stumbling backwards, falling onto the bed together, the soft spring of the mattress beneath them as they pulled and fought at each other's clothes. This was no tender and careful act, but a desperate and urgent search for release. Her hands were at his belt, unbuckling it, pulling it apart, her breath hot in his ear as she reached inside, while at the same time he pulled her t-shirt up and over her head. He felt his hands tracing the contours of her body, the arch of her back, the smooth musculature of her shoulders, the soft curve of her breasts. He bent down and kissed her cheek, her neck, feeling the pulse beating hard and fast just beneath the skin, and then her breasts. He felt a shiver run through her, realizing that she was trembling, and that realization brought such an upwelling of emotion that he almost wondered if he should stop. But he didn't. He couldn't. Neither could she. "Now," she whispered. "Now." Her hands laced around his neck, pulling tight as he entered her. He heard her sudden exhalation, felt her body tense beneath him, recoiling from his sudden entry, only for her hips to press forward, pushing against him, pulling away, then thrusting forward again. Drake closed his eyes, moving with her rhythm, their bodies in harmony, striving to reach each other, aching for release. For a moment he remembered the only other time they had come together like this, what felt like a lifetime ago. 2 people with dark pasts and uncertain futures, alone and vulnerable, finding comfort in each other, the only way they knew how. He felt that moment closing with this, the past and the present, the circle of their lives so long entwined, at last joined. Their movements were growing faster, more forceful, more powerful as the need within them rose, as they sought and strove to reach what they both needed. Anya gripped him hard as he thrust in deep, her whole body seeming to rally behind this final, great upsurge of pure feeling. And then, in an explosive release that was so intense it was almost painful, she finally came. She bit his shoulder to keep from crying out, and felt hot tears moistening her cheeks. He carried on a few more times before finally collapsing beside her, breathing hard, exhausted, spent. She felt a fleeting sense of loss, of emptiness as he slipped free of her, and instinctively reached out, pulling him close, feeling the heat that still radiated from their naked bodies. And for the first time in a long time, Anya closed her eyes and felt complete. They lay together like that for a while, naked and twined, wanting and needing nothing else in the world. Neither could say how long this spell lasted. They only knew that they were each unwilling to break it. One or both might have dozed lightly, their thoughts of watchkeeping and other precautions forgotten. They were together. After everything, all the dangers and losses and sacrifices, they had found each other again. Somehow they'd both known it would happen eventually, as if each exerted some unseen force on the other, pulling them inexorably together. They couldn't explain it, couldn't rationalize it, but they knew they didn't have to. It made sense. It felt right in a way that so few things ever did. Drake ran his fingers idly down Anya's body, tracing the gentle swell of her hip, the firm musculature of her stomach, the soft and yielding curve of her breast. Her breathing deepened a little when his finger brushed a nipple, and he felt a twinge of renewed arousal at her response. But when his touch strayed to her back, to the slight puckering and indentation of scar tissue that he knew crisscrossed that expansive skin, he felt her tense a little, stiffen and shift position slightly. An instinctive reaction, born from bad experiences. He opened his eyes and looked at her, her face so close to his own. "It still hurts," he whispered. Anya shook her head. "Just the memory of them." She hesitated before speaking again. Do they bother you?" He'd only witnessed the spider's web of scars on a couple of occasions. He knew she was reluctant to let others see them. She didn't want to answer the questions they inevitably provoked, probably didn't want to be reminded of the man who had given them to her. She had suffered at his hands, to be sure, had endured things that would have broken most other people. But she'd survived, withstood what few others could. And she was asking him if they bothered him? Drake looked at her hard, really seeing her in a way he'd so rarely been able to. She was worried about his answer, maybe even a little embarrassed by the question. God, she was beautiful, he thought. It had been a long time since he'd allowed himself to think of her that way, to let those thoughts in. He knew how important this moment was, what she was really asking him. It wasn't just the scars. It was everything that came with them. Everything that she was. Everything that she'd been and done. She was asking if he accepted her. "They're part of you," he said, taking her hand. "And you're part of me now. Don't ever be ashamed of that." She nodded, squeezed his hand hard, and moved closer to him, her flesh pressed against his, their foreheads touching. Knowing that the last barrier between them was finally gone, Drake closed his eyes, and at last allowed sleep to come. Chapter 71. Nobody was feeling particularly energetic the next day, and it was late morning before the group rose and drifted downstairs in search of breakfast. Drake's suspicions about his body seizing up overnight had proven all too accurate, and it had been an effort just to get out of bed. Only after popping a few painkillers and turning the shower temperature up to maximum had he been able to ease the knotted muscles. The atmosphere around breakfast was a curious one, Drake noticed, with only stilted conversation and furtive glances between his companions. He had the odd impression that he'd just walked into a party he hadn't been invited to. "You guys sleep okay?" Alex asked, taking a drink of coffee to hide his face. Drake frowned. "No worse than you, I suppose?"
"Not a bad place to stay,"
Dietrich remarked with a wry smile.
"Comfortable beds."
He paused then, and Drake could tell something was coming.
"Thin walls, though."
That was too much for Alex. Drake heard him snorting with laughter, nearly choking on his coffee in the process. He was quickly followed by Rojas and Mitchell, both of whom were struggling to hold it in. He glanced at Anya. The woman was looking down at her plate, her face noticeably more colourful than before, though she did have a knowing little smile that he'd never seen before. "It was a long day," he said, shrugging. This only seemed to add to their amusement. He was spared further embarrassment when Frost hurried into the room clutching her laptop. Her expression made it obvious that something of considerable importance was going on. "Guys, you've got to see this," she said, hurriedly sweeping plates and cutlery aside and setting the computer down in the center of the table.
"Jesus, Frost, aren't you ever off the clock?"
Dietrich said irritably. "Shut up," the young woman replied. "Just look at it." Their eyes swept the screen, scanning the news headlines that confronted them. Protests spread across North Africa. State of emergency declared in Tunisia. Government under pressure to resign. Crowds gather in Cairo. Syrian government under fire. "What the fuck?" Alex gasped. Frost looked at them. "It's spreading across the region," she said. "Protests in every major city from here to Syria. Governments declaring emergencies. Police units refusing orders. The entire thing exploded overnight. The whole of North Africa is about to go down." "How did this happen?" Mitchell asked, stunned by the scale of what they were witnessing. This could prove to be the biggest political shift since the fall of the Iron Curtain. Frost looked at her. "Well, it wasn't an accident. I'll tell you that much," she confirmed. "Social media is on fire with this. It's everywhere. Thousands of accounts just sprang into life in the past 24 hours, calling for demonstrations, organizing protests, demanding resignations. This shit was planned." "Planned by who?" Rojas asked. Drake knew the answer, even if he'd rather not have. "The Circle," he said. "That's who Tenbrook was really working for, what he was doing in Tunisia. He was helping spread dissent, undermining the government, whipping up a revolution." He let out a breath, staggered by the scale of their plan. 2 years ago, they tried the same thing in Libya," Frost said. "They wanted to bring down Gaddafi's regime, but we stopped them." "Libya was just the beginning. We didn't stop anything. We only delayed it." Drake could see it all too clearly, the vast machinations of which they had become a part. This was their plan all along. Regime change from Africa to the Middle East, replace dictators with pro-Western governments. No bombs and invasions this time. No accountability. No investigations. Just information. That's all it takes now.
"Jesus Christ,"
Dietrich said, at last recognizing the implications.
"If they can trigger something like this, what will they do next?"
Nobody had an answer. A short time later, Drake found himself alone, walking along the edge of the fishing harbour that the town was clustered around. It was a bright, warm morning, the sun rising into a cloudless sky. A fair breeze was blowing in off the sea, but it was already shaping up to be a hot day. He needed time alone to think, to consider everything that had happened and where it might lead them. The Circle's plans were coming to fruition regardless of Drake's actions, or perhaps even because of them. Perhaps their armed confrontation yesterday had lit the fire of a revolution that might otherwise have fizzled out. Or perhaps it was inevitable. Perhaps an organization as vast and powerful as the Circle simply couldn't be stopped. Perhaps they had become caught up in a war they could never hope to win. This gloomy introspection was interrupted by the buzz of his cell phone. Someone was calling, and he had a feeling he knew who. He didn't have to answer this call. He could let it go, throw the phone away, pretend none of it had happened. But it had happened, and Corellius would always be out there, and the answers he needed would forever elude him. Steeling himself, he pressed the green phone icon to receive the call.
"I'm here." "You've been busy, I see. An entire continent is burning because of your actions."
It was the same voice as before, the same digitized, electronically distorted voice that had always spoken to him. And this time he could detect an edge to it, a hardness, a tension that hadn't been there before. They were coming to the end of their journey now, and they both knew it.
"One disaster at a time,"
Drake said. That's the best I can do.
Enough jokes. Do you have Tenbrook?
Tenbrook's dead. Just like everyone else, Romek. This statement was met with silence. A puzzled, questioning silence. Drake knew he could have held back, could have feigned ignorance and hoped to lure Corellius into some false sense of security. But deep down, he knew it would have been a futile effort. The man he was speaking to was better than that. Yeah, I know who you really are. Or I should say were. Romek Corellius, second in command of Task Force Black, one of Anya's trusted few. And now what are you? Just a coward who hides in the shadows and uses other people to do his dirty work. I don't know how you found me, or what you expect to get from this, but I can tell you one thing. I'm done being your fucking puppet.
Well, well,
Corellius said at last. It was hard to know if his digitized voice carried a trace of mockery or grudging respect.
You've come further than I expected.
Far enough to see through your bullshit. It's over, Corellius. Corellius chuckled to himself then, the sound coming out of the phone as an eerie, discordant jumble of electronic mush.
No, it's not over yet, Ryan. You've come a long way, but you still have one last step to take. One last person who must answer for her crimes.
It wasn't hard to guess who Corellius had in mind.
Pow. Bring her to me and this will all be over. You'll know the truth, and you'll be free of your past. And in the end, isn't that all you ever wanted, Ryan?
Why the hell would I do that? Drake demanded. So you can kill me?
You're not my enemy, Ryan Drake,
Corellius promised him.
And I won't force you to do anything. All I offer is a choice. Walk away or see it through to the end. Are you really prepared to abandon it now after coming so far?
Drake shook his head, refusing to be drawn in. Even if I wanted to do it, it would be suicide. You said it yourself. I can't kill Pal.
You won't have to. Bring her to me, and I'll take care of the rest. We can end this together, but I need your help.
Drake closed his eyes. Despite everything, despite his logical mind telling him this was a bad idea, he could feel himself being drawn back in. Not because he was compelled to obey, but because he knew if he didn't, he would never be free of Pal's insidious influence. He would forever be a liability, a weak point, a man who could never be fully trusted. He couldn't live like that. Not again. Where would this happen? He asked.
You know where. Every good journey should come full circle, Corellius decided. Bring Pal to where this all started, and I'll be waiting for you.
The line went dead then, and Drake lowered the phone, lost in thought. Tell me you're not seriously considering this, Frost said about an hour later. Drake had finished relating his brief conversation with Corellius, along with the hastily conceived plan he concocted to make it possible. She knew that look on his face, and she didn't like it. It was the look she'd seen in countless planning sessions and operational briefings during their time as Shepherd operatives, where Drake was applying his formidable knowledge and experience to solving a particularly difficult problem. Now he had the mother of all problems to tackle. If we want to find Corellius, this may be the only way, Anya reasoned. Fuck Corellius and fuck his bullshit journey. I can tell you where this journey's going to end, Ryan. It's going to end with you lying face down on the ground with a bullet in your head, Frost declared. That really the end you want for yourself? Frost could understand why Anya was contemplating Drake's insane plan, why she was so eager to reunite with a former member of her unit. But that didn't mean the rest of them had to be sacrificed for it. His plan was without doubt the most risky, borderline insane scheme they had ever contemplated. Drake's expression hadn't changed, however. If anything, his resolve seemed to be strengthening. I have to know, Kira. I've carried this with me for a long time. I'm tired of running. Drake shook his head, resigned. He looked suddenly older, as if years had passed during their conversation. One way or another, I have to face it.
Anya nodded, subdued but resolute. Ryan is right. If Corellius can give us the answers we need and put a stop to Powell, then I think it's worth the risk.
Suppose you're right. Not that I think you are, Dietrich prompted. Where does he expect you to meet him?
For Drake, the answer was clear as day. He told me this would end where it began. It began with Operation Hydra. He sighed, facing up to the final leg of his journey. He wants to meet me in Afghanistan.
Anya nodded. Then that is where we'll go. Alex folded his arms, unconvinced by what he'd just heard. That's all well and good, mate, but tell me something. How do we know you're actually you? The group's attention quickly switched to him. Nobody said a word, however, and the silence stretched out. But it was clear his question had hit home with some of them. Their expressions ranged from flat rejection and denial to simmering disquiet and doubt. Oh, come on, do I really need to be the one to say it? Alex asked, responding to their unspoken censure. You're telling us all this stuff now, Ryan, but how do we know this isn't some kind of bullshit act? You said yourself Powell can control everything you do, everything you think. And even if it's not an act, Corellius seems to make you dance to his tune. What's to stop you going all Bruce Banner on us again? One wrong word, one phone call, and before you know it, we're right back where we started. I don't know about you, but I'm pretty sure we can't keep doing this. Shut up, Alex, Frost snapped. You don't have a goddamn clue what you're talking about. You're not one of us. No, I'm not. And maybe I'm seeing this clearer than the rest of you, he retorted, in no mood for being lectured. And for the record, I took the same fucking risks you did by coming here. What the hell do you know about risk? You're a fucking keyboard warrior.
The man is just saying what we're all thinking, Rojas observed, even if you don't want to hear it. Frost rounded on him.
He doesn't speak for me.
No one does, it seems. But that doesn't mean he's wrong. Dietrich was next to wade into this argument, though to Kira's surprise he actually leapt to her defense.
Maybe you should shut your mouth, Caesar. We don't need opinions of every waif and stray we pick up.
God damn it, stop this, Mitchell interrupted. Fighting each other isn't the answer.
The others were starting to raise their voices, each vying to be heard amid the growing clamour as simmering tensions and grudges rose to the surface. The unity and camaraderie of the previous evening had vanished, as differing opinions threatened to break them apart.
That's enough!
Drake shouted. Their attention turned towards him, waiting, knowing something was coming.
Alex is right,
he said, his expression betraying the somber acceptance of someone coming to terms with an unpleasant truth.
I'm a liability to you. All of you. Might as well be honest about that. As long as Powell and Corellius are out there, there's a chance I could go back to what I was before. I couldn't live with myself if that happened. None of you will be safe until I've beaten this thing.
None of us are safe without you.
The others stopped and turned to the woman who had spoken up. Anya took a step towards Drake.
You have shown faith in each one of us, Ryan. You have risked your life for us more times than I know. If we can do the same for you now, then I'm prepared to do it.
I almost killed you once already.
But you didn't, she reminded him. Maybe that means something. Maybe it will help when the time comes.
And maybe it won't, Drake countered. You really want to take that chance?
Anya's eyes flashed dangerously.
I'm not yours to command, Ryan. I never will be.
She calmed herself, pushing back a strand of hair that had come loose in the breeze.
But we both have questions that must be answered. Yours started with Powell, and mine will end with Corellius. So we go together, we find our answers together, and we finish this together. That was what you promised me.
Drake studied her closely, seeing in her a mind and a will as unyielding as his own. The others might protest and argue against his decision, but in the end he knew they would understand and abide by his choice. But not Anya. She wouldn't bend, wouldn't give up on this, because she needed it as much as he did. He'd always known it would come down to the two of them. They were going to Afghanistan, each seeking their own answers. Neither could imagine what was waiting for them. Part 4. Identity. Nearly all records pertaining to MK-Ultra were destroyed by the CIA in 1973. The full extent of the program may never be known. Drake wasn't seated patiently at the table this time, waiting for her arrival. Instead, he was strapped to a hospital bed that had been set up in the center of the room, his wrists and ankles securely bound. Even then, the skin around them had been rubbed raw by his frantic efforts to break free. Only heavy sedation had finally subdued him. Elizabeth Powell took a breath as the door slid open, allowing her to enter. Normally, she was utterly composed during these sessions, her mind focused and analytical. But not today. This session was something very different. This session could mean the end for both of them. She had disabled the security cameras. Nobody was going to see or hear what was discussed during this session. Just this once, they were truly alone. "Good morning, Ryan," she said, feigning calm as she entered the room. Drake looked groggily towards her. But even through the haze of sedatives, she saw the recognition in his eyes. He began to struggle again, muscles standing out hard against his skin as he strove to break free of his restraints. "Stop that, please," Powell said. His struggles eased, even if that frightened, angry look in his eyes hadn't changed. He was still capable of receiving commands, she thought. There was hope. "Do you know why you've been brought here, Ryan?" Drake's jaw clenched.
"You sent us in there," he spat. "You knew what we'd find. How could you do that?"
"That wasn't my decision to make," she responded, keeping her tone quiet and even. "You're here because you stopped obeying orders, Ryan. Abandoned your unit and tried to leave. Why?"
"You know why!"
he shouted, furious. Even the sound-absorbing walls couldn't dampen the sound of his anger. "Limit your emotions," she ordered. Drake let out a breath, calming himself against his will. Powell reached out and laid a hand on his chest. "I'm disappointed in you," she admitted. "You're the first anomaly we've had in this batch. My colleagues warned me you weren't taking to the conditioning like the others, but I ignored them. I believed I could make you even better than the others." She sighed, knowing what had to come next. "I may have been wrong."
"What are you going to do? Kill me?" Drake asked contemptuously. "Terminate me like some failed experiment?"
Powell shook her head. "No, Ryan, I won't do that. But I can't risk you telling anyone what really happened." Reaching into her pocket, she produced a syringe loaded with a compound of her own making. "So I'm going to give you something instead. A gift. A gift that will protect us both." Finding the vein in his arm, she pushed the device in and depressed the plunger, giving him the full load. "You're going to forget, Ryan," she whispered, as his eyes dimmed and the drugs took hold. "You're going to forget everything that happened." Chapter 72. Badakhshan Province, Afghanistan, January 13th, 2011. "How much further?" Drake asked, turning the wheel over as he fought to negotiate a path along the jolting, potholed dirt track. Their Toyota 4x4 slewed sideways, wheels skidding in a patch of icy mud before finding purchase. It was as well they had, since there was literally nothing to their left but a drop of several hundred feet down to the floor of the valley below. Above them, great snow-capped peaks rose high into a steel-grey sky, flecks of sleet drifting down around them on the fitful wind. "Not far now. Just beyond the next ridge," his passenger replied, bracing herself as they hit another bump. Anya had no map to consult, no GPS system, no artificial means of navigation whatsoever. It was all done by memory and dead reckoning, two factors which Drake would normally be reluctant to put his faith in. With Anya, however, it was different. She knew this place, like most people knew their hometown.
"Didn't you say that about the last ridge?"
he asked with a playful glint in his eye. Anya glanced over.
When you learn how to drive properly, you can start questioning my sense of direction.
He shrugged. Fair enough. Afghanistan was a tough enough place to reach anyway, but it was made even worse for two people already on the agency's most wanted list. Flying commercially was impossible, and even privately chartered flights were closely monitored by coalition radar. Air travel was out of the question. The only option had been to travel to neighboring Tajikistan, secure a reliable car, and drive south across the sparsely patrolled border zone, charting a winding course through tortuous mountain passes and barely discernible jeep trails, known mostly to local farmers. It was slow going, but it was the only method of reaching their destination undetected. Their plan, such as it was, had succeeded. They'd been able to slip across the border without encountering any military checkpoints or border patrols. The region was sparsely populated, and only nominally under the jurisdiction of the Afghan government, who rarely deployed troops here in large numbers. And for good reason. This was made readily apparent not long after crossing the border, as they passed a pair of burned-out vehicles lying abandoned by the side of the road, their frames charred and twisted. They might have been there for days, months, or years. It was hard to tell. They were, however, just the first of many such wrecks that littered the main roads, some torn apart by explosions, others peppered with bullet holes. One, chillingly, appeared to have been a school bus. As difficult as the mountain trails were to negotiate, Drake was relieved to see the back of those grim wrecks. This was as lawless and dangerous a place as any on the face of the earth. The Taliban might have been ousted from power, and even Al-Qaeda's back broken after years of attrition warfare, but such groups were as resilient as weeds. Where one was removed, others soon took root. The result was a constantly shifting, treacherous political landscape, where petty rivalries were often settled in blood. In the absence of government or law enforcement, tribal warlords rose and fell, carving out swathes of territory, clashing with rivals, raiding villages, and inevitably being supplanted by someone stronger, more ruthless, or just more opportunistic. But no matter who was in charge, the civilian population usually lived in poverty, hardship, and constant fear for their lives. Drake turned his head upwards, uneasily scoping out the rocky crags overlooking the trail. Plenty of places that provided an excellent field of fire over the road below, making this place an ideal spot for an ambush. It was no wonder the government avoided the area.
"Not that I'm doubting you, but what makes you think we'll get a friendly welcome?"
According to Anya, the village that lay beyond the next ridge was under the protection of a friendly militia commander who might be able to aid them. Friendly, however, was a relative term in these parts, and Drake was well aware of how easily loyalties could shift. Anya's answer was simple.
Because we're still alive.
Drake once again surveyed the bleak landscape, seeing little but rocks and damp wind-blown snow.
"I don't see anything."
"That's the point," Anya assured him. "Every one of these passes is watched."
How comforting. They carried on up the trail for another half-mile or so, staying in low ratio in case they needed a sudden burst of power, but encountered no obstacles or difficulties to speak of, until they approached the crest of the ridge. Suddenly a pair of armed men sprang up onto the road, seeming to materialize out of thin air. In moments they were blocking their way, the long barrels of their bolt-action rifles trained on the 4x4.
"Stop!" Anya commanded him. "Make no sudden moves."
He stepped on the brakes, bringing them to a halt. Escape would have been a dicey proposition anyway. The mountain road was narrow, offered little room to maneuver, and absolutely no cover. Not to mention that two more men had emerged behind them. They were boxed in, surrounded, and outgunned.
"Hope you know what you're doing,"
he muttered, as the two men in front approached them, rifles up at their shoulders. After all the shit they'd been through to get this far, being gunned down by a pair of guerrilla fighters would be pretty disappointing.
I do. Now kill the engine.
Drake did as she asked, and an uneasy silence descended on the vehicle's cab. The two men had stopped about 5 yards ahead of the Toyota, permitting Drake a chance to evaluate them. Both were kitted out in old-fashioned but nonetheless effective mountain camo fatigues and mismatched webbing that seemed to have been cobbled together from half a dozen different sources. He couldn't be sure, since they were pointed right at him, but their weapons looked like Mosin Nagant rifles. He almost hadn't believed it possible, but it seemed he'd finally encountered a weapon older than Anya's favorite handgun. The Mosin Nagant had been around in various forms since the 1890s, which technically made it older than the country in which they now sat. Simple, rugged, accurate, and powerful, they'd proven themselves formidable weapons in every major conflict for the past 120 years, and showed no signs of slowing down, even in the 21st century. The two men motioned with their rifles for Drake and Anya to disembark. This they did, keeping their hands in view and their faces turned slightly away from the driving sleet. It was cold, the temperature falling along with the sun, and wind chill was adding to the grim conditions. One kept them covered while the other moved forward and frisked them for weapons. None too gently, Drake noted with annoyance. Nonetheless, he seemed to relax fractionally when it became apparent neither of them was carrying. Now that he'd established the new arrivals weren't an immediate threat, the one who'd searched them barked out a question in Dari, the language most common to the northern districts of Afghanistan. Drake understood enough of it to know he was asking who they were and why they had come here. They were looking to Drake for a response, but it was Anya who answered. She, after all, knew the man they'd come here to find.
We have come to speak with Malak. Tell him Anya wishes to see him.
You speak when spoken to, woman,
he growled, raising the rifle as if to hit her with it. Afghanistan was hardly known for its progressive attitude towards women's rights, and the remote tribal areas were the most conservative of all. Anya didn't flinch at this naked provocation. Instead, she stood her ground, passive but undaunted.
He knows me, and will welcome us, she assured him. Please give him my message.
The man considered this. Clearly he resented taking instructions from a woman, but he wasn't about to risk pissing off his commander by turning away, or even executing a potentially influential guest.
Wait here,
he said, backing away and pulling a bulky-looking walkie-talkie from his webbing. Neither of them made a move, though they weren't exactly enjoying the freezing wind and stinging sleet. Drake kept his eyes fixed on the radio man, studying his posture and expression carefully as he went from irritation to suspicion, surprise, and finally realization. Stowing the radio, he approached them both, his rifle pointing downwards. He barked an order to his comrade, who similarly lowered his gun.
You can go ahead,
he informed Drake, studiously avoiding Anya's gaze.
The village is on the other side of the ridge. Drive slow, and don't try anything.
Drake nodded. Fair enough. Gratefully sliding back into the Toyota, Drake fired up the engine and turned the heaters on full. Nice guys, he remarked, as the two militiamen moved aside deliberately slowly.
This country has known nothing but war since before you were born. I don't blame them for being what they are,
Anya replied. Drake said nothing. He eased them onwards, ascending the last 50 yards to the crest of the ridge. Ahead they found a relatively flat plain about a mile across, roughly bisected by a small river, swollen by recent snows. Straddling this waterway was a small village. Electric lights glowed here and there, probably running off generators, but most of the houses were lit against the gathering gloom by simple lamps and wood fires. It was an isolated and backward little settlement, about as bleak and remote a spot as one could imagine. Drake brought them into this cluster of man-made structures at low speed, watching as a few children stopped to stare at them, as if they'd come from another world. Perhaps in some ways they had, he reflected. There, that building there, Anya said, pointing towards the largest of the buildings, where a few rugged-looking 4x4s were parked. For better or worse, they'd arrived. They stepped out into the swirling snow. You want to ring the doorbell? He asked, casting his eyes around dubiously. Barely had he spoken than the front door swung open, and a trio of men strode out to meet them. Unlike the two they'd encountered on the road, all three were dressed in civilian clothes and appeared to be unarmed. The two at the back were Drake's age or younger, still strong and in their prime, one clean-shaven and the other sporting a light, neatly trimmed beard. There was enough of a similarity between them that Drake guessed them to be brothers. However, it was the man they were following who was clearly in charge. He must have been well into his 70s at least, with a thick, grey beard. Despite moving a little uncomfortably on joints that had seen better days, he still possessed the tall, rangy build of a man used to covering distance. One eye, sharp and intelligent, was focused on Anya. The other was simply an empty socket, lined with old scar tissue. Drake recognized him right away. Malak, the weapons trader who had supplied them with most of their gear for their doomed mission in Islamabad last year. This place was, it seemed, his home. He grinned, revealing the oddly perfect set of teeth that had caught Drake's eye last time they'd met, and moved forward to embrace Anya.
Anya,
he said, letting go to look at her.
Assalamu alaikum.
She nodded and gave the customary response.
Wa alaikum salam.
Malak beamed.
When I heard your name, I thought my men must have been mistaken.
It's no mistake, she confirmed, her expression turning more serious. Forgive me. I would not have come here if there were another choice. Malak was perceptive enough to realize this was a matter best discussed in private.
Come, we'll talk inside.
Chapter 73. Drake's experiences in Afghanistan had naturally made him wary of venturing into the homes of strangers, especially strangers who led ragtag mountain militia units. Still, the freezing temperature and gathering darkness were enough to overcome these reservations, and he followed Malak and his two companions inside. The interior of the dwelling was surprisingly comfortable and well-appointed given its drab and impoverished facade. The floor was lined with thick rugs, the stone walls plastered and freshly painted, and what little furniture there was seemed to be of good quality. A fire burned brightly in the hearth opposite, adding to the warm and comfortable feel of the place. Drake could smell tea being prepared somewhere nearby.
You have not met my sons,
Malak began. He indicated the man with the beard first, which told Drake he was the elder. In Afghan families, sons were always introduced in order of seniority.
This is Fajad and his younger brother Jamas.
As-salamu alaikum, Drake said, going with the traditional greeting, peace be upon you. Somehow he doubted either man had lived a life of peace, but such was the way of things. He was hardly one to judge.
Wa alaikum salam,
they each replied. And upon you, peace. Malak might have been all smiles, but his sons were a different matter. Neither looked pleased, and regarded Drake in particular with thinly veiled suspicion. Still, opposing your father's wishes in front of guests was a massive no-no, so neither made further comment.
Please, sit,
Malak urged them, switching to English for the sake of convenience. There were no couches or chairs as such, but rather a series of stuffed pillows lay out around the periphery of the room, facing towards the hearth. Drake lowered himself into one, with Anya seated beside him. Malak and his two sons settled themselves opposite. A young woman came in bearing a tray of tea. Too young to be Malak's wife, she couldn't have been more than 15 or 16, short in stature and nimble, almost bird-like in her movements. Likely a granddaughter, born from one of Malak's sons. Her hair was covered by a sadar, but since they were in her home it was permitted for her face to be uncovered. Drake waited in patient silence while she poured him a cup of tea, careful to avoid making eye contact, or indeed paying her much attention at all. Malak's sons were hardly his biggest fans anyway, and any overt interest in their daughter would be seen as an outright provocation. There was no talking while this was going on. Matters of importance wouldn't be discussed while the girl was present. She was no doubt aware of this too, and hurriedly finished up and departed. Drake felt a twinge of pity for her as she scurried from the room, wondering what kind of life awaited her in a place like this. His thoughts were drawn back to matters at hand when Malak opened the conversation.
"The last time I saw you both, you and your people were going to Islamabad," he commented.
He took a mouthful of tea before continuing.
"Tell me, what happened there?"
"Nothing good," Drake replied tersely. The less said about that disastrous attempt to capture Marcus Kane, the better.
"We're here on other business."
Malak watched him shrewdly.
"And what business might that be?"
"We need a place to stay for the night," Anya said, jumping in before Drake said something they both regret. "In the morning, we will be on our way."
"No weapons? No equipment?"
Malak asked, surprised. Anya shook her head. "We have everything we need." She didn't offer to compensate him, Drake noticed. Offering any Afghan payment for their hospitality was seen as a grave insult.
"You have everything, you say?"
Farjad, the eldest brother, asked.
"Money? Transport? Supplies? Why then do you come here asking for help?"
Malak quietly advised his son to simmer down, but didn't fully reprimand him, which told Drake he wanted to know the answer himself.
"We have enemies in Afghanistan and elsewhere,"
Anya explained. As far as understatements went, that one was up there with the best of them.
"I would rather put our safety in the hands of a friend." "And take his safety away with the same breath,"
Farjad scoffed.
"You would bring your problems here with you."
"A real friend is one who takes the hand of his friend in time of distress," Drake said. Farjad looked at him sharply, having picked up on his choice of words. Afghans are particularly fond of sayings and proverbs, particularly when underlining points and settling disputes. A good proverb, properly employed, could carry a great deal of weight.
"And if a forest catches fire, dry and wet alike will burn,"
his brother Jamas responded.
"Enough!"
Malak said sharply, realizing that sniping would achieve little. He turned his eye on Drake and Anya again.
"This village has been my home since I was a boy. It's a peaceful place, and we work hard to keep it that way. Allah knows there are few enough of them in this country as it is."
"And that's the way it will stay," Anya promised. "You have my word." Malak exhaled slowly, the air whistling through the hairs of his beard. His sons had made their feelings plain, and while it was clear who held sway over this family, Drake knew that in Afghan culture only brave or foolish men made enemies of their sons. There was no reason to believe he'd take them in out of charity.
"I have known you a long time, and you have never placed demands on me," he said at length. "If you come seeking help today, I will give it to you."
Anya nodded, her relief obvious. Jamas and Farjad looked pissed off, but wisely held their peace, deferring to their father's wishes. The decision had been made. They had a place to stay. Despite the rocky start, Malak proved to be a generous host, even inviting them to share the evening meal with him and the rest of his family. Tradition and honor dictated that he show the utmost hospitality, and he was apparently a man who took such things seriously. Neither Drake nor Anya was inclined to object. Given that they'd been subsisting on bottled water and protein bars since their departure from Tajikistan, the platter of freshly baked naans, Tandoured lamb and spiced potatoes brought out to them was like a banquet by comparison. Simple food cooked well, seasoned even better, and provided in more than ample quantity. There was no dining table as such. Rather, a large tablecloth was laid out on the floor in front of them, and the various dishes placed on it. Neither were there any cutlery or utensils for their personal use. Meals were expected to be eaten with the hands, only the right hand, with the naan bread usually acting as a kind of crude spoon for mopping up. No alcohol was served either. Instead, they were given a local drink known as doog, a mixture of water and yogurt flavored with mint. Drake had sampled the concoction before, and while the flavor wasn't exactly appealing to his palate, it was nonetheless cold and refreshing, and a good counterpoint to the spicy meat dishes. Given what they were about to attempt tomorrow, Drake would have preferred something stronger, but he wasn't about to complain now. Anyway, he'd brought a little something along in his backpack for just such a contingency. Talk flowed in a mixture of Pashto and English, depending on who was speaking to whom, though Malak was careful to keep the conversation away from the darker aspects of Drake and Anya's lives, for obvious reasons. Drake couldn't guess how much his family actually knew of their father's profession. His sons were likely not ignorant of his arms-dealing enterprises, but whether they understood how he made his money or not, it was clearly not to be discussed here. The young woman who had poured the tea earlier had returned, along with another girl of comparable age, but considerably fuller build, and a younger boy who had barely seen 5 years. He seemed to find Drake particularly intriguing, and spent much of the meal staring up at him with big, solemn brown eyes. The family gathering was completed by an older woman who was introduced as Malak's wife. The girls spoke only amongst themselves, never addressing or even looking directly at Drake or Anya, though they seemed quite fascinated by the latter's blonde hair. The older woman was not so constrained, however. As the matriarch of the house and with her husband present, she was permitted to converse freely. Her name was Asal, a short, rotund woman of late middle age. Her rounded face bore a severe expression that suggested she wasn't someone to trifle with. More than once she snapped out a curt word or command to the young women when they started to make too much noise. It was easy to see where her sons got their temperaments from, Drake thought. Asal seemed particularly interested in Anya, and quizzed her in depth about her own history, her experiences in Afghanistan, and even specific people she might know. Anya did her best to answer vaguely, but truthfully, tactfully leaving out the fact that she'd once been a covert operative for the CIA, sent behind enemy lines to fight alongside the Mujahideen against the Soviets. That was probably a little heavy as far as dinner conversation went. Unsurprisingly, it eventually transpired that Asal knew a couple of men from Kabul with whom Anya had once associated. Drake had encountered many different peoples and cultures in his life, but none who spun such complex webs of kinship ties and family associations as the Afghans. There was even a joke that a man in debt could move from Kabul to Herat and still run into someone demanding his money. Nonetheless, keeping up such a facade under intense questioning was clearly a taxing experience for Anya, and Drake decided it was best to bring matters to a close.
"Thank you for dinner, but it's been a long journey. We should get some rest," he said, speaking in Pashto so they could all understand. He also made sure to leave a little food on his plate, as a token of respect. Malak nodded, guessing his intent. A room had been set aside for them, and he instructed one of his granddaughters to show Anya to it. With Drake, however, it was plain he had something else in mind. "I like to stretch my legs after dinner," he said, rising up from his pillow with surprising grace and dignity given his age. "Will you walk with me a ways?" It was obvious this was no idle suggestion, and it would be unwise to decline. Nodding agreement, Drake followed Malak outside. Darkness had fallen across the mountains. A few stars were even visible between the thick ribbons of cloud overhead, shivering cold and hard in the night sky. Malak progressed slowly down what obviously passed for a main street around here,
moving with no great sense of purpose or direction. A pair of boys ran across the street up ahead, shouting and laughing, their long, thin sticks doubling as toy swords that they swung and parried. Kids horsing around without a care, lost in their fantasy world. Malak smiled fondly as they disappeared down an alley between two houses.
My brother and I used to play just like that when we were boys. Heroes in our own stories, he remarked with a wistful tone. That was what we thought when we rushed off to fight the Soviets 30 years ago. From boys into men, and men into heroes. Yes, Al died still believing that.
And you? Drake asked. What do you believe?
I lost half my sight to a Soviet sniper, Malak said. His shot punched straight through the wall I was crouched behind. I still remember it even now. The sound of the blast, the darkness, the hot blood.
He allowed that thought to linger a moment before continuing.
But I think Allah took my eye so he could give me something better in return. Perspective. My generation rode off proudly to war, seeking honor and glory, and my son's generation have had to live with the consequences. I think Afghanistan has had enough of young men trying to be heroes. Maybe the next generation will grow up into something better.
I hope so, Drake said.
And you, Ryan Drake?
The old man asked.
What did you come here to be?
Drake offered a wry smile. Been a while since anyone called me young. And I'm no hero. I never was. I'm just trying to stay alive. Malak nodded thoughtfully.
Spoken like a man who has seen war.
More than you know, he replied, watching as the two boys emerged from behind another house, still play-fighting, one pursuing the other, another generation of warriors in training. He turned southwards. Somewhere out there, beyond the mountain peaks, lay Kabul, and somewhere in that city was Powell. He knew it as surely as he knew the sun would rise in the morning. There are people out there who want to kill me.
And yet you still live,
Malak observed. I should have died so many times. Better men than me didn't make it this far. Drake sighed.
Do you ever ask yourself why you made it back and your brother didn't? Why you deserve life more than him? It was God's will. I may not understand it, but it's not my place to question it.
Drake didn't respond, and Malak was quick to guess why.
You're not a believer, Drake.
He grunted. If there is a God, he's making a bit of a mess of things, wouldn't you say? Living through the things you've seen, how can you still believe in him? Malak's boots crunched on the ground as he moved to stand beside Drake.
God does not make men good or evil. He gives us the wisdom to choose for ourselves. You might live or die tomorrow. That's not your choice. But you can choose what kind of man you want to be.
If only he knew, Drake thought. It wasn't a matter of choosing which kind of man he wanted to be. There were already two men within him, one good and one evil. It was only a question of which would prevail.
The night is cold,
Malak said, sensing he'd made his point.
And my old bones feel it more than yours. Come, let's go back.
Drake began to wonder about Powell, what she was doing at that moment, whether she was thinking about him, whether she knew how this was going to end. One way or another, they would find out tomorrow. With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, he turned away and followed Malak back to his home. Chapter 74. Like many Afghan homes, Malak's residence was roughly rectangular, with most of the rooms overlooking a central courtyard. Extended families were common to many households in this country, several generations often living together under the same roof. This naturally resulted in a degree of overcrowding for many Afghans, but Malak at least possessed the means to build a home of appropriate size. Drake and Anya had been furnished with a guest room in the most remote corner of the compound, a sign that their presence here was tolerated, but hardly welcomed. Unlike the most frequented areas of the house, this was a plain and functional living space, sparsely decorated with mismatched and decidedly outdated furniture. One feature that both intrigued and amused Drake was an old vinyl record player set proudly on a wooden stand in one corner of the room, as if it was some miracle of modern technology. The shelf beneath was laden with discs, with some still in their cardboard sleeves, most without. Judging by the worn and frayed covers, most were from local musicians he'd never heard of, and none seemed to have been produced in the last 2 decades. Still, it was warm and dry, and a roof over their heads for the night. Both he and Anya had seen their share of Afghan winters, and had no desire to repeat the experience.
"This is a map of the eastern districts,"
Anya said, unfolding a big printed graphic on the floor in front of her.
"It's not military grade, but it's the best I could find."
She was sitting cross-legged on the floor, since there was no table in the room big enough to accommodate it. Searching for a while, she reached out and marked their current position in the northern mountain range with a red pen. "I'll forgive you," Drake replied, pouring the contents of his hip flask into a chipped glass he'd found in the bathroom. "All right, so working on the assumption Corellius is already in Afghanistan, where could he be?"
"Kabul would be the logical place,"
Anya remarked.
"High population, plenty of Westerners to help him blend in."
"Lots of police and military units too." Anya pursed her lips.
"He said this would end where it began," she recalled. "What do you think he meant by that?"
Drake had initially taken it to mean Afghanistan in general. It had been the first place that Anya and Corellius had deployed to a quarter of a century earlier, and for Drake, it had been the staging place for Operation Hydra. But now he began to suspect there was more to it, something more specific. "Where did you operate from when you served here?"
"Here."
She indicated a swathe of mostly mountainous terrain along the Pakistani border, running from Jalalabad in the south to the Wakhan corridor in the east.
"Sometimes we would go as far south as Khost, and west to hit convoys on the way to Bagram."
"Sounds fun," Drake remarked. "How was it done? Splash and dash ops?"
Anya snorted with amusement. "Are you joking? We never had that level of support. Our mission was to fight alongside the Mujahideen, not jump in and out when it suited us. Once we were in, we stayed in until we exhausted our supplies."
Ballsy. The agency back then had clearly been a very different place to the one he'd served in. Dangerous, but ballsy.
"It was our job, Brian."
Drake glanced at her. She was sitting close to him, an easy, companionable closeness that had developed between them over the past couple of days. But there was something else in her expression too, a kind of fierce pride at what she and her team had accomplished, a memory of the hardships and dangers they'd shared. He turned back to the map. "All right, so if you were operating here for long periods, you must have had an FOB. A forward operating base was any location from which a military force could deploy, often serving as a combination of supply depot, planning center, and communications point. Drake had seen them range in size from small towns with their own airports and recreation facilities, down to a few tents hacked out of a jungle clearing.
"We had lots of them. We never stayed in one place for too long."
Made sense. He would have conducted such operations along similar lines. "Show me." Using the pen again, she marked nearly a dozen points on the map, mostly amongst the twisting valleys and mountain passes that defined the eastern edge of the country. The kind of places that would have been a nightmare for the Soviets to deploy forces into, where ambushes would be easy to set up and impossible to predict. No wonder they'd been able to operate for lengthy periods. "Stop," Drake said, suddenly clasping her hand. Anya was struck by the expression of intense recognition and understanding on his face. He'd seen something on that map, something that had jogged a long-buried memory.
"What is it?"
Anya said. Releasing her hand, he reached out slowly, reluctantly, and pointed to one of the marks she'd made, one that lay about 50 miles northeast of Kabul. There. That's where we'll find him. Anya frowned. He'd spoken with such certainty, such absolute assurance, as if he'd just seen Corellius with his own eyes. Yet she saw no reason to believe that spot was unique amongst all the others they'd used over the years. How do you know this? It's where we were sent. That's where it happened. His voice carried a frighteningly disconnected undertone, as if she were only hearing the echoes of his words. What happened there, Ryan? She asked. He didn't respond. He was staring at that point on the map, his eyes glossy and unfocused, a man haunted by a waking dream. Ryan! She gripped his arm. He blinked, coming back to himself, and turned to her with an expression of puzzlement, as if trying to understand. I don't know, he whispered. But he does. Chapter 75. Drake awoke to the sound of music. Old and melancholy music, playing softly. It was instantly familiar to him, yet strangely antiquated. Music that belonged to a different generation. I can see clearly now the rain is gone. I can see all obstacles in my way. It was cooler now, and the breeze running through the room raised goosebumps on his exposed skin. A window was open somewhere. He rolled over, seeking Anya. She wasn't there. He opened his eyes and glanced around the darkened room. Cast in pale, silvery moonlight and deep shadow, the place seemed almost ghost-like, as if he was still caught on the edge of a dream. But he was awake. He knew that for certain. Gone are the dark clouds that had me blind. It's going to be a bright, 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 sun-shining day. Pulling the sheets aside, he rose from the bed and crossed the room, his senses unusually heightened, eyes straining to pierce the darkness. He almost thought to retrieve his gun, but instinct told him that no weapons were needed. Whatever was happening, he wasn't going to take up arms tonight. I think I can make it now. The pain has gone. All of the bad feelings have disappeared. He found Anya reclining on a chair by the open window, her long legs stretched out and resting on the sill. She was wearing his loosely buttoned shirt, but aside from that she sat unashamedly naked. She looked peaceful and relaxed as she allowed the music to wash over her. Drake said and did nothing, feeling a little guilty for intruding on such a personal, intimate moment. Not for the first time he caught himself wondering at the soul that lurked behind her intimidating facade, at the triumphs and tragedies that had shaped her. Look straight ahead. There's nothing but blue skies. Raising a glass to her lips, she took a drink, her chest rising beneath the thin material of the shirt. He could see the soft curves of her full breasts, the nipples standing out hard in the cool night air. Such a strange dichotomy, he thought. That inexplicable contrast of firm, unyielding strength and tender vulnerability combined in one body. A woman created to bring forth life, who had made a career out of taking it. You can come closer, Ryan, she said. I know you're there. Of course she knew. She seemed to sense the presence of others more acutely than anyone he'd ever encountered. Relaxing, Drake crossed the room and eased himself into a chair opposite her. He gestured to the old record player nearby, the scratched old vinyl disc still turning on it. Old music, playing on old technology. You found something in that par worth listening to? He saw a smile, faint and bittersweet. It helps me remember. Remember what? Absent friends. She took another drink. Drake could smell vodka. She must have brought it with her, just as he had. It was then that he noticed something around her neck, a simple link necklace with an identity tag at the end. A dog tag, its metal surface stamped with Anya's unit number, blood type, and religion, but no name. She had no name in the eyes of the men she'd served, no identity beyond her role as an operative. She'd explained that the tags had been issued on an informal basis, their use in the field strictly forbidden. Such people were never supposed to be identified. They were ghosts, whose very existence could be expunged if they were ever captured or killed. And yet they'd acted as soldiers, as a unit, a family who lived and fought and bled together. It wasn't hard to guess what was on her mind.
You're wondering what will happen when we meet Corellius tomorrow.
I had told myself he was gone, like the others. I mourned him, and I let him go. Now, so much time has passed. So much has changed. I don't know if I will even recognize him, or if he'll recognize me.
She laid the glass down, thinking on those words. To say it out loud made the doubts and fears suddenly real.
When I came back from Afghanistan, I told myself I had 10 good years left as a soldier. That was 2 decades ago.
She chuckled then, both in disappointment and bleak amusement at the way things had turned out.
I'm older now than my parents ever got to be. I've outlived them. Even outlived the world I was born into.
He saw the toll it had taken. He caught a glimpse of the weariness that now weighed on her spirit, the grief for comrades fallen, the regrets for mistakes made and opportunities missed, the sorrow of love lost.
You never asked me why,
she said, coming back to herself. Why?
Why I did it. Why I became a soldier.
Drake shrugged.
You tell me when you were ready, not before.
She smiled, acknowledging the mild dig at her stubborn personality, then took another drink. It was a while before she spoke again.
You might find it hard to believe, but I thought one day I would be a doctor, a healer. That was the future I saw for myself.
The smile faded as she spoke, her gaze growing unfocused as old memories resurfaced.
Then the state came. They took my parents, made them disappear, like they did with so many others. They died in prison, the same one you rescued me from 30 years later. My old life, the future I imagined. It died with them.
He'd expected to hear pain or anger, but there was nothing. As if the entire experience had torn some hole in her psyche, and all of the emotions she should have felt had long since flowed away.
I became someone very different after that. I didn't want to help my people any longer. I wanted to hurt them, punish them, take everything they had taken from me. It was a raw wound that I never allowed to heal. So I waited, and I let it fester inside me. And when my chance came, I took it. I begged the agency to take me. And it was Kane who did it. Kane who took pity on me, perhaps even wanted to help me in his own way.
Even she could allow him that.
I didn't care about the danger or the mission. I only wanted revenge, and for that I was rewarded. And in the end I came to the attention of the real power behind the agency, behind everything.
The circle,
he said quietly. Anya nodded.
They said I could play a part in reshaping the world into something better. And in my arrogance, I believed them. I flattered myself that I could make a real difference at last. Not as a soldier, but as something else. I thought I could be something better, and I could help them to be better too. That was the future I saw for myself. Everything from the day I lost my parents until then seemed to make sense at last. Like it had all been for some greater purpose. For one moment it all seemed possible. And then it was gone. She looked at him, emerging from her reverie. After everything I did, I was still just a pawn in someone else's game. My part was over, and I would never, ever get that chance again. She drained the last of her vodka and laid down the glass. "I've known you a long time," Drake said at last. "You've never spoken like this before. Why now?" "I wanted you to know who I really was. Why I did the things I did. I hoped that if you knew what brought us to this, you wouldn't repeat my mistakes. Maybe you wouldn't end up like me. This belongs to you now," she whispered, placing his hand on her heart. "All I have left. All I can give you." Drake was silent, struck by her gesture. Anya, who had survived for so long by withholding her trust, by never opening up, by never lowering her guard, had finally laid herself bare before him. No pretenses, no deceptions. Just her honest admission. "There's one thing I'll have to ask from you," he said, knowing he could avoid this no longer. "A promise I'll need you to make." Anya stared back, waiting. "If I change again, if I lose myself like I did before—" "That won't happen," she said firmly. "I won't let it." Drake shook his head. Her words were determined enough, but he could sense a lack of conviction. She could no more control the balance of his mind than she could control the weather. "Whatever happened to me, it's not gone," he confessed, hating each word. "It's beaten, it's locked away, but it's still there, and I might not be able to stop it a second time. If that happens, I want you to end it. Don't hesitate. Don't let anything else get in the way. You understand why I'm asking this, don't you?" "Ryan." "Promise me," he said, his tone harder. "I can't become that man again. I'd rather die than live like that." Anya could tell he wouldn't be swayed. She also knew that if she made this promise, it would be binding. She swallowed, but finally nodded. "I promise." Drake pulled her into a fierce embrace. They stood there by the window, holding each other tight until the scratched old vinyl record reached the end of the track and stopped. Chapter 76. They had come down to it at last, the final leg of their journey. The weather had at least improved for their departure, the clouds breaking up during the night and the wind easing off. It was still cold, but it was better than what they'd fought through yesterday. They needed the weather to be on their side today, not to mention a healthy portion of luck. Malak and his 2 sons had come out to see them on their way, and a good number of other villagers had found reason to be outside as well.
"You're sure this is everything you need?"
Malak asked, surveying the meager provisions loaded into the 4x4.
"Not much for what you're planning."
Drake shook his head. "Weapons won't help us now." The old man was clearly of a different mindset, but nonetheless relented.
"Koda Hafid, Anya,"
he said solemnly. "May God protect you." She nodded, repeating the gesture and the phrase. Whether she believed in a higher power or not, she respected Malak enough to bid him farewell on his own terms. With the matter concluded, both travelers moved to mount the vehicle, but Malak caught Drake just as he was opening his door.
Think on what I said last night, Drake,
he advised, speaking so that only the two of them could hear it.
A man can choose what he will be. I hope you choose well.
Firing up the engine, Drake tackled the uneven road at a slow pace until they were clear of the village. "What did Malak say to you?" Anya asked. Drake shrugged, keeping his attention on the road.
Just a reminder.
Leaving their mountain refuge behind, they descended the narrow trail and turned towards Kabul, moving at a steady pace once they found a better defined road. They slowed a little, to stare at the rusting hulk of a tank perched on a nearby hill. Its long gun barrel was now lying at its maximum declination, and its tracks missing. But the sloping hull and rounded turret were unmistakable. It was a Soviet T-34, a relic of a different war, now standing as a silent monument to the failed aspirations of its masters. He'd heard the Red Army had deployed some of these veterans of the Second World War to Afghanistan during the invasion, but he'd never seen one until today. Anya, in particular, seemed to bristle at the sight of the ancient war machine, as if its engine might suddenly rumble back into life and its rusted gun track towards them.
"Old news," Drake said quietly. "We missed that party."
Anya didn't respond. After driving for almost an hour, their journey carrying them well out of range of Malak's village, Drake knew it was almost time. Anya was sitting with her boots up on the dashboard, her eyes on the towering mountain peaks. Her expression was thoughtful, pensive, troubled. Maybe some part of her sensed what was going to happen today, the end that awaited them. Drake reached down and felt the sidearm holstered at his hip. A single handgun wasn't much to fight with, but perhaps it didn't matter now. This was a battle that wouldn't be decided by firepower.
"There's something I wanted to ask," he said at length.
He sensed this might be his last chance to speak with her.
"About what you told me last night."
Anya waited for him to go on.
"You said you once wanted a different life for yourself."
"I did," she acknowledged. "A long time ago."
"Maybe you still could," he ventured. "When this is all over."
"No." Her voice was distant and weary. "It's too late now."
"It's never too late."
She shook her head. "I am what I am, Ryan. This might not be the life I wanted, but it's the one I was given. I can't run away from that. I won't."
"You don't have to, but you can make peace with it and move on. This has to end for you sometime. There has to be something after."
She thought on that, perhaps sensing what he was hinting at, what he was trying to make her see. A life beyond, a future to strive for. "I have to follow my path to the end. After that, I can't say." Drake didn't have an answer to that. Instead, he eased off the accelerator and turned off the road. He brought them, bumping and jolting, down a gentle slope into the dried-up remnants of an ancient riverbed, well out of sight of anyone who might pass by on the main road. "Why here?" Anya asked.
"We've driven enough. Let's stop for a minute, yeah?"
Anya nodded, and together they stepped out into the new morning. It was invigorating, the mountains empty and splendid. A hard, beautiful country, Drake thought. Stepping over precariously slanted rocks, Anya halted in a patch of long grass and bent down, lowering herself to her knees so that she was sitting amongst them, her eyes closed, hair fluttering in the breeze. Reaching out, she allowed her hands to brush lightly across the stalks, still wet from last night's sleet and rain, then brought her hands up and wiped them slowly across her face. She inhaled, drawing deep from the cold air of the new day. And there came across her face an expression of such peace and tranquility that Drake was captivated. It was a glimpse, the briefest vision of the woman she might have become, the life she might have lived. "I did my best," she whispered. She opened her eyes and rose up slowly from her place of refuge. The spell was broken. The look of quiescent serenity had faded, replaced by hardened resolve, as Drake approached. "You're a good man, Ryan," she said as his hand clenched into a fist. "Remember that." Drake swung fast and hard, catching her with a solid blow to the side of the face that almost knocked her off her feet, blood running from a cut opened across her cheek. He moved in closer, getting ready to strike again, to do what he'd been waiting 3 days to do. What he'd been ordered to do. Chapter 77. Bagram Air Base was an immense military stronghold whose sheer scale and complexity defied belief. It was home not only to the veteran 82nd Airborne Division and its support elements, but also to Marine and Air Force companies and even contingents of the British and German armies. The base also served as the headquarters of ISAF's International Security Assistance Force Regional Command East, making it a vital element of the coalition's presence here. The US might have scaled down active combat operations in Afghanistan in recent years, but their presence was still very much felt. Being the hub for all military traffic in central Afghanistan, the place was a hive of aircraft activity. An incoming Globemaster heavy lift transport joined a contingent of 4 C-130s parked side by side on the north side of the runways, with more cargo haulers lurking in nearby hangars. Set apart from the transports were the fast strike aircraft. Half a dozen A-10 Warthogs were parked side by side, maintenance crews hard at work, while further away rose the distinctive twin tail booms of F-15 Strike Eagles. An impressive display of military might, but one which meant little to Elizabeth Powell as she stood in her office, staring out over the base. Let the army have their tanks and their planes if it made them feel better. Their means of waging war were rapidly becoming obsolete. She had something far more powerful. She had the keys to the future. She watched as a Black Hawk helicopter came in to land, downwash from its rotors kicking up a storm of water from last night's rain. A range of barren, wind-blown mountains reared up into the clear blue sky, dominating the horizon. An ugly country, she thought. Cold, bleak, and backward-looking. God only knew why armies and empires had fought so hard over such a worthless patch of ground for centuries. Powerful, ambitious men, carrying their dreams off the edge of a cliff as they strove to outdo each other. She heard the door open, footsteps on the carpeted floor behind her.
"The team's set up and ready to go," Hawkins reported. "We've increased drone flights and electronic surveillance around the border zones. Nothing so far."
Powell didn't expect there to be. Drake was smarter than that. When they found him, it would be because he wanted to be found. "How does it feel to be back in the old stomping ground, Jason?" she asked, keeping her back to him. "Bring back fond memories?"
"We did what we were made for. What you trained us to do."
"Of course you did." She heard him come closer. Perhaps he was trying to intimidate her. She didn't turn around, however. He could come as close as he wanted. They both knew he was incapable of doing her harm.
"You should have come out with us. Seen what you helped us become."
His voice was low, quiet, almost sensual as he spoke.
"Even you might have been surprised."
She chuckled derisively. "Huh. If I order steak for dinner, I don't need to see the cow getting slaughtered," she informed him. "That's for lesser people to take care of."
"Lesser people, huh?"
"That's right." Only then did she deign to turn around and face him. Hawkins was tall, but standing in heels she was almost a match for him. "Soldiers don't change the world, Jason. There'll always be more soldiers. It's the people who direct them, give them purpose, that really make the difference. Just like I gave you purpose. And Ryan. Ryan's not here. She smiled, a patient, knowing, confident smile. Not yet. Her phone was vibrating on a nearby desk. She strode over and picked it up. She felt her pulse quicken. The call was coming from an unencrypted number. Yes? It's done, Drake reported. I have her. Condition? Not exactly unharmed, but alive. Powell closed her eyes, allowing the moment of triumph and elation to wash over her. The gamble had paid off. Her plan had come to fruition, just as she knew it would. Well done, Ryan, she said. He had come through for her in the end. After all this time, he had come back to her. Where are you? In the mountains north of Kabul. Follow this phone signal. We're on our way, she said. I'm looking forward to seeing you again. As the call closed down, she tossed the phone to Hawkins. He caught it, his surprise clear. Get a trace on that last call. Divert any active drones in the area to that location and have your strike team gear up. She paused, considering her position. And make sure the choppers are heavily armed. When we go in, I want to be backed up to the fullest extent. You're coming with us this time? What's the matter, Jason? You wanted me to come into the field with you, see the results of my work? Well, today's the day.
Move it! Go, go!
Hawkins shouted, his voice echoing around the cavernous aircraft hangar as the assault team fell in around him, checking weapons, securing body armor, and performing last-minute equipment tests. 10 men in total, all supplied with the latest generation body armor, secure comms, and enough firepower to decimate an entire platoon. Not to mention their airborne backup. A pair of Black Hawk helicopters sat on the aircraft ramp just beyond the hangar entrance, low and squat and dangerous-looking. One was serving as the troop deployment chopper, the other outfitted with rockets, air-to-ground missiles, and automatic cannons, providing devastating airborne fire support if it were needed. In addition, a pair of Predator drones had been vectored towards the target area and were expected to arrive any minute, one of which was armed with Hellfire missiles for additional target suppression. A lot of firepower and technology at their disposal, and yet that gave Hawkins little comfort. He was simply unwilling and unable to believe that Drake had given up, but Powell wouldn't listen, wouldn't hear his objections or doubts, wouldn't countenance the possibility she was wrong. She was like a train bound for its destination, unable to stray from its tracks. He felt a touch on his arm and turned to face Riley, who had approached unheard while he was absorbed in his thoughts. I want to go in with the assault team, she said bluntly. Hawkins shook his head. Not this time. I can't have you there. If she was seen, Hawkins would lose his most vital play. No, Riley had to remain out of sight for now, until she was needed, until it was time for her to do what Hawkins couldn't. Her jaw jutted defiantly, her fists clenched. Fiery and defiant, she wouldn't be cowed by a single command. I owe Drake. Hawkins ran a hand down her cheek. You know why I need you here. She looked up into his eyes, and despite her anger at being denied her prize, he nonetheless saw a flicker of excitement at what lay in store. She might not get what she wanted today, but the consolation would be worth it. Hawkins was sure she wouldn't let him down. Breaking away, he turned towards the others. Preparations were almost complete. The Black Hawk's engines were already spinning up, whining as they began to generate power. He reached up and keyed his secure comms unit.
We're ready here. Bring the boss in.
Chapter 78. The interior of the chopper was extremely loud and smelled of engine grease and gun oil and carefully controlled tension. Powell watched the range of arid mountain peaks floating by a couple of 1,000 feet below, while on their starboard flank, the second chopper hovered protectively, a brooding and reassuring presence. Packed into the crew compartment around her were almost a dozen men in full combat gear. Big and bulked out by their armor and equipment, faces grim, weapons clutched in gloved hands. There was no chatter, no joking or laughter. They were serious and cold, ready to go into battle, mentally preparing themselves to kill and be killed. It was the first time she'd witnessed an active operation up close, and even she had to admit there was a certain intimidation that came with such an overt display of size and physical power. She might have felt uneasy in their presence if she weren't secure in the knowledge that they'd each been conditioned, just as Hawkins had. These men could neither harm nor oppose her. Her bulky headset unit crackled as a voice spoke up over the aircraft's intercom.
Predator drones are on station. We have confirmed target acquisition,
Hawkins reported. The other men around him tensed up.
Drake, an unidentified second target.
Right where he said he'd be,
Powell remarked.
Is there anyone else in the area?
Even she recognized the possibility of an ambush in such a rugged, isolated spot. Their choppers would make large and tempting targets for a hidden surface-to-air missile.
Thermal scans are blanketing the whole area. So far, nothing.
Good. How much longer?
3 minutes out.
Their course was changing, she realized. The deck was tilting under their feet, the nose rising up to slow their forward momentum.
What's happening? Why are we slowing?
This is the fail-safe point, Hawkins responded. We hold position here while the gunship scouts ahead and clears the area.
Powell shook her head.
No. Take us in.
A few uneasy looks were exchanged amongst the assault team now.
If this is a trap...
It's not,
she said confidently.
Take us in, Jason. I want to see him myself.
Hawkins switched channels to speak with the pilots.
Alpha 1 is going in. Alpha 2, cover our approach.
Are you sure, Alpha 1?
It's my call. Alpha 1 has lead. Everyone else stay frosty. If he so much as twitches, you waste the entire area.
Copy that, Alpha 1. You have lead. Alpha 2 is on overwatch.
The big, heavily armored gunship peeled away, climbing above them as their own Black Hawk began to descend towards a broad, rocky plateau nestled amongst the mountains. Powell watched as something shot skywards from the midst of this plateau, and felt herself tense up for a moment, only for it to burst harmlessly into a ball of red light 1/2 mile away. It was merely a signal flare fired by Drake to indicate his position. The Black Hawk dropped lower, the wide-open space resolving itself into discernible details, tangled boulders and patches of sparse trees growing near water sources, with areas of rocky but flat ground in between. And standing there, patient and unmoving, a pair of figures.
"Hello, Ryan,"
she whispered as the chopper swung in for its final descent.
Gear up,
Hawkins called out, removing his intercom.
20 seconds.
Powell was oblivious to the frantic last-minute activity going on around her as the big aircraft descended the last 50 feet, the pilot bringing the nose up to slow their momentum.
Brace for landing.
They came down hard and fast, the impact jolting her in her seat, the thump of the landing gear making contact rattling through the fuselage. The assault team were moving within moments, unstrapping themselves and hauling the sliding door open. Dust kicked up by the rotors whipped in through the doorway as the team piled out, weapons up and ready, spreading out to take up defensive positions all around. Drake held his ground, making no move, just as she'd known he would.
"Clear!"
she heard one call out.
"Clear!"
Another confirmed. The engines were spinning down now, the rotors slowing, allowing easier communication. Hawkins looked over at her.
"Sure you want to do this?"
Powell unstrapped herself from the secure harness and stood up, having to duck slightly because of the chopper's low ceiling.
"I'm ready,"
she said. Hawkins went out first, his weapon trained on Drake. She approached the edge of the chopper, gathered herself up and leapt down carefully onto the rocky and uneven ground below. Powell might have earned a life of comparative ease and comfort in recent years, but it hadn't always been this way, and she hadn't forgotten the experiences that had made her who she was. Straightening up, she looked over to Drake. He was standing barely 30 yards away, hands by his sides. The bound and hooded prisoner was there with him. She started forward, her feet finding a path through the rocks and sharp stones, waiting to trip her up. Hawkins was by her side, weapon at his shoulder, covering Drake. A caged lion aching to strike at its prey. The rest of the assault team had spread out to form a circle around both the aircraft and its passenger, a wall of guns facing outwards. Still, Drake made no move to strike or retreat. Powell looked up and down, seeing no obvious weapons on either him or his apparent prisoner. He was well aware of the guns pointed his way, and that any move might tip an already fraught situation over the brink. She halted a few yards from him, almost close enough to reach out and touch. And for a couple of seconds, no one spoke a word or made a move. The two of them just stood there, each taking stock of the other, each trying to discern the other's thoughts.
"You know the drill,"
Hawkins said.
"Let's see those hands. Slowly."
Drake glanced at him and smiled.
"Nervous, Jason? Should I be? Depends what you came here for."
He didn't respond, but Powell could practically feel the hostility emanating from him. Every instinct in his body was telling him to open fire, and yet she knew he wouldn't. Not without her permission. Drake raised his hands up, proving to them that he was unarmed. He had come to this meeting with nothing.
"That's enough," Powell decided. "Let's not get started on the wrong foot. Ryan's come here in good faith, and so have we. Lower your weapon."
Reluctantly, the operative complied. Drake smiled again, apparently amused by how easily she controlled him. First things first, Powell nodded to his hooded prisoner.
"Let's see her."
Drake grasped the prisoner's hood and yanked it off. A ripple of tension ran through Hawkins and the other operatives as the hood came away, and Powell saw their weapons raised a little, despite their orders to stand down. She saw the fleeting look of surprise in Hawkins's eyes, the relief that Drake hadn't betrayed them, then the growing realization of what this moment truly meant. Anya. The woman who had eluded them time and again, who had defeated Kane and all his intrigues and strategies, who had given Hawkins the facial scar he still bore today, who had somehow fought her way out of every trap they'd laid for her, was standing helpless before them now. A prize, offered up willingly by Powell's most powerful creation. It was absolute perfection. Rio de Janeiro, 4 days earlier. Powell leaned in close to Drake and spoke quietly, persuasively, reasonably in his ear, outlining what she needed.
"You'll leave here tonight. You'll go on your way and resume your mission. Sooner or later, Anya and the rest of your friends are going to find you, and they're going to try to convince you that I'm your enemy, and they're going to succeed."
Drake stared at her, shocked and confused by what she was saying.
"At least, that's what you'll make them believe. You're going to make them think they've got you back, that you're back to being yourself again, and you'll play this role for a time to gain their confidence. You'll even tell them there's a danger you could lose yourself again, and that they shouldn't trust you. But Anya will. She'll insist on staying with you. Then when the time's right, you'll bring her to me, alive. And then it'll be over. You'll have completed your mission, and we'll be together again, Ryan. I promise."
"Well, I'll be damned," Hawkins said under his breath, his familiar sneer returning. Even he was surprised by this turn of events.
"Oh, Ryan," Powell said, savoring the moment. "It's good to have you back."
Drake was triumphant. "It's good to be back." She embraced him warmly, and he returned the gesture in equal measure. the man she'd created, whom she had built and perfected, whom she had loved as if he were her own son, had returned to her. She let go and backed off, turning her attention to the prize that Drake had won for them. Powell grasped the edge of the duct tape covering Anya's mouth and ripped it away, eliciting a gasp of pain. So, this was the woman who had stolen Marcus Kane's heart, Powell thought, as she looked Anya up and down, surveying her as one might consider the merits of a sculpture. She was tall, standing almost eye to eye with Powell herself, and fuller at the breast and hip. Probably stronger, too, judging by the compact but efficient musculature. An attractive, albeit conventional example of her gender, Powell decided. But then, Kane's taste in women had always been characteristically predictable. Anya could do little but glare back at her with impotent fury as Powell looked her over. A tiger without teeth, rendered helpless and impotent by that most devastating of weapons, trust.
"I imagine you're feeling pretty let down right around now," Powell remarked. "Thinking you won Ryan back? That you had this game all figured out, only to realize you were the one being played?"
She shook her head, almost feeling sorry for this woman who had survived so much, only to be undone by her own emotions.
"Don't you see? I was there long before you, Anya. And I'll be there long after you're gone."
Anya arched her head forward and spat straight in Powell's face. Hawkins was moving immediately. Placing himself between the two women, he reversed his grip on his assault rifle and slammed the stock into Anya's unprotected sternum.
"This isn't exactly how I pictured us meeting again,"
he said, looking down on her as she coughed and struggled to draw breath.
"But I'll take it."
"Wait!" Powell called out as he raised the rifle to strike her a second time. Wiping her cheek, Powell turned towards Anya again, displaying no sign of anger or discomfort at what had happened. She did, however, keep her distance.
"Pick her up, now."
Hawkins complied, grabbing a handful of Anya's hair and hauling her up from the rocky ground. She stubbornly refused to cry out, defiant to the last.
"Pretty good. Not exactly original, but full marks for effort,"
Powell acknowledged with grudging respect.
"You're a monster," Anya snapped. "The things you've done! Spare me the self-righteous routine. I doubt someone as limited as you could even begin to understand my work."
For the first time, Powell's composure had slipped a little.
"You've caused a lot of problems for a lot of people over the years, Anya, including my employers. I can't imagine how many of them would like to see you dead. I'm used to that. I'm sure you are. But I think you've kept them waiting long enough."
Reaching into her jacket, she withdrew a Caltech P11 automatic pistol, designed for concealed carrying. She didn't normally carry firearms, finding them brutish and crude, but her presence in one of the most dangerous countries on Earth had prompted a rethink.
"We don't need her any longer," Powell said, holding the weapon out to Drake. "Deal with her, Ryan."
Anya backed away a step, and even Hawkins looked at her in surprise.
"Kane's orders were to bring her back alive."
Powell shrugged. "I don't take orders from Kane. Anyway, he always was too weak and sentimental with Anya. Better to deal with it ourselves." She nodded to the gun. "Take it, Ryan. Finish this."
Hesitating just for a second, Drake took the weapon, checking that the safety was disengaged before turning it on Anya. She stared back at him, standing her ground, unwilling to show weakness even now. At the end,
"Ryan, remember what I told you,"
Anya said, speaking softly, almost reassuringly.
"I meant it. You're my life."
Something seemed to pass between them then. Something even Powell couldn't fully articulate. A kind of unspoken understanding. An acceptance of what neither could avoid. A forgiveness.
"You're my mission,"
Drake said as he took aim. Anya closed her eyes, inhaling a final breath. One last gasp of life before the end. And with that, Drake pulled the trigger. Click. Anya flinched as the sharp, precise sound of the weapon's firing pin hitting an empty chamber rang out. Opening her eyes, she looked at the weapon in Drake's hands, as if convinced she must have imagined it, as if she would see the telltale curls of grey smoke.
"Well done, Ryan,"
Powell said, easing the empty weapon from his grasp.
"Forgive the cheap trick, but I had to know."
I would have done the same thing. She nodded, pleased by his reaction.
"Good. Now there's something else I need from you. Your group. The ones who helped you escape Tunisia. Where are they?"
I don't know. Powell's expression darkened.
"Are you sure about that, Ryan?"
They didn't trust me. They knew there was a chance I could turn again, so Anya and I separated from the others. He nodded to Anya, who was still glaring at Powell with murderous eyes. Only she knows where they are. Powell's smile returned.
"Then we'll find out. Jason, prep the prisoner for transport."
She turned towards the waiting chopper.
"We're taking her home."
As Hawkins snatched up the hood and threw it over Anya's head, Drake moved close to Powell. "Where do you want me?"
"You stay by my side, where you belong. We're going there together."
Chapter 79. Forward Operating Base Pegasus was located about 50 miles due east of Kabul, on the western edge of a mountain range that threaded a tortuous path all the way to Jalalabad. Technically, this placed it under the authority of ISAF's Regional Command East. However, Pegasus was no ordinary military installation, appearing on no official maps and belonging to no recognized command structure. It was a black site, created by the CIA and maintained under the highest possible security. No military or government representatives had set foot inside its high walls. No journalists or reporters would ever witness the events that took place within its underground holding cells and interrogation rooms. The facility certainly wasn't a purpose-built encampment, Drake thought as their Black Hawk came in to land. Roughly pentagonal in shape, with circular guard towers set at each corner and ancient stone walls overlooking the plain below, the structure belonged to a different era of warfare. Appearances, however, could be deceptive. Despite its antiquated facade, the entire fortress was protected by a state-of-the-art electronic surveillance system, from thermal imaging to motion sensors, covering every square inch of ground for miles around. The flat, open plains surrounding it offered a perfect field of fire for the remote-controlled heavy machine guns mounted on each of its 5 watchtowers, allowing their operators to identify and engage targets from the safety of the base's heavily protected control center. There was also a surface-to-air missile battery for engaging low-flying aircraft, while subsurface seismic monitors even guarded against the possibility of tunneling attempts. These formidable measures combined to create one of the most secure, heavily defended outposts in the entire country. It was quite simply impossible to enter or leave Pegasus without being seen, whether on, above, or beneath the ground. The armed personnel on duty were almost exclusively private contractors, employed by the newly resurrected Nexus Security. Men who would follow orders and ask few questions as long as the money was good. And for the rest of the staff, Unity Pharmaceuticals provided a cadre of carefully selected doctors to carry out their own dark work. Sweeping in low over the ancient walls, their Black Hawk touched down in the wide open courtyard that occupied the center of the fortress. Drake, Powell, and the other passengers waited until the engines had shut down and the dust subsided before opening the main doors. As they exited the chopper, a man in civilian clothes strode confidently forward to meet them, late 50s, medium height, thinning brown hair, and with a noticeable gut straining against his shirt.
"Miss Powell," he began, shaking her hand, "I'm Tom Deans, the director of this facility. It's a pleasure to have you here."
"Likewise." Powell's thin smile indicated the feeling wasn't mutual.
You've been briefed on the package we brought?
Hawkins was escorting the hooded prisoner none too gently out of the Black Hawk.
Yes, ma'am. There's an interrogation suite prepped and ready. Good. Get her processed and set up. I'll be there to start the interrogation shortly.
The director hesitated.
Are you sure you wouldn't rather our team handle this? It's not exactly a lab environment down there.
Powell's look told him everything he needed to know.
Just get her processed.
He complied, knowing better than to push.
Now I assume you have secure satellite communications? Powell went on. I need to put a call through to Langley.
She was already moving towards the facility entrance. Drake followed, staying by her side just as she'd instructed.
Jason, take the prisoner downstairs, and have both choppers refueled and ready. I want you and your team standing by to deploy as soon as you get the word.
Drake could feel himself being watched as they left the courtyard, and turned to look back. Sure enough, Hawkins was observing him, his expression wary, hostile, and, to Drake's satisfaction, jealous. He gave his former comrade a wink before following Powell inside. Deans led them down a short corridor where they passed a couple of offices and smaller meeting rooms, all modern and meticulously maintained, before passing through an electronically locked door into what was clearly the heart of the facility. Drake had seen a lot of ops rooms in his time, from improvised field setups that were little more than a cluster of laptops tied to a satellite uplink, all the way up to the mammoth operations center at Langley, which put NASA's mission control to shame. This, though, was a serious setup. Technicians worked diligently at computer terminals, their monitors displaying everything from camera feeds to thermal and motion sensor networks beyond the perimeter walls, to the remotely operated turrets and the facility's internal security systems. The surveillance feeds also extended down to the lower ends of the facility, which functioned as a prison and interrogation center. He caught a glimpse of Hawkins leading Anya along a narrow corridor, with 2 armed guards in tow. She wasn't resisting, which was as well for her since Hawkins wouldn't hesitate to use force again. The small group carried on before disappearing off the edge of the screen.
Our comm suite is over here,
Dean said, leading the way into a private conference room set away from this hive of activity.
Satellite uplink is live and good to go. It's completely encrypted and soundproofed.
A long table ran down the center of the modest room, with a communications and data terminal installed in the middle, allowing users to connect quickly to the facility's secure network.
Thank you,
Powell said after surveying the room.
See to it that we're undisturbed until further notice.
As Deans departed, Powell closed and locked the door behind him. She turned towards Drake and carefully shed the jacket she'd worn since their reunion in the mountains earlier, tossing it idly onto one of the chairs.
"You're going to report in to Kane,"
Drake said.
Someone has to tell him what a good job you've done.
Drake smiled. He was standing close now, so close she could smell his scent, almost feel the warmth of his body. There was a different look in his eyes now, a look he'd been careful to keep hidden thus far, a look of excitement, of anticipation, of desire. Powell could also clearly see the changes that 7 years of active and dangerous living had wrought on Ryan Drake. Always a handsome man, his features were harder now, more definite, etched with fine lines around the eyes and mouth, his skin roughened and marked with small cuts and bruises. But it didn't matter to her. If anything, it added to what she already felt about him, knew about him. She reached up and caressed his stubbled jaw, delighting in the feel of it. Drake had never been a pampered and preened pretty boy, but a tough, coarse, and uncompromising man, a man she'd been drawn to right from the first, whose strength had set him apart from the others, whose potential she had understood and nurtured, and whose life she had protected.
"Well, there's no rush, is there?"
he whispered, leaning in and kissing her neck, drawing a shiver of delight. Allowing her hand to stray behind his head, Powell gripped his hair and pulled his head back, kissing him forcefully, passionately, She felt his response right away, hard and urgent against hers. She pressed herself into him, pushing him backwards onto the table, her hands already working to undo his belt. Yes, she'd waited a long time to get Drake back, to have him the way she used to have him, body and mind and soul utterly bound to her. A man who had fought, killed, betrayed everything for her. Drake was hers now, and she wouldn't lose him again. Chapter 80. CIA Headquarters, Langley. Marcus Kane's phone was ringing, the call coming through the encrypted agency network. He had a feeling he knew who it was, and felt his pulse quicken as he lifted the receiver. Kane? Hello, Marcus. Pal's voice was smooth, relaxed, and, he thought, just a little out of breath. I thought you might want to hear my report. Depends on what you have to tell me. A silence stretched out. Not because of some encryption error, but because she chose to make it so. She was making him wait. She was enjoying this. You'll be pleased to know I've solved our little problem. Kane froze, struck as much by the nonchalant way she delivered her news as he was by the realization that the woman he'd pursued for so long had finally been captured. It didn't seem possible. It couldn't be possible. You have her alive? He heard himself ask. She's in one of our interrogation rooms right now. And Drake? She chuckled, enjoying her chance to toy with him. Who do you think delivered her to us, Marcus? Kane couldn't believe what he was hearing. Ryan Drake, the man who had become almost as much of a thorn in his side as Anya herself, who had derailed plans, defeated strategies, and risked his life on countless occasions for her. Drake had simply handed her over to Powell? His silence was telling, and she was quick to pick up on it. Oh, Marcus, you and your agency with all your schemes and your plans, and the one thing you never understood was the people you were fighting. You should be grateful I was around to clean up your mess. Kane didn't appreciate being patronized at the best of times, never mind by someone like Powell, who had never sacrificed a single thing in her entire life, who had never had to make the choices he'd been forced to make. I want Drake out of the picture as soon as you're finished. Not going to happen. That wasn't a request, Elizabeth. Neither is this, she fired back. Ryan knows where his loyalties lie now. He didn't before, Kane pointed out. That was an error, easily corrected. We have Anya because of him, and him alone. I'm not going to hand him over to you so you can put him down like some rabid dog. If you don't, I'll find someone who will. She was silent for a moment or two. That door swings both ways, Marcus. It would be a shame if something happened to Anya during her interrogation. Her threat wasn't lost on him. You wouldn't do something like that? Relax, Marcus. Our methods are a lot more efficient than the CIA's torture chambers, she promised. Once she gives up her people, I'll have them dealt with. Then I'll ship Anya back stateside so you can finish the job. There was an edge of distaste in her voice. Meanwhile, I leave with Ryan, and you back the hell off for good. Do we understand one another? Kane didn't have to be a strategist to realize he'd been backed into a corner. Powell, for now at least, held all the cards. However, the deal she was offering wasn't entirely unacceptable. Anya and the collection of allies she'd somehow amassed in exchange for Drake's life. It wouldn't be the first time he'd been convinced to spare Drake's life by a woman with a vested interest in his survival. But he knew one thing for certain. It would be the last. Chapter 81. Anya was alone in darkness. Bound to a chair with a heavy hood covering her head, she was forced to rely on her other senses instead. After leaving Powell and the others, she'd been taken in for processing, stripped, forcibly showered with cold water, and scrubbed with brushes so hard they'd left her skin raw. She'd been issued with the familiar orange jumpsuit of the U.S. military prison system, then hooded once more, and escorted downstairs to the detention center. Anya had endured her share of prisons, torture, and years of solitary confinement, but even she was unnerved by what she'd heard as she was dragged to this interrogation room. Anguished screams echoed out of the cells on either side of the central corridor, the kind of screams that only madness or agony could produce. She'd smelled the ugly stench of prisoners who had voided their bowels, mixed with the acrid tang of sweat and filth, and fear. Dark acts committed in dark places, desperation, and animal instinct. And yet, once she was placed in this room and the door was sealed, she found herself alone, not just isolated from the presence of others, but isolated from everything, as if the world itself had ceased to be. There was no obvious smell, no movement, no sounds of any kind. Even her own breathing seemed to be swallowed up by the walls around her, producing not the slightest reverberation. It was a strange and decidedly unnerving feeling, as if she were in a void of infinite nothingness. At least Hawkins had obeyed Powell's command to deliver her unharmed. Whatever control that woman exerted over Drake apparently extended to his nemesis as well, because she was certain he would have done her serious harm if left to his own devices. A small mercy, perhaps, but one she was under no illusion would last for long. She'd been kept alive for a reason. She tensed up as the door clicked and unlocked, swinging open with only a silent rush of air. Footsteps approached her softly, and suddenly the hood was torn off. She blinked, looking around, quickly taking in her surroundings as her eyes adjusted. She'd expected harsh, intense light to flood her eyes, intended to blind and dazzle the prisoner, helping to keep them off balance. The lighting here was soft, subdued, almost restful. The walls were plain white and lined with foam tiles that deadened ambient noise. In front of her was a table, metal, fixed to the floor, its surface uncluttered. No weapons or tools of torture, no bloodstains or dents. A simple, austere, clinical piece of furniture. A chair sat unoccupied on the opposite side. One thing that wasn't surprising was the woman standing beside her. Elizabeth Powell had discarded her heavy outdoor jacket, but her clothes still looked like they belonged more in a corporate boardroom than a cell in Afghanistan. She was holding a small plastic case. "Sorry to keep you waiting," she said, smiling pleasantly. "Business, you understand." Anya looked away. "I'm not going anywhere." Powell chuckled. "And here I was thinking you had no sense of humor." "What would you know of me?" "A lot, as it happens. I reviewed your old CIA psych evaluations on the flight over here. Makes for some pretty interesting reading, believe me. Then again, I always did find myself fascinated by other people's minds, understanding what makes them tick, and learning what breaks them down." She paused, bringing up something from memory. "Know your enemy, and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without fear, wouldn't you say?" She was looking for a reaction. The quote from Sun Tzu's The Art of War was her way of demonstrating how well she knew her. "Reading about someone is one thing, understanding them is another," Anya replied. Her double meaning was clear. "Well, let's understand each other, before we get started." She laid the plastic case down on the table. Unlatching it, she flipped the top open and reached inside, carefully lifting out a syringe. Anya felt her pulse quicken, her body tensing up as the instinct to fight back asserted itself. Her hands strained against the plastic cuffs, but she was unable to find leverage, unable to break free. "I'm going to let you in on a little secret, just between us," Powell said as she checked the syringe was properly primed. "I hate this country, this miserable little patch of mud and rock at the end of the world. It's a mystery to me. It has nothing of value, and yet somehow it's become the hill that everyone chooses to die on." Powell was slowly pacing the interrogation room,
taking it all in. Take this place. The British built it 2 centuries ago. Then the Soviets made it their own. And now, here we are. Another empire fighting over a country nobody cares about. She halted on the opposite side of the table, resting her hands on its polished surface. Surely you, of all people, can appreciate the irony of that, Anya. Anya felt herself stiffen. Powell did indeed know a lot about her. Knew that she'd fought in Afghanistan 20 years ago, that she'd been captured and tortured by the Soviets, that she'd sacrificed almost everything she had to give for this place, a Pyrrhic victory in a forgotten war. Tell me, how does it feel, knowing you gave up so much to achieve so little? She was gloating, laughing at her for her foolishness, a silly, idealistic girl who had run off to war with a head full of heroism and glory, only to find a far harsher reality awaiting her. Anya raised her chin, staring her adversary down. She might have been that girl once, but no longer. I don't measure the value of a place by how rich its people are. How noble of you, Powell remarked sarcastically. Personally, I tend to base its value on what it can do for us. So you see, even a place like Afghanistan can be made to serve a purpose. An active war zone where people disappear easily, where nobody asks questions, and where we can go about our work undisturbed. Anya thought again about the tortured screams she'd heard as she was dragged down here. They hadn't just come from prisoners being interrogated, she realized. Their suffering had been caused by something else. Something more insidious.
You're using the people here,
she said, appalled.
Experimenting on them.
They're assisting with our research.
You're torturing them. I heard their screams.
Powell snorted derisively. You're really going to lecture me on ethics and humanitarianism, Anya? How many people have you killed in this country alone, 50? 100? At what point did it become easier not to keep track? It was war. Both sides knew what they were fighting for.
What you are doing here is barbaric.
Scientific advancement comes at a price. It always has. You think human civilization got to where it is by holding hands and singing peace songs? It's painful and chaotic, and it requires sacrifice on a scale even you could barely understand. Powell took a calming breath. It takes a certain kind of person to acknowledge that and push forward anyway.
I know exactly what kind of person you are,
Anya replied coldly. Really? Powell asked. Is this where you give me some inspiring speech about how you and I are not so different?
No, because we are different.
You crave power because you were born into a life that gave you none. You were looked down on, ignored, mocked. People were never going to give you the chance you thought you deserved. You learned to fight instead. You learned to take without asking, use people for your own ends, stand on their shoulders to reach higher, and then get rid of them when they served their purpose. All that matters is the reflection of your own success, the illusion of your own power. It's not a means to do good anymore. It's an end all of its own. She shook her head.
No, Elizabeth. You and I are nothing alike.
Powell slammed the autoject onto the table between them, her smile gone. She wasn't toying with Anya any longer. Do you have any idea how many people owe their lives to me right now? The number of new treatments we've developed, diseases we've cured? There are children alive today who would have died before they were even born if it wasn't for our gene therapy programs. Women who were told they would never conceive, paraplegics who were told they would never walk again, schizophrenics who would never live independent lives. None of that would have been possible without the work done in places like this. Hate me all you want, but none of it can change the fact my work saves lives. My work is the future of our species. The smile, mocking and disparaging, had returned once more. And you? What are you? When you get right down to it, the past, a soldier with no war left to fight and no life left to live. Who are you to judge me?
Anya almost felt pity for this woman standing before her, railing against her, demanding her understanding. Powell really did believe that what she was doing was justifiable, that the suffering being inflicted in places like this could be washed away.
The difference between us is I know who I am and what I've done,
Anya said, her tone quiet, controlled, reasonable.
I know this, but I take no pride in it, and I don't delude myself into thinking a few good acts can undo it.
Powell didn't rise to this bait. Instead, she smiled, as if another piece of the puzzle had just fallen into place, as if Anya had given her exactly what she wanted.
You know, I've dealt with all kinds of people, broken them down into their psychological components. It's not unlike taking a watch mechanism apart piece by piece, learning how they all fit together. But you're something different. A woman who became a soldier who became a spy who became a fugitive. So many layers clouding the picture. But who are you really, Anya? What are you beneath all that?
Anya could do nothing to fend her off as she brought the auto jack towards her neck.
Let's find out, shall we?
Anya braced herself, trying to harden her mind against whatever was coming. She heard a faint hiss as the pressurized syringe's contents flooded into her bloodstream and squeezed her eyes shut as the potent combination started to take effect. Chapter 82. Such was Tyler Hawkins's shock at his son's refusal to leave, that for a good couple of seconds he actually didn't utter a word. It was as if the mere notion that not one but two of his boys would openly defy him was beyond his comprehension.
What did you just say?
Jason could see his brother swallowing hard, forcing down his terror.
I said no, he repeated. You leave Jason alone, Dad. You're the reason all this is happening, not him. You brought all this on yourself. Leave him alone.
It took Tyler 3 seconds to make up his mind about what to do next. The belt suddenly whipped around, whistling through the air and catching Nathan across the side of the face with an audible, sickening crack. His plump body fell to the floor inside the doorway, crying out in pain. There was going to be no enduring this one with quiet dignity. That impact had probably broken teeth and knocked him half unconscious. But Tyler Hawkins didn't stop. There was a wild, terrifying look in his eyes now. It was as if some emotional spring or cog or gear that made up the complex machinery of his mind, under strain for a long time now, had finally snapped. He went in on Nathan, raining blows on his son's helpless form, screaming and howling like an animal. Such was his anger he couldn't even form words. It was pure, unfettered rage. But Nathan's sacrifice, horrific though it was, had diverted Tyler Hawkins's attention from his most defiant, most dangerous son. Thinking Jason cowed and beaten, he had switched the focus of his rage, leaving him lying on the dirt floor of the garage. But Jason was neither cowed nor beaten. Something had awoken in him as he watched his father raining blows on his helpless brother. Something that had been stirring for some time. Something that had tried to reveal itself earlier only to be held back at the last by childish notions of love and loyalty. How flimsy those things seemed to him now, how weak and insubstantial. He saw the world now with a piercing, absolute clarity that he'd never experienced before. Jason's gaze turned from his father to the object that had fallen from the shelf when he slammed into it. It was lying just a few feet away now. A claw hammer. Not one of those flimsy old-fashioned ones with a wooden handle. This one was forged from a single piece of steel, with a molded rubber grip that was starting to wear and fray a little at the base. With an odd sense of detachment, Jason reached out and picked it up. It felt good in his hand, felt solid, right somehow, like he was some ancient warrior examining a well-balanced sword. He stood up, testing his weight, making sure he had solid footing. The pain of his injuries seemed to have faded, becoming merely an inconvenience that he could attend to later. For now, he had a problem that needed solving. A problem that had been busting his ass for too long. A problem named Tyler Hawkins. He walked towards him, taking his time, making sure he didn't make too much noise. Not that he needed to worry. His father was wholly focused on laying into Nathan, who had by now ceased all pretense of trying to protect himself. Now he was just lying on the ground, jerking a little each time his father cracked him with the belt.
"I'm gonna give you all one,"
Tyler Hawkins growled, having recovered his senses enough to speak at least. He was glistening with a mixture of rainwater and sweat, spittle flying from his mouth with each word.
"Whole fucking family turned against me? Well, I won't have it. No fucking way will I tolerate this shit. You're gonna get one. Oh yes, you're gonna..."
Jason's swing was perfect. Like one of those slow-motion instructional videos of a baseball player hitting a home run. The hammer came down in a clean, graceful arc, making just the slightest whirring sound as it parted the air, then buried itself 2 full inches into Tyler Hawkins's skull. Jason was surprised by the sensation as he drove that hammer into the top of his father's head. He'd expected to feel or hear some kind of crunch or crack, as if he were breaking an egg. But it wasn't like that at all. Instead, it felt and sounded like a sort of wet pop, as if he'd just burst a balloon filled with some thick, viscous substance. He yanked the hammer free and felt something warm and wet splash on his face. Swinging the belt one more time at Nathan, Tyler straightened up and turned slowly towards his other son, then simply stood there, swaying a little on his feet, his mouth hanging open slackly. Blood ran down his forehead into his eyes, which were staring in Jason's direction, but not really seeing him. The wild fury had vanished, replaced by a look of vague puzzlement. Gripping the gore-covered hammer, Jason swung again. His second blow landed with less force because he was having to aim upwards, but his aim was true all the same, and the first hit had already opened a hole for him. Tyler Hawkins, who had been too angry to realize he'd been dealt a mortal blow, and too dumbfounded to recognize he was already dying, finally succumbed to his devastating brain injuries and fell. He didn't topple backwards like some mighty oak tree or the great titanic beast Jason had always imagined him to be. Instead, his legs simply ceased to support him, and he crumpled to the floor in a fleshy, tangled heap. Jason could smell the distinctive odor of feces and realized with a vague sense of disgust that his father had soiled himself in his last moments. He was gone. Hawkins ran his knife edge along the surface of the whetstone, listening to the satisfying rasp as another tiny layer of steel was scraped away, the edge brought to a sharper and sharper point. A patient noise, a comforting noise that he'd always found useful for focusing his mind. But not today. Today was very different. His mind was in turmoil, trying to make sense of everything that had happened in the last few hours. The sudden reappearance of Drake, the capture of Anya without a shot fired, the imminent destruction of what remained of their enemies. It should have been a cause for relief, even celebration. But something gnawed at him, festering, refusing to heal. It was all too easy, too simple, too good to be true. And yet, Powell had control. His subconscious warned him against questioning her, instinct reminding him that she was right. She had always been right, about everything. How could she ever be wrong? She was the foundation of all their worlds, the thing that united all of them, their actions, their minds, forged together as one by her will. He looked up and saw Drake approaching. He seemed to have changed somehow in the past few days, becoming a very different man from the cowed, broken prisoner that Hawkins had so easily tormented just a few months earlier. It was as if he'd grown in confidence, in presence, in sheer power and authority. And, for the briefest flash, Hawkins saw a shadow of his father in the man standing before him. Not their physical likeness, but something far more fundamental: the feelings they evoked in him. His grip on the knife tightened as they faced each other down. Men who had fought, tried to kill each other, bled because of the other. Here they stood, in the middle of a country at war, both of their worlds turned upside down.
Well, well,
Hawkins said, forcing his doubts aside.
What brings you here, Ryan?
We both know why I'm here. You and I have unfinished business, Jason. Laying aside the whetstone, Hawkins rose slowly to his feet, drawing himself up to his full height, so that he could look down a little on Drake. He still had the knife in his hands, ready to whip it upwards at the perfect angle beneath his ribs and into Drake's vital organs. All he needed was an excuse. His body was ready, heart beating fast and strong, muscles swelling and tensing in anticipation. Yes, they certainly did have unfinished business.
Just make one move, Ryan. One move is all it'll take. And I'm gonna give you one in return. Oh yes, boy. I'm gonna give you one.
Drake did make a move, but it wasn't one that Hawkins had foreseen.
I owe you an apology, he said, looking Hawkins dead in the eyes. For all the shit I've put you through. I wasn't myself. I lost sight of who I really was. But I'm back now, and I'm never leaving again. He sighed. We were friends once, brothers. I'm not pretending we ever will be again. But I at least wanted to make peace with you.
Hawkins stared, taken aback by this attempted reconciliation. Despite himself, he could feel his doubts start to fade, melting away like ice beneath a spring sun, as suspicion vied with trust. Drake waited, giving him time to make his choice. Chapter 83. Anya lay on her back in the long grass, staring up into the endless blue sky overhead. No clouds marred its perfection, or measured its vastness. It was a warm, still summer's evening, with just the faintest breeze rippling through the yellow stalks around her. The kind of evening that made her feel grateful simply to be alive. High above, she spotted the contrail of some aircraft tracing a line from north to south, straight as an arrow. It was hard and definite near the tip, seeming almost solid, but breaking up and dissipating as her eyes followed it northwards. Where was it going? She didn't know. But lying there staring upwards, the sky seemed to carry on forever. She felt so small that she could almost lose herself in it. She inhaled, tasted the scent of pine needles, grass and wild flowers, rich, loamy earth, and other growing things. She loved to lie out here on evenings like this, feeling part of the world around her, having nowhere to go and nothing to do. She was at peace. Her thoughts were disturbed by the rumble of a car engine crunching up the rocky road to the house. Rising up from her little refuge, she looked down the slope towards her home, haunted by a sudden but painfully familiar sense of fear and worry. The sense that something bad was about to happen, that some wrenching change was about to be wrought on her young life. The feeling that this had all happened before. But she was wrong. Instead, she saw her parents' familiar old car, worn and unreliable, and kept alive through the determined efforts of her father, chugging along towards her. "Mother!" she cried out, running down to meet it. She was seized by a sudden, powerful upwelling of joy and relief, as if she'd been separated from her parents for a lifetime. She flitted through the grass, nimble and full of energy as only a child could be, inhaling the hazy summer air, watching the tiny insects buzzing around her from flower to flower. Anya reached the woman just as she was emerging from the car, throwing her arms around her and hugging her tight, burying her face in her chest, wishing she would never have to let go. Was she crying? Why was she crying? How long had they really been gone?
"I missed you so much,"
she managed to say, her throat so tight that it hurt.
"It's all right, child,"
her mother whispered back, running a hand through her tangled blonde hair.
"It's all right. I'm here with you now, and I'll never leave you, Anya."
Anya looked up at her, looked up into a face that was so like her own, a face that meant love and security and understanding, the face of her childhood.
"My little Anya,"
her mother said, smiling down at her.
"Always with your head in the sky, always looking for the next adventure. Sometimes you miss what's right in front of you."
She reached down and tickled the tip of Anya's nose, prompting a giggle from the girl. A delightful, uninhibited sound from one who had never known loss or pain. Hunkering down beside her daughter, so they were eye to eye, she took Anya's hand in her own, holding it gently.
"There's something I need from you, Anya."
"What?"
"Your friends have gone missing. Their parents are very worried about them, and they want them to come home. Will you help us find them?"
Anya frowned, confused.
"My friends?" "Yes. Don't you remember? Alex, Olivia, Kira, and the others."
A memory flashed before Anya's eyes then, as if some veil obscuring it had been ripped aside. Of course she remembered her friends. Kira, fiery and temperamental, Alex with his love of computers and technology, Olivia, who always seemed so mature and reasonable. And yet her mind still played tricks on her. Why did she keep picturing them as grown-ups?
"They went out, and they haven't come back,"
her mother continued, patiently and gently explaining to her.
"They're playing a game, hiding from us. But it's getting late, and it's time for the game to end."
Anya glanced over her shoulder to where the sun was just touching the horizon in a final display of radiant brilliance. It would be dark soon. The thought of her friends out there alone sent a shiver through her.
"I think you know where they might be hiding. Will you tell us?"
Anya did know something, and yet it was difficult for her to articulate her feelings. She wanted to help, wanted never to keep secrets from her parents, but some part of her was reluctant to speak. Some tiny fragment of her mind warned her to say nothing. Why was that? What was bothering her? Her mother's hand tightened around hers.
"Think, Anya."
Her voice was firmer now.
"We don't want anything to happen to your friends, do we?"
Of course not, she thought. Her mother was right. She knew something, and it was her responsibility to help.
"I don't know where they're hiding,"
she said, concentrating on the memories that seemed to flit and weave in her mind like butterflies fluttering to avoid a net.
"They wouldn't tell me. They didn't want people to know." "But you do know something," her mother pressed her. "Something you're reluctant to say. It's all right, Anya. You can always tell me the truth. I won't ever be angry with you."
That was enough to break through the final barrier in Anya's mind.
"A number," she said. "They gave me a number." "A phone number?"
She nodded.
"Good girl. Now, tell it to me."
Her mother listened carefully while Anya recited the number, even making her repeat it again to be sure it was right. As she said it, Anya had some hazy, confused mental image of her friends carrying phones around with them that resembled little squares of plastic. But that couldn't be right. Such things simply didn't exist. She was getting confused and tired. The sun was going down. Night was falling. And soon she would go to bed, sleeping a deep and contented sleep, such as she hadn't known for a very long time. She wanted that. She didn't want to be afraid ever again.
"Will they be all right, Mother?"
she asked, looking hopefully at the woman who so resembled her. Her mother smiled.
"Yes, of course they will, child. We'll take care of them."
Taking Anya's face in her hands, she leant forward and kissed her on the forehead. Anya closed her eyes, delighted that she'd done the right thing, even as she felt an uncanny sense of loss and sadness rise inside her.
"We'll take care of them."
Anya's eyes snapped open, finding to her dismay that her mother was gone. All of it. The field, the house, the car, the sunset. It had all vanished. She was in a room, white and clinical, almost suffocatingly empty. Her hands were bound tightly to the chair she was seated on. And facing her, smiling in gratitude and triumph, was Elizabeth Powell.
"Thanks for your help, Anya," she said, tucking a notebook into her pocket. "We'll make sure your friends are taken care of."
"No!" Anya gasped, realizing how easily she had been deceived.
"No! No!"
The dead walls absorbed her cries, oblivious to the dawning horror of what had just happened. Powell left the room, no longer listening. Powering up her phone, she quickly dialed the ops center as she strode down the bare, sterile corridor.
"Deans, we have what we need. I'm sending you a cell number. Run a trace on it and get me a location right away," she instructed, "and have the choppers ready to lift off."
She closed down the phone without waiting for a reply, smiling to herself. One final step, and her work would be done, and she could be out of here with Drake, and put this God-forsaken country behind her. Chapter 84.
All units, we have a confirmed location. Repeat, we have a confirmed target location. Assault team prepare to deploy.
Hawkins pressed his transmit button.
Copy that. I'm on my way.
Duty calls, right? Drake remarked as he closed down his radio. Hawkins studied him.
We're going to kill your friends now. You know that, right?
He shrugged, showing no trace of remorse. They're not my friends. Not anymore. I know where my loyalty is.
Glad to hear it.
Hawkins slid his knife into its sheath and looked up at his former comrade, still undecided about what he'd become.
We'll see how things play out today. Then we'll talk.
Fair enough. Drake nodded, and as Hawkins was moving off, added, "And Jason?" He halted briefly and turned to face him once more. "Good hunting." Hawkins strode off to rejoin his team. Most of them were already assembled in the fortress's wide courtyard, awaiting his arrival. Long shadows stretched across the open, dusty ground as the sun descended towards the western horizon. Darkness came early to Afghanistan at this time of year.
What have we got?
He demanded as he emerged from the main building, throwing on a set of body armor and hastily fastening the straps in place.
NSA just locked in a location for the target's cell phone, sir, Hickman reported. It's an abandoned village about 30 miles north of here. Do we have real-time satellite?
The man shook his head.
Not yet, but we've got a Predator inbound right now. Should be over the area before we arrive. Good. What's our status?
Give the word and we're gone. Hawkins looked at his team and nodded.
The word's given.
With the choppers fully fueled and standing by for the go command, it took mere minutes for the assault team to embark, for the engines to spin up, and the rotors to start turning. 5 minutes after getting a confirmed cell phone triangulation from the National Reconnaissance Office, the two Black Hawks lifted off and peeled away northwards, heading for their target at full speed. It would take them just 15 minutes to reach it. "How much longer?" Mitchell asked impatiently, surveying the darkening mountains and shadowy valleys that lay beyond the open doorway. Night was falling on Afghanistan, bringing with it a gathering breeze and a noticeable drop in temperature. Somehow this inclement weather seemed to worsen her already fraught mood. Time was running short. If this insane plan was to have any chance of success, their efforts here absolutely had to pay off. 5 minutes, Alex replied, without looking up from his laptop. "You said 5 minutes 10 minutes ago." Frost, who was likewise preoccupied with her own tasks, gave the woman a sharp look. "We're trying to access one of the most sophisticated systems on the planet, using a pair of laptops barely powerful enough to run Minecraft. You want to take over?" Mitchell tensed and relaxed her grip on the AK-47 assault rifle cradled in her arms. "The problem's not us, it's the bandwidth," Alex explained more reasonably, pointing to the portable satellite dish they'd rigged up outside. It was, at best, a jury-rigged system of limited power and questionable reliability. "Connection isn't exactly reliable here. It's making everything twice as hard." "God, I'd fuck somebody for a proper multi-screen workstation and a fiber-optic connection right now," Frost said. "Too much information, Frost," Alex shot back, prompting a wry grin from the young woman. Mitchell piped up. "Can't you boost the signal or something?" Alex looked at her disapprovingly. "No. 1, because this isn't Star Trek, and 2, why would you think it's not at full power already?" Mitchell's cell phone buzzed with an incoming call. Enabling her Bluetooth earpiece, she hit the receive call button. "Go."
"I'm in position,"
Dietrich reported, his voice occasionally cutting out as the encrypted signal struggled to reach them.
"But I can't stay here long. When are we moving?"
"Stand by," Mitchell said, looking expectantly at the two technical experts. "We're working on it," Frost promised. "Just give us a little more time." "Almost there. Hold position and wait for the go command."
"Easy for you to say. You're not sitting here with your dick hanging out."
"Then hold it tight and stand by," she snapped. The call cut out, and Mitchell's gaze returned to the world outside. She didn't like this. She could feel something was wrong, and that they were all going to suffer for it. Just a little more time. Time was one resource they were rapidly running out of. Chapter 85. Powell leaned forward in her chair, glued to the feeds being transmitted from the assault team's helmet-mounted cameras. The effect was to make her feel as if she were almost there in the chopper with them, getting ready for the attack. In that respect, this was about as close as she wanted to come. The interior of the Black Hawk was bathed in red light for night flying. Outside, the world streaked past at dangerously low altitude. The two choppers were using the winding valleys to mask the distinctive sound of their engines, trying to get as close as possible without alerting their enemies.
"We're almost over the target,"
Hawkins reported.
"Predator has positive thermal signatures around the village."
Another window on Powell's computer showed real-time coverage from the unmanned Predator drone, orbiting the area at higher altitude, unseen and unheard by those below. The target area was a cluster of small stone huts nestled in a narrow river valley, the remains of a village abandoned during the Civil War that had racked the country in the wake of the Soviet withdrawal. According to the decryption team at Fort Meade, the cell phone was still active inside one of the buildings. Even without this positive tracking, thermal imaging from the drone's downward-pointing cameras told its own story. 3 separate buildings glowed brightly against the dark green background, indicating multiple heat sources within each, possibly campfires or space heaters. Likely such heat sources were invisible to the naked eye, but with infrared, they were as bright and obvious as signal flares. "Understood," Powell replied. "Remember, Jason, this is a search and destroy mission, with the emphasis on the second part.
I want no survivors.
Music to my ears, he promised.
Gear up, gentlemen. 30 seconds.
Weapons and equipment shifted and clicked as final checks were made. Another voice came over the radio net, the voice of the drone's pilot, operating out of a locked room at Bagram Air Base, where no details of this operation would ever be officially recorded.
Overlord at Angels 2-0, target locked, awaiting go command.
A third voice followed this up.
Bravo 2, Angels 05, ready to move in.
Powell didn't respond to either message. She'd already given her assent to the mission and would play no further role in its execution. Ultimately, Hawkins now had tactical control of the situation, so he called the shots from here.
Overlord, you are cleared hot, he instructed.
There. Mitchell had served in Afghanistan before and knew all too well the acoustic tricks that the country's tangled valleys and towering mountains could play. But now she heard the distinctive, frightening whop, whop, whop of an incoming chopper. 2 incoming choppers, one providing fire support, the other holding the assault team. Standard attack pattern for an air and ground attack.
We're out of time, she said,
moving away from the doorway.
Whatever you're going to do it now.
Almost there, Alex replied, staring intently at his screen.
2 more minutes.
The noise was getting louder.
We don't have 2 more minutes, she warned him.
Somewhere up in that darkened sky their enemies were approaching, and they were out to end this once and for all. The command was given. The pilot in his locked room at Bagram depressed the trigger on his joystick to begin the assault. A pair of AGM-114 Hellfire air-to-ground missiles detached from the Predator's wing pylons, angling downwards automatically before igniting their rocket motors. Each was independently guided, locked onto a separate laser guidance beam that they followed all the way down to their targets. Both were hardened against electronic countermeasures and even included an autopilot feature to reacquire their lock if they somehow lost track of their target. In this case, however, neither feature was required. Both missiles flew straight and true, with no interference. Accelerating to Mach 1.3 under maximum power, both missiles broke through the sound barrier as they descended from 20,000 feet, impacting shortly before the sound of their approach reached the ground. The twin explosions, amounting to a combined mass of 40 pounds of high explosive, obliterated the 2 buildings they had targeted, dropping in through the roof and detonating inside. The blast pressure wave shattered the walls like porcelain, the shock wave visibly rippling through the ground as broken pieces of rock were hurled outwards, forming a hail of shrapnel that would have shattered any human bodies within 50 yards.
Overlord, Splash 2. Good hits. Bravo 2 is clear to engage.
Copy that, Overlord. Bravo 2 is cleared hot.
With the Predator's ordnance spent, the MH-60 fire support Black Hawk swooped in next, unleashing a salvo of Hydra unguided rockets into the smoking ruins. What the Hydra lacked in accuracy, it more than made up for with devastating explosive power. 19 of the weapons departed from their launching tube in automated sequence, landing amongst the ruined buildings and erupting in further plumes of fire and shrapnel. As a final measure, the Black Hawk's M230 automatic cannon swept what was left of the ruined village, pumping out 600 high-explosive incendiary rounds per minute in a single deadly strafing run.
Bravo 2 has good hits,
the pilot confirmed as the chopper wheeled around and gained altitude, sweeping the area with its thermal cameras.
No movement in the kill zone. Standing by on overwatch.
Confirmed, 2. We've got nothing here. A lot of smoke and heat sources. Bravo 1, you're cleared to deploy.
Hawkins smiled as the transmissions came in, confirming the destructive impact of their attack run. In all likelihood, there would be nothing left for his team to do except count up the dead bodies, or what was left of them.
Bravo 1 is moving in.
As the chopper swept in to disgorge its cargo of troops, Hawkins turned to the men under his command.
Remember, I want a solid perimeter as soon as we touch down. Assume nothing, take no chances, and no prisoners. Clear?
Clear,
they replied in unison.
10 seconds.
One of the troopers leaned over and hauled open the sliding door, and then the cabin was filled with the rush of wind and the thudding of rotor blades. Hawkins was first to hook on to the descent wire and then disappear out into the darkness. The rest of the team followed in short order. Powell could see nothing on her screen except blurred movement as they slid down their fast rope descent harnesses. The images soon returned to normal as each of the troopers touched down with a bump and unhooked themselves.
Watch that left flank. Get me a perimeter, now.
On the live Predator feed, Powell watched as the glowing blobs of the assault team fanned out to encircle the smoldering remains of the village, occasionally obscured amongst the multiple heat sources. Overhead, the Black Hawk peeled off to give the assault team room to work. Still, there was no movement.
perimeter secure.
She switched her attention back to Hawkins's helmet camera as he picked his way through the smoking ruins, making for what remained of the first target building. Other men were approaching the remaining two structures.
Walker, cover left,
he said as he crouched down beside a shattered wall.
Montez, on me. Ready?
Roger.
Powell peered eagerly at the screen, wondering what grisly sights might await her. She'd seen the human body in all states of decay and damage and felt nothing for such things. But it would be interesting all the same. Hawkins rose from cover, weapon at the ready.
Go!
The team converged on the ruined structure, leaping over walls and rushing in through the remains of doorways, their weapons sweeping left and right.
Clear.
Clear. Talk to me,
Hawkins snapped.
I got nothing.
Nothing in the other buildings either.
Wait, there's something over here.
What do you got?
Powell scanned the screen, looking for the soldier who had found something. Half a second later, she found it. He had retrieved the charred and broken remains of some kind of device from the rubble, roughly the size of a small briefcase. The blasts that had so thoroughly flattened this place had wrought similar damage on the machine, flattening its casing and blackening it with scorch marks. But even she recognized its function well enough. It was no weapon or piece of military equipment. It was a basic portable heating unit, the kind of thing civilians might leave running in their garage to keep the temperature above freezing in winter. The kind of thing that gave an abandoned building a noticeable glow on thermal imaging cameras, making it seem like it was occupied.
They're not here,
Hawkins growled down the radio.
We've been fucking played.
Chapter 86. Elizabeth Powell wasn't the sort of person accustomed to being caught off guard. She'd forged a career and built a life out of foreseeing possible outcomes, calculating risks, and planning for every contingency. But even she could do little more than stare at the screen in uncomprehending disbelief.
Get out of there,
she ordered, her voice sounding oddly disembodied.
Pull out and get back here right away.
Hawkins started to respond, but just as he opened his mouth, the feed abruptly cut out, replaced by a blank screen with two simple words. No signal.
Jason, talk to me,
she commanded him in mounting panic.
Come in, goddammit!
An instant later, she started in fright at the distinctive booming sound of heavy-caliber gunfire outside, followed by a series of thunderous explosions that shook the walls around her, fine streams of dust shivering down from cracks in the ceiling. The fortress was under attack. The lights suddenly cut out, plunging the room into darkness, and then, hard and urgent and chilling, came the sound of alarms blaring around the facility, the echo of screams and frantic shouts, and the crackle of gunfire.
Oh, Jesus!
Her mind screamed at her as the enormity of what was happening at last settled on her. Whoever had hit them had already found a way inside. How was this even possible? This place was protected, shielded against every possible weapon. As dull red emergency lights powered up, the door to her office flew open, and Drake rushed in, clutching an automatic. He looked at her, relieved at finding her unharmed.
We have to go,
he said, taking her by the arm and leading her towards the door.
"What the hell's happening, Ryan?"
she demanded as they hurried along the corridors outside, even as panicked medical officers and technicians fled past, having abandoned their posts.
"Who's attacking us?"
"No idea, but the security system's failing all across the facility. Doors are open, cameras are down. There's nothing between us and the detention levels now."
"Oh, Christ,"
she gasped, barely able to comprehend what those desperate prisoners could do to anyone they got their hands on. Drake thought it best not to comment.
"This place is going down. We need to get outside, find a vehicle, and get the hell out of here."
Powell was in a daze as she stumbled after him, still struggling to understand how such a catastrophic security breach could have come about. The systems here were state-of-the-art, impenetrable from the outside.
"Anya,"
she hissed, realizing at last where this trail of disaster inevitably led.
"She did this. She led our team into a trap."
"And she'll pay for it with her life when the other prisoners find her," Drake promised. "Right now we need to worry about ourselves." Powell was inclined to trust to Drake's superior training and experience. She had, after all, molded him into the best combat soldier he could be, a fact he'd ably proven many times over. If anyone could get them out of here safely, it was him.
"Get security down here! Lock the doors!"
she heard Deans frantically shout as they passed by the operations room.
"Can't, sir. The whole system's down. We're fucked." "Then switch to, hey, where are you going? Get back to your post, goddammit!"
Drake pulled Powell aside as a technician sprinted out right in front of them, skidding into the wall opposite before pushing himself off and fleeing blindly down the corridor.
"Stay close to me,"
Drake urged her, rushing on. Unlatching the big steel doors that led outside, Drake threw them open. Powell stumbled up the steps after him, emerging into the fortress's wide-open courtyard. The scene that confronted her was, if possible, even worse than the nightmare unfolding below. All 5 of the watchtowers were ablaze, sparks and smoke drifting across the open space beneath, the automated gun turrets that could defend against virtually any foe on land or air, reduced to twisted, smoldering scrap. Occasional explosions rocked the ancient walls as stored ammunition cooked off in the intense heat. The armored gate was open, having been retracted on its automated winch mechanism to allow a vehicle to enter. And enter it had. It was sitting now in the center of the courtyard, engine rumbling. A civilian 4x4, old and dented, but apparently still sound. The driver, a grim-faced middle-aged man with dark hair, leaned out of his window to shout to them.
"Ryan, get your ass in here now!"
"What the hell is going on here?"
Powell demanded. Turning towards her, Drake raised his weapon, taking aim at her.
"Get in the car, Elizabeth. It's time to go."
Powell backed away, daunted by the sight of the weapon, but furious as the realization sank in. He had done this. Somehow Drake had made this happen, had betrayed her, had ruined everything.
"You can't hurt me, Ryan,"
she retorted defiantly, staring him down as smoke and sparks drifted around them.
"You never could."
"You're right." He lowered the gun, then nodded over her shoulder. "But she can." Powell turned instinctively, glimpsed a woman with blonde hair and an orange prison jumpsuit, then a fist rushing towards her. Pain and blinding light exploded through her head as she fell. Her last thought as darkness swallowed her was to ask the same question that had dogged her ever since the lights went out. How could this possibly have happened? Chapter 87. Algeria, 2 days earlier.
"All right, listen up because this is the last chance we'll have to go over the plan. After today, we're committed,"
Drake said, taking in each member of the group in turn.
"In order for this to work, a lot of things have to happen at the right time, in the right sequence."
He took a breath, visualizing the chain of events, imagining how each step in the process would feed into the next.
"First of all, I deliver Anya to Powell and the others."
He looked at her, his expression faintly apologetic.
"We'll need to rough you up a little first."
"You're a good man," she said as he formed a fist. "Remember that."
Drake swung fast and hard, catching her with a solid blow to the side of the face that caused a cut to open across her cheek. He moved in, getting ready to strike again, to do what he'd been waiting 3 days to do. What he'd been ordered to do. Anya straightened up, shook her head and reached up to touch her face. Her fingers came away smeared with blood. "Are you all right?" Drake asked, hating what he'd had to do. The woman offered a dry, brittle smile.
"It's not the first time a man has hit me. Do it again and mean it this time. It has to look real."
Drake took a step forward to strike her again. "Once I hand her over, Pal should be convinced I'm on her side again. She'll almost certainly want to know where the rest of you are, so she'll take us back to a secure location for interrogation." They didn't trust me. They knew there was a chance I could turn again, so Anya and I separated from the others. He nodded to Anya, who was still glaring at Powell with murderous eyes. Only she knows where they are. Powell's smile returned.
"Then we'll find out."
Drake could guess what she had in mind, and she could see the thrill of excitement in him. Out of all the men she'd trained, he'd proven particularly adept at interrogation.
"Jason, prep the prisoner for transport,"
Powell commanded, turning towards the waiting chopper.
"We're taking her home."
"Once we're inside the facility, we'll need to access their security system," Drake carried on. "That's where you come in, Alex." Reaching into his pocket, Alex handed him a micro-memory stick. Nothing more than a USB connector with a tiny sliver of solid-state memory attached. The entire unit was less than half an inch in length, and easily hidden in a fold of clothing, the lining of a jacket or other less savory places. "It's loaded with the most aggressive worm Frost and I could come up with, and that's saying something because we're brainy as fuck," he explained. "We've called it Downfall. It'll override their security system from the inside and allow us to take over remotely. Insert it into any network terminal with a USB port inside the facility, and Downfall will do the rest. If everything's going to plan, Powell should have me by her side. I'll distract her and find a place to upload your program." Alex eyed him shrewdly.
"How exactly do you plan on distracting her?"
"I'll find a way," Drake promised. She reached up and caressed his stubbled jaw, delighting in the feel of it. Drake had never been a pampered and preened pretty boy, but a tough, coarse and uncompromising man. A man she'd been drawn to right from the first, whose strength had set him apart from the others, whose potential she had understood and nurtured, and whose life she had protected. "Well, there's no rush, is there?" Drake whispered, leaning in and kissing her neck, drawing a shiver of delight. Allowing her hand to stray behind his head, Powell gripped his hair and pulled his head back, kissing him forcefully, passionately. She felt his response right away, hard and urgent against her. She pressed herself into him, pushing him backwards onto the table, her hands already working to undo his belt. As the woman worked to remove his clothes, Drake reached behind him, blindly feeling for the encrypted communications terminal installed at the center of the conference table. Mounted along its side were a row of USB ports for laptops and presentation devices to connect to the network. He gently pressed Alex's memory stick into the port. No sooner had power started to flow through its tiny digital pathways than Downfall automatically booted up and went to work. "Once we have control of the security system, we'll be able to disable cameras, unlock doors, and shut down any defensive measures across the facility." Drake looked over at Anya again. "In the meantime, your job will be to give up just enough information to send most of Powell's forces on a wild goose chase." Powell's eyes scanned the screen, looking for the soldier who had found something. Half a second later, she found it. He had retrieved the charred and broken remains of some kind of device from the rubble, roughly the size of a small briefcase. It was no weapon or piece of military equipment. It was a simple, portable heating unit. The kind of thing civilians might leave running in their garage to keep the temperature above freezing in the winter. the kind of thing that gave an abandoned building a noticeable glow on the thermal imaging cameras, making it seem like it was occupied.
"They're not here,"
Hawkins growled down the radio, his barely concealed fury obvious.
"We've been fucking played!"
While they're occupied chasing ghosts, Alex and Kira will shut down the internal security system remotely, so I can get in and free Anya from her cell. Drake halted outside Anya's cell and glanced up at the security camera that was trained on him, giving a faint nod. It was now or never. If Alex's worm had failed, he'd soon know about it, and everything they'd risked their lives for would be for nothing. The door clicked once and quietly slid open for him, and he let out the breath he'd been holding. As expected, an armed Nexus security operative was waiting for him on the other side. Anya was considered a maximum security risk and was therefore under constant observation both by cameras and by a physically present guard. Not for long, however.
"Sir, this is a restricted area,"
the guard warned him. "Pal wants a status report on the prisoner," Drake replied, moving forward to examine Anya. "You want to tell her why she can't have it?" As Drake stepped forward, the guard moved to block his path, laying a hand firmly on his shoulder as he reached for his weapon with the other. Big mistake.
"Listen, asshole, you can't—"
Grabbing his arm, Drake twisted it around and dropped to his knees, pulling the man right over his shoulder so that he pitched forward, landing with a heavy thump on the sound-dampening floor.
"Fuck! Security breach!"
the man called out, trying to scramble to his feet, and clearly missing the fact this cell was soundproofed. An elbow to the base of his skull dropped him like a stone. Removing the keys from his belt kit, he hurried over to Anya and unlocked her cuffs.
"You okay?"
he asked, smoothing the hair back from her face so he could look at her.
"Talk to me, Anya."
She didn't respond. Her shoulders were slumped, her eyes blank and staring. Though she was physically unharmed, it was clear she'd been hit with something strong, and Drake could guess what. He also knew the effects would take time to wear off by themselves, time they didn't have. Reaching into his pocket, he produced an autoject liberated from the facility's medical stores minutes earlier.
"I'm going to hit you with a shot of adrenaline. It's going to feel intense."
Jabbing it against the woman's neck, he depressed the trigger. The effect was profound and virtually immediate. Her eyes flew open wide, and she took a deep, gasping breath, her back arching and muscles tightening as her heart rate went into overdrive.
"It's all right, Anya. It's okay,"
he whispered, holding her down. She looked at him, her gaze wild. But he saw a flicker of recognition all the same.
"Ryan?" "That's right. It's Ryan."
That seemed to cut through the last of the confusion clouding her mind. Anya threw her arms around his neck, her kiss hard and insistent, and filled with relief at seeing him again.
"What took you so long?"
she asked.
"You know me. I like to make a big entrance."
She pulled away, looked at him for a second or two, and whispered something he'd never heard from her in all the time they'd been together.
"I love you."
Even Drake struggled with that. Just hearing her say it was enough. But seeing it in her, knowing how strongly she felt, it was almost too much. He couldn't say why he did it. But he laughed. Not in mockery, but a sheer expression of joy and exhilaration. They were together. They were alive. And they had a chance. But it wouldn't stay that way for long if they didn't act fast. Forcing his mind back to the present, he handed her the guard's weapon.
"How do you feel now?"
She was struggling to keep herself under control, the adrenaline doing its job and more.
"Alive," she replied, breathing fast. "Very alive." "Good, because we're probably going to have to kill a bunch of people now. Are you ready?"
Anya's fierce, eager smile as she accepted the gun provided all the answer he needed.
"Let's find out." "Anya and I will make our way upstairs, but we'll need a distraction to get clear of the facility."
Drake's gaze rested on the German operative seated opposite.
"That's where you come in, Dietrich. You're our way out."
"If I don't get blown to pieces first,"
he remarked sourly. Alex folded his arms. "I'm reasonably confident that won't happen."
Yes, get in, my son, Alex shouted, punching the air. We're through the firewall.
Mitchell was immediately over by his computer. What do we have control over? Cameras? Doors, motion sensors, defense systems, you name it. It's ours, Alex said, grinning triumphantly. Mitchell was in no mood for celebration. There were still a lot of things that had to pass without a hitch if their audacious plan was to succeed.
About goddamn time, she muttered. Where are Drake and Anya?
Frost was scrolling rapidly through the security camera feeds, abruptly stopping when she found what she was looking for.
Anya's in cell 32. Looks like there's an armed guard in with her. Kill the feeds for that room and disable the door lock. Drake will have to handle the guard.
Mitchell had a feeling one guard would present little difficulty.
On it. Hope to Christ this works,
she whispered as she dialed Dietrich's number.
Tell me we're in,
he said right away.
We're in. Start your run now.
Copy that.
He paused.
Hope I'm not driving into a fucking firing squad.
Mitchell's gaze was on Alex and Frost, both working feverishly to complete their act of digital sabotage.
Yeah. So do I.
Several miles south of forward operating base Pegasus, Dietrich started the engine of his Ford 4x4. It struggled once, caught, then came to life. Though he wasn't a Catholic, he paused to cross himself before releasing the clutch and starting out, bumping and jolting across the rough ground towards the distant fortress.
Alex, it'll be your responsibility to make sure Dietrich makes it through the defenses in one piece, Drake said. This plan's no good if we can't get beyond the perimeter.
Alex nodded.
I can't do anything about the soldiers on base, but he won't have any problems with automated defenses, I can promise that much.
In the operations room of Pegasus, Chief of Station Deans frowned when one of his security chiefs called out from his workstation.
Sir, we have an incoming tango.
He was moving right away, striding across the room to the man's terminal.
Where? Here, sir, approaching from the south, the chief explained, pointing to a digitized map of the area. Motion sensors picked it up when it hit the perimeter. Range is down to 2,000 yards.
Within their zone of engagement, Deans thought.
Can you identify it?
Bringing up a separate window, he indicated video feeds from one of the infrared cameras mounted topside. Sure enough, a civilian model four-wheel drive was bouncing and jolting across the open ground towards them, moving fast, despite the rough terrain.
It doesn't have an access transponder, the man confirmed, and the driver's not answering the radio hails.
Deans chewed his lip, considering his options.
Put me on loudspeaker.
Loudspeakers have been set up around the perimeter fencing for contingencies just like this, but thus far, any locals passing through this area had been wise enough to give the fortress a wide berth. Not so this driver. Flicking several switches on his terminal, the security chief handed him a radio headset.
You're on, sir.
Attention, unidentified vehicle. This is a restricted area. Turn around immediately or you will be fired upon. I repeat, turn around now.
There was no response. The vehicle carried on without slowing or changing course.
What are your orders, sir?
Their standing orders were clear in situations like this. In the event of an incursion into their security perimeter, they were authorized to open fire.
Bring the point defense guns online. Roger that.
Up above, all 5 of the remote-controlled 30mm defensive cannons, one in each of the fortress's watchtowers, whirred into life, their long barrels tracking left and right, automated feed mechanisms clanking and rattling as their first rounds were drawn into the breach.
Turrets 3 and 4 have positive lock, the security chief reported. Permission to engage, sir.
Deans looked at the infrared camera feed. The 4x4's range was down to just over 1,000 yards now, well within the autocannon's range. Whatever the driver was thinking, he clearly had no idea of the firepower that was about to be unleashed on him.
Open fire.
But instead of unleashing a deadly torrent of 30mm high-explosive shells at the incoming vehicle, the 2 gun turrets began to rotate, turning away from their target.
What's going on?
Deans asked, watching as the feeds from their targeting cameras began to track left.
"I'm not sure, sir."
He was inputting commands, but nothing seemed to be happening. It was as if the guns were moving of their own accord.
"Both turrets are non-responsive." "The others are moving too,"
another technician reported, his face suddenly etched with worry.
"All 5 of them."
Deans stared in disbelief as all 5 of their defensive turrets tracked slowly left, pointing away from the approaching vehicle, away from the perimeter altogether, until each of their cameras centered on something else, something that sent a chill of foreboding and disbelief through him.
"Oh, shit!" he gasped. "They're targeting each other!"
Each weapon was now pointed at the one to its left, their targeting apertures centered dead on the next turret in line, as if they had formed some kind of group suicide pact.
"Shut it down! Shut the system down!"
Deans cried out. His command, even if it hadn't come too late, would have been useless anyway. The system was no longer under their control. It had been hijacked by a young man with a second-hand laptop about 40 miles away, a young man who grinned in victory as he input a single command. As one, all 5 turrets opened fire, spraying each other with a destructive hail of high-velocity projectiles that tore through their lightly armored covers and detonated amongst the delicate machinery inside, shredding targeting mechanisms and blasting apart the ammunition already stored in there, which quickly added to the explosions now rocking the ancient fortress. In the space of just a few seconds, the base's point defense guns had obliterated each other in a deafening cacophony of destruction. 40 miles away, Alex watched as the feeds from the turrets crackled and went out one by one.
"Fuck, that was fun. That takes care of the defense systems,"
he said, leaning back a little from his machine. "He's good to go." Mitchell let out a breath she'd been holding for far too long.
"Dietrich, you're clear to move in. The perimeter gate's open for you."
"Copy that. Looks like World War III just started. I'm almost inside," he replied. "Ryan better fucking be there."
Frost, seated opposite, was now ready to make her contribution. She had already watched Drake take out the guard covering Anya and free the woman from her restraints.
"Now it's time for lights out,"
she added, inputting a command to shut down the facility's power grid.
"Last of all, we need someone to cover our escape,"
Drake concluded, turning his attention to Rojas, who had sat in brooding silence, listening as the others' roles were dictated.
"Someone who's a good shot and cool under pressure."
The assassin flashed a wolfish smile.
"It's your lucky day."
Standing in the smoke-filled courtyard, Drake looked down at the now unconscious Powell lying sprawled on the dusty ground at his feet.
"You probably didn't have to knock her out," he remarked.
Anya shrugged. The drugged-up, unfocused look had faded from her eyes. Now they shone with righteous anger.
"Yes, I did, Ryan."
Now was no time to debate the finer details. This entire facility was soon going to be overrun. They needed to be somewhere else, fast.
"Help me carry her,"
he said, hooking his arms beneath Powell's. Anya took her feet, and together they carried her over to the waiting vehicle.
"Target's in the open!"
a voice called out from above. Drake and Anya both looked up through the swirling smoke at an operative standing on the high stone wall that encircled the fortress. They saw him switch into a firing stance, saw the barrel of an assault rifle raised towards them, and braced themselves for the burst that they knew was about to cut them down. But it didn't come. Instead, something whizzed past the man's head, or, rather, through his head, carving out a ruinous chunk of skull and brain matter as it went, before burying itself in the old stonework opposite. The man instantly pitched sideways and tumbled off the parapet, landing with a sickeningly wet thump below. Lying flat on a low hillock, 1,200 yards away, Cesar Rojas worked the bolt action of his Macmillan TAC-50 sniper rifle, drawing a fresh 50 caliber round into the breech. The rifle's working parts clicked with satisfying precision. This was by no means the longest-range kill he'd made, but firing at night, with smoke partially obscuring his vision, presented unique challenges.
"Still got the magic,"
he mumbled as he leaned into the powerful rifle, already scanning for his next target. Drake and Anya heaved Powell's unconscious body into the back seat before clambering in themselves, weary and shaken, but still very much alive. Dietrich glanced over at Drake as he slammed the passenger door shut, breathing hard, fired up on adrenaline and sheer willpower.
"Shall we go?"
he inquired.
"Don't make me kill another person tonight," Drake returned. "Fucking drive."
Smirking in amusement, Dietrich threw the old Ford into gear and accelerated out of the burning, ruined compound, heading for the open country beyond the perimeter. Chapter 88.
"Someone give me a sit rep,"
Hawkins snarled over the Black Hawk's intercom as the aircraft raced southwards at maximum cruising speed.
"What's going on there?"
Realizing that they'd been led on a wild goose chase at the abandoned village, he had immediately ordered his strike team back into their transport chopper and lifted off, heading back to forward operating base Pegasus. They had lost communications with Powell and everyone else on the base. It was like the entire facility had gone dark.
"Still no response by radio," the pilot replied apologetically. He wasn't part of Hawkins's unit, but he knew a dangerous operative when he saw one. "We should have visual contact any time now." Unstrapping himself, Hawkins made his way forward as the chopper rose from the valley it had been hugging, affording them a good view of an open plain, and in the distance, the base, a light.
"Jesus Christ!" the pilot gasped, staring at a giant plume of smoke and fire that now illuminated the landscape for miles around.
"Pegasus has been hit!"
Hawkins's jaw tightened. Drake had fucked them, betrayed the trust that Powell had foolishly shown in him.
"Take us in."
"Sir, there could still be hostiles."
The big operative laid a hand on his shoulder, squeezing a little harder than necessary.
"I said take us in, son. Now."
His expression was enough to forestall further doubts, and Hawkins returned to his seat as the big aircraft swept in towards the burning facility, landing outside the perimeter walls rather than risking the smoke-filled courtyard. They could already see that the main gate was standing wide open. It didn't seem to have been destroyed or demolished, but rather opened automatically. Hawkins and his team disembarked the chopper, advancing inside with their weapons up and ready.
"Look sharp,"
he hissed, peering into the smoke. As they passed beneath the main walls, he glanced up at the smoldering mass of twisted metal that had once been an automated gun turret. It, along with all the others, appeared to have been destroyed, rendering the base defenseless.
"Don't shoot!"
a voice called out. Hawkins and the others wheeled right, weapons sweeping around to focus on the bedraggled, bloodied man who had emerged from the arched doorway that led below. His hands were up, his shirt smeared with soot and blood, and torn to reveal his sagging gut.
"Thank God you're here,"
Deans gasped, moving towards them.
"I thought nobody would get to us in time."
"What happened?"
Hawkins asked, unmoved by the terror on his face.
"Our system was compromised. The prisoners escaped, rioted, destroyed the place, and killed anyone they could find. They're all dead. All of them."
"What about Powell and Drake? Where are they?"
Dean shook his head slowly, traumatized by the destruction of his world. He had no idea what had become of them. Sighing, Hawkins took aim and put a single round through his head, dropping him instantly.
"Dumb shit,"
he said under his breath as the man's body quivered.
"Hickman!"
"Sir!"
Hickman responded, unmoved by his act of cold-blooded murder.
"Get hold of Kane. Tell him we need backdated satellite tracking of the entire area for the past 2 hours. Drake left this place with Powell, and I want to know where the fuck he went right now."
Lifting the bottle of water to his mouth, Drake took a deep pull, eager to slake his ravenous thirst. Part of him couldn't even believe they were still alive, that they'd made it this far, that their plan had somehow succeeded against the odds. If only that was it. If only they could escape now, put all this behind them. But they couldn't. Not yet. There was still one more thing to do. The 4x4 had joined a main road about 10 minutes after escaping the base, allowing Dietrich to pick up the pace. The surface was potholed, but it was a hell of a lot better than what they'd been driving over. He was in little doubt that their enemies would pursue them. They didn't have much time to reach their final destination. He passed the bottle to Anya, who was watching him from the back seat, partially hidden in shadow. "How are you feeling?" She didn't respond until she drained the bottle, and Drake could guess why. The subject was clearly not a pleasant one for her. "Better now," she said, casting a dark gaze at Powell, who was bound and unconscious on the back seat beside her. "What did she do to you?" Drake couldn't help asking. Anya sighed. "I understand now the kind of power she had over you." And that was all she had to say on that subject. In any case, Powell was beginning to stir. Anya had socked her good and hard, which Drake didn't exactly blame her for, but the last thing he needed was for their prisoner to end up with a concussion or worse. Powell tried to move her arms only to find they'd been tied. An uncharacteristic moment of panic surfaced. "I'd ask how you're feeling, but I think we both know your well-being isn't top priority right now," Drake said, finally allowing his true emotions to come to the surface. Realizing the futility of her situation, Powell ceased struggling. She looked at both her captors, then licked her split lip where Anya had punched her. "You hit like a pussy," she said derisively, before turning her eyes on Drake. "Well, Ryan, I have to admit even I didn't see this coming." "I'm happy to disappoint you." "How did you do it?" she asked, her analytical mind still trying to process the events that had led to this. "Break your conditioning." Drake turned his head to the side and pointed to a tiny device inserted into his ear canal. None of the others could hear it, but the device issued a constant pulsing tone, like a car alarm going off in his ear. It was uncomfortable and distracting, to say the least, but that was exactly the point. "It was Rio that changed everything," he explained. "That was where I understood your weakness." Something happened then that neither of them had anticipated. Instead of Powell's quiet, wonderfully convincing voice, the room was suddenly filled with the deafening blare of an emergency alarm. The effect on Drake was akin to throwing a bucket of freezing water over a man just as he's drifting off to sleep. The spell was broken in an instant. He started with shock, his mind painfully torn out of the hypnotic, dreamlike state that it had lapsed into. The alarm, the noise, the distraction. That's what broke your hold, Drake went on. That's why all your interrogation rooms are designed to block out everything except your voice. Powell smiled, the bitter, reflective smile of a defeated player considering the decisions that had led them to disaster. "You were willing to execute Anya." Drake looked her hard in the eye. "I knew you wouldn't trust me with a loaded gun, just like I knew Kane wanted Anya alive." Powell glanced at Anya, apparently torn between anger and respect for the risk she'd taken. "And you? You were willing to risk everything on Ryan's hunch?" "Some people are worth risking everything for. Not that you would ever know." "I expected as much," the older woman remarked cynically. "So what happens now? You're going to kill me?" Drake shook his head. "Nah, Elizabeth. We're going to kill your life's work." At this, he gave Anya a nod, and she quickly fixed a gag around Powell's mouth. Drake looked over at Dietrich, who had kept himself focused on driving throughout the exchange. "How much further, mate?"
Not far. The others are waiting for us.
Chapter 89. Dietrich turned off the main road not long after, taking them down a rough trail that even the 4x4 struggled to manage. Still, they didn't have to venture far through this difficult terrain. A couple of vehicles were waiting ahead, and clustered around them, standing in a loose semicircle, were his friends. Alex, Mitchell, Frost, and Rojas, had all made their way here for the final rendezvous, and mercifully, they had all made it here unharmed.
"Well, fuck,"
Frost said, grinning at Drake as he emerged from the vehicle.
"I can't believe that shit actually worked."
Drake embraced Kira, filled with relief. He shared her sentiments, and more. "Well done, all of you," he said, moved by the risks they'd all taken on his behalf. "None of this would have been possible without you."
"You're making me all misty-eyed, Ryan,"
Dietrich said in his usual dour tone, prompting a laugh from the others.
"I just wanted a free trip overseas," Alex added. "Seriously, though, I'm glad you made it out, mate."
Rojas, meanwhile, approached Anya, touching her arm gently.
"Are you all right?"
"I will be when this is finished."
Frost's smile faded as her attention turned to their prisoner, still seated in the back seat of the 4x4.
"So that's the bitch who's been messing with Ryan's head?"
"That's her." The young woman's expression hardened as she took a step towards her.
"I say we waste her now and be done with it."
Drake gripped her arm, preventing her getting closer. "Not yet. Remember the plan," he said. "We see this through." Frost went to protest, but realizing it would be a wasted effort, reluctantly nodded acceptance.
"Bring her out."
Gripping the bound prisoner, Dietrich escorted her over to where the group was gathered. Alex had already set up his laptop on the hood of their vehicle, with a familiar memory stick inserted in the side. That was displaying the same warning box that had so confounded Drake several days earlier in Rio. Access restricted. Executive level only. Enter password. Drake tore away Powell's gag.
"I think you can guess what we want, Elizabeth."
Her eyes flicked from the screen to the man facing her, her mind quickly assembling the facts. She knew exactly what was on that laptop. A copy of all their research records, all the work they had done, every experiment, every subject, every death carefully recorded and catalogued. Information that was never supposed to be seen by anyone outside her company.
"You're out of your mind. There's no way I'm giving you that code."
Drake smiled. "I thought you might say that." As he said this, Dietrich reached up and grabbed a handful of dark hair and yanked her head back, eliciting a gasp of shock and pain. Drake reached into his pocket and produced a little auto-eject syringe, just like the one she'd used on Anya.
"You spent a good portion of your life testing this stuff on other people,"
Drake said, bringing the device up in front of her.
"I suppose we should be grateful to you for making this so easy."
She was really struggling now, trying to twist away, to fight, but Dietrich was having none of it. He held her firmly in place as Drake pressed the device against her neck.
"Now, let's begin our first session," he said.
There was a hiss as the auto-eject did its thing, and Powell's struggles quickly eased off. She shook her head as if trying to clear her vision, but there was no fighting off the effects of the potent drugs. Her eyes slowly lost their focus. Her breathing slowed. Dietrich released his grip of her, but she made no attempt to flee.
"Can you hear me?"
Drake asked.
"Yes."
"Good. Tell us your system password, Elizabeth."
He saw the conflict in her. Her conscious mind trying to rally itself and fight back. Her great intellect working to preserve and defend itself in one last great effort. But it wasn't enough.
Hydra -16309.
Drake looked over at Alex, who was standing by at the computer, and gave him a nod. They held their breath as he entered the code, paused for a moment to check it was correct, then clicked confirm. The warning screen disappeared, replaced by a vast folder structure of projects, initiatives, testing programs, drug experiments, every dark secret of Unity Medical Group laid bare.
"It worked!" Alex gasped. "Holy shit, it actually worked! We're in!"
Powell's expression was passive, but Drake noticed a tear had rolled down her cheek. She was witnessing the beginning of the end of her life's work, and even if she couldn't consciously react to it, part of her knew what that meant. Jesus, there's more data here than we could sift through in a year, Alex said as he scrolled through the list of files. He'll have to wait, Drake decided, looking at Anya. We've got one more place to be.
We've got something, sir,
Montez called out, studying the video footage that was downloading to his laptop. Hawkins strode over to join him.
Talk to me.
National Reconnaissance Office just sent us through footage of the attack. Lucky for us, they had a bird overhead at the time.
Hawkins watched as the scene unfolded. As he'd suspected, the point defense guns had been commanded to open fire on one another, crippling the base's defenses. The resulting heat blooms and clouds of hot smoke temporarily obscured the image before stabilizing again, allowing him to watch a vehicle drive in through the main gate. Shortly after, a trio of bright points of light emerged from the building, with one apparently injured or unconscious individual being dragged towards the waiting vehicle by another. In short order, the car was loaded up and sped back out the gate, heading east.
Where did they go from there?
Hawkins demanded. Montez looked at him fearfully.
We lost the satellite not long after that. But they're trying to draw footage from other birds in the vicinity and pick up the trail from there.
Fuck,
Hawkins said under his breath.
Let me know as soon as you find them. In the meantime, pack everything up. We're leaving.
Chapter 90. They were close now. Drake could feel it as much as Anya. It was akin to returning to one's hometown after many years' absence. The place had changed, but the sense of familiarity was uncanny. However, it was clear they'd come about as far as they could go by vehicle. The terrain had grown more and more difficult, and despite Anya's best efforts to negotiate a drivable path, it was clear she was fighting a losing battle. Bringing the 4x4 to a halt, Anya turned to Drake. We walk from here. He nodded. How far is it? A mile? Maybe less? It was a clear, almost cloudless night as they stepped outside. The stars were bright. Thousands of tiny points of light, shining cold and hard and remote in the darkness. It was a beautiful and awe-inspiring sight. Anya had brought Powell out of the back seat, rather unwillingly as it turned out, but with her hands bound she was in no position to resist. She had recovered somewhat from the drugs they'd dosed her with, but was still a little unsteady on her feet. Drake turned to look at her. Hope you've got your walking shoes on. Since Anya knew this area better than him, she led the way. Drake followed behind with one arm around Powell, leaving roughly a 5-yard gap between them as they advanced up the shallow, rocky valley towards their destination. It was a quiet night, broken only by the shuffling of boots on rocks as they climbed up a rocky, brush-covered slope at the head of the winding valley. The moon was little more than a thin sliver of ghostly light, providing little illumination. But dawn didn't seem to be far off, judging by the gradual lightening of the sky in the east. Both Drake and Anya were physically fit, but their endeavors tonight had sapped their stamina, and both were breathing hard as they approached the crest of the slope. When they reached the top, Drake froze, struck by a sudden, intense recollection. Black smoke, the sky on fire, the sharp rattle of gunshots. "What's wrong?" Anya asked. "I've been here before," he whispered. "I've seen this place." Anya's face was pale and cold in the wan moonlight. "We have to keep moving. There's a cave on the other side of the plateau." "I'm afraid, Anya. Afraid of what we'll find in there." She looked almost as frightened as him, not because of what lay ahead, but because of his reaction to it. "We've come too far to turn back now." She laid a hand on his shoulder. "We're almost there, Ryan. I'll be with you." He forced himself to move forward, to keep going. She was right. Whatever truth awaited them, there was no sense running any longer. One way or another, he had to face it. The plateau was about 100 yards across and lower in the center, forming a wide bowl-shaped depression in the ground. Possibly it had once been a lake or pool of some kind, but its natural formation provided some shelter from the prevailing wind. As they picked their way through it, Drake began seeing more images, more flashes of a battle he couldn't remember, more echoes of feelings without context, and a voice, pained and stricken, asking him a single question over and over again. Why? Anya's assertion was proven correct, and the two of them halted before the low cave entrance at the eastern side of the plateau, overhung by a shelf of rock that would make it difficult to spot from the air.
"He's in there,"
Drake said, his voice hushed.
"How do you know?"
He didn't answer, instead reaching into his pack for a couple of light sticks, their glow soon illuminating the area around them. With Powell between them, they ducked down and ventured into the darkened mouth. Though the cave entrance was low and narrow, it soon opened out into a larger passage that sloped down into the mountainside. Moisture-covered walls sparkled as they picked their way forward, careful to avoid hidden fissures and crevasses. Their path continued downwards for perhaps 30 yards before splitting into several side tunnels. There was no obvious clue as to which was the correct path. Drake was all too aware of how extensive and confusing the cave networks in places like this could be. Unwary travelers could easily become disoriented in this strange, subterranean maze, walking for hours in a vain search for an exit. But Drake experienced no such confusion. He knew where he was going, and they were almost there now. The long and difficult journey that had brought them here was almost at an end.
"Let's go,"
he whispered. Together they pressed forward, side by side, their weapons at the ready, following the winding and uneven cavern as it descended ever deeper into the rock. They could hear a rushing noise up ahead, the sound of flowing water coming from around a turn in the passage, an underground spring.
"Are you ready?"
Drake asked, almost wishing Anya would say no. He felt her hand on his arm, warm and reassuring.
"I'm with you."
With that, they rounded the final turn. It was clear right away that they had emerged into a far larger cavern, whose size and scale dwarfed the narrow passages they had negotiated to get here. The glow of their light sticks barely even reached the vaulted roof, where towering stalactites stretched downwards, like the long, bony fingers of immense hands, reaching for similar formations rising out of the floor. They had been right about the underground river. They could see it flowing along the wall to their left, maybe 20 yards away, while the rest of the cave disappeared off into some indeterminate distance that the feeble light couldn't hope to reach.
"This is it,"
Drake whispered.
"This is where it ends."
Anya's eyes scanned the shadows and ghostly rock formations, the hairs on the back of her neck prickling.
"Where is he?"
"Right here,"
an echoing voice called out, the words reverberating off the walls, everywhere and nowhere at once. Drake tensed up, his weapon sweeping the darkness.
"We're here. This is what you wanted." "This is what we both wanted. You've done well, Ryan."
"Then show yourself,"
Drake challenged him.
"All right, if you're ready."
A figure emerged from the shadows, staying just beyond the light of their glowsticks, its head covered by a long hood, leaving his face drowned in darkness. He seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, but Romek Corellius's presence was all too real now. Drake couldn't see it, but he felt it. He knew that Corellius was smiling at him.
"It's good to see you again."
Chapter 91.
"Sir, just got word in from the NRO," Montez called out. "They've picked up the trail. Took a while to lock it in,
but the target's vehicle's stopped in a mountain valley about 40 miles east of here.
Show me,
Hawkins ordered. Montez brought up a satellite map of the area, zooming in far enough to show the abandoned 4x4 sitting near the head of an old river valley. The heat signature told them the engine was still warm. Poring over the image of the wider area, Hawkins spotted something and jabbed his finger at the screen.
There. Enhance that area.
Montez did as instructed, and the picture zoomed in on what looked like a small plateau further up the valley, with a darkened cave entrance at one end. Partially obscured, it would have been easy to miss if they hadn't known to look for it. But Hawkins did know.
Son of a bitch,
he whispered. What is it, sir?
Where it all started.
Reaching for his intercom, he keyed the pilot's radio frequency.
Listen up. Our target is on heading 090, range 40 miles. Grid reference is 721. Get us there and haul ass. We don't have much time.
That's near the limit of our operational range, sir, the pilot warned.
You have an emergency reserve, don't you?
Yes, sir, but...
Then use it. Just get us there.
Roger that. Already the Black Hawk was altering course. With the deck tilting beneath him, Hawkins turned to the assault team awaiting his commands.
Listen up, gentlemen. We have a fix on our target, and we're going in. Our enemy is armed and extremely dangerous, so you're authorized to shoot on sight. Clear?
Yes, sir,
came the unanimous reply. As the engines throttled up to full power, Hawkins settled in his seat and waited. Every second was bringing them closer to their enemies, closer to the revenge he'd been denied for too long.
I'm coming for you, Ryan. I'm coming for you, and today I'm going to give you one.
Chapter 92.
Freeze!
Drake shouted, covering the man with his weapon, his finger tight on the trigger.
Don't move a fucking muscle.
Corralius chuckled, entirely unperturbed by his threat.
Really? After everything we've been through together, that's all you have to say? What do you mean? Drake demanded. We've never met.
Ryan, he heard Anya say, but tried to ignore it. Corralius was his focus now.
You still don't remember me? Well, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Memories aren't all they're cracked up to be, Ryan, Corralius informed him. You of all people should know that.
Drake let out a breath.
How do you know me?
Afghanistan, 18th of March 2003. It was a bleak, gusty and overcast evening typical of early springtime in Afghanistan, with a chill breeze whipping across the mountains and whistling through rocky crags. Already the temperature, which had barely struggled above freezing for most of the day, was starting to fall as the sun descended towards the western horizon. Huddled beneath grey cloaks and clustered in small groups, the 20 or so men who had made camp in a shallow depression halfway up the side of a mountain were barely distinguishable from the scattered, wind-scoured boulders that littered the area. Only the occasional movement or muttered voice betrayed some sign of life. Camouflaged sentries ringed the area, carefully concealed amongst the ample cover that the rocky hilltop provided, the long barrels of their weapons slowly tracking back and forth across the forlorn landscape. There was little talking, and no laughter or jokes as there once had been. This was a group weary in both body and spirit, worn down by months of stinging defeats and hollow victories, a group that had been sent to fight a war it couldn't hope to win, against an enemy willing to make any sacrifice to defeat them, an enemy they had inadvertently helped to create 2 decades earlier. Worst of all, it was a group without its leader. A lone figure rose from his resting place with a weary grunt, made some excuses and retreated from the others. He withdrew to the edge of the meager encampment and sat down on the lee side of a boulder, trying not to acknowledge the pain in his knees and back as he lowered himself to the ground. He was getting older, he realized, as were they all. His hair and beard were flecked with grey. Aches and discomfort were becoming harder to ignore, old injuries starting to flare up again. Laying his weapon on his lap, he reached into his tunic and pulled out a small, battered leather notebook. His journal, which he had been privately recording for almost a year now. He knew it was strictly forbidden for them to bring anything like this on active deployment, but he no longer cared. He'd fought too long and hard, lost too much to worry about rules and regulations now. Anyway, deep down he sensed the necessity of what he was now doing. He and the men he'd fought beside for 20 years were coming to the end of their time. They all knew it, whether they admitted it or not. But each of them had spent most of their adult lives fighting in one form or another. They would fight until they could fight no longer, and then they would die and be forgotten. History would never record their deeds, sacrifices, and accomplishments. The world would never know the great and terrible events they had helped to shape, the disasters they had helped avert. He accepted this, but he also resolved that they wouldn't be entirely forgotten. The little journal was filled from almost cover to cover with everything he could think of, from the unit's earliest formation to their training and deployment, their first missions together, the things they had seen and done, the losses they'd taken, and the victories they had achieved. Perhaps one day when it was all over, someone would find this journal, read it, and understand something of the man who had compiled it. It wasn't much, but it gave him a small sense of comfort to think part of them might live on after they were gone. Maybe the book would even find its way into the hands of their leader, wherever she might be now. He knew Anya would never willingly abandon them, yet as the days wore on without word or contact, he'd begun to harbour doubts over whether she would return. She was the glue that held them together, the rock around which they rallied, the implacable authority on which they could always depend. Removing a pencil bound to the spine of the notebook, he opened one of the few unmarked pages and began to write his final entry. It took him less than 5 minutes. He hardly considered himself a poet or student of literature, but his words, such as they were, had at least been heartfelt. He had just folded the book away and replaced it inside his tunic when he spotted a red glow alighting the rocks and crags. He saw that the setting sun had dipped below the roiling cloud base overhead, its rays highlighting them in vibrant red and iridescent orange, a final display of heavenly glory before nightfall. Staring at it, he wondered how many soldiers crouched in muddy trenches or surrounded by the wreckage and ruin of war had paused to witness such a sight. He didn't hear the missile as it streaked its way in. It was moving faster than the speed of sound, and reached its target before the roar of its rocket motor. Even if he had heard it, he would never have had time to react, much less shout out a warning to his comrades. All he was aware of was the bright flash of a high-explosive detonation directly ahead of him, followed an instant later by an ear-splitting roar. He saw rocks and dirt thrown outwards, and suddenly his world disintegrated into pain and chaos and violent movement. He was aware of being picked up and hurled backwards like a rag doll, of the world spinning and tumbling, and then, at last, the crushing impact as he landed. Darkness closed in. He awoke slowly, his mind emerging from a painful red fog some time later. He had no idea how long it had been, a few seconds or a few hours. It meant nothing to him. All he knew was that he was still alive. He raised his head slowly, dirt running off his hair and clothes as he moved. The camp was gone. In its place, a smouldering crater had been gouged out of the rocky hillside. Fires burned here and there, while acrid smoke drifted across the entire area. Overhead, above the smoke and flames, the sun continued to cast its blood-red glow on the dark storm clouds. He cast his eyes around, trying to understand the nightmare that had just enveloped his comrades, yet could see little except death and destruction. In some places he caught the unmistakable shapes of men sprawled on the ground, some charred and smoking, others reduced only to pieces that were barely identifiable. Men. His men. His brothers who had fought and killed and bled alongside him, now lay dead and dying all around. Killed by a cowardly rocket or artillery strike before they even had a chance to fight back. Anger and grief welled up inside him. He instinctively reached for his weapon, but couldn't find it. It must have been torn from his grasp. Only his distance from the camp had saved his life, he realized. Had he not retreated to complete his journal, he too would have been killed by the blast. He had to go to his companions, had to search amongst the grisly remains in the hopes of finding survivors. Maybe someone else had survived the explosion. Maybe he wasn't alone. He tried to scramble to his feet, but fell back to the ground the moment he tried to put weight on his right leg. He could feel the broken ends of his shattered femur grating against each other. He'd endured many hardships and injuries in his long life, but the agony that lashed through him then was almost overwhelming. Drawing breath, he pulled himself upright against the boulder. That was when he saw them, a line of soldiers, just visible through the swirling smoke. They had emerged over the edge of the depression in which his men had camped, their silhouettes horribly visible against the blood-red sky. He understood it all in a single terrible moment. The weapons, the uniforms, the shouted commands and acknowledgments. He watched as one of them slowed down to examine a figure that was still moving, albeit pitifully in a pool of blood at his feet. He watched as the man raised his weapon, took aim, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. These men hadn't come to win a victory, to take prisoners that could be interrogated later. They were here for one reason only: to kill every living thing in this camp, including him. He could do nothing for his companions now, he realized, heartbroken at the thought. Unarmed, injured, and alone, he stood no chance. His intervention wouldn't even delay these men in their chilling work, much less prevent it. All he could do was survive. Survive, and perhaps one day return to take revenge.
"Your unit was ambushed here," Drake said. "They were killed, but you survived. You survived, and now you're out for revenge, Romek."
"Ryan, this isn't—"
Anya began.
"Don't," Drake pleaded. "I have to know the truth."
The hooded figure shook his head.
"No, Ryan. Romek Coralius didn't survive. He died 7 years ago, not far from this very spot. You know this."
He was moving almost before he knew it, sliding off the boulder and crawling away, his broken leg dragging behind him, fighting down the pain and grief and horror at what was unfolding. He crawled, tears streaking his dirty and bloody face, his fingers clawing at frozen rocks as more gunshots echoed behind him. His comrade's final, wrenching sacrifice would perhaps create enough of a distraction to mask his escape. He continued to crawl, vowing that this final treacherous act would not go unpunished. However, he had made it barely a dozen yards before he felt a shadow fall across his face, and looked up to find a man with a weapon trained right on him. He looked his killer in the eye, hating him and yet somehow pitying him as well, now that he finally understood the system that had created them both. A man who had been sent to destroy what had once been great, and who in turn would eventually be destroyed by another. His final word was a simple, heartfelt question. "Why?" Drake's heart was pounding. Images and memories swirled and intertwined as he struggled to make sense of it, to hold it all together.
If you're not Romek Corellius,
say it, the man prompted him.
No. Please.
You knew this was coming, Ryan. Don't hide from it any longer. Say it! Drake let out a shuddering breath, facing up to it at last.
Show yourself to me.
He felt a hand on his arm and looked at Anya. She was watching him, her eyes wide with fear. Not fear of the stranger who had found them, but fear of Drake himself. Fear of a man she no longer understood.
Ryan, there is nobody there, she whispered.
Her words tore into him like a knife. In disbelief, in denial, in horror, he turned back towards the stranger just as the man pulled back his hood, revealing a face that he knew well. Drake's face. Drake shivered as another chill blast of wind hit, flexing and tensing his fingers as he prepared to move. Their enemies were just over the crest of the slope, encamped in their mountain refuge, believing themselves safe. He and his men had spent most of the day approaching slowly, staying out of sight of the sentries posted around the area. And now, it was almost time. "Weapons free! Weapons free!" His radio earpiece crackled. 10 seconds to impact! He looked up at the sky, knowing the drone which had just deployed a laser-guided missile was too high to be visible, but he pictured it all the same. He imagined the missile streaking down towards them, picking up speed with every second. At that moment, the setting sun broke through a tear in the clouds, setting the sky and mountains around them alight in a blaze of color. It was a spectacular sight, mesmerizing in its vividly crimson glow. The explosion as the precision-guided munitions detonated seemed to rumble through the mountain, shaking it to its very core. He opened his mouth as the blast wave rocked him and the men crouched beside him, and looked up as a great column of smoke rose into the sky. The command went out a second or so later. "Move! Go! Go!" Scrambling to his feet, Drake rushed up the slope with his weapon at the ready, into the haze and smoke. After the ear-splitting explosion, a sense of unnatural calm had descended on the mountain plateau as he and his comrades advanced. He almost jumped at the sound of a single gunshot, then relaxed when he heard someone call out, "Tango down!"
Call out your targets when you see them.
Clear here!
Something was lying on the ground off to his right. Looking closer, he saw the remains of what had once been a man. One entire side of the body blasted away, leaving only burned flesh and shredded clothing. No need to confirm that kill. Drake pushed on. A few more shots echoed across the open space, but no return fire. The predator had done its work well. But then, through the gradually clearing smoke, Drake saw movement. One of the enemy, wounded but alive, trying to crawl away from the scene, trying to hide himself, hoping they might miss him. No prisoners. That had been their order. Moving with the easy grace of a natural athlete, Drake looped around in front of him. He could hear the man's labored breathing coming closer, the faint gasps of pain, the rustling of a body being dragged over loose stones. Checking his weapon one last time, Drake leapt out. The face that confronted him wasn't the face of a Taliban or Al-Qaeda fighter. It was the face of a soldier just like him, twisted in pain and grief, an dawning realization that his time was up. Drake raised the rifle up to his shoulder with leaden arms, taking aim. From this range he could barely miss. It was then that the wounded man uttered a single word that seemed to stop everything else around them. A single, agonized declaration of betrayal. "Why?" Drake could see it now. The images that had been so fragmented, so fleeting, starting to coalesce into a horribly vivid chain of events. He remembered the thunderous explosion as the missile came in, the charge up over the hill, the smell of smoke and charred flesh, the moans of the dying, and the echo of the gunshots. Killing their own people. Anya's people. He'd always thought his suppressed memories were of some terrible ambush or catastrophe that had befallen his unit, some lost cause he'd barely survived. But now he saw it in a sickening new light.
No,
he moaned, falling to his knees.
It's not possible. It's not.
The other man, the other Drake, had stepped forward to meet him. Now he stood over him, looking down at the man he'd become.
Look at me, Ryan,
he said gently. Drake did, finding himself staring into a face that was a perfect reflection of his own. A face that looked down on him now with pity and remorse. He managed only to gasp the same word he'd heard all those years ago.
Why?
Because ever since that day, you've been at war with yourself, Ryan. Fighting to remember the truth. Fighting to be free of her control. He raised an arm and pointed towards Powell. But you couldn't do this by yourself, so you created me, a man who would guide you, show you the way forward, help you understand the truth, a man who could do the things you couldn't.
This is impossible.
Is it? I'm you, Ryan, a man with all your memories and abilities and none of your limitations. All those days you lost. All those times you woke up in your bed not knowing where you'd been or what you'd done. You weren't living in a dream. You were living as me. More images now. More memories that had remained carefully beyond his reach until now. He saw himself in Washington, D.C., crouched in George Breckenridge's driveway as he finished wiring up the remotely operated bomb beneath the man's car. Not long after, he was seated before a video camera, his face obscured by a black mask as he explained the reasons for the upcoming attack, even revealing his true name, knowing it would be enough to attract the attention he needed. Another flash, and he was in the sweltering heat of Tunis, handing over a bag of weapons and explosives to a blind shopkeeper, on the promise that a friend would come to retrieve it within a week, making the man promise to reveal nothing of his visit here. Yet another rapid shift, and he was on a rooftop in the favelas of Rio, watching Anya through a pair of binoculars as she entered the safe house that Drake had so recently departed. He saw himself reaching for the encrypted cell phone by his side, getting ready to speak with her, knowing he would need her presence. You were still fighting against it, of course, so you didn't always follow my instructions. Stubborn as always. You tried to confront Powell before you were ready. Almost got yourself killed.
Didn't work, did it?
The voice asked.
I warned you. We could have avoided this.
The fuck did you bastards do to me?
Drake demanded. His adrenaline was spiking as if preparing for another fight. He was desperate for an enemy to lash out at, for a face he could pound into mush. But he couldn't. The awful truth had already dawned on him. You want to see your real enemy, Ryan? Go look in the mirror again. Drake's world shattered. Everything he believed, everything he knew about himself, the whole basis of his identity just broke apart. He staggered, his face blank and uncomprehending as the memory played out with terrifying clarity. It had been there all along. He knew now, all this time. All these years he'd been living a lie, deluding himself he was a good man, that he knew his own mind, that he understood himself. It was all wrong.
You spoke to Anya. You knew things about her.
The man smiled sadly. Because you knew.
Why?
Drake stopped, his finger resting on the trigger of his weapon, staring down the sights at the man lying before him. The man he'd just taken everything from. The man who even now couldn't understand what was happening to him. Couldn't understand why he'd been betrayed. It was like a layer was being peeled away from his psyche, exposing something new beneath. All the cold, malicious fury that had been instilled in training, the absolute conviction that everything they did was right and true and justified, all of it seemed to fade away. Why? His questions were shattered by the sharp, painful crack of a single gunshot. The man jerked once, body convulsing as his old heart beat one final time, then went still. Lowering his smoking weapon, Drake knelt down, spotting something inside the dead man's tunic. Reaching inside, he pulled out a small leather-bound journal, old and battered, and frayed, heavily used. Almost without realizing, Drake quickly stowed the journal in his pocket and rose to his feet once more. Sparing the dead man one last glance, he called out to his fellow operatives.
Clear!
Drake found his hands clawing at the loose soil that coated the cave floor, sediment from the nearby stream that had built up over millennia, forming a layer of dirt beneath them. His fingers pulled and shoveled until finally they touched on something firm and rectangular. A journal, leather-bound, small and battered and frayed with age and long use. He held it for a moment, staring down at it.
Brian?
It came out as a small, tentative sound, barely a whisper. His gaze turned slowly over to Anya, who was staring back at him, her eyes pleading, begging for an explanation. Maybe she would even believe him if he lied to her, force herself to accept a fantasy rather than live with the truth. He couldn't do it. Even now, knowing what it would mean, what it would do to her, he couldn't live a lie any longer. She had to know the truth.
It was me, he whispered. I was here 7 years ago. It was my unit who destroyed Task Force Black. I was the one who killed Corellis.
The effect on her was worse than he could have imagined. Romek, the final member of her unit, the last remaining link to the Brotherhood, the family who had once protected her, was dead, killed by the man kneeling before her. She seemed to crumble then, sinking to her knees. The expression of loss and desolation on her face was absolute. She now asked, her voice little more than a murmur.
Why, Brian? I never could tell you what my unit was created for,
Drake said, speaking both as himself and the other man, two fractured minds coming together as one.
It's so clear to me now. We were replacements.
Her head was down, her shoulders slumped.
For what?
For you. For Task Force Black. That's what Operation Hydra really was. We were created to be better in every way. Stronger, faster, more ruthless. Soldiers who would obey without question, kill without hesitation. We were supposed to be your evolution. She looked at him with utter, crushing grief.
They were loyal soldiers. Why kill them?
Only she can tell us, Drake said, approaching Powell. He could feel the other Drake's presence still, could feel the anger and rage within them both.
Tell us, Elizabeth. Tell us why they had to die.
The woman stared at him, seeing the fury and knowing there was little to be gained by holding back the truth.
The order came from Marcus Kane, she admitted. He said Task Force Black had become a liability, that they were a threat to us. There was only one option: elimination.
Anya could feel her heart ache as she pictured her unit, her men, her family, callously murdered by men serving the same masters.
What threat did they pose?
Anya demanded.
The threat you created, when you risked exposing everything Cain had been working towards. Don't you understand?
Powell asked.
Their deaths and your capture were all part of the same deal. The Russians didn't just capture you. You were given to them willingly. By Cain.
Anya fell silent, struck dumb by the sheer scale of Cain's betrayal. Not only had he ordered the destruction of her unit, but he had engineered her capture by the Russians. 4 years in solitary confinement in Siberia. All because of him. It didn't seem possible. Surely even he couldn't have been capable of such cruelty.
So you sent us in to kill our own men, Drake spat. And you forced me to forget. We had to, she protested. Your conditioning was breaking down. I did everything I could to salvage it. I tried to repair the damage, but your mind wouldn't accept it. The only choice was to wipe the whole thing. You erased everything I was.
Powell let out a breath, closing her eyes before speaking.
I saved your life. They wanted to terminate you. I couldn't bear to see you killed, Ryan. I wouldn't let that happen.
So you made me forget the whole thing. Cooked up a fake court-martial to get me out of the military, Drake finished for her. And Cain made sure I found my way into the CIA, where he could keep an eye on me. Drake perceived at last the chain of events that had led him to the CIA, the Shepherd program, and even the mission to recover Anya from a Siberian prison. It had seemed so logical at the time, a stroke of good luck that an old army buddy had recommended him for a job where his skills could be put to good use. But like everything else about his life, it had been a carefully concealed lie. All of it had been orchestrated by Marcus Cain and Elizabeth Powell. The entire course of his life had been dictated by someone else.
2 minutes to target,
the pilot called out. The Black Hawk chopper dodged and weaved its way through the valley, the deck lurching dangerously as the pilot wrestled with the controls, keeping them at low altitude to minimize rotor noise. Hawkins clenched his fists, readying himself for what was coming. They'd found Drake and Anya. They had them cornered, and soon they would put an end to this. Drake was going to die at the site of his greatest triumph, while Anya would join the rest of her unit in their final resting place. It would be poetic justice indeed.
Get ready,
he snapped into his headset. Chapter 93.
I brought you here for a reason, Anya. I didn't understand it before, but I do now,
Drake said. His mind was clear now, set in its purpose.
I brought you here to do the one thing I couldn't.
He reversed his grip on his weapon and held it out to her. Anya, roused from her shock and grief, looked at the weapon and then at its owner.
Take it.
Anya closed her hand around the butt and pulled it from his grasp. Drake stepped back, his alter egos seeming to watch and encourage him, just as he'd always done. His work was almost complete. There was no need for him now. Anya stared at him in shock, waiting for an explanation. Drake let out a breath.
I'm tired, Anya. Tired of running. Tired of living a lie. I have to be free of this. Only you can do it.
He nodded to the gun.
What happens next is up to you.
Knowing what you know about me.
But no matter what you decide, I want you to know that I'm sorry about everything.
With trembling hands, Anya raised the gun towards Powell. The woman's fear was naked and powerful. No more pretenses, no haughty self-control. She was cornered and out of options. And she was afraid.
Anya, please, I was just doing what I had to do,
she protested, pleading for mercy.
Think about everything I told you. The work I've done will save lives, change history. Please, don't do this. I know you're better than this. I can answer for my mistakes. I can make it right.
She choked back a sob.
I'm sorry for what happened to you. Please, I don't want to die here.
She was no threat. She was frightened, cowed, broken. Anya turned the weapon towards Drake, the man who had destroyed her family, killed her friend, torn her apart inside, betrayed her in the most absolute way possible. He was silent and subdued. It was as if all the emotion had been drained out of him, as if he had nothing left.
What would you have me do?
She asked. Drake shook his head slowly. His face was still impassive, but his eyes reflected the full depth of his loss and grief.
Remember what you said to me once? You told me I was a good man, and I believed you. I wanted to believe you. But it wasn't true.
He swallowed, raising his chin a little, facing up to it at last.
I understand now, Anya. And I'm not afraid. Not anymore.
He could feel the other Drake leaving, his presence fading away, and felt a fleeting sense of satisfaction and completeness. He'd done what he had to do, had carried Drake all the way to the end. There was no more need for him now. As Drake had said, it all came down to a simple choice. Hot tears stung as Anya's finger tightened on the trigger. She knew what she had to do, what was coming to them all.
I'm sorry, Ryan,
she whispered. The Black Hawk swept up over the edge of the plateau, nose flaring upwards to slow its airspeed before the pilot reduced engine power, preparing for the impact of a tough landing. Above them, the second chopper circled protectively, its cannons sweeping the area for targets.
"This is it!"
Hawkins shouted as they bumped down, straining the undercarriage to its limit.
"Get ready!"
Bravo 2 is bingo on fuel. We can't stay here long.
"Hold position 2, Hawkins ordered. "On my authority."
Leaping up, he hauled open the crew door.
"Go! Go!"
So preoccupied were they with rushing out of the door that none of them saw the lone figure behind a stone covering about 500 yards away. His presence masked from overhead satellite recon, and his thermal signature disguised by the heavy insulated camo suit he was wearing. They didn't see the long barrel of the .50 caliber bolt-action rifle swing towards the gunship orbiting overhead, or hear the click as its operator thumbed off the weapon's safety. They didn't even hear the thunderous boom of the first round as he opened fire. Not until it was too late. The heavy caliber armor-piercing round punched straight through the Perspex canopy, striking the pilot in the center of his chest and killing him within seconds. Cesar Rojas hurriedly worked the weapon's bolt action, reloading with haste.
"Oh, Christ!"
the chopper's co-pilot called out.
"Bravo 2 is taking fire! We're—"
A second round blew out what was left of the canopy, shattering his helmet and skull. With nobody left to maintain control, the aircraft tilted slowly to starboard, heeling over under its own weight and throwing the remaining crew off their feet.
"Good night, my friends,"
Rojas whispered as the doomed aircraft tumbled out of the sky. Looking up, Hawkins watched as Bravo 2 slowly pitched forward, gathering speed, the rotors still clawing at the air. He watched the big aircraft soar right past them and impact the side of the mountain about 200 yards further up the slope. He turned away as the bright, bolt-like flash lit the sky, followed by the thunderous detonation as the chopper's munitions ignited in the fireball that had just enveloped it. Chapter 94. A tremor seemed to run through the very core of the mountain. The cavern shuddered violently as the shock waves reached them, dislodging rock formations and breaking apart walls. Hearing a crack up above, Drake looked up as a stalactite detached itself from its millennia-old roots and fell through the air towards them.
"Anya!"
he screamed, throwing himself at her. Barely had he knocked her aside before broken chunks of rock rained down all around them. The pair landed in a shallow pool of water, Anya pinned beneath him, her weapon disappearing beneath the surface. Drake's groans of pain told her that Drake had taken the brunt of the impacts from above. Powell, meanwhile, had seen her chance. With Anya and Drake temporarily down, she turned and darted away from them, back up the passageway through which they'd entered. Anya, shaking the freezing water out of her eyes, struggled to get back up, her back bruised and cut. But even as this was happening, she saw a figure retreating into one of the passages leading back up to the surface. Powell, fleeing while they were distracted. Drake had seen it too. Spotting something glimmering beneath the surface of the pool, he reached out and grasped the weapon she'd dropped, tossing it to Anya, who caught it instinctively.
"Take it!"
he cried, knowing that only Anya could end this.
"Don't let her get away!"
There was no time to argue. Scrambling to her feet, Anya took off in pursuit. She could hear the woman's footsteps up ahead, fast but erratic, that of a hunted animal fleeing its predator. Anya's foot caught suddenly on an unseen rock, and she pitched forward, landing hard, cutting both forearms. Ignoring the stinging pain and the warm blood seeping down her arms, she struggled to her feet and carried on. The passage was getting lighter as they approached the surface. Already Anya had passed the intersection where it had split apart earlier, and it must have been approaching dawn, because she could see bright light up ahead, as well as hear a heavy thumping sound. The roar of her own heartbeat as she pushed herself onwards. Only as she neared the entrance did she realize the truth. It wasn't the light of a sunrise she was seeing. It was the glow of a searchlight. Powell was barely 20 yards ahead, running for her very life, gasping for air, ignoring the pain of the bruises where she'd slipped and fallen or banged her shoulder against the rock wall. She ran, hearing something up ahead. The roar of an aircraft, the sound of voices. With a final push, she staggered from the cave entrance and into a row of weapons.
"Stop! Get down on the ground! Do it, or we fire!"
She threw her bound hands up.
"I'm on your side, you bastards!"
And suddenly Hawkins was there, stepping in front of the others. Smoke was drifting down around them, and she could smell burning aviation fuel. One of their choppers must have come down. That must have been the source of the explosion.
"What the fuck is going on?"
he demanded.
"We're leaving,"
she barked, unwilling to spend another second in this place.
"Get me in that goddamn chopper."
"What about Drake and—"
"I said now,"
she screamed.
"Move, now!"
Hawkins bristled with anger, yet still the old compulsion to obey was too much for him. Gritting his teeth, he turned towards the others.
"We're leaving. Bravo 1, prepare to lift off."
As Powell was led towards the waiting Black Hawk, Hawkins cast one final glance towards the cave mouth, trying in vain to pierce the darkness. He couldn't see anything, but he would swear to his dying day that Anya was there, watching him from the gloom. He was right. Hopelessly outnumbered and outgunned, Anya could do nothing but watch as Powell was escorted on board the chopper. Hawkins was the last to go, reluctantly turning away and retreating from the scene. The engines roared with increased power, and the aircraft lurched skywards, disappearing into the early morning sky. Chapter 95. Anya was still there when Drake emerged onto the plateau a short time later. She was standing with her back to him, her hair unbound and lifted by the morning breeze, surveying the spot where her unit had met their end. No monuments would ever be built to mark this place. No one would remember the men who had died that day. Except her. "Powell?" he asked. Anya let out a breath.
Hawkins came for her. I couldn't reach her in time.
Drake felt himself sag. There would be a reckoning for Pal one way or the other. They had already seen to that. But it troubled him that she would live, that her money and power and influence might yet buy her a way out of this. He stepped up beside Anya, holding out something to her. An old leather-bound journal. The book that Corellius had written, which Drake had buried here, knowing that one day he would return to retrieve it.
He wanted you to have this, he said quietly. It was his last wish.
Anya reached out and gently took it, flicking through the crowded pages, the stories of their time together, the triumphs and losses and hardships they had faced together, until at last she came to the final entry, the message Corellius had addressed to her personally.
Cecily, I don't hold much hope that you will ever read these words, but it gives me comfort to put my thoughts down like this while there is still time. I don't pretend to know why you left or where your path took you, but I trust that you were trying to do the right thing, as you always have. If this book somehow finds its way to you, then know that we never lost faith in you or the cause we serve. We fought to the end, did our duty, and respected your wishes. As for myself, I can only say that I did my best. Wherever you are now, and whatever happens, I wish you well.
Anya closed the book and bowed her head. A teardrop landed on the worn cover, moistening the old leather.
We can't stay here,
Drake said, glancing up the hill at the wreckage of the crashed chopper, still burning.
They'll be back.
Anya didn't answer. She was still looking at the journal. Drake reached out tentatively and touched her shoulder. She twisted out of his grip and backed off, looking at him differently now. The trust, the belief, the openness he'd so recently sensed in her was gone. She regarded him as if he were a stranger.
Don't, Ryan,
she warned him.
I can't.
She shook her head, unable to find the words.
I have to leave. I can't be here with you.
She was slipping away from him, piece by piece. The strands that had bound them together were breaking apart, the gulf between them opening wide.
Don't do this, Anya. Please.
She backed up another step, withdrawing, cutting herself off from him.
I have to. Things are different now. I am different.
She pointed off to the east, to the border where the others had agreed to meet them.
Go. Be with the others. They'll need you now.
Drake felt as if a knife had just slid into his chest.
What about you?
She merely shook her head, backing away.
Don't come looking for me.
With those final, haunting words, Anya parted company with him. Chapter 96. Jason dropped the hammer, allowing it to land on the dirt floor with a heavy, significant thud. It felt celebratory, like it marked the start of a new life, a life without Tyler Hawkins, a life without fear, a life without regrets. He felt different, renewed, refreshed somehow, and lighter. He'd discarded something tonight, something that had held him back. Now he felt free, as he never had before. Nathan was just beginning to stir. He'd been beaten hard, whipped close to unconsciousness, but he recognized that the attack had ceased. The agonizing blows were no longer hammering in on him, and the garage, which had been filled with his father's terrifying roars, was now quiet, with only the patter of raindrops on the roof to break the silence.
"It's okay, Nathan," Jason heard himself say. "It's over now. Open your eyes."
He did, staring short-sightedly up at his brother.
"Jason, what happened?"
His words were slurred.
"Where's Dad?"
Then he caught a glimpse of the body lying in a heap nearby, and his dull eyes opened wider as shock and horror began to dawn in them. Jason instinctively moved in front of him, blocking his view of the grisly sight.
"It's okay, Nathan. Don't look at it. It's going to be okay now,"
Jason said, smoothing his brother's hair back from his forehead.
"You killed him?"
Nathan stammered. Jason nodded. What was the point in lying now? So he told the truth, and held his brother while he broke down and cried. He wept, mourning the loss of their father, the loss of life as they'd once known it, the end of their childhoods. Jason, for his part, said and felt nothing.
"Listen, I need you to promise me something,"
he said once the boy's sobs had abated a little.
"I need you to look after Samuel for me. He's not strong like we are. He'll need someone to protect him."
Nathan wiped his nose.
"What about you?"
Jason offered him a sad, knowing smile.
"The police are going to take me away soon. Maybe for a long time. The kid who kills his old man."
He shook his head.
"They're not going to just let that go."
He'd known it would happen, of course. In the few seconds before he'd swung that perfect blow, he'd known what the consequences would be. But he'd done it anyway, because it was worth it. Samuel and Nathan would live. They'd be sent to live with someone else, hopefully someone better than Tyler Hawkins had been, and maybe they'd learn to live normal lives. And as for himself, he had a different path to walk now.
"No,"
Nathan protested.
"No, they can't. I'll tell them. I'll tell them everything. They'll understand. They can't take you away, Jason."
It was too much. Jason held him again as the tears returned, more intense, more raw than before. He hadn't felt anything when Nathan wept for their father, but he felt something now. Their lives were set on different courses, and soon the separation he felt in his soul would become all too real. Soon he would go indoors, calmly call 911, and report that he'd killed his father. Then he'd dry himself off with a towel, drink a glass of water, and wait in the living room for the police to come and take him away. Soon. But for those last few moments, he knelt down on that dirt floor and held the brother he would never see again. And, at last, he allowed tears of his own to come. Bagram Air Base, Afghanistan.
God damn it!
Powell shouted, striding across the almost empty hangar with Hawkins following behind.
Where the fuck were you, Jason? You were supposed to prevent this from happening.
This was your fuck-up, Elizabeth,
Hawkins said, calm and controlled. Her anger had only exposed the cracks in her facade, shown him that she was merely human after all.
Your arrogance and ego made this happen. Men are dead and Drake's gone. And what do we have to show for it?
Powell drew back her arm to slap him, but he caught it before it could connect. The other members of the assault team quickly stopped what they were doing and gathered around to watch.
Let go of me, you fucking bastard!
She snarled. He complied, as she knew he would, still the obedient lapdog.
I could have every one of you kill yourselves right now if I wanted. Maybe that's what I ought to do. Clean house and start over again. Would you like that, Jason?
I'd like for you to get what's coming.
Really? She sneered. And who do you think is going to do that? You?
She turned and jabbed a finger at Hickman.
You?
None of them answered.
That's what I thought.
She shook her head, hating them for their dumb obedience. Only then did she perceive what she'd lost in creating these men, these soldiers who were supposed to be better than any who had come before. Blindly obeying orders wasn't enough. She'd diminished them rather than improving them. They were failures, flawed creations.
None of you fucking bitches can touch me.
To her surprise, Hawkins didn't rise to the bait. Instead, he smiled.
You're right, but this bitch can,
a voice said from behind. Powell spun round just in time to see steel flash before her, followed by a sudden surge of hot pain and spreading warmth. She looked down, in disbelief, in incomprehension, at the sword blade now impaled in her chest. Riley relished pushing the blade in further, the same blade that Hawkins had liberated from Brazil several days earlier. He had kept it all this time, promising Riley they'd find an appropriate use for it, and so they had. Powell opened her mouth to cry out, but nothing seemed to come, just a kind of crackling groan.
You see, Elizabeth, you were right after all,
Hawkins said, moving around to stand before her. He watched as the life drained from her eyes.
Sometimes the best person for a job really isn't a man.
As Riley withdrew the blade, the woman collapsed in front of them, her blood staining the concrete floor. Hawkins looked at Powell, the woman who had held such absolute control over him, who had molded and made him into what he was. She was gone, removed from his life and his psyche, and it felt good. He reached out and touched Riley's eager face, seeing the excitement in her eyes, feeling the connection that bound them together. She had wanted this as much as him, had understood how important it was, and in the end, she hadn't let him down.
Clean this up. Make sure nobody finds her,
he ordered, walking away with Riley, leaving Powell's lifeless body behind, starting a new life. A life without rules and laws imposed by others. A life without control. A life that he would reshape as he saw fit. Chapter 97. Wales, UK. 1 month later. Drake walked slowly down the grassy hill, still covered with a dusting of snow from the previous day. A heavy winter coat pulled up against the chill February wind. How strange it felt to be back here, he reflected, surveying the gently rolling landscape that felt at once comforting, yet alien. It had been a long time since he'd been here. So much had changed. He wondered if the person he'd come to speak with would even recognize him. Much had certainly changed since the tumultuous events in Afghanistan 4 weeks ago, both for him and for the world at large. The wave of protest and revolution which had started in Tunisia had now spread to engulf all of North Africa. Governments were falling, dictators were being overthrown, and countries were descending into civil war as rival factions vied for power. This great popular uprising was already being referred to as the Arab Spring, with many hailing it as the dawn of a new age in the region. Well, they would see how long that spring lasted, Drake reflected. If the shadowy group known as the Circle were indeed behind it, their power and influence had grown to truly global proportions. There was no telling what they might do next. The Unity Medical Group was faring little better than these embattled African dictatorships, with revelations of illegal human experimentation whipping up a very public storm of controversy and scandal. Already people had begun dissecting the complex web of shell companies and proxies that they'd used to disguise their illegal activities. The apparently accidental death of the company's CEO and founder, Elizabeth Powell, had only added to the chaos, and according to the latest news reports, the entire multinational enterprise was soon to go into liquidation. Drake wasn't sad to see them go, and was even less upset by the news of Powell's death. Yet he couldn't help but wonder at the brilliant but flawed mind that had allowed her to achieve such successes at such costs. Had she truly believed that she was serving a greater good? That her work would ultimately benefit all humanity? And embrace the darker aspects of her work as necessary evils? Or had she simply been another greedy opportunist, hungry for profit and success no matter the cost? Perhaps no one would ever truly know. All he knew for certain was that she was gone now, and with her the last vestiges of her insidious influence over him. Never again would he have to fear falling under her control. His own group had also seen their share of upheavals in the days since that final chilling confrontation in Afghanistan. He had finally reunited with them just over the border with Pakistan, and there he had told them everything, sparing no detail, wanting them to know exactly who he was and what he'd done. He'd foreseen the result of this confession, but he hadn't shied away from it. Rojas had left them not long after, deciding his work was done, and that he would have no further part in their conflict. Drake knew well enough why he'd left, knew that his loyalty lay with Anya rather than the others. She was the only thing that had bound him to them, and she was gone now. Alex, too, had left not long after, deciding he could no longer follow Drake in good conscience. Drake didn't blame either man for his decision, and part of him hoped they were able to move on and make new lives for themselves despite the uncertain world in which they now lived. He had, of course, obeyed Anya's wishes not to contact or search for her. Not that he would have had much luck anyway. She had gone dark, selling her property in Switzerland, liquidating any assets Drake was aware of, and disappearing from the world. She had become a ghost, neither seen nor heard, only remembered. The pain of losing her was still too raw for him to fully deal with. There would come a time when he could process it better, could begin to understand it. For now, he knew only that she had left an aching void in his life, and that he would wake often in the night, reaching out and hoping to find her there. But she never was. And as for himself, things felt different now. The sense of conflict within him, the feeling of not quite being whole, was gone. There was no other Drake lurking in the dark recesses of his mind, waiting for a chance to come out again. Whether that part of him had died with Powell's legacy, or whether he had somehow found a way to make peace with himself, he couldn't say for sure. All he knew was the truth of his past was his to own, for better or worse. He at last knew who he was, where he had come from, how he'd become the man he was today. The question was, what was he going to do with that knowledge? And so here he was on a cold morning in late February, approaching a house he'd left behind 2 years ago, thinking he might never see the owner again. But he had to come. Only here would he find the one clue that offered him a chance of understanding the circle's true motives and intentions. And it had come from the most unlikely source. He tightened his grip on the mysterious key in his coat pocket. The metal warmed by his hands. It had been left to him by his late mother, the only material possession he'd inherited following her death, its purpose and intent left frustratingly unexplained. For almost 2 years he had kept it, never knowing what it was intended to unlock, what secrets it might reveal about the woman who had entrusted it to him. Until now. The answers he sought had been waiting here all along. He'd simply lacked the vision and understanding to see them. Now he saw clearly at last. Approaching the front door, his boots crunching on the gravel driveway, Drake paused to reflect on where this final quest might take him, what answers he might unearth about his mother and the enigmatic group she'd served, how this journey might drastically change or perhaps even end his life. After all this, after everything he'd been through, it was a risk he was willing to take. "Coming!" a voice called out as he rapped on the door. He heard footsteps in the hallway beyond, the sound of someone approaching light and fast. Drake held his breath. bracing himself as the door was unlocked and swung open, revealing a face that bore a certain resemblance to his own, a face that froze in shock and disbelief as it alighted on him, bright green eyes widening with amazement. His sister's face. "Jessica," he said quietly, "I've missed you." You've been listening to Downfall by Will Jordan, narrated by Sam Devereaux, published by Quest, an imprint of W.F. Howells Limited. This work is copyrighted 2019 Will Jordan. This recording is copyrighted 2021 W.F. Howells Limited.